word that's like, it'll come to me in the shower later, I'll think of it. But there's a really good word that would impress you and you would say, wow, so we're learning at a really high level. Did you hear the word that he said? That was great. I could just make one up. But anyways, theurgic. That's it. Theurgic Kabbalah. Isn't that a great word? Can I have a hand for that word? Theurgic, right? Theurgic Kabbalah is just a fancy way of saying practical Kabbalah, meaning if we want to create a golem, for example, an artificial anthropoid, if we want to make like a robot out of clay, or if we wanted to demand Mashiach, we want to make it rain, make it stop raining, things like that. So there's that practical Kabbalah side. There's also a theoretical Kabbalah, which doesn't speak about actually forcing changes onto the universe, but it speaks about what is the nature of the soul? What is the nature of God? How does God interact with the world? Things like that. It's also very, very deep, profound wisdom. That's also in the oral Torah, not, it's only hinted at in places in the written Torah. And then you have the third part, which is going to occupy our attention for the rest of the day, law. How should Jews behave? Midrash speaks to how Jews should think. The Kabbalah thinks about how Jews should dream or imagine, and law talks about how Jews should behave. The Mishnah. Mishnah is a very important ancient document that records the oral teachings on exactly how to interpret the Torah, and they're absolutely essential. They perform several distinct functions. For example, the Mishnah clarifies ambiguities in the text. On the holiday of Sukkot, I hope I'm not repeating myself from an earlier lecture, I probably am. But on the holiday of Sukkot, for example, it says that you're supposed to go to shul and you're supposed to bring with you 4 plant species: a lulav, a myrtle, a willow, and a pre-Eitz Hadar, which means basically the fruit of a nice tree. So if you bring, on Sukkot you come to shul, you bring your lulav and a grapefruit, you could say the grapefruit is a fruit of a nice tree. Taka, it's very nice smell, it's nice color and so on, but you will be laughed out of the shul because there is a tradition that says the pre-Eitz Hadar, the fruit of a nice tree, refers specifically and only to the $95 lemon that you can buy only this one time a year, the esrog, and nothing else counts. So the Mishnah will clarify those kinds of ambiguities. The Mishnah will also fulfill omissions in the text. For example, we have absolutely nothing written in the Torah about what tefillin should look like. What do you do with tefillin? It's actually Mishnah and even further development of our law, but it says only that it should be a sign upon your arms and as frontlets between your eyes. So who would say that automatically turns into a black box made of leather with parchment inside it and straps coming down? That's like all oral Torah. It's not written Torah. And finally, on occasion, the Mishnah and the later Talmud it contradicts the written Torah. On a very small number of occasions, the oral Torah will actually say, we don't do it like it says there. Like, for example, it says you will give him 40 lashes for his crime, and the oral Torah says it really means 39. Or the Torah says an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and the Mishnah says, no, it means the monetary value of an eye in payment for an eye, that kind of thing. So that's a very important function that the Mishnah has. These 3 things together form, whoops, I wanted to go really back out here to show the overall slide. Can we do that nicely? Sure we can. These 3 things together form the oral Torah as we have it today. Okay, any arguments or discussions, challenges, objections? Well, clear as the sun at noonday. I wish my children were like so attentive and compliant. Right, Elisa? Okay. Now, the reason why we have a transition from the oral to the written Torah is really due to the massive crisis of the 2nd century. If you just a very quick history recap, this is an artistic rendition of the destruction of the temple. The Jews, we talked about this in previous lectures, the Jews had a failed rebellion in the year 66, went on for 6 years, and ultimately was completely unsuccessful, ended in the last stand of Masada. The Jews suffered under tremendous persecution for the next few decades, and then in the year 135, there's another attempt to throw the Romans out of Israel under Bar Kokhba, also unsuccessful, followed by horrific persecutions under the Emperor Hadrian. So by the time you get to the middle of the 2nd century, the Jewish world is really suffering. There's a complete lack of centralist leadership. There is a huge demographic impact when, a generation and then their grandchildren are completely devastated in futile rebellions against Rome, especially the male population. There's been a large-scale exile from Israel, primarily to Babylon at this point. And the Jewish community has lost, perhaps most importantly, it has lost the central locus of its worship. Everything was centered on the temple. Everything was centered on the idea of bringing your sacrifices there. I mean, how many generations can you go losing that central unifying factor and still continue as a people? So a rabbi named Yehuda Hanasi, and this is now going to the text of Rav Shira Gaon's famous letter, a Rav named Yehuda Hanasi realized the difficulty of the situation, and he resolved to write down the oral Torah and to create essentially a portable Judaism that would allow Judaism to actually be taken on the road, and it could survive and amazingly even flourish without the temple. And this magnificent work of literature was the Mishnah, as we shall see. Yes, Ms. Abramson.
How was he able to write down the oral Torah? Isn't the whole fact that it is in the oral Torah and that's supposed to stay in the oral Torah?
That is a brilliant question. I'm so glad you asked that. The rabbis and the Talmud, they argued back and forth. How could he do this? If God gave it to us in an oral format, how dare you? What audacity to transform it to a written format. And if we look at it beyond like the technicalities of, okay, what's the big deal? Written, spoken, what's the difference? It's a huge difference. The very quality of orality is huge because there's a level of information that is conveyed through oral teaching that is completely flattened by textual presentation. That's one of the reasons, by the way, that I like taping these and delivering them on the internet, because you can read everything I'm saying in a book, and you can read it even better and more accurately, maybe without the jokes and stuff like that. But all the information is there. The learning is not necessarily there. The features of an oral presentation, even one that's fairly, where I do most of the talking and you do most of the listening, unlike a partnership of chevrusas, is that you see my tonality, you see my facial expressions, my body language, you see where I emphasize, what I don't emphasize. There's a whole message that is delivered here that cannot be retained on the written page. So the rabbis were saying, there is no way that we can do this. It will completely destroy it. It's like making everything, into black and white. Only how much more so? Nevertheless, Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi justified it, as the Talmud would later say, through the verse in Tehillim that says, "Es la'asos la'Hashem heferu torasecha." It is time to act for God. They have destroyed your Torah. Meaning, we're at a place where we must, take a bold step. And we must act for God because they, in this sense, the Romans, have destroyed your Torah. They've destroyed the temple. They've destroyed our national integrity. What are we going to do? Others, by the way, criticized him with the same verse, saying, oh, you say it's a time to act for God? You've destroyed the Torah. Meaning you're going to do this? That in itself destroys the Torah. But part of his genius was that, and I don't want to go into this in great detail here, but the Mishnah itself has a tremendous degree of ambiguity built right into it. Like, for example, a typical Mishnah will take an issue, let's say whether or not a particular kind of chicken with a particular kind of defect is kosher or not, and the Mishnah will say, Rabbi X says this chicken is kosher, and then Rabbi Y says this chicken is not kosher. And then you go on to the next Mishnah. And if you're reading this like a law code, you want to say, well, no, what am I having for dinner tonight? Can I eat this chicken or not? The Mishnah does not say. The Mishnah leaves it open-ended, so you must perforce have a teacher. It preserves the Masorah. You must have someone who will explain the Mishnah to you, say that even though we quote Rabbi X, because Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi constantly quoted minority opinions, we nevertheless follow the opinion of Rabbi Y, and these are the reasons, and that's essentially what keeps the oral nature of the the Mishnah intact, even though it is actually based in a written text. Otherwise, it would be like reading the newspaper. It in itself has those ambiguities that begs debate and demands attention. Good question. Very good. I hope the answer was good enough. Okay, so he says, let's write down the Mishnah, and then the Mishnah ends up looking like this. There are 6 orders, just to run through them to give you a sense of what they're talking about. The first is called seeds, or Zeroim, and it deals almost exclusively with agricultural law. A lot of laws in the Torah that deal with the sabbatical year, mixing species, all kinds of things like that. It also deals with laws of blessings because, after all, we are sustained by the natural world around us, and blessings therefore fit in that section. Then the next section are times, Moed, that deals with the Shabbat, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, and so on, all the various holidays. The third section and largest section is called women. It's also the most mysterious and difficult to understand. I'm just making that up. But the reason why, I'll ask you, Ms. Abramson, why is there a section on women and there's not a section on men? How come there's a whole section, one of the 6 sections on women, no section on men? I'm sorry? They're very complicated. Okay, we have a little section maybe. So the answer is because the Mishnah is basically a very androcentric document. It's something that is written by men, for men to consume, and even the concept of women studying the Mishnah the way men studied the Mishnah was pretty foreign to most of the ancient world. There were always exceptional women who did master the Mishnah throughout history, but it was a very, very unusual circumstance. We happen to live, ironically, in a time of, it's like Charles Dickens, right? We live in the best of times and the worst of times. On the one hand, we have the most atrocious level of Jewish ignorance ever in our history, especially in this country. But at the same time, we have some of the highest levels of education available for women in our times, after the Beis Yaakov movement and so on, even studying Talmud for women. So we live in a weird time. But your grandparents, your great-grandparents for sure wouldn't know how to list even these 6 sections. But Nashim, women, is the largest section, well, it's not the largest, I'm sorry, it's the largest section of the Talmud, not the largest of the Mishnah, but it's basically men trying to understand their relationship with women. So a lot of discussion of marriage, of divorce, of levirate marriage, like when someone, God forbid, dies childless and his wife then marries his brother, that kind of thing. Right after women, as the yeshiva joke goes, then you study damages. Okay, thank you for chuckling. It was a joke, right? Damages is perhaps the most classically studied part of the Talmud, and that deals with, the Reuven's goat ate the prized tomatoes of Shimon, but then tripped on his porch and broke his leg. So how much does Reuven have to pay Shimon for the tomatoes, and Shimon has to pay for the broken leg, and was the fence allowed the goat in? All these kinds of basically tort law, criminal law, that's dealt with in damages. The last 2 sections are deal primarily with the Talmudic, with the temple period, holy things, which deal with sacrificial law, and purities that deal with ritual purity for the purposes largely of temple worship. Those 2 sections are studied less than the others. Now, what's interesting about the Mishnah, among many things, is that Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, he didn't write it, he compiled it. He collected sayings for teachings from all the rabbis of his generation, writing them all down, and then he sifted through them, and he tried to determine, okay, which teachings are the best, which teachings are the most accurate, the most comprehensive, the most concise, and so on, and those he boiled down into the Mishnah. However, all those other teachings that either were inaccurate or were fragmentary or were misleading, he did not throw them away, because Judaism is inherently conservative. We don't like to throw too many things away. That's what my wife says about my desk drawer, that I hang on to things too long. So those extra bits of text were preserved in 2 distinct documents, the so-called Baraitot, which is an Aramaic phrase meaning outside. These are bits of Mishnaic teachings that didn't make the cut for the Mishnah itself, and also the Tosefta, or the additional texts. These are also teachings floating around in the time of the Mishnah, did not quite make them to the Mishnah, but we didn't throw them away. If you get a volume of the Talmud today, you'll see that the Tosefta is actually printed at the back of the Talmud in its entirety, of every tractate, but they're mixed into the Talmudic text itself. If you look at this diagram here, so the Talmud is made up of the following. It's made up of the Mishnah. It's a discussion of the Mishnah and the use of Tosefta and Baraitot to clarify the meaning of the Mishnah. When all these things are mixed together with a whole bunch of miscellany texts dealing with biographical stories, legends, recipes, folk stories, cures for diarrhea and all kinds of amazing things all buried into this document as a kind of a glue, then you have the Talmud. Ta-da! I actually like that. Can I show you that again? Let's do it again because the graphics are really fun. So you start out with the Mishnah, and then the rabbis, the Mishnah, by the way, is set to writing sometime around the year 200. So it's set to writing sometime around the year 200, and a lot of discussion is going on about it. And so those discussions that are recorded, and they are made up primarily of passages from the Tosefta and the Baraitot, challenging understandings of the Mishnah, debates around the Mishnah, and a lot of other miscellaneous stuff that takes up, I don't know, off the top of my head, maybe 25% of the Talmud is in the miscellaneous category. That altogether is what we know as the Talmud today. And this is basically Rav Shvira Gaon's description of how we got to where we are today, intellectually, through the passage of the writing of Mishnah, the additions to the Braitot, the Tosefta, miscellany, and then we get to this central document, which was basically set to the writing we have today sometime around the end of the 5th century. There's a certain amount of debate. We could go even a century either way. There were two versions of it. One that was brought together in northern Israel. It's called the Jerusalem Talmud, slight misnomer because it wasn't in Jerusalem, but nevertheless also called the Palestinian Talmud. And the more authoritative later recension of the Babylonians, that is the one more widely studied and is pictured here today. Okay, so this, why Babylon? This is getting to your question now. Here's a quick look at what happened to the Jews and why Babylon became the main center of the Jewish people during the centuries after the destruction of the Second Temple. Israel, of course, located here, and there was an exile in the 6th century BCE. So we're talking now about 600 years earlier. It was not a very deep exile. It didn't reach deep into the demographic pool of the Jewish people. It tended to exile primarily the leadership, but they were sent all the way out here to the Mesopotamian region, so-called Mesopotamians because it's from between the rivers, Potamos' rivers in Greek, the two very important rivers of the Euphrates and Tigris rivers that here take a lot of the silt from the mountainous regions here, and the rivers flow downward into the Persian Gulf, bringing regular flows of nitrogen-rich soil that once the Babylonians, already in the Assyrian period, learned how to create, the Sumerian period, learned how to create dams to control the flooding, this became like Silicon Valley of the ancient world because they had all of this new soil coming down every year. It was amazing for agriculture, and it created a replenishable, renewable resource that was a tremendous economic engine. So this is really a very, very wealthy area historically. This is where Abraham came from originally, and he wandered all the way over here to the only country in the Middle East without any natural reserves of oil. And then eventually the Jews went. That was a joke. No one caught it, right? Thank you, Escabel. Appreciate it. So the Jews during the first expulsion made their way over here, and there was not a long expulsion. It was less than a century that the Jews were forced to live there. And again, most Jews didn't even leave. Most Jews were still in Israel at that time. The leadership was over there. And then under Cyrus, they were allowed to return. Only a small minority returned to Israel. Most of them were very comfortable, thank you very much, in Babylon and decided to stay. So that means you have a strong diaspora community that had been in existence for 600 years, by the time you get to the destruction of the Second Temple. Again, if we think of our historical scope, right, here, Jews have been in America for a little more than 300 years. And, the idea of how cemented Jews are to this country, if you can imagine that our exile was twice that length, 600 years in Babylon, and it's a very, very ancient community. So it stands to reason that when the Jews were exiled the second time, in the first century, it was a natural destination. They knew that here in the lower Tigris-Euphrates River Valley, there are going to be Jewish establishments, Jewish settlements, and so gradually Jews made their way over there. There was also a movement along the coast of North Africa, across the Mediterranean to Italy itself, and eventually up into Spain. You already have Jewish populations in Spain by the 5th and 6th century, but the largest center was certainly in the well-established region of Babylon. Throughout the Talmudic period, and by that I mean the period between the Mishnah and, let's say, the closing of the Talmud, let's say at the outside about the year 600, there's a lot of description of Jews moving back and forth between these regions and a certain amount of friendly rivalry between them, but there's no question that the Mesopotamian River Valley was like the New York of those days. It was the major center of the Jewish people, demographically, intellectually, economically, if not necessarily spiritually. Okay, let's go on a little further. What can we say about these Jews in Babylon? As I mentioned, there's kind of an ongoing rivalry between them. When you read the Talmud, they speak about when he came over here, meaning like when there was a rabbi from Israel who came to Babylon, or vice versa. The Jerusalem Talmud talk about when they came by us, and they always have slight disdain for each other depending on the context. But at the same time, a huge symbiosis. The fact that there is, a traffic of scholars moving back and forth indicates that there's sufficient communities in both places. And I mentioned how they both wrote Talmuds, but the Jerusalem Talmud ultimately was eclipsed by the later Babylonian Talmud for many reasons. One of the most important is that the Babylonian Talmud was written later, so it was able to consult the opinions of the Jerusalem Talmud. Another is because the Jews of Israel found themselves under very different kind of leadership from the outside world, the Roman Empire, than they had in Babylon. And in some degree, the Babylonians had it much easier. They did not have, for example, the Christian interference with Jewish rituals and activities. The Jews in Babylon lived in various periods under the Sasanians, for example, and the influence of the Zoroastrian faith, which is seen in the Talmud occasionally, how Jews have to deal with it, but it was minor compared to what the Jews had to deal with in Israel. They also had a much stronger political system. They had an institution called the Exilarch, or the Reish Galuta, the head of the exile, which was occupied by someone who was descended from the line of David, the Davidic dynasty. And so they had a significant amount of self-rule, self-government in Babylon that they did not enjoy in Israel. Up until the 5th century, that's when they really established their primacy with the creation of the Talmud, one of the greatest literary achievements of the Jews ever. And they maintained that for another 500 years, but it was going to a steep decline by the time you get to Sharira Gaon, which takes us back to our main topic. Yes? No, please, go ahead.
I would explain that we knew that the 7th century Mishnah was emergency, and the Mishnah was written through the compilation of what was that there were the totals of the right of temple. So then sort of like it happens that the Talmud was written, according to written, it was written, but what does it mean that the Talmud was written?
That's an excellent question. I'm glad you asked, because I could feel myself as I was saying it, I was kind of rushing through it. Basically, it's like this. The Mishnah itself, hard to understand, right? It doesn't have clear direction in a lot of places. So rabbis would get together and they would argue about the Mishnah and argue and argue and argue. And these arguments, when they were really geschmack arguments, really good arguments, they would kind of remember the key points of the arguments. And somehow, over the course of centuries, these arguments were boiled down to the code words, or just little codified phrases. And then he said this, and you have to remember really what that all meant. And that was eventually all these memorized debates were then set to writing. And that set to writing debates is the Talmud. So good question. So it involves hundreds of rabbis, right? They're like, over the period of several centuries, there are lots of voices in the Talmud, hundreds of voices. And there's some debate as to exactly which rabbis were the people who closed the Talmud. The traditional view is Ravina and Ravashi. But there's a lot of debate over were they given that credit, and it really happened later, or it really happened earlier. But basically the story as given by Rav Shira Gaon is, they would memorize these debates, and then they finally said, let's set them down to writing, and that's the canonical text we have known as the Talmud. It's a long, extended debate on the meaning of the Mishnah, with lots of citations from the outside sources to try to bolster a point of view. But it most importantly reminds me of a joke. So I'll tell you this joke very quickly. So I mentioned how the arguments were codified, right? People are like rolling their eyes, but it's almost over. I have to say these jokes. Otherwise, I just go home and I feel very frustrated. So the joke goes like this. There are people in a prison who are living together for a long time, right? Of course, they're incarcerated. And they don't see other people until one day a new prisoner is put into the jail. And he sits down in the mess hall with them, and they're sitting and eating. And then one of the prisoners says, 52. The other prisoners all break out, 37. And then they all fall on the floor laughing. And this goes on for a while. So the new prisoner says, what's going on? And they say, well, you see, the thing is, we've been in prison together for so many years. We all know each other's jokes so well. We just say the number, and we remember the joke, and we laugh. Right? That's what we do. So he says, wow, that's great. Can I try it? And they say, sure, go ahead. So he's looking around at all the other prisoners at the table, and he says to them, 16. Stone-faced. He says, 22. No reaction. Finally, the guy leans over and just listening. He says, you're telling them all wrong. Right. Okay, so that's essentially like the Talmud is written, is all these really tightly coded phrases where if you just read it without the oral tradition, without a Masorah, without a rabbi, you would say, what could this possibly mean? Compounding this fact is the truism that the Talmud has no punctuation. So you don't even know with reliability when one phrase ends and the next one begins. It really takes a tremendous amount of highly specialized study, years of practice to be able to decode even a single page of the Talmud. Once you get it, once you can really do, let's say, I don't know off the top of my head, if you can learn 50 pages on your own, then you're pretty much well set to do the entire Talmud. But just learning those 50 pages may take you 5-6 years to learn how to do it. It's a very difficult process. Anyways, Shavira Gaon. So he was a Gaon in one of the prime cities of Babylon, the city of Pumbedita. There were about half a dozen cities that were especially important. Pumbedita was one of the two most important. The other was Sura, a certain amount of rivalry between those two cities. He got into a certain amount of trouble because he was the chief judge of the rabbinical court, and he did not agree that they should appoint Nehemiah to be the Gaon before him, and he refused to consent to the appointment of one Nehemiah. We don't know too much about the reasons for it, but based on his later activity, it appears that Nehemiah was perhaps responsible for not taking control of the situation and centralizing rule in Babylon and respect for Babylonian scholarship. So that got him into quite a bit of hot water in the year 960, but 8 years later, when Sharira was already a man of 70, Nehemiah passed away, and so the mantle of leadership fell onto Sharira Gaon at this time. And then he devoted the next 3 decades of his life, he lived an entire century, he devoted the next 3 decades of his life to specifically shoring up the reputation of Babylon, reaching out to far-flung communities throughout the Mediterranean basin, and making sure that they directed their questions to the yeshiva, the academy in Pumbedita. And it appears that many of the communities throughout the world felt that they were really lacking this leadership. They needed someone to stand up and say, yes, we have the answers, you can just send them to us and we will respond. And we will respond with sensitivity and understanding for your local conditions. And so there was a huge surge of response and popularity under his rule. He also took the the distant leaders to task, saying that, why are you disdaining this place where we've built up so many hundreds of years of education? Why are you simply ignoring us? You should definitely show your allegiance intellectually to Babylon. And it made a tremendous difference for at least another century. His literary achievements are similarly long-lasting. We've spent the better part of the hour talking about the so-called Igeret, or letter, which is just one of his teshuvot. And in fact, together with his son Haigaon, who also was an extremely powerful leader, they authored about half of all of the teshuvot that exist in the Gaonic period, which means for about 400 years, half of all of these responses come from either Shrira or his son Haigaon. A tremendous number of responses. If you can imagine, he's sitting at his desk getting these letters every day, writing out by hand his detailed analytical comments based on his knowledge of the Talmud, sending them out. It was incredibly important. It was like, well, I won't give a trite answer. We know that he wrote a biblical commentary. It is no longer extant, but it is referred to by other writers from the period. And we know we have some pieces of a massive Talmudic commentary that unfortunately has not survived as well. And finally, he wrote a book called Megillat Sikarim, which appears to be a commentary on the non-legal aspects of the Talmud. Unfortunately, that text is lost. The most famous of his texts is this Igeret, where we learn almost everything we know about Shrira Gaon and some of his contemporaries. In his life, however, despite the tremendous burdens he took upon himself, it would not be tranquil. In the year 998, some of his rivals, perhaps, we don't know the nature of the controversy, it's not recorded in the historical accounts of that time, but apparently some of his rivals denounced him to the caliph. And you get a sense of the tenuous situation of the Jewish leadership, because ultimately we were a minority within a country, and even though we would have significant self-rule and self-government, still we had to answer to the secular authorities. And so the caliph of the time arrested Shrira and his son, who was then the head of the court, and imprisoned him for almost a full year. He was eventually released, apparently acquitted of all charges, but by that point, again, remember, he's a very elderly man at this point, his health was ruined, and he appointed his new son, Haigaon, who was also an elderly man at this point as well. He's already in his 70s, if I'm not mistaken. So he stepped down from his position in favor of his son at that time. So to speak to his legacy, we can evaluate it in many different ways. One way to be sure is that he really consolidated for a millennium the centrality of the Talmud, explaining directly how it flowed from the Mishnah. He upheld the value of the Mishnah as a central text in the Pharisaic tradition that we have today as the rabbinic tradition. And the study of the Talmud was, enshrined as the central activity of Jews intellectually for the next 1,000 years. As you can see in this picture here, which is from the last Siyam HaShas, which was a year ago, August, if I'm not mistaken, where they had 70,000 Jews in the MetLife Auditorium alone, celebrating the completion of the Talmud, which is something that is unprecedented since Babylonian times, perhaps even before Babylonian times. It's rather an amazing thing. And there were no fistfights or anything in the entire... Okay, thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Secondly, his activity in the composition of Teshuvah literature was extremely important in creating a body of legal documentation that became a corpus for future law, and his general adherence to the notion of the validity of the oral Torah and the binding nature it had upon Jews was something that reverberated throughout the centuries following his demise. So as always, I thank you for your patience and your indulgence. Thank you for your attention. Next week, we're going to stay in the Gaonate, and we're going to look at Saadia Gaon, also an extremely important leader of one of the academies, an extremely important philosophical leader as well. So we'll look at some of his specific ideas. But the big difference will be under Saadia, we'll talk a lot more about the influence of Islam on Judaism and vice versa. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yo, when are you gonna join my Discord? I'm watching Jewish history lectures, but you can see me better from there. Oh, I wish. Thanks, sweetheart. Okay, well, I don't make fun of the way you look. That's okay. We all have to whore ourselves out one way or another. Why don't you come to my Discord? My Discord is discord.me/rabbi. Discord.me/rabbi. The link's there. Sure, absolutely. Just into a browser, type Discord, DISCORD. Yeah, you are. Me, like ME, / That's absolutely fine. So it's /rabbi. So it's discord.me / it's it's above the question mark, or it's below the question mark. At least on mine. Okay, just it's slash. You know what slash is, right? Okay, so it's discord.me/rabbi. RABBI. No, rabbi. It's in my profile. If you just go to my profile, if you go to my profile, there's a link. You just click the link. Yeah, I'm actually a woman defined by the state of California. It's on my ID. All right, come to the Discord. I can hear you better there. I can tell you all about my project. Okay, well, I could tell you what I do here, but you're not going to see it as well. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic. That's more than 3.5 years of content. I am live right now on 22 different YouTube streams. I have more data than any person in global history. And what does that mean for you? Data, according to Economist magazine, is Earth's #1 resource. And that may make me, I have more data archived than any person ever, and that may make me an influential person. And if that happens, I'm going to help you. I'm going to help all your friends and family become financially independent if you're not already, to create generational wealth if you don't already have it, and to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I think so too. Yeah, I've been live for 3.5 years on the internet. I do it on stream. So I would say yes, but a lot of my content gets banned because that's against the terms. So a lot of times I'll just put that on a GoPro. No, I understand you won't say anything. I understand. You can hear me queef. Oh, it'll come. Don't worry. And when I do it, I lift my leg like I'm some type of military weapon, and then just let it fire. I recognize that. Yeah, so come to my Discord. It's amazing. I got some other people here. We're watching Jewish history lectures. It's pretty amazing. We are. Yeah, I recognize that. And perhaps someday you can. I've had fans visit me from as far away as 8 hours, so you wouldn't be the first. Yeah, I do whatever they want. Okay, well, there you go. Excellent. Make sure to have your permission slip signed. What'd you say? You have to be 18 years old to be in my Discord, and please be 18 to be here. That's great. So, are you gonna come to my Discord? I know I sound like the person with the white van. Okay, excellent. Ju- Just there's a link in my profile. Just click the link in my profile. I wish, yeah, absolutely. Tell everybody you know about it. This is the biggest event in global history. The reason why it's the biggest event in global history is because data is Earth's number one resource. This is essentially a time capsule of human history. It goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Absolutely. You're live on 22 different YouTube streams right now. Yeah, I mean you're on a phone and yeah, YouTube can hear you. YouTube says hello. Oh, tens of thousands perhaps. That's amazing. That's absolutely right. I'm a lesbian. Well, you're only watching me on one of my streams. I'm live. You're only watching me on one of my streams. I'm live on many different streams, and I have people. The place where most people watch me is on Discord. I have right now like 8 people in one Discord, another 3 people in another Discord, another 17 people in another Discord, another 3 people in another Discord. No, I have people who can talk to me in Discord. Come to my Discord. Okay, that's cool. Okay, who uses Discord for work? It is weird. Yeah, where you work, they're really cheap. Everybody uses Teams or Zoom. Yeah. Mine? Yeah. I mean, I also have a. I mean, when I have a career as a certified project management professional, and we use Teams. Yeah, and on Telegram and on Discord. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's worth $100 million. It's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. Oh, perhaps I'm doing it right now. I like you all. You guys were here earlier, and I ignored you. But now we're becoming friends, so I guess I can't ignore you. $100. Yes, you are. No, I don't want to sell individuals. I just want to sell my data. Data is Earth's number one resource, according to The Economist magazine. In 2018, data overtook petroleum. So basically, Basically, I'm sitting on a gold mine, and it's just a matter of time until people see me. I blow up. Go ahead. You sound like a robot. Well, that very well may be. Word. It is. It's bigger than World War II. It's bigger than World War II and World War One combined. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is bigger than the founding of Israel. This is bigger than the Vietnam War. This is bigger than the War on Terror. This is essentially a time capsule of global history. Perhaps, yeah. This is bigger than the Bible. This is bigger than the Epic of Gilgamesh. Oh, I don't want to. I don't want to do either. No, I don't want to do either. I don't want to reinstate slavery, and I don't want to end this live stream. What about Burj Khalifa? Um, I'm a fan of all people. I want world peace. Yes. Oh, Nika, how you living, girl? So, Nika, we love you. Hunika, do you have any cryptocurrency that you want to give these friends? Oh, fuck yeah. Please do. Knock yourself out. Depending on the song. Yeah, I do. My name is Karaoke King 0000. Word. You got it. Yes. Yo, you want to sing? We can sing together. Okay, I've got my device. Okay, just for a moment. We'll get something going. But I record these. I record these on Instagram. So just a moment. I have to pull it up on Instagram. What music do you guys like? I do too. Do you wade in the water? Hey, do you like Prince? Yo, I just asked you a question. Do you like Prince? Do you know the song Raspberry Beret by Prince? You want to sing Beyonce? Fuck yeah, I know Beyonce. Word. I don't know if that's one of my big ones that I know. Do you know the Beatles? Do you know the Beatles? Okay, well then, if you don't know the Beatles, then we have to introduce you to the Beatles. So no, I don't think they're gonna touch you. All right, so this is the Beatles, but when I sing, I also do like I like pretend like I'm playing a guitar. So here we go, and this is live on Instagram as well. All right, and a one, and a two, and a 1, 2, 3. Well, shake it up, baby, now shake it up, baby. Twist and shout, twist and shout. Come on, come on, come on, come on, baby. Now come on, babe. Come on and work it on out. Work it on out, well, work it on out, and work it on out. You know you look so good, look so good. Come on and get to me going. Now got me going, just like I knew you would. Like I knew you would. Ooh, shake it up, baby. Now shake it up, baby. Twist and shout. Twist and shout. Come on, come on, come on, come on, baby. Now come on, baby. Come on and work it on out. Work it on out. Twist a little girl. Twist a little girl. You know you twist so fine. Twist so fine. Come on and twist a little closer. Now twist a little closer. And let me know that you're mine. Let me know you're mine. Ooh. Here's my guitar solo. Shout out to everybody in the world. Shout out to my friends in Twitter Spaces. Shout out to the LGBTQ plus community. Shout out to everybody who loves peace. Knock yourself out. You're up next. Sing WAP. Sing WAP. Yeah, I said yeah. There you go. I like that song. better than yours, I can teach you. But I have to try my milkshake. Things are the best of the young and their life. It's better than yours, damn right. It's better than yours, I can teach you. But I have to try. La 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 la. La 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 la. The boys are ringing. La 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 la. Take things all the boys to the it's better than yours. It's better than yours. I can teach you. I can teach you. Beautiful. You're not alone. Yeah, you heard me. I'm extra, baby. All right, who's up next? Oh, we're ready.
date back to this period of time. The early Zionists were unable to come to terms with the actual picture of what a state of Israel would look like. But many Jews were struggling to emigrate to Israel and to create a homeland there. Thirdly, and in the text of this photograph, you have Jews who say, no, all of this is wrong-headed. Moving to America is simply going to transfer our problems to another land. Moving to Israel is also going to repeat the problems, although most likely going to get in conflict with the Arabs, which turned out to be present. They said that rather than trying to duplicate our problems elsewhere, we should fundamentally change the society in which we live. And that is various forms of socialism. Either a radical form of socialism, such as communism, in which many Jews participate, or if you will, more commonly, some more moderate forms of socialism, such as nationalism. The Jews are very much caught up in this anti-clerical movement of changing society on a very basic level of socialism. Finally, on a smaller scale, a movement known as diaspora nationalism, which said that Jews should strive to develop cultural rights enshrined in a state constitution within the countries in which they live. This was a movement spearheaded by the historian Shimon Peres, who argued that really what Jews should do is that they should.
Yeah, I know we're watching. I know we're watching Jewish history lectures.
Representation in the overall government of Poland or Federated Russia or whichever country would have. Several countries actually did attempt this to one degree or another during the interwar period, including the Soviet Ukraine. Poland had a version of it. Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia had the most extensive version of the They were not especially successful in Eastern Europe, but the United Jewish Appeal and the Federation movement in this country is broadly speaking modeled on the diaspora nationalism model. One of the significant exceptions, though, is to note that in the case of the diaspora nationalists, taxation of Jews would be mandatory. That is, every Jew would be required to pay a special tax to the Jewish government in order to maintain their own Jewish services. We don't have such a mandatory tax in America. For those of you who are on the DAA mailing list, you know that the only way to avoid their annual fundraising phone calls is the FBI Witness Protection Program. And finally, on a somewhat smaller scale, but definitely very present at the time, and really only reached its stride after the war, was a renewed traditionalism, a movement of ultra-orthodoxy that finds its expression in the party of Mizrahi Israel, that is saying that all of these various secular movements are very wrong, they're taking Jews in the wrong direction. It's important to get back to the sources in a much more fundamental way. These are the kind of intellectual occurrence in which Singer found himself swimming, and which Singer found himself being defined as a young thinker of the time. We should also spend a little bit of time thinking about the language question, because this was perhaps the single most important question of modern Jews at the time. Which language should Jews express their culture? There are those who would argue, for example, that they say, what's the question? We've been expressing ourselves in literary rabbinic Hebrew for so long, and when we want to say something valuable, we say it in rabbinic Hebrew. Of course, if you want to write a secular novel, you shouldn't write it in rabbinic Hebrew. It's the holy language. So
I'll be right back.
write a secular novel. This, of course, is the opinion of the traditionalists who want to go back to scripture. Then you have others who say we should be using Hebrew, but we should be conforming to the modern literary standard of Hebrew, which then evolving and eventually becomes the vernacular of Israel, and we should write in this modern, forward-looking kind of language, and we should train all Jews to speak this language. Actually, one of the most amazing things of the 20th century was the resurrection of this language, which has not been spoken in 2,000 years. In Eastern Europe, 97% of the population in the late 19th century used Yiddish as their mother tongue. And Yiddish, those who are not familiar with the novel, is basically a medieval German dialect in the 15th century that is written in Hebrew characters. And it's very, very strong influence of hybrid terms that are absorbed in the language, Hebrew, Aramaic, a romance in Latin, things like that are found in Yiddish. I have, for example, in my office at work, a Yiddish dictionary published in America at the turn of the century, which has the ancient Yiddish term, sonafagon, written in one word, sonafagon. It's incredible language, honestly, but you realize that really until the last quarter of the 19th century, it was not considered a real language even by the people speakers. It was like the literal term for it was jargon. A jargon was considered a ghetto language. People were kind of like ebonics. People didn't take it seriously. It was only the last quarter of the 19th century, that people like Shalom Aleichem, later good mom and parents, and of course Singer, writing in this old language and elevating it to a literary standard. The fact that it can go from being not considered a language to winning the Nobel Prize in about 100 years is rather amazing. So Singer's choice on Yiddish, when I grew up, one last choice, and that is simply to abandon have Jews write in the vernacular, Polish, Russian, in this country, English. That was also a possible choice. All of these linguistic choices represented distinct ideological positions. Singer chose to write in the vernacular. Singer chose to emulate the dark masses, as it were, but it becomes more complicated because when he comes to America, he adopted a sort of writing style that some scholars have called super edit, in which he would write a very quick first draft in English, often publish it as a short story in the forward, very important and then he would have multiple translators, sometimes translators who did not know Yiddish, working in serial form, he would oversee the process to translate Yiddish to English. And in English, that's when we would really make a big difference. When it comes to adoption, recognize this company, then you would sell a lot of copies. Yiddish was in English his first draft. But incidentally, scholars who disagree that Singer really should be the recipient of the Nobel Prize hold this against him. They say that he really didn't take Yiddish seriously. He wrote it because that was his most favorite language, but really the serious part was the English. Scholars, literary scholars today, perhaps just to mention one small last detail about the Yiddish language in this context. Yiddish itself was undergoing tremendous change. And the Soviet Union, across the border from where Singer was living at the time, in the 1920s, the Soviet Union officially sponsored Yiddish language and literature, and argued that Jews should be writing in the slave language because it represented the authentic spirit of the people and should be brought into harmony with Soviet goals. However, the Soviets interfered dramatically with the language, not only in terms of content, but acquiring many stories and points of socialist realism, a rather dull form of solidarity, but also even things such as the alphabet. Hebrew, which is the basic alphabet of Yiddish, has, for example, 5 final forms. That is, there's on the alphabet of 22 letters. There are 5 that, if they are written at the end of the word, then they're written slightly different. This sounds confusing, and really good, because in English we have 26 alternate forms, which are the capital letters. So just think of capital letters except at the end of the word, and only 5 of those letters, not all 22. So the Soviets said, you know what? This is too complicated. It's too hard for proletarians to learn this. And therefore, they made those 5 letters available. If you attempted to publish a book with one of those 5 letters, you would be sent to Siberia to go books. For those of you who may have some fluency with Yiddish, Yiddish is about 15% Hebrew or Aramaic. That is the standard literary Lithuanian Yiddish. And so many terms have a religious connotation or a biblical connotation that the Soviets didn't want to include in their Soviet Yiddish. One of those classic terms you may have heard is kaleh, which means, of course, friend or colleague, or in the Russian context, tоварищ, comrade. So how can you get the word comrade out of Soviet Yiddish? You know what I mean? We took this word, which is a word in the heads of people who don't know Yiddish, but the word is spelled And they spelled it phonetically, Aleph, Vav, Vav, Ayin, Resh. It's a two-letter word. It took 6 letters to spell it, and only one of the 6 is the same letters as the 3 letters. Tremendous difference in language. Give your sense of how we call it.
This prohibition by the Soviet on the language.
Well, it begins with the Soviet era in 1933 and extends until 1938. It really applied to many of the non-Russian languages. Ukrainians, for example, the letter G was made illegal.
What's exactly? I
All the G.
including the type of Rachmaninoff, then go back to older languages because of all the trouble. And the Rachmaninoff soul, his music was could express himself in the language of his loyal and his family. And he lost the album a country of
Soviet nationality
I'm a student of Rachmaninoff.
all I have to mention is the letter G was illegal. Any other questions before I go? Yes. He lost his hair very early on in his youth. I feel bad. We have only picture of a singer with hair. We have a picture. He looks better without hair. It's just kind of so early. I'm talking about early. But he lost his hair very young. This is also the only picture of a singer that we know about. Sure. I have a feeling there are many other circulations, but not in public. Okay, last question. Well, we have data from the 1897 census. The Polish censuses that are taken later are highly questionable and they're really bothersome. But take 1897 as a benchmark. Literacy, that is full literacy, being able to read, write, and is 60%. It is quite a bit higher than the surrounding peasantry. But I personally consider it rather low. I have a feeling that literacy is actually lower the threshold of literacy. Like maybe people be able to see, let's say, the Bible and translate that they put away in the prayer book. I think we're probably over 85. What is also interesting is that women had a much higher ratio of literacy to men than the surrounding world. That's something like 45% literacy. Let's go on. Singers in Council America. Singer leaves this incredibly active, Yiddish, secular, vibrant culture come to America. Large, in fact, commences the publication of his first book, Sultan, only a month when he comes over this country. But he largely comes because of the political pressures, the authoritarian nature of the Polish government, and the increasing threats from Germany, the increasingly difficult economic situation. All of these things really push him towards America, where his elder brother has already settled. Here in America, he is incredibly disappointed. The vibrancy of American culture, the intellectuals of American culture, really leads him to fail. There is simply no comparison. His leadership is much smaller than America. He's not yet no leadership. This is one of the more valuable documents we have to get to research. This is a page from one of his diaries from that time, where he was teaching himself English. You can see he was selected a few words that he found ideas of exploration. We usually have 2 or 3 PhD dissertations in our archives for scholars to study. But in America, his leadership was essentially a small group of Jews who continued to be in the British West, and he was reduced to eking out a living, writing a whole host of small articles like why people need to other people, really basic pop psychology kind of articles. Presented this briefly. He had incidentally left behind the romantic attraction to romance in the next slide, but he abandoned a wife and child, well, a common wife and child in Poland, and actually was quite estranged from the child until many years later when they finally met and ended up, of course, becoming completely translated to the mother of Israel. And he was really infatuated in America for the first 6 years of his life until he finally met Alma Watson, who left her own prosperous husband and her own children, basically, to be with Singer. And Singer had this kind of magnetic ability that lasted right up until the 70s. And Alma remained his life partner, tolerating his negative stories of theirs, and mainly living throughout. In fact, for several decades, he was still in Congress. She worked at Lord Taylor's and various other department stores as for example, Lord Taylor's. She was a glove salesperson. She supported Singer all the time as he was hanging out from cafes and working on albums for but here in America, we found there was no audience for his ideas. But he was fascinated with a couple aspects of American art. First of all, he was absolutely taken with the big liberation of American culture. You have to remember, if you're living in the shtetl, if you choose to lead a secular identity, you are immediately shifted into the secular Jewish people, or as they would use in some Yiddish, the accursed, the heretics. They're really the Epicureans, but the earliest heretics associated with the Judean movement, kind of like a quasi it's a very rough. Or you would be one of the Semites, or you would be one of the Agnostics. There was really no anonymous Jewish identity possible to check it, because everybody was inside everybody else's business on a very personal level. We're talking about a town, population 8,000, 5,000 Jews. Everybody knows everybody. Everybody marries America. It was a possibility to totally reinvent.
Hello.
And in particular, Singer loved the sexual appearances. Singer, again, remember, was already in his 60s when the sexual revolution comes, but he goes right into that stride in a very good way. One of his favorite places to publish was Playboy magazine. And he explored sexuality in a very, very profound way in his writings, as we shall explore. In this context, mention one of the more amazing things we have in the year collection. What we have at our library, we did buy some furniture from his Manhattan apartment early on after his death in 1991. But then, of course, he had moved to Miami Beach and he lived there for the last years of his life. And after his death, his son and several executives came and they picked over most of his papers, some of which they collected and sold to the University of Texas. But whatever they left behind was eventually left over to his wife and then their caretaker, a woman named Alma. At any rate, this caretaker eventually donated these materials to Rabbi. Including those materials were shelves upon shelves of translations of Singer into foreign languages, Norwegian, Japanese, Spanish, after he went to Nobel Prize, his wife translated off. And people really didn't want to bother taking 12 copies of Enemies of Love Story in Polish. So we got these books, and like good librarians, we started cataloging multiple copies, and all of a sudden, this personal correspondence started falling out. And we discovered for example, writes in one of his stories, a letter writer. He writes about an insistent lover who sends the hero of the story his love notes on little blue note cards. We have in our collection little blue note cards, lots of love in them, addressed to someone. Another example, somewhat more graphic. One of the women in these letters, they say, it's a left, just kind of the names of Yitzchak and Isaac. I want to say something like, I want to be your animal, I want to be milked by you again. In his children's stories, Lots of the Goat, he describes how this young boy who adopts a goat falls into bed with the goat and begins to drink milk directly from the others. And he says that at first Lata was a little uncomfortable, but then she got used to it and she rather liked it. There are many, many examples of how you read these letters carefully and then you compare them with Singer's writing. Definitely was a highly autobiographical.
Is my dears.
There is a scholar in Boca, a local journalist in Spiro, who's currently working with these documents in Polish and in Yiddish and English, and based more public research of this nature in the next little while. Now, I want to return to this idea that I mentioned earlier on about Singer's relationship to the shtetl. And I mentioned that there's really these two ways that Singer looks at the shtetl. There is a nostalgic approach to shtetl and also a devotion to the shtetl. This, by the way, is one of the last photographs of Singer taken in the shtetl in Poland. He's walking with his first cousin and erstwhile lover, Esther, and just about to make his journey to America. He is obviously fascinated with the shtetl. He barely writes in any other setting, although towards the end it's like he did set several stories in Manhattan and in Miami Beach. But even then, his characters are usually survivors of the Holocaust or people who have connections to the shtetl. Ex-shtetl to the second generation shtetl. What his nostalgia for the shtetl is his unbridled admiration for the simplicity of shtetl life. Its uncomplicated nature, its piety, its very limited technology, remarkably shallow gaps. These kinds of things really appeal to Singer, and they come through in his writings. On the other hand, he carries with him a revulsion at the shtetl at the same time. Piety is often shown as falsified, as hypocrisy. He's taken with the very negative artificial social structures based on only small differences in class or religious outlook, the stifling atmosphere of the shtetl, the social controls. He carried both of these ideas, the nostalgia and the repulsion, into his writings in a very clear manner. One of the ways in which it's seen perhaps most exclusively is the idea of sectionist shtetl, which by the way I borrowed from the title of the New York Times book. I thought I had thought of this title myself until I looked over my papers for this lecture and I came across this book. Now, Singer was resented by many Yiddish language specialists because he was referred to as a pornographer. There's no question that he is certainly the most explicit of all Yiddish slaughtering her. And it gets to the point where she ends up slaughtering him as well, which renders the reputation of the original slaughterer, disreputable, and they end up describing the scene in which they both slaughter a cow, blood spreads all over the barn, and then they strip naked and make love on the blood-soaked straw. So you can see why many purists who are reading Shalom Fiddler on the Roof is an adaptation of Shalom we find this deeply offensive, not a clear representation of culture. What is interesting about the singer in this context, though, is that really what he is exploring is the nature of hara, the desire to very basic idea in computer psychology, these notions that every person has within them simultaneously a desire to be evil and a desire to be good. So you're fascinated with all kinds of elements in which people are tempted to do the wrong thing. He questions the theology of eternal punishment for people who engage in doing the wrong thing. He is fascinated with the darker side of human nature. Let's take one example of the Tool. One of his more famous stories, it was one of the first that was translated into English in 1952 by none other than Saul Bellow at the insistence of the great writer Tim Powell. His Gimple the Tool is a story about a man, actually the Yiddish title is more for us today, Gimple Tom. That's where Tom in Hebrew Yiddish means not just foolish, it means simple or innocent as well. For example, of the four sons, there is a single son, and that's the benefit Tom. He's not assuming that. So the story with Tim the Fool is he's not very intelligent. Everyone in town makes fun of him, and gives him all kinds of urban legends which he believes. And they eventually set him up with a woman who refuses to sleep with him, never consummates the marriage, but she has relations with several other men in the family. And then she convinces him that each one of their children isn't dead. And Gimel goes along and believes it. So finally, there's a dramatic moment when, on her deathbed, his wife explains to him that it's all been a lie, not that the children are his, and she laughs at him with a dying breath. Gimel, at that point, is met by a demon, very common characters in his life, who convinces him you have to take revenge on the demon. And so Gimel moves the baker, goes, and he urinates in the dough, and he makes up robes for the entire community. That night, he has extreme regret. His dead wife visits him in the dream, says, "Oh no, you've come eternally for it," and he ends up with a rare moment of redemption. It doesn't happen in the story, especially for adults. He takes those robes that have been contaminated and he decides to bury them. And he doesn't serve them to the population. And then he goes and they wonder. Singer's fascination with doing the wrong thing, the step hara, infidelity, the dark side of the life. Now, moving towards the conclusion here, like I'm moving past 45 minutes to another people, pick up more slides I can make it out of one small note, I think that's much more provided as the approach singer in the Kabbalah. This is not a contemporary illustration of singer in the Kabbalah, but there's no question the Kabbalah deeply informs singers' writing. There are widely calculated demons, imps, shaded, all kinds of Kabbalistic creatures that usually are there for evil purposes. Succubuses and incubuses, all kinds of things like that are all over in the story. In fact, he once said that he never intends to write a story about demons, he always seems to pop up in it. So we wonder, however, it should be known that Singer was not in any way a sophisticated novelist. Really, he had what I might want to call kitchen Kabbalah, or maybe you can call it Kabbalah for dummies. Not that that's an unpopular thing nowadays. But I don't know this. who might say, you know, 2 to 2, and you have to worry about the house. This is essentially this cabal. It's not a complex Urianic cabal where you wouldn't know what to do with this type of cabal. It's kind of like this simplistic cabal. For American audiences, it generally sounds like two more slides, and then this one and then we'll start then? Okay. All right. Okay. Welcome, everyone. A couple of announcements before we get to the actual material. First of all, I have an apology. We have no PowerPoint today. We're going to do an audio-visual presentation minus the video. I'm going to be the audio, and that's it. And the reason for that is that my daughter, Aliza, is with my wife and daughter, Danette Malka, at the Shari Bina production tonight, which is the big hoo-ha. My computer to the projector in the back of the car, which they took. So not only, by the way, do we not have video, even more seriously, we don't have Aliza, because she's going to be dancing and singing on stage. So we're going to be missing her. Yeah, we couldn't see it anyway. So I'm going to, unfortunately, I'm just going to have to do this with my, how are you? Nice to see you again. I'm just going to do the audio myself, and the visual. I have a great PowerPoint. Albert Einstein was perhaps one of the most photographed Jews, if not human beings, in the 20th century. So there's lots of great photographs. I'll just have to show them to you. Just integrate my PowerPoint into the presentation, so we'll have it there, and that's fine. Let me start with the joke then. And I'm a little hesitant to tell this joke. I'm not quite sure it's really appropriate, but I've already started. It goes like this. The timing, right? I got to remember this. So this, it's 1930s Germany. A lot of the material that we'll discuss today deals with the pre-war period, and so it's relevant to our topic. And two Jews are walking down the street in interwar Berlin, and they are walking past an institution, and there's a big sign out front that says, 1,000 Deutschmarks for any Jew who converts to Christianity. And the two Jews look at the sign, and one of them says, you know what? 1,000 Deutschmarks sounds like a good deal. I'm going to go do it. And he says, are you crazy? Look, 1,000 Deutschmarks. It's worthwhile. So he says, okay. So he goes in. His friends waits for him outside. He's outside for about half an hour, and then his friend returns from the inside the building. And the guy says to him, so new? Did you do it? Did you get 1,000 Deutschmarks? And his friend looks at him and says, what is it with you people? Right. Okay, all right. So I get the timing right there, John? A little better. I'm working on it. Maybe by the third time I tell the joke will work. Anyways, tonight's topic is Albert Einstein, time, space, and the Jewish people. Fascinating life with tremendous implications not only for Jews and Jewish history, but really for world history. As another joke goes, which is definitely not appropriate, but once again, I'll start telling it anyways, there were 4 people who changed the modern world more than anyone else. First of all, Einstein. In the world of physics, in our understanding of the fabric of the universe, phenomenal change in the world. Secondly, Freud, our understanding of the internal workings of our personality, the development of the subconscious, the discovery of the subconscious, things like that, incredible, changed so much. Marx, our entire political system changed as a result. The development of socialism, communism, huge changes in the world as well. And finally, Darwin, who, creator of the theory of evolution, the ascent of man, origins of humanity, and so on. And the joke goes that 3 of them were Jewish, and 1 of them was wrong. Okay, there is some scattered laughter in the background. Okay, so we're going to look at one of those 4 individuals, Einstein, today. Fascinating individual. He was, as I mentioned, he created some fundamental changes in our understanding of time and space, quite literally, associated with both the special and the general theories of relativity, which still have tremendous implications for our current technology today. Even our cell phones are based on his theories of relativity. He was an ardent believer in God, a very, very deep theist, and in fact, he frequently invoked the name of God. He called him Der Alter, the Old One, the Ancient One, and God really suffused everything that he did. However, his vision of God was not one that we would recognize as a typically Jewish God. He was more of a deist, as we shall indicate later. He was a passionate humanist with a great love for all people, but not necessarily for individuals in his own family and his own immediate circle, as we shall see. He was an anti-nationalist, believing that militarism and nationalism in general are very pernicious phenomena, but at the same time he became a Zionist and was in fact asked to take the position of the presidency of the State of Israel. A man of tremendous contradictions. Finally, he was a pronounced pacifist, but at the same time, he was very intimately involved in the process that led to the creation of the world's most destructive weapon, the bomb. So he's a man of many contradictions that hopefully we'll explore over the next 50 minutes or so as we look at his life and his works. I have some great photographs. I wish I could show them to you. As you'll see it when you view the Torah Cafe version online. Oh, and by the way, the flyers that we've handed out, when we make changes to the schedule, like the different time for tonight and things like that, it's really helpful if you signed up on the website. Just go to the website that's in the flyer there, and you can get free notices of when the classes start, if they're changing, and get PowerPoints or whatever kinds of things that you find useful. So please do sign up. My disclaimer for today's talk is that I am basing virtually everything I'm going to say today on the work of Walter Isaacson, who wrote a phenomenal biography on Einstein entitled Einstein, His Life and Universe, published by Simon & Schuster in 2007. It's a massive book, 675 odd pages plus notes, and I found it extremely entertaining. He's also famous for writing, among other things, the biography of Steve Jobs and Benjamin Franklin. So pretty much everything that I say here today is going to be based on this one big book. It's going to be a book review. If those of you who are watching on the internet are looking for something strikingly new and original, this is not going to be the place to find it, but I'll try to provide a summary of what I think are most relevant for our purposes here. In the fact of interpretation are my own. I don't want to put all of my mistakes onto Mr. Isaacson's distinguished work. So, to begin, his family are typical German Jews named Hermann and Pauline Einstein. They came from a commercial background. The father had a pretty strong electrification projects that were going on at the turn of the century, the few decades before the turn of the century as well. His mother came from a wealthier family. Einstein's grandfather was a grain merchant. Basically, Einstein, when he grew up, he followed his parents around much of Europe as his father got various contracts to create electrification projects for various cities and suburbs and individual projects around Italy and Germany in particular. He was not hugely successful, and in fact they had many serious business reversals, so much so that young Einstein often tried to persuade his father to quit his own small business and simply get a job earning a salary, because that would be much more stable for him. Ultimately, that's what ended up happening to his father, but it was a way in which young Einstein was able to get some glimpse of the mechanical workings of things like power, magnetism, and so on. Einstein himself was born in 1879. He had a single sibling named Maria, who was called Maya for short, and she was born in 1881. They were very close throughout their life. As you can tell from his sister's name, Maria, not a typical Jewish name, although quite often a lot of Jews use, Diminutives. Even Mushka is a diminutive of Mary, of Maria. But nevertheless, his family provided him with a very, very, very limited Jewish education. His early years were spent in a Munich suburb, and he received no formal Jewish education. His father felt that Jewish rituals were essentially ancient superstitions. They placed no truck with traditional Judaism whatsoever. He attended a Catholic primary school in which there were 70 students in his class, and he was the only Jewish child there. And so, because religious instruction was mandatory in Germany, he received traditional Catholic instruction in school. And in fact, he excelled in that subject. He ended up tutoring his peers in Catholicism. This went on until he moved up to a higher school, and at a higher level school, they had many more Jewish students, and so the state provided a Jewish instructor for those students specifically. And I'll tell you about that in a second. What's interesting to note from the Jewish perspective is that Einstein spoke about his early Jewish experiences, and he felt that the teachers were really quite fine. The teachers showed no animosity toward him whatsoever. However, from an early age, he found he had to fend off the violent advances of many anti-Semitic peers, and he remembers many a time walking home from school being accosted by bullies and thugs who gave him a hard time because he was Jewish. I myself find a certain amount of affinity for that because I also grew up in an environment where there were no other Jewish families. I was the only Jewish child in town, and I had my share of fisticuffs with some of my peers. At age 9, that's when he went to the Luitpold Gymnasium, and there he received his first formal Jewish education, and he actually went overboard. And to use the term that my students use, he flipped out for a brief period of time before his bar mitzvah. Much to his parents' dismay, he actually observed Shabbos, and he kept kosher, and he was even known for composing small prayers, hymns that he would make up on his way to school and back and forth. And he was really intensely religious for a brief period of time in his early life. What ended up happening, though, is that, and this is ironically the way these things go, he read a popular science article that, in a very pious kind of way, tried to demonstrate that science and religion were compatible. And so he was so unconvinced by the arguments advanced by this well-meaning pious author that he decided to abandon religion altogether, and for the rest of his life he had quite an allergy to any kind of organized religious activity of any stripe. Nevertheless, I have great pictures here of him as a young boy, but we'll have to skip that for now. There were no real strong indications that he was a genius when he was a child. In fact, there were more indications that he was somewhat slow. His parents actually took him to doctors to try to determine if there was anything wrong with their young child. He didn't speak until he was 2 years old, and he had a very strange form of echolalia, where he would rehearse whatever he wanted to say quietly to himself, as it were, whispering to himself his tentative statements, and then he would repeat them for public consumption. And this was something that he retained, by the way, right until the end of his life, where he would tend to either rehearse or repeat things that he would hear, especially if they were phrases that he found appealing on a phonetic, and this persisted right through to his old age, which in a young child, many people thought that this was somehow an indication that he was perhaps mentally retarded or something like that, because he kept on practicing what he was going to say before he actually said it. There was a turning point when he was bedridden with a childhood illness at one point, and his father gave him a small gift to amuse him while he's lying in bed, a gift of a compass that absolutely fascinated young Einstein, and in fact it influenced his thought for the rest of his life, because he was completely fascinated with the idea that there was a magnetic field that could somehow invisibly interact with material objects. The needle, of course, in the compass, and fields became a very major aspect of his thought. very important in his general theory of relativity and in other areas. He also gained early on a very fine appreciation for music, in particular Mozart, and quite often later in life, when he was pressed upon to give scientific lectures, he would quite often simply skip the lecture and give a violin recital instead. He enjoyed all kinds of things like this. He had some significant early ability with mathematics that was recognizable, but he showed limited interest in subjects that were far outside his canon. Contrary to popular belief, he never failed mathematics. However, he was refused entry to a particular school the first year he applied because of very poor test scores in subjects like French. Ironically, one of his most important influences in science as a young man was came from a highly Jewish context. His parents practiced what was known in the yeshiva world as Essentag, which means eating days. And the way it used to work in Eastern Europe is that the poor yeshiva boys who had they had no real wherewithal, and there was no cafeterias in most yeshivas. They had to kind of like beg local homes to take them in to feed them, one day a week. So you would, Shlomo would eat at the Goldbergs on Monday, and he would eat at the Goldsteins on Tuesday, and the Goldfarbs on Wednesday, and that's how they got by. So the Einsteins did not have a yeshiva student. They had a medical student, a Jewish man whose name, once again, ironically, was Max Talmud. When he came to America, he changed it to Talmay, and in fact, they were reunited later. And Max Talmud, as a medical student, saw this precocious young boy, and he began to share with him popular science magazines, teaching him basic physics, basic chemistry, and so on. And Einstein responded with great interest and enthusiasm. And early on in his life, he testified about those years as having one of the first of what he would later call Gedankenexperimenten, which means thought experiments. And this is something that Einstein was really quite famous for. Compared to other professional theoretical physicists, he was rather weak in mathematics. I mean, obviously his computational skills, probably all of us all put together wouldn't come up to half of his computational skills, but nevertheless, he was not considered a great mathematician. And in fact, he relied throughout his career on assistants to do the really hard number crunching and produce a lot of the formulae that he came up with. But what he was unsurpassed at were these so-called thought experiments, where he could transform complex ideas into visual images that people could imagine. The first one that he records having had was when he read about the speed of light. And a lot of the debate over light as a particle or light as a wave, he imagined to himself, what would it be like to ride a bicycle alongside a beam of light? What would that beam of light, look like if you were traveling at the same speed? This is essentially what's going to lead to his special theory of relativity, which hopefully I will explain to you if I still remember how to do that in a few moments. But throughout his life, he was constantly thinking of these things. For example, explaining the general theory of relativity by describing blind beetles who are walking on a curved branch and who do not know that the branch is in fact curved. So do they feel the curve of the branch? For them, they're just walking straight forward. Or if you're in a box that is an elevator and it suddenly falls out from under you, you'll be suspended momentarily in the box, but it will have a lot of structural similarities that if you're not in an elevator, but you're in a box that's being spun around on the end of a rope. All kinds of images like this, very powerful, easy to grasp. Another one, again, with general theory of relativity, he described like a bowling ball rolling onto a trampoline and then having billiard balls roll in after it. And the way the billiard balls are attracted to the bowling ball is really the effect of the bowling ball depressing the field, depressing the trampoline. These Gedankenexperimenten were ways in which not only he could express these complex mathematical ideas, but he could communicate them to a wide audience, which helped him really make this leap into worldwide celebrity. If you'll recall, we had a long discussion about Sarah Bernhardt last year. This is the age in which celebrity is beginning to become a phenomenon. The connection with mass media and popular consumption of visual images, photographs, later movies, creates the beginning of superstars. And Einstein was one of those superstars who really went far beyond his relatively limited circle of theoretical physicists and became a worldwide celebrity. Well, I might as well mention it now. This was, by the way, one of the main reasons he was criticized by his peers. One of the reasons why there was tremendous hesitation to give him the Nobel Prize is because his fellow physicists felt that he was far too undignified, that his willingness to mug for the camera, his willingness to speak with everyone about his research was considered beneath his stature as a scientist, and it was looked down upon. And by the way, he had no airs about him about who he spoke to. There's a famous story about how when he lived in Princeton, and he's already in his 60s and 70s, there was a little 8-year-old girl who lived next door. And she went over to his house and she asked the great Professor Einstein for help with her math homework. And she bribed him with a plate of fudge. And in fact, he would help her with his math homework. And he loved to do things like, there was he didn't give interviews when he got very old, but there was a local student that in a journalism school, and the instructor of the class said that anyone who can get an interview with Albert Einstein gets an A. So he went and said, hey, this is how I can get my A. So Einstein gave him an interview as well, published in a little school paper. Eventually, of course, the Trenton, New Jersey News picked it up. But these were kind of... Now, I have a great picture here. I wish I could show it to you. This is the famous tongue picture of Albert Einstein sticking out his tongue. Right? He was an incredible nonconformist, which got him in a lot of trouble. One of his many, many famous quotes is, "A foolish faith in authority is the worst enemy of truth." And this really encapsulates his Weltanschauung and his modus operandi. He was extremely skeptical of revealed truths of any type, whether they be religious or whether they be scientific. He refused to accept things simply because they were widely believed. And this is one of the strengths that, of course, allowed him to ultimately overturn Newtonian physics. This was not a characteristic, however, that garnered much favor from his teachers. His teachers found him extremely impudent, even offensive. And he was not necessarily a disruptive student, but one student, for example, in his student file noted that he should not advance because he sits at the back of the classroom and smirks. And the smirking completely ruins the entire class for me, writes his teacher. So, he had very little disdain for pompous individuals, and he had no patience for simply accepting things on authority. He was also a relatively poor experimenter, and in fact had a major explosion at one point that harmed his hand, sent him to the hospital for a while. So he tried to avoid applied physics and did most of his physical research simply walking and thinking with these Gedankenexperimenten. He'd get these ideas, these images. He'd go to his assistant and say, listen, try a formula like this, work it like this, add in this constant, things like that, and they would come up with the formula. He also had strange habits of grooming and dress. Of course, his shock of white hair, which was extremely unfashionable for most of the 20th century, but it made him much more colorful, and once again, something that the press really enjoyed, made him more of he created really the image of the absent-minded professor through such things. He often simply neglected to wear socks. He refused to dress in black tie if the event was black tie. He simply dressed however he felt, wherever he went, and so on. And this was not something that was associated only with his famous later years. This is the way he was even when he was a young man. One last story about his youth. As a child growing up in Germany, he was exposed to a lot of the World War I related militarism, parades and so forth. And apparently the first time he saw a parade, he broke into tears. And he was viscerally offended by the idea of all these people enjoying the enforced harmony of military discipline. And when asked about it by his father, he said that they all have such big brains, and it's such a waste. He felt that it was by acting in lockstep like that, they were sacrificing all of their wonderful individuality. So he was a staunch pacifist, and especially during the 1920s, well, let's say even early the 1910s, really, he participated in a lot of causes that advanced pacifism. He would ultimately change his mind on these things, as I'll discuss shortly. But at age 17, he actually, his parents had one of their many business reversals. They had to leave Germany for a job in Italy. Einstein was supposed to stay behind and study in Munich, but instead he left Germany, renounced his citizenship, and moved to Italy with his parents. He actually refused to keep his German citizenship because of the military culture. He refused to ever be conscripted into the military army, which he was due to do it at age 18. He gave it up at age 17. Interestingly, on his application for renouncing citizenship, he under religious affiliation, he indicated no religious denomination whatsoever. So he spent most of his early studies in the post high school period in Zurich, where he studied at a place which is called the Zurich Polytechnic. It has a much longer and complicated name, which I'm not going to use. I'm just going to use Walter Isaacson's abbreviated version. Once again, he did well in math and science, did poorly in literature, politics, and so on. But after and he was initially denied admission. He engaged in tutoring for a year, and he came into very close contact with a woman named Marie Winteler, who was his first girlfriend, first of many. And she was not Jewish. This was another recurring theme in Einstein's personal history that we'll talk about in a moment. Ultimately, though, when he got more serious in his studies, he broke it off with Marie Winteler, which broke her heart. She was very, very attached to him. And we know from the extensive correspondence that we have, the Einstein papers are really quite phenomenal. He was even in the habit of sending her his laundry to wash for him, sometimes without even an accompanying note, just sending laundry. And all of a sudden, the laundry stopped coming. So that was it. What are you going to do? At the Zurich Polytechnic, however, he met the woman who would later become his first wife, a woman named Mileva Maric. She was a brilliant physics student, also studying there. Ultimately, because of her relationship with Einstein in part, she would not graduate from the Zurich Polytechnic, but she was the only woman in the class, which is really quite unusual for the beginning of the 20th century. She was a Serbian Orthodox Christian, again, not especially a pious Orthodox Christian, and they had a long-standing relationship before their marriage. His parents were very much opposed to the marriage, opposed to the relationship as a whole, not because of her religious background, but they were concerned about her suitability for a match for Einstein in other ways. She was 3 years his senior. She had a pronounced limp, and she had a somewhat dour personality that ultimately would descend into mental illness later on in her life. And one of their children also suffered from mental illness and was actually institutionalized for most of his life. Nevertheless, they maintained this relationship and produced a child whose existence was not known until 1986, because it's very, very rarely mentioned in Einstein's papers, and it only came up with some papers discovered quite late. A little girl that they named Liesel. Einstein never saw his first child. Mileva went back to Novi Sad. Apparently, she was given up for adoption to a close friend, possibly, of the mother. And she most likely died of scarlet fever just 2 years after her birth. Although there are these things are not confirmed, it could be that she actually grew to adulthood, but most likely the trail ends with her death of scarlet fever. Shortly thereafter, after her came out of her delicate condition, as they say. They were married, and they ended up having two other children, Hans Albert, who ultimately became a professor of engineering at Berkeley in California, and their younger son, Edward, who also, as I mentioned, had some mental challenges. They had a very difficult relationship with their father, and ultimately Edward was institutionalized for schizophrenia in the early 1930s. And when Einstein traveled to America and ultimately decided to remain here, Edward would not be admitted into the country because of his mental illness. So he never saw his son again. Moving on to his career, Einstein was unable to get a doctorate. He proposed several times theses for research, and each time they were rejected. Part of the reason for this is anti-Semitism. Another part is Einstein's own prickly personality that made it difficult for him to garner sufficient mentors who would help him through in their career. And he found it very difficult to get any kind of teaching position whatsoever. Isaacson even reproduces a small ad he placed in the local paper that said, math tutoring, first lesson free, Albert Einstein. I mean, you can imagine seeing an ad like this, Nobel Prize winner and so on. But he was reduced to extremely humiliating types of substitute teaching jobs, and they were few and far between as well. Finally, his friend was working in the Bern Patent Office, examining applications for various scientific devices, and he felt that Einstein would be very good for that job. And so he was able to actually engineer a job description perfectly tailored to Einstein, with the indication that he would be the only candidate who could possibly qualify. And so that's ultimately what ended up happening. Ironically, he made more money working for the patent office than he would as an assistant professor at any of the universities in Bern. And later, when he finally was offered a position, they actually had to pay him more just to keep him up with his salary at the patent office. But in many ways, it was a great job for him because it involved just a few hours a day of looking at applications for new devices to determine if they're worthy and if they do not transgress other patent applications. And then the rest of the day, he was free to explore his physics. And in fact, that's what he did, coming out in 1905 with what historians call the Anna Mirabilis, the year of miracles, the year in which he came up with so many amazing ideas that within the space of a few short months and a few short papers published in the Annalen der Physik, he really changed the world forever. Included in that period is his theory of special relativity, which he proposed in a short paper, a completely new vision of space and time, adding a fourth dimension to the three dimensions we've been working with since Newton, the advancement of quantum theory of light. He proved the existence of atoms, which up until that point were simply theoretical. And ultimately, by working backwards from some of his early research, he discovered that famous formula, energy equals mc squared, which of course is related to the creation of the bomb some 50 years later. Now, I actually have a diagram here explaining the special theory of relativity. I'll hold it up close to the camera. There we go. Okay, everyone on the internet can see that too. And I'll just try and explain it to you with words since we have no PowerPoint today. Basically, what Einstein proved with his Gedanken experiment, his thought experiment, was that space and time are intimately related. And the amount of space one uses is related to how fast one is traveling. That material measurements are dependent on the speed of the one who is doing the observing. So here's a simple example of it. Let's say you have a train that's racing along these tracks, left to right. And there are two bolts of lightning, one in front of the train and one in back of the train, that are observed by someone watching the train go past. So if I'm the observer watching the train go past, I will see these two bolts of lightning strike the tracks simultaneously. And if you ask me when they struck, I would say they struck at the same time. Obvious. However, if I was sitting in the train car, or better, if I was sitting on the top of the train car, and I'm traveling in this train at an extremely high speed, then because I can only perceive the lightning strike at the speed that that light travels to my eye, I will perceive the one that strikes in front of the train before I perceive the one that's behind me, because the speed of light travels the same speed, they're equidistant, and I will be closer to that lightning strike just after it happens. And so therefore, I, sitting on the train, will perceive the lightning strikes as sequential, not as simultaneous. I'll see the one in front and then the one in back. And you can ask me 20 times till Tuesday. I'm always going to say it was the front one that struck first and the one that struck back. And in fact, both observers are correct. The one who, it all depends on how fast one is traveling when one observes it. And from here, the physics just gets so wild, because it even has to do with things like measurement. How big is something? If you try to measure a meter rod, let's say a rod that's exactly 1 meter in length, if I'm standing far away from it and I'm stationary, I will measure it the one way that I see it. However, if I am traveling alongside it, since I will see the part in front first, it will actually be compressed. It will be smaller. So the physical size of our universe entirely depends on how we observe it. That's mind-boggling. And of course, it caught the physical world completely off guard. There was a stunned silence from the community of physicists who saw these papers and simply did not know what to do with it. But then over the space of several months and several years, there was growing recognition that his few papers that he published in 1905 were of unsurpassable genius that completely upturned all of Newton's physics. There was, and even as he was getting more and more recognition, however, he was still not able to get a job. For years and years after these path-breaking essays, which captured the world's attention, but even more so, as we shall see, once he proved that he was correct, he could not get a job. Some of the things written about his applications include a passage like, Israelite scholars have all kinds of unpleasant peculiarities, intrusiveness, impudence, and a shopkeeper's mentality. So his attitude that, Jews aren't dignified enough to have professional positions like this. Ultimately, at age 30, he got his first academic position at the University of Zurich, working as a I think the phrase in German is Lektordozent or something, where he was literally paid by the number of students that he received. He was assigned like a 7 a.m. Saturday lecture slot, one of the most popular lecture slots for students, by the way. Get to school by 7 a.m. and hear a lecture. And he had 3 students coming to his lectures, two of whom were his old friends. And even they left after the first semester. So he was not a success as an instructor. As a teacher, he frequently rambled, he frequently went off on tangents, and people were more interested in the entertainment value of being in his class. He was not necessarily a bold and striking instructor. Ultimately, he got a professorship at Prague, and he did, by the way, since he had to get the job, he admitted in his application that he was Mosaic by persuasion. Things changed much more dramatically for him in 1919. In one of his papers, he wrote that, and he frequently does this, he wrote that, you could test my theories with the following kind of experiment. And he would suggest ways in which his theories could be tested, often using mechanics that were not available at that time. Many of his tests, by the way, his experiments, for example, the atmosphere. But one of the tests he suggested was something that would require a total solar eclipse, because he argued that based on his calculations, light would bend next to gravitational forces, and that the sun, being a large gravitational object, would actually bend beams of light. Our perception of light would cause it to bend. But it would be impossible to observe this because stars that are too close to the sun are blocked out by its light. The only time you can actually see it is during a total solar eclipse, when the disk of the sun is obscured and you can see the stars behind it. So someone suggested, let's try this in the next eclipse, which was in 1914, and it was going to be visible in the Crimea. If you're familiar with the dates of the 20th century, not a good year and not a good place, because it was right at the beginning of World War I. The scientists who were attempting to make this determination were arrested by the Russian government, suspected of being spies, and the whole thing was lost. The next solar eclipse was in 1919, and in fact, researchers went out to two distinct locations to map this, and they managed to take photographs of it. I have one here of the eclipse, which proved conclusively that light is bent by gravity. This physical world was not totally surprised, because this is really what he had written about in 1905, but the newspapers, including the New York Times, just went crazy over it, because here was a very dramatic story with an eclipse proving that time and space are related, and Einstein was launched into the stratosphere in terms of his popularity. At this time, his marriage to Mileva had disintegrated. They were no longer living together, but they were very much tied economically, and Mileva was loath to grant a divorce to her husband, even as he gained more and more fame and security. He desperately wanted a divorce, and in fact, one of the final things that clinched it for Mileva was Einstein was absolutely convinced that he would win the Nobel Prize, which had a very significant prize award at the time. I think the award now is something like $500,000. I don't know what it's exactly worth, but back then it was worth approximately 37 years of salary for a professor at the rank that he held at that time. And so he promised her the money from the Nobel Prize if she would give him a divorce. She was obviously also convinced he would win the Nobel Prize, and so she agreed to the divorce. And in fact, later when he got the money, he turned it over to Mileva, and she bought some real estate with it. And this allowed him to ultimately marry his first cousin named Elsa Einstein. They had a long-time relationship while he was married to Mileva, but later she became, of course, his wife. And she ended up becoming essentially his manager. She gave him pocket money. She would frequently find him when he was lost, which was a not uncommon occurrence, either in the streets or sailing. He quite often would get into his sailboat. He did not know how to swim, and he would just, the Coast Guard would literally have to bring him back, because he would simply be found drifting off in some bay somewhere. There's even an apocryphal story, which is probably not true, but still very illustrative, that when he was working at Princeton, a call came into the dean's office, and the caller says, "I need to speak to this dean." And the secretary said, "I'm sorry, he's not available." And he said to him, "Well, could you please tell me Dr. Einstein's home address?" And the secretary says, "I'm sorry, I'm not allowed to give out that information." And apparently the caller said, "Listen, don't tell anybody, but I'm Dr. Einstein, and I forgot how to get home." So it's probably not true, but nevertheless, it's still within the category of his type of things. Einstein's wife, Elsa, would charge for autographs and for photographs of her famous husband, and she kept a very detailed ledger, and then she would take that money and donate it to charity. But she was essentially, kind of like his fascinated press. Turning a little bit to his thought and connecting, he, as I mentioned earlier, he was fascinated with God. He believed deeply that there was a unifying force, like a magnetic field, that that ran the universe, that it was suffused everything whatsoever. He frequently talked to God, he frequently invoked God's name, and he felt that nature was an illustration of God's greatness. He's famous for saying things like, God does not play dice. God may be subtle, but he is not malicious. But at the same time, he did not believe in a personal God. He later explained that he believed in a God like the philosopher Baruch Spinoza had described, a God who was involved in creation, but essentially never involved in petty human affairs, never responsive to prayer, never involved in history. So at the same time that Einstein was fascinated with God, he also did not believe in the traditional Jewish personal God who, listened to human beings, responded to their needs, and so on. Really quite different from that. This is more like deism as a philosophy than anything else. Anyways, I've described most of his career in Europe, but storm clouds were brewing in Germany. There was, as the Nazi movement gained quite a bit of strength in the 1920s. There were several elections held in the very difficult times of Weimar Germany. That's the name of the interwar republic that was established in Germany between World War I and World War II. And there was increasing persecution of Jews, communists, and several types of dissenters. Einstein himself happened to be visiting California when Hitler finally came to power in January of 1933, and Hitler immediately chose Einstein as one of his exemplars of what the new Germany would not tolerate. They ransacked Einstein's summer home, and stealing only a bread knife apparently, and Einstein said that he would have invited them if they had just asked. But it was very clear that Germany would not be a comfortable place for Einstein, and so therefore he chose prudently with his wife Elsa to remain in the United States. He had been offered a position at the Institute for Advanced Study at Princeton University, and that's the place that he would remain for the rest of his academic life. The attack on Einstein was part of a general attack on Jewish science that was very emblematic of the Nazis. Einstein's theories, just the world relativity, even though Einstein, by the way, preferred a different term. I believe the term he preferred was the inevitability concept, which gave it a very different kind of shading. But nevertheless, the idea of that things are relative, that the objective truth of what we observe is not necessarily correct. All these kinds of things were called degenerate science, Jewish science, because they perverted the ideal Germanic kind of goal of what is measurable and observable, empirically valid, and so on. And Einstein once remarked, "If my theory of relativity is proven successful, Germany will claim me as a German, and France will declare that I am a citizen of the world. Should my theory prove untrue, France will say that I am a German, and Germany will declare that I am a Jew." So, kind of a tongue-in-cheek view of this, but nevertheless, Einstein felt as he was really a lightning rod for much of the Nazi anger at Jewish activity. It was at this time that he became very close with the ideals of Zionism, principally through his relationship with Chaim Weizmann, a very, very prominent British Zionist. This was, again, an unusual departure from Einstein's character because he disliked any kind of nationalism. He felt that nationalism was just one step away from militarism, and he disliked authority tremendously. Nevertheless, he responded to Weizmann's authority. Weizmann could tell him, "You must go to New York and you must promote this cause," and he would do it. It appears that much of Einstein's motivation was based on the fact that while he had very little affinity for Judaism, he had a tremendous love for the Jewish people. And he recognized the level of persecution that the Jews were suffering in Germany and throughout Europe, and he felt duty-bound to stand by their side. And even though he disagreed very much with the idea of creating a nation-state for Jews, he felt that this was an unavoidable reality based on the persecution that Jews were suffering, and therefore he stood behind this project 100%. He was especially active in the creation of the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. He had some significant disagreements with the administration, but nevertheless, he was very much involved in Zionist efforts. And as I mentioned, at one point, he was even asked to serve as the president of Israel, which he politely declined. So, in terms of his own personality, he moved from being an anti-nationalist to being a Zionist. He moved from being a pacifist to a proponent of self-defense, because he felt that pacifism in the face of totalitarianism was in fact succumbing to the superior power of the state, and so therefore he believed very much that Jews and Western democracy should defend itself from fascism. And this also was something that happened in his scientific life, because although he was an early proponent and pioneer, in fact, of quantum theory, the unnerving uncertainties associated with quantum theory plagued him throughout his later life, because he wanted more of a unifying theory that would bring everything together. Quantum theory, which I don't understand very well at all, basically includes just way too much uncertainty to be able to create general theories. We can see quantum theory working, but we don't know how it works, is the bottom line that I get on this message, and he was very much troubled by this. Late in his life, and we're coming towards the last few slides here, he was approached in the 1930s by two Hungarian refugees who realized that his formula E equals MC squared allowed for the unleashing of the power of the atom, ultimately creating weapons of phenomenally destructive force. Refugees felt that if Hitler were to get a hold of the uranium deposits in the Belgian Congo, then they would be able to take this uranium, enrich it, and create this master weapon out of it. They went and they found Einstein. They presented this theory to him. Einstein agreed that it represented a severe threat, and they debated exactly what they were supposed to do with this information. Ultimately, Einstein drafted a historically very significant letter that got to President Roosevelt, explaining that the Germans were able to, don't forget, Germany was the most advanced scientific nation in the world at the time, and shortly after Germany declared war, Einstein's letter arrived indicating that, if the Germans get this first, America would be at a huge, perhaps fatal disadvantage. Roosevelt believed him, and they created an institute called the Manhattan Project, which was tasked with the discovery of the technology and ultimately the creation of this doomsday weapon. Ironically, that is pretty much the extent of Einstein's involvement in the creation of the atomic weapon. He was excluded because he could not pass Army security clearance. When he was admitted to this country in the face of Nazi persecution, there were a few anti-Semitic groups, including, if I remember correctly, something called the League of American Women Voters or something, who wrongly charged that Einstein was a communist. Although he did have some socialist leanings, he pointedly refused to ever speak in Russia because he felt that his presence there would condone that regime, and he refused to do so. But nevertheless, whatever anyone said about Einstein went into this file that was, kept on hand, even if it was not true at all. And ultimately, he was denied Navy clearance. He did get, however, Army clearance, but that didn't matter. They would not give him the access to the finer workings of the project. They did at one point get stuck on a small technical issue, and through a roundabout way, they asked him for advice on a specific technical problem. He understood what he was working on. He solved the problem, indicated his willingness to work further with them, but that's the extent of his work with the bomb. he has been associated with it, though, in the popular mind, primarily because of that crucial letter to Roosevelt indicating how important it was. Later, Einstein would have phenomenal regrets over the deployment of the bomb. And he wrote, "Had I known that the Germans would not succeed in producing an atomic bomb, I never would have lifted a finger." Meaning his entire motivation for the bomb was the fear that the Germans would get one. If he were sure that the Germans would not get one, he would not want the Americans to get one either. And in fact, much of his last years were devoted to a rather quixotic attempt to create a world federation, to try and create some kind of super United Nations that would regulate weapons and regulate the hostilities between nations. And he had very little success at that attempt, but nevertheless, it was a noble kind of cause to engage in. So here I have a great picture. Here he is at a Jewish function, actually laughing, but getting a lot of his personality. His legacy is complex. And in many ways, there's all kinds of fascinating footnotes to his life. One footnote that's really quite amazing is that after he died, a routine autopsy was performed, and the local medical coroner, a Quaker who had no authorization to do so from the family, examined and weighed all of his organs, and he decided to keep Einstein's brain. Yeah, and he kept this brain. He essentially soaked it in formaldehyde, and then after some years, he decided he would share the brain with anyone who had any interest in research. He cut it up into tiny little, microscopic slices and would give them away to anyone whose research suited his fancy. Nothing really significant has come from Einstein's brain since his demise, but there was one interesting possibility where one of his granddaughters by Hans Albert, who was adopted, secretly believed that in fact she was the daughter of Einstein himself. He was quite active until late in life, and she wanted to have her DNA tested for a paternity test. But the way in which the brain had been treated did not produce the kind of results to determine whether or not she was actually Einstein's daughter. Nevertheless, taken as a whole, Einstein is an absolutely fascinating man of many contradictions, pacifism, yet into self-defense, and the creator of the bomb, an anti-nationalist who became an ardent Zionist, a person who really destroyed the physical foundations of our world and then late in his life tried to defend them, a person of tremendous contradictions and tremendous contributions to our life as human beings and as Jews. Thank you very much for your attention. I apologize for no PowerPoint, but God willing, we'll have it up on the web for you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In real time, by the way, the Crystalia going, yeah. And then shout unison thing, yeah. It's so pathetic. It's so lame. He's so untalented. He so has no original thoughts in his mind. The guy is just in real time.
I'm going to have to just go with the slightly weaker PowerPoint. I'm sorry. I can't get it to work proper, but I do have this working. So, okay, starting over again. Deep cleansing breath. So this Jew's on his way to America, and it's the 1890s, and there's a lot of restrictions on how much wealth you can bring into the country or take out of the country. I'm not exactly sure if the joke makes sense, but at any rate, he's a dentist, and so he converts all of his liquid assets into gold teeth. You know this one already. You told me. I'm sorry, I forgot. Someone else told it to me. So the joke goes like this. It was funnier when someone else told me. I'm sorry. So what happened was he gets 5 sets of gold teeth. He gets to Ellis Island, and he's declaring his property, and he says, I don't have very much in terms of liquid assets, but I do have these 5 sets of gold teeth. And the immigration officer says to him, 5 sets of gold teeth? Why do you need 5 sets of gold teeth? He says, well, you see, I'm a very observant Jew, and this isn't really strictly speaking necessary, but I like to have 1 set for meat and 1 set for dairy. And the immigration officer says, oh, that's very good. Okay, so that explains 2 sets. What are the other 3 for? He says, well, we have this holiday, Passover. We're very strict about what we consume. And so I have 1 set for Passover meat and 1 set for Passover dairy. He says, okay, that makes a lot of sense. You must be a very religious, pious man. That explains 4 sets. What's the 5th set for? He says, well, the truth is, every now and then I like to eat a little bit of Chinese food. All right, sorry, Joe. Is that the punchline you used?
I use the
Ham sandwich. Okay, all right. We're in shul. I don't want to talk about the ham sandwich. Okay, so today's discussion tonight is about Stephen Samuel Wise, a very important figure in American Jewry, and in many ways, as we shall see, he was really a formative figure in defining what was an American rabbi. He was of the Reform movement, Reform persuasion, and so we're looking at him primarily in a historical vein. Obviously, here we are standing in an Orthodox synagogue. There's a lot of issues we may have with his religious orientation and his approach to Torah, but this is a history course, and we're using his biography to kind of look at some of the major events that happened in America during the dates of his activity. He was born in 1874, died in 1949, and so his life really went through the first half of the 20th century, in which he was, without too much of an argument, perhaps the most influential American Jew alive. Very, very strong impact on the sensibility of what a rabbi should be for the wider American society. And I don't have a microphone on. Look at that. Okay, that joke was so good. Do we have a sound test, or we're okay with this? That's it. We're definitely canceling Mara if it doesn't give us enough time to set up. Okay, as I mentioned, a very prominent Reform rabbi, and he advanced the ideas of Reform in a certain direction that we will discuss. In many ways, swimming against the tide of his movement, going in a totally opposite direction. He was a very important American Zionist, representing America in the World Zionist Congress, and in fact, he had a hand in drafting the crucial 1917 Balfour Declaration, in which the government of England proposed the idea of a state for the Jews in the region known as Palestine. He came under significant controversy, which I hope we will discuss towards the end of our hour together, during the period of the Holocaust, when his style of leadership came under fire because he was normally quite a firebrand and really very aggressive in pursuing causes that fit with his larger social agenda. And for reasons that perhaps we'll explore, if not evaluate, he soft-pedaled many of the crucial questions surrounding the American response to the Holocaust. And as a result, even to this day, the end of his life came under significant criticism, and his legacy is muted as a result. Yes, Joe. He was primarily practicing in New York City, as we shall see right now. So let's understand a little bit about his background. He was actually born in Hungary, and he immigrated to America. He came from a long line of Orthodox rabbis. Most significantly, his grandfather, Joseph Hirschweiss, was of the variety that we could call Haredi. That term had not yet been coined, but we would say ultra-Orthodox. And I will explain to you, God willing, in the next slide, a little bit of a sense of what that means in terms of the development of Jewish denominationalism in the 19th and early 20th century. His father, Aaron, was also of that persuasion, ultra-Orthodox, but immigrating to America with his son, he slowly moved a little bit to the center of the spectrum and is actually one of the founding members of the Jewish Theological Seminary, which is the premier institution of the conservative movement. And in fact, during those early years, was very close to, in many ways, philosophically, Yeshiva University. In fact, at one point, they actually discussed a potential merger. It never came about, but it gives you some sense of how close the movements were at that time, at the beginning of the 20th century. The son, if we say the father was Haredi, and the son moved conservative, the grandson became Reform, and in fact, a very powerful Reform rabbi. He, among other things, was the founder of the Jewish Institute of Religion, which later emerged with the Hebrew Union College, which is the premier institution training Reform rabbis to this day. The term neologue, by the way, that's the Hungarian equivalent of what the Germans call the liberal movement, or what we in America call the reform movement. It is a movement that believes that Judaism is malleable and that it should ideally adapt to modernity in such a way that practices which may be enshrined in an Orthodox way of thinking as being sacrosanct may be changed, modified, and so on to meet the social economic needs of the Jews of their time. Let me put this on a... Oh, this is such a drag. It's too bad the computer is not functioning right, because I had all this great animation set up. Like last week I was playing with it, so I'll have to use my little red thing here to explain what's going on. So the denominational spectrum, I'll walk you through it. You have to imagine there are these great effects where the arrows drop in and there's exploding noises and things like that. The Jewish denominational spectrum is something that emerges in the 19th century. It especially is very profound, and the contrasts are sharp in Germany, which, if you'll recall the lecture we had a few months ago on Moses Mendelssohn, that's really the birthplace of Jewish denominationalism. What do I mean by denominationalism? Jews have, for centuries, as long as there have been Jews, there have been disagreements among Jews as to how to worship God properly. But there have always been, up until really the 19th century, there have always been basically a kind of an understanding of what's in the box and what is outside the box. What is considered, legitimate areas of dispute where family members can argue about what the right thing to do is, and areas where if you do something like this, you're outside of the family, or to use the Hebrew idiom, chutz lamachaneh. The kind of movements that were chutz lamachaneh, outside the camp, include the Karaites, for example, who denied the validity of the oral Torah, things like that. And there are scattered movements like this, the Sabbateans, for example, scattered movements like this throughout time. But for the most part, the bulk of Jewry kind of followed in one broad path. While there were ethnic differences between Sephardim, Ashkenazis, in terms of what you eat on Passover and so on, the broad area of Jewish practice was common to all Jews. This changed dramatically in the 19th century, really in the beginning of the 19th century, when there was a grassroots movement in Germany of disaffected Jews who felt that traditional, what we would call later Orthodox Judaism, did not speak to their spiritual needs. It also did not meet their ambitions for social acceptance among the non-Jews, especially in Germany. And so in a rather rapid fashion, many halachot, many aspects of Jewish law were abandoned overnight in a kind of a slavish imitation in many cases to try and ape non-Jewish sensibilities. There were actually two separate votes held to try and move Shabbos, for example, to Sunday, because it was much more convenient to have Shabbos on the same day as non-Jews do. Those motions were defeated. But other things like importing an organ into the congregation to be played on Saturday, things like that were major wholesale changes. Whoa, what's going on here? It will? No, but I have to put my password in. The computer is just not working the way we want it to. Yeah, it's 7 small dots. There we go. Okay, and will it kick in now? Yeah, it's searching. So am I. Searching. Okay, so what you'll have to imagine here is there's a line that goes left to right that is... Okay, there we go. See, your imaginations are very powerful. A line going left to right, which on the right wing you have insularity. So you have Jews who believe in greater insularity, greater separation from the outside world. The outside world is dangerous, toxic, and so on, and so we want to keep into our own culture, it being self-sufficient for everything that a person could want. On the other hand, on the left wing, you have openness, which is this notion that, no, there's a lot that we can gain from the outside world, and we should be willing to adapt ourselves to that outside world and so on. And Jews fell along this spectrum. In terms of movements, the so-called Haredi movement, which we would call ultra-Orthodox today, this is not a term that was used back then. These are modern terms used backwards, anachronistically to describe these. These were Jews, particularly in northern Hungary, very strong population there, also in parts of Eastern Europe, who said, no, modernity must be rejected. We must do everything as traditionally as possible, the way it was done in ancient Israel, the way it was done in medieval France. We have to keep to the same traditions, and we have to view the outside world with mistrust. On the other side here, you have the neologues, which is the term in Hungary for the Reform, who said, no, we should be open. We should, attend universities. We should appreciate the opera. We should dress like non-Jews, learn the vernacular language, and so on. Rather than feeling like we have to, circle the wagons and stay within our own culture, we should explore the outside world and be active participants in the outside world. Later on, and here, these actually moved. It was really cool in the animation. You have to use your brackets. You have the so-called neo-Orthodox here, who were Jews who said, wait a minute, change is inevitable. We have to deal with it. We have to adapt to very radical social changes with emancipation, but that does not mean that we should sacrifice the Torah. So the neo-Orthodox, also known as the modern Orthodox, believed in examining Judaism carefully and culling those practices which are not actually halakha, not actually Jewish law, but are customs that have accreted to Judaism over centuries, issues of styles of dress and things like that can be jettisoned without too much difficulty, while keeping the essential halachot of Shabbat, Kashrut, Taharat HaMishpacha, and so on. And those were very prominent here in Germany. And since they are more towards the openness end of the spectrum, I've moved them to the left of the Haredim. And then over here on the left side, you have the conservative movement, then in Germany called the historical positivist movement, not very big in Hungary at the time, but they believed in similar values to the neo-Orthodox, but a little bit further to the left, more towards openness than towards insularity. There is, however, this bright red line, this is driving me crazy, this bright red line, and I'm logged out again. Joe, I don't know if we should let you in. It's too hard to deal with you here like this. But there's a bright red line, a line in the sand, however, that separates these movements. The neo or modern Orthodox and the Haredim to the right, ultimately, they believe that in the immutability of Torah. There are 613 commandments, Torah from Sinai, and it can't be changed. They may argue, like, do you have to wear this kind of hat or that kind of hat? But they say, hey, you've got to wear, let's say, a head covering. That's not necessarily a good example to take because that's not one of the 613 commandments, but let's say, they will disagree, let's say, on what you can read on Shabbat. Can you read a secular newspaper on Shabbat? But everybody agrees you have to observe Shabbat with the traditional 39 malachot. Whereas on the left-hand side of the spectrum, there is this idea that, perhaps not all of those 613 commandments were actually given by God and are mandatory. And that certain elements may have, come into Judaism over time. They don't necessarily fit. So when we look at the spectrum today, we're now moving to the left end of our spectrum for our discussion, looking at the Reform movement, which is much more in the openness spectrum, but willing to sacrifice some of the things on the red line over here. Joe, I'm scared to call on you, but okay. Okay. Oh, major differences, because the Tzedukim, the old Sadducees, accepted the validity of the written Torah only, right? They didn't accept the oral Torah, at least in theory. But over here, there are a lot of commandments which may not be accepted, even by the Reform movement, saying, well, why do we have to stick with the written Torah? But it's in the same idea. It's in the same kind of idea in many ways. Very good. Let's go on. So he immigrated to the USA. It's kind of an interesting story how he got here. His father had a very strong kind of social welfare slant to his thinking, something which his son certainly inherited. And he criticized the way his father-in-law, that is Stephen Samuel Wise's maternal father, he criticized the way he ran his porcelain company. And in fact, he started to unionize his father-in-law's company, get the workers organized in his father-in-law's plant. So the father-in-law turned around and bought him and his family one-way tickets to New York City and got rid of the union maker by shipping him off to New York. And that's how he came, our subject came to New York as an infant. Just looking at, more broadly speaking, again, the history of immigration of Jews to America, I'm not going to spend much time on this because we want to concentrate on other things, but we have basically three very significant waves of Jews to this country, increasing in numbers by the time we get to the middle of the 20th century. The first Jewish immigrants to these shores were Sephardic immigrants. In the 17th century already, Jews who had been wandering from country to country after the Spanish expulsion of 1492 and the Portuguese of 1497. Some of them went down to South America and then made their way up to North America, where they settled in various locales. We even have some locations here in Florida of these early Sephardic settlers. They were just a trickle, though, tiny numbers. In the 1840s, we begin to get a much larger wave of immigrants from Germany, Jewish immigrants from Germany, who are primarily fleeing for economic reasons and the oppressive nature of the anti-Semitic legislation in the German and Austro-Hungarian empires. There were, for example, as we discussed also in the Mendelssohn lecture, there were restrictions on marriage for Jews. Jewish grooms had to possess a certain amount of hard cash in order to get a permit to marry. And second and third sons in the family had to produce even larger amounts of cash. It was a very crude form of Jewish birth control, which today is only exercised, for example, through day school tuition and mechanisms like that. That's a joke. They're probably going to take that out of the Torah Cafe version of this. But that's the idea, is that if you were a third son from a middle-class family in Germany, you had little chance of legally marrying a Jewish woman. And the only way to marry a non-Jewish woman would be to convert, which was also not an option. So you had a large number of primarily male German Jews coming to America starting in the 1840s. They got to these shores, and they actually did fairly well. By the time we get to the 1880s, they're already well established, wealthier. They have built many synagogues in New York in particular. And this is the environment into which you have the largest wave of Jews, about 1.75 million Jews coming between 1881 and 1917. These are Jews primarily from Eastern Europe, the eastern parts of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Russia, Congress, Poland, Jewish communities of German Jews who have now become quite assimilated to American culture. Part of the big story of the last quarter of the 19th and the first decade or so of the 20th century is the conflict between the old German Jewish establishment, which has really set down roots and has become wealthy and has done a lot to try and improve the image of Jews by Americanizing themselves, having to deal with this wave of the so-called Ostjuden, the East Jews, who are unkempt, Yiddish-speaking, tend to be much more religious in terms of their observance levels than the German Jews, and the German Jews kind of like, in somewhat of a patronizing way, care for their needs, but at the same time, harassment. And there's a conflict between these German Jews and the Eastern Jews. Weiss, of course, he just predated the major, he's very early to adopt the English language and American sensibilities, and he succeeded tremendously. He had ambitions from an early age to join his father and grandfather in a much longer tradition as a rabbi, who will approach the Reform rabbis. And he was actually ordained by this man, Adolf Jelinek, very important rabbi scholar of the 19th century. And this is something that I'm hoping to emphasize throughout this lecture, is that the image of a rabbi in America changed dramatically during this period of time, and the model that was perhaps strongest, as evidenced by Weiss himself, was through his role models, which were these scholars, these rabbi doctors from Germany, who all had, advanced secular degrees from universities along with rabbinical ordination. Their observance level, their piety, their charitableness, their counseling abilities were considered less important than their sheer brain power, how many books they had published, how erudite they were. It was kind of like a status symbol to have a rabbi who really, could lecture at the local university as well as ministering to a congregation. There are very few of these nowadays, but this was kind of like the model, the gold standard of rabbis in the first half of the 20th century. I'm sorry? No, he was not. He was very reformed. Well, Adolf Jelinek gave him a reform ordination. So he was not an Orthodox rabbi by any means. His teacher was not an Orthodox rabbi, but nevertheless a rabbi scholar. I mean, Jelinek and others, published a lot of really good scholarship, mainly within something called the Wissenschaft des Judentums, which means the science of Judaism. There was this idea, very prominent in the 19th century, that Judaism was kind of like a static culture, like studying ancient Egypt. And if you wanted to be a scholar, you studied this dead culture that was not moving or going anywhere, and you translated things from Hebrew and Akkadian and Ugaritic and things like that, and that's how you demonstrated your largesse and your intellectual power. The idea of a rabbi as a pious figure, as a spiritually enlightened figure, was not considered high status in Europe or in America even at this time. Absent, of course, the Eastern European model, where you have the Hasidic rabbi, very charismatic, very populist, may not be deeply literate even, but that's an entirely different model of leadership that was accepted by Jews at that time. Mr. Lax. Oh, so now we're going back, not Jelinek, now we're going to Wise. Wise, was educated here in America, and he did a PhD at a very young age. I think he was 24, so when he finished it, actually, that's right, he was 25 years old. He translated Shlomo ibn Gibriel's ethical treatise. I forget which one it was, but he translated basically a medieval Spanish manuscript from the Arabic. Talking about real scholars here, and that was his PhD dissertation. He also translated much of the Bible for the Jewish Publication Society. He was one of these early Hebraists here in America. Okay. He married an exceptional woman named Mary Louise Waterman in 1900 when he was about 26 years old. And she was an unusual woman. She was a disciple of Felix Adler, who was a very important thinker at the beginning of the 20th century in America and a little bit earlier. He founded something called the Ethical Culture Movement, which was basically Judaism without God, in my humble opinion. A lot of secular version of Jewish values, but palatable if you really didn't want to do all the God things. And very profound, huge impact on a lot of secular thinkers, including Jews who lean towards the secular. She ended up becoming quite an intellectual force of her own. Perhaps in a later lecture series we'll spend more time looking at her life in particular. She was a translator, a scholar herself, translating many Jewish works, especially modern Zionist works from several languages, wrote many of her own books, and was a social activist really functioning at the highest levels of American government. She passed these values along with her husband to their rather exceptional children, shown here in their youth. The son was also quite a prolific author. It was a family that wrote a lot of books. He even wrote a biography of his mother, which is probably the best thing a Jewish boy can do. I'm going to have to write one of those of my mother. That would be, I think, really nice. And he had tremendous skills in the art world. He ended up moving to Europe, where he was an international art connoisseur and expert on various forms of art. His daughter, their daughter went on also to become an author and to become a judge at various levels of the circuit courts. She was especially important in child welfare issues. She advised Eleanor Roosevelt and served on many high-ranking national-level committees working for the welfare of children. So really an exceptional, overachieving family all around. Now, going back to his life, they moved to Portland, Oregon, and they spent some time out there where there were not so many Jews, but nevertheless he was beginning to make a name for himself. In 1906, he was invited to Congregation Emmanuel, perhaps the leading German Jewish establishment synagogue, to try out for a position as their rabbi. Again, a Reformed temple. And he's invited at a young age to give some trial sermons. Apparently, there's some dispute that actually went on in the press afterwards. It was a national issue, believe it or not. Apparently, he was offered the job, but he refused because the congregation refused to give him what he called a free pulpit. In other words, he wanted kind of like what the universities call tenure. He wanted to be able to say whatever he wanted from the pulpit without fear of losing his job. The board of the congregation was unwilling to grant this to him, and so he declined. And there was quite a bit of machlokas, of controversy over these version of events. He ended up going back to Portland, but then he came back a year later and established a rival temple, which actually became even more famous, the so-called Free Synagogue. And he called it the Free Synagogue because it had, of course, a free pulpit, meaning he could say whatever he wanted and not get fired. But it also had free holiday seats. You could, everything was free. It was based on donations only, but there was no fixed price membership. Everything was designed to be totally open, very much in consonance with his social welfare values. Yes, Joe, I'm afraid. I don't know. I imagine he had some fairly wealthy individuals. He's a very powerful speaker, very charismatic. I didn't do research into where the money came from. But it reminds me of a joke. Did you hear the one? I'm telling it in the middle. I won't catch it. Did the one about Goldstein comes to the door to get in on Yom Kippur, and the Gabbai holds him back? So Goldstein goes to daven. He goes to the shul on Yom Kippur, and he goes to walk into the sanctuary, and the Gabbai says, "Where's your ticket?" He says, "I didn't buy a seat." He says, "I'm sorry, you can't come in." And he says, "But I have to get in. I have to talk to Goldfarb. It's crucial." He says, "Look, I'm sorry. If you don't have a ticket, you can't come in to be with the congregation." He says, "It's really important I talk to Goldfarb. It is a matter of life and death. Really, you have to let me in." So the Gabbai says to him, "Okay, fine. You can go in, but don't pray." Okay. Right. I also like the iconography of Stephen Samuel Wise is pretty amazing. He always has this. I didn't find any pictures of him smiling. It's always strong, stern, kind of like steely-eyed, determined, fighting kind of images. Here he is with his son, working on a railroad project at the time. Yes. Oh, sorry, any New Yorkers here?
Yeah.
Oh, so I don't know. Did the Free Synagogue become the Central Synagogue?
Yeah, because that was built around that era as well.
I'm sorry, I'm a Canadian, and I try to avoid New York City as much as possible. But I know a lot of people like it. I find it so, you got to put on your New York face when you're walking on the street there, and like someone, it's like, you put on, you're like, don't mess with me. I don't know. It's like if you're in a building and you hear people coming to get to the elevator, you push the closed door button, that kind of.
I like that.
Anyways, I don't mean to cast asparagus at New Yorkers. A lot of them are wonderful people. Yeah, I'll have to look it up. Now, also in terms of his, political orientation, his philosophical orientation, he was a huge liberal, and this made a big impact on the way Jews thought in the first half of the 20th century. He was the founder of all kinds of, civil liberties type movements, including being the co-founder of the NAACP, National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, very important institution for African Americans. He was also a very important founding member of the American Civil Liberties Union, the ACLU, very active today. Forthright defenders of very unpopular causes for the purpose of upholding the values of the Constitution. Again, quite often very unpopular, but nevertheless serving a valuable purpose as kind of a watchdog of government abuses that could be otherwise exploiting people. Very big, like his father, who tried to unionize his father-in-law's shop. That's a recipe for Shalom Bayis disaster, if there ever was one. He was also very big in promoting labor causes, and he hunted out corruption wherever you can find it. In fact, one of his campaigns even brought down the mayor of New York, James Walker, who found himself under so much stress of corruption charges because of Samuel Wise's activity. He ultimately resigned in 1932.
I love your name.
On the Jewish side, he also founded the American Jewish Congress, which was a more liberal and at the same time more strident institution of American Jewry, an organization that was founded largely to distinguish itself from the earlier American Jewish Committee, which is a little bit more old school, play nice and try to get along. The Congress was much more, active in exposing anti-Semitism and, working for social causes outside of the Jewish community as a whole. At the same time, Wise was very much Zionist, and this put him at odds with the Reform movement at the time. The Reform movement had taken a position already in the 19th century opposing Zionism. We might think, well, what could be wrong with Zionism? Why would a movement, especially one of openness, argue that Zionism is incorrect? You have to put yourself in the mindset of 19th century Germany when the Jews are trying desperately to demonstrate that they deserve to be emancipated. And one of the charges, sometimes with an anti-Semitic basis, sometimes I think a legitimate political argument, is saying, listen, where do you belong, Jews? Do you belong here in Germany as German citizens? Or are you here as sojourners, as travelers, hoping ultimately return to Israel, perhaps under some messianic period? The specter of dual loyalty. If there ever were to be a war between, let's say, Germany and France, which happens about every 30 years in the 19th century, and you have to fight against French Jews, which side will you fight on? Or even if there were to be some kind of Jewish state, would you go and join that Jewish state, or would you remain loyal to Germany? So the Reform movement took a very principled stand, saying no to Zionism. Our home is here in Germany. And you see that in a lot of different ways. Like, for example, the very use of the term temple to describe a house of worship, in Hebrew, that's a loaded term. We use the term synagogue, Beit Knesset, which means basically house of gathering. Right? Beit, house, Knesset, of ingathering.
Welcome.
Same thing in Greek. Sin means together, goga, which means to congregate.
Can you hear me?
But the term temple...
What's going on, Pimp? Yo, Spaz. How you living, dog?
Yo, what's up?
How are you?
Oh, just got off of work.
Word, dog. How'd you find out about me?
A clip.
Oh, from Kick?
Had nothing to do with you.
From Kick?
Exactly.
That's tight, dude. No way. Are you a streamer?
No, I watch streams.
No way. Okay, so I made a bot that just randomly clips people, and it got you here. Do you mind if I tell you about what I do?
No, I did my research about you.
Oh, tight. Okay. So I have a spiel. Can I give you my spiel?
Yeah, what's up?
I'm Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. Since the pandemic, we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Yeah.
Well, that's what I do. So you said you did some research on me. As you can tell, I have a lot of social media. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. And
Yeah, you definitely made a lot of recognition with what you've done.
That's amazing. Wow, thank you for your high praise. So I do it.
Yeah, of course.
I do it because I don't want war in the world anymore. And if you're like, well, how does live streaming your life stop war? It essentially shows the world that we're all not that different, and it gives me a platform to be able to discuss world peace, ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating
Hey,
greenhouses.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Big Dog.
Just before all of this, could you unban my friend real quick?
Who is that?
His name is Fenton Yapa.
Yeah, sure. I'll unban him just because you asked so nicely.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Okay.
Means no.
Do you know why he got banned?
Probably saying something disrespectful, but
That's
he's
cool.
changed.
That's cool. We all deserve a second chance.
Yeah.
All right. Just bear with me and let me find him. Fenton. How do you spell it?
Fenten.
Are you sure he's banned?
Did you get unbanned? Tell me he told me you banned him like a year ago.
He's not
I
banned.
wanted to see if
Fent.
Okay, well, I'll let him know. Yeah.
Yeah, he's not banned.
Fentanyl, almost.
Yeah, but no, the only thing that I've close to that name is I can't stop finessing is somebody who I've banned, but no one.
Yeah, no.
Fent. Yeah, he's
Hold
not.
on, actually, I'm gonna call him real quick and see what happened.
Yeah, absolutely. And tell him if he's having trouble joining or something, let me know and we'll figure it out.
Alright, sounds good.
Kick. Welcome, Pim.
Alright, I got the username. It's under a different username, so
Okay, let's figure it out. Just 1 minute.
it's no, you're fine. I'll give you a second to catch back up.
All right, what is it?
It's Frank Castle.
Got it.
It's unbanned.
He is unbanned.
Right. There's a yeah. Just yeah. He was here with another individual, and the other individual was arguing with you a lot, saying not very nice things. So that's what happened. It wasn't anything. He wasn't
That's okay.
aiming
No
any
harm.
aggression at you.
No harm, no foul. He's back.
All right, we'll be in here in a second.
Excellent. I look forward to meeting Frank Castle.
Sounds good.
Yo, Mr. Rabbi.
How you living, Pam? Kicking ass, taking names. What's good in the hood?
Yo, what's good, man? My name is Ray, my nigga.
What up, Frank? How you living, Pam?
Hey, I'm looking fucking great, man. How about you, Pam?
Oh, every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's on your agenda for tonight?
Yeah, just like Overwatch 2 with the boys.
Excellent. You slinging dick like it's going out of style?
What?
Are you slinging dick like it's going out of style?
Of course, bro. You already fucking know.
Word, dog. I sensed it.
Can we have everybody introduce ourselves?
Absolutely.
We brought some people.
I love it. Thank you so much for doing so. Go ahead.
I think before, so I think he should introduce himself.
Okay, excellent. First, is everybody 18?
Yes.
Almost.
Okay, if you're not 18, you can't be here.
Yeah. Can you just...
I'm 18. No. I'm 18 next week, bro.
All right.
It's not that deep.
All right. So just everybody keep it PG. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data on the internet than any person in global history. If you've ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother, that's essentially what I do. I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams right now. I have more social media than any person ever. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, 22 of which are currently live right now. I have over 200 Instagram accounts. I have over 500 Twitch accounts. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts. I have over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and I have over 10,000 Kick accounts. I stream my life because it gives me a platform to be able to discuss world peace, which is important to me. What you all should know is that data is Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, everything. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data than any person ever archived on the internet, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to help all of you and your friends and family become financially independent if you're not already. I want you to be able to have generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
That sounds amazing.
Excellent.
That's amazing, bro.
Other thing,
When you make that money, can you make me skinny, please?
yeah, you'll be able to buy all the Ozempic you want to be rail thin if you want. I talk about ending world hunger, which is important to me. Things like by doing so with technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, uh, things like perhaps hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And what we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria. I want to keep those kind of projects going. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I talk about other things that aren't normally discussed in society, but I feel are important. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, space tourism, terraforming other planets. I talk about things I talk about things like time travel. I talk about quantum computing. I talk about things like artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence. I talk about alien disclosure, things like I talk about de-extinction. Peop- peop-
Yeah. Did you say artificial genital intelligence?
no, artificial general intelligence. No, it's AGI, artificial general intelligence. And since we have a questionable person here who's maybe not 18, I don't want to talk about those things.
Using AI for inappropriate uses.
Look, if you're going to talk about that, then I'm going to have to kick out the person who said they were turning 18 next week. I don't want to have sexual discussions with people. That's okay. I talk about things like de-extinction. If you weren't aware, the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I think this is a mind-blowing goal. They recently made headlines with their introduction of the direwolf. Their direwolves are about a year old. Joe Rogan has met them. They want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and the dodo bird following the woolly mammoth, which I just think is really exciting, and I look forward to archiving. Additionally, I talk about some things that is going to affect every person in here, some things that are going to affect everyone in here. If you want, this is all with your consent. You might be able to, in the future, utilize a type of technology known as life extension technology. When you were all born, the average life expectancy for everyone in here was about 80 years old. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, peptides, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like cryonics, cryogenics, things like ambrosia therapy, cold shock therapy, to get you to be 120 years old. But you may make it to that age and you may say, Rabbi, everything that you said came true. This has been wonderful. What's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent. If you want, you may be able to utilize a technology known as mind uploading technology, which is with your consent, scanning your brain into a computer like a CAT scanner and MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal to be able to experience a future of digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
Oh, holy shit. That was a lot of information, man. I can tell you.
No, shit.
That sounds amazing. We could make humanity strive with these technology.
I agree, man. 100%.
I had a quick question, Rabbi.
Go ahead, pimp.
Is there a secret group chat by chance?
No. I used to let people chat, but then I'd get people who put like really gory things in there, and
No, I don't think you understand what I'm talking about.
okay, I don't know what you mean there.
All right, next question. I'm sorry. What do you think about Adam's death?
Well, I just saw Happy Gilmore 2. I thought it sucked ass. I liked the first one a lot. The first one's classic. The second one just had too many cameos. I would have really liked it, even with all the cameos, if they would have just kept it to golf. But if you haven't had a chance to see it, basically the last hole, they like have like a how would I say it? A hole that they can adjust with a cell phone, which just doesn't make too much sense. I wasn't too big of a fan of that, but it was cool. I mean, I think he's made some really great movies. Happy Gilmore's an all-time great. Billy Madison, of course. He made Little Dicky, which was good, and 50 First Dates.
Yo, I got a question.
Go for it.
Who is the smartest Jew?
I am.
You're the smartest Jew ever.
Yeah, because I utilize artificial intelligence better than any other Jew or any other person on earth. So if there's ever a question that I don't know, we're going to get to the bottom of it as quickly as possible utilizing artificial intelligence.
What do you think about Israel? That's what Chad said.
Sure. I'm very pro-Israel. Perhaps I'm the biggest pro-Israel person on earth when Israel is acting correctly.
So you're not pro killing babies, are you?
I'm pro-world peace. I don't want anyone to die.
You fuck with my boy Netanyahu?
Yeah. What do you think about Benjamin Netanyahu?
Yeah, so I'm definitely an advocate of Benjamin Netanyahu and have been for decades when he's doing right, but I don't like when he doesn't do right. Anything that veers us away from world peace, I do not endorse.
What do you think about Israel having the strongest nuclear sites?
I'm proud of the advancements that we've made. I don't think that that's necessarily true, though, at least
Think it's
publicized.
necessary though. I think all the advancements are necessary.
Ideally, I don't want a world with nuclear weapons anywhere. I want a world that utilizes nuclear power. That's very important to me. But nuclear weapons, I don't feel are necessary. It then becomes.
So do you think any form of violence is necessary?
I'm a pacifist, so generally I do my best to avoid violence at all costs.
But like, what if someone breaks into your house and tries to kill you?
Yeah, I mean,
You kill them?
if it's in self-defense, you do what you have to do, but I don't believe in aggressive violence.
What do you think about the young black community?
Dude, I'm a huge advocate of the young black community and the old black community. I love the black community.
What do you like about the young black?
I love their creativity. If we're talking about, are we just talking about like young black people?
Yeah, just like the black youth nowadays.
Yeah, I love their creativity. I love their views on.
So you're a big fan of the 20v1s and the pop the balloons then?
I don't know what that is.
Well, that's like what kind of black culture these days. Pop the balloon.
Yeah.
20v1s, yeah.
20v1.
No,
Yeah.
if we're talking about just black youth, I'm a major advocate. I love the music. I love their sense of creativity.
You smoke weed, don't you?
Who's my favorite rapper? Puff Daddy.
What's that?
Yeah, but I also love.
You said Benny?
Yeah, I also love Tupac. I love Notorious. I love Snoop Dogg. I love.
You ever met Diddy?
No,
No. Yeah, you fuck with MC.
no.
Why?
And you can't.
I've never had the opportunity to meet them.
I think he was I don't have a personal grudge. You guys.
Okay. So, Rabbi, I got a question. If you could bring back one person for dinner, who would you bring back?
Great question. A man named Rabbi Akiva. He was a conversation with him.
Okay, W.
So, are you a rabbi?
I am.
So, what do you think about Jewish people?
I'm a huge advocate of my people. I'm a major leader within my religion.
Do you believe that Jews are like superior to non-Jews?
I have a question. Are you wearing a hat right now?
I mean, I have a yarmulke on it.
Is there gold under it?
Just my brain, baby. Do I think that?
You guys hide gold under them.
No, that's the big ass.
Yo, how are y'all getting a bird?
I don't think
Just like which ones they're hiding gold under.
Okay,
I saw a reliable source on TikTok say that they hide gold under their hats.
Okay, that's cool. I've been in many a shul, many a synagogue. Never seen any gold under any hats, and even if there was gold under a hat, you
No,
wouldn't.
I think it's more towards the Diamond District in New York being taken over by the Jewish culture.
Oh, that happened a century ago. If you think that we Jews are taking over the Diamond District now, you don't know your history.
No. I'm just like recognizing that it is taken over.
Oh, it's done. It's
I'm not saying it was any time recently.
no 100 years, 140 years ago it
What
started.
was going on in the tunnels underground?
So that was a movement to attempt to daven or pray during the pandemic, where you weren't allowed to have group gatherings, and so near 770.
Mattresses with like child-sized mattresses with like stains, weird stains on them and shit.
Yeah, like what they like white, you know?
Yeah, those types of stains.
Yeah. What's up with that?
I mean, I wasn't there, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you think Epstein was a cool guy?
I think a lot of the things that he's been accused of are terrible.
Nah, facts, bro.
He was
That doesn't get terrible. Bad. It's not a bad guy.
Yeah, I mean, he was like an Israeli spy after all. And he was kind
He's
of
a
like
good guy.
Honestly, he was a decent guy. Like, he didn't do anything wrong.
Like, wasn't he just there to like blackmail like rich people?
Yeah. Like, what? In my opinion, I say he was a victim.
Yeah, that's why they killed him, because he was blackmailing all the rich people.
No, he knew too much.
He would have leaked. You,
Hey, look, can you just nail me? Okay. Come on, bro.
I'm kind of lost. I'm really lost.
So, if I may ask, to the person who found me on Kick, you just saw one of my clips, and you were like, "What is this?" And then you went down the rabbit hole.
Yeah.
That's baller. So it was from a clip. It was from a clip. It was not from spam, correct?
No, it's from a clip.
Baller.
Billy!
It was the name of the clip.
Excellent. Yeah, exactly. It says YouTube, Rabbi Rothschild, and then my Discord. It's brilliant. It got all of you guys in here.
No, I got these ones in here. Don't try to take fucking.
That's legit. That's legit. Okay. All right. Well, you were the leader of the pack. Good on you.
Yes, I'm the leader. Yeah.
Yeah, are you familiar with that term?
He's a what?
Holy shit.
I can't hear what you're saying. Can you repeat it and no one else interrupt you?
No,
Yeah.
chill. I'm underage. You can't talk about that.
Yeah. Don't talk about those things.
That's kind of a wrong. I apologize, Mr. Rothschild.
You're good, big dog.
The Rothschild, how much money do I have to pay you to do a physical exercise?
Yeah, do some push-ups.
Yeah.
Can we do some push-ups for Israel?
I'm good. No, I'm good for right now. Israel knows that I'm good.
Wait, kill this nigga. He's Israel.
So, if I may ask, are you guys streamers yourselves?
Yeah, we are. We're sort of.
No, I'm just a degenerate. I sit on Discord all day.
Okay, that's cool. Welcome to the club. Okay, very cool. And
Yeah, I film streamers like when I'm
But it's like
employed.
child labor, you know?
When I'm employed, but like right now I just do clips.
very well. So you just do clips of different influencers?
Correct.
That's tight.
It's like those acts.
Influencers and small streamers as well as here and there.
Very cool. Who are your favorite streamers?
Like Lily Bixie.
Okay, what do you like?
Myron, you know?
Not personally, but I've heard of them. What do you like? What do you like about them?
I like Bixie or DDG.
Okay.
Like, I've watched Aiden since like a long time.
You know, I'm the number one streamer all time in Aiden Ross's Discord.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. You're cool.
You're darn
Yeah,
right I'm
chill,
cool.
bro.
Very well. Well, you guys should know.
Do you have any ties to Aiden?
Yeah, he's been in my stream. He was on my YouTube and he interviewed me once. And I'm the number one streamer all time.
I really want to talk to Aiden. Could you get that? Like one of his biggest.
Yeah,
Yo, can we talk to Aiden, please?
yeah. If you want to
I feel like you're in a secret. I feel like I feel
Bro,
like
we dropped out of college to meet Aiden. Yeah, bro.
Okay, I don't know if that was a good idea.
I'm telling you, all the famous Jews are in a fucking group chat together, dude.
Word, dog.
They all get the news early before it happens.
Word. So if you want to connect with Aiden, the best person to connect with is Citrus, who's his like right hand man, and just drop him a message with your proposal, and if they like it, they'll connect with you.
Holy shit, I can't do it. You think I could become Aiden's like left hand man?
Ask Citrus, but perhaps
Well, we become Aiden's like personal
that's not an.
Like, if you need a masseuse.
I have a question. What do you think about DJ Academics grilling Noah?
I don't think it's.
He valid.
I don't think that's cool.
Don't think it's cool.
No.
Do you think DJ Academics should like have his Discord privileges taken away after that?
Frankly, I don't know who that is.
Or he said some very inappropriate things to a child.
All right, that's not cool.
Right, and he's an influencer, friends with Aiden. So do you think he should have his Discord privileges taken away?
No, I don't think anybody should be canceled. If they did something illegal, then you can press charges against them.
It wasn't necessarily illegal, but it was just kind of weird.
All right, well, I don't know enough about the situation to comment any further.
Bro, you be smoking weed.
Yo, Rabbi, you be smoking.
All day,
You
every
do,
day.
don't you?
All day, every day, baby.
Yeah.
I can tell you be fried.
Word, dog.
You're so chill, bro. Like it's a novel, dude.
100%. Are you guys live on Kick right now?
I'm just shooting for
No, my mom kicks me out. I don't live in the house.
I asked if you're live on Kick.
Yeah. So I can't get to my computer because I'm stuck outside.
I understand.
I'm living in a Walgreens as we speak.
Tight, dog. What aisle?
I'm not at an aisle. I'm at the front.
Oh, like by the checkout?
No, by the handicap chairs. You know,
By the handicap? They have handicap chairs?
no, like like the rolling things,
A wheelchair?
wheelchairs, but yeah.
All right. Are you sitting in a wheelchair?
No, I'm sitting next to them. Why would I sit on them that take up the space?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's nowhere else to sit. Maybe you are handicapped.
Yes, he is. Oh, I think you should meet Hannah. I think you should meet my friend Hannah.
Can we actually I feel like you could have enlightened Anna.
Yeah, no fact. Hannah has severe autism and she's very handicapped.
All right. Well, she can sit next to you at the Walgreens.
No. No, I was saying you could talk to her.
Go ahead. Speak, Hannah.
She gets bullied a lot on Discord and stuff.
Dude, everybody gets bullied on Discord.
No, not bullied like that.
Everybody gets bullied on Discord. People are dicks.
Yo, Black. No, but she's disabled, bro, and she's not competent.
All right.
She doesn't comprehend.
People take advantage of that by making fun of her.
Well, that's fine. She has a nice name.
You want to meet her? I'll tell her to join your server if you want to talk to her.
Yeah, sure. If she's 18.
Yeah. She's 34.
Oh, great.
Maybe you guys could,
Maybe he'll know.
Hey, Rabbi,
What's going on? I'm based out of Southern California.
Yo, that's where Hannah's from.
All right.
Yo, wait. You trying to get it over?
Nope. But I would like to make new friends, and if
Yo, you know what? Yo, you contact and goes in on the date. You let me know.
Wait, actually, that's nothing about that.
do you know how many girls want to date me? I've got add her to the list, dog.
Yo.
Word, dog. Every single day of my life, I pimp.
I invited her to your Discord and I said, you wouldn't mind meeting you. Or I should say, you wouldn't mind pimping you.
Hey, what's up, Miss Aquarius? How are you?
I'm good, Rabbi. How are you?
I'm well. We had some friends join us. Well, they're going to have to be patient because Miss Aquarius and I play a game. It won't take long, but we do it every night. And it's bowling on an app called Play-Doh.
Yo, Miss Aquarius, I'm an Aquarius too.
And February.
Holy shit.
Hey, are
You
you
guys good together?
Are
Yeah,
you
are you
Jennifer?
Rabbi and sexually involved?
Oh, yeah. What's your sexual situation?
Doug, she's asked you a question 8 times. Are you January or February?
Oh, January.
Right away.
January 23rd.
Hey! Let's go. Yes,
Is your girl?
They're all my girls. She's my friend. Miss Aquarius, you should have an invite. Take a look.
Hey, let me get the invite.
You remind me of
Got
that.
wall.
Alright, there we go. Alright, let's go.
Hit it, girl.
You get a hand on your thing, that would have been more.
Look at the love shark.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We got something to go. We can pimp out all this.
Nah, we good, bro. We don't need that.
You're good. We don't need it. What are you talking about?
Be respectful.
Just that we don't need that. He doesn't get down with that. I need that.
He doesn't pimp out girls. He was just telling us he's a pimp.
We're just saying he does.
Okay.
Yo, so is he one?
Is he shy?
Is he your pimp?
Quit it. Hey. Hey, if you're not going to be respectful, then I'm going to ask you to leave.
What? Alright, you know that's my bad.
Sorry, Mr. Roman. I didn't realize I was being disrespectful.
Well, now you do.
Yeah, let me.
Nice spare, Miss Aquarius.
All my dogs are being disrespectful.
There we go.
Hey, get the fuck in the car.
Hey, get in there, Rabbi.
I just did. There we go.
Yo, I'm here.
Nice. You matched me.
Just like
Great,
that,
great job. Great strike. Ooh, got you back.
Hey, that's right. Get in there, Rabbi.
I am.
bro. Rabbi, you cute as hell, bro.
Thanks, baby.
Yo,
Yo, Rabbi, you low key fun.
I appreciate it.
like, I see why that girl, mother girl wants you.
Yo, be honest.
Nice spare.
You gotta be okay.
Nice spare, Miss Aquarius.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Ooh,
Let's go.
3 in a row. That's a turkey.
Yay.
Yo, how are y'all done?
I fucking like slept.
I was at their spawn just obliterating them. Like, how?
Did you know that it's 299 days until Grand Theft Auto 6?
Yo, they're people is it?
This is what I'm talking about, bro. You actually know, like, information that nobody
Ooh, you ain't getting enough.
Yo, is there a thing? I heard that Jews get early access.
Hey. Well, get it.
There we go.
There.
Wow.
111.
111. All right,
I
Miss
saw it on
Aquarius.
TikTok. I don't know why people are saying.
What the fuck? Yo, he won.
Miss Aquarius, we need you to get your 100th win.
I gotta get my 100 wins.
Yo, Miss Curious.
Yeah.
What are you playing?
Me and Rabbi playing Buffalo on another app. Cafe.
Rabbi, your good friend.
Rabbi,
Nice spare, Miss Aquarius.
Rabbi, can we crack?
Can you what?
Can we crack?
Are you talking like a beer?
I think he's talking about you. That's what chat.
Yeah, we're talking about you, baby.
Please be respectful. Watch yourself.
You don't allow freedom of speech here?
I do.
Good job, Rabbi.
Thank you. What other games do you guys like aside from Overwatch? Rainbow Six?
I mean, get you good.
saying can be good. He's been there. So, let me walk it. Rabbi.
Yo, I'm good for now.
Oh, hell no. Ain't no real cheaper. You trim. Rabbi, can you take me out?
No.
What the fuck are you talking about?
As I said previously, please be respectful.
Bro, I meant that like I was trying to get an opportunity for business type shit.
All right, well then just say that. What kind of business do you do? What kind of business do you do?
I'm big into gambling. That's my main income pretty much.
Okay. Do you do sports betting? Nice job, Miss Aquarius. You win, I win.
I may get it tomorrow.
Let's hope so. God willing, we'll play, okay?
Okay.
Night, night.
Everybody. Good night.
Good night, ma'am.
Good night.
I hope you sleep well. Sweet dreams.
Oh, sweet dreams to you and everybody else. All right.
Take care.
Good morning, should I start earlier? What? Can I start with? Yeah. She makes me so happy.
She's a very nice woman.
You know her? Yeah, we get to know her. Did you cry? Yeah. Chill, here's my I was understood at this one. Chill, what you mean?
All right, friends. I've answered a lot of questions. I want to say shout out to my man, Spaz. Spaz, thank you so much for bringing everybody in. I'm going to continue watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy.
There's only one temple in Jewish history, and that's the temple in Israel, in Jerusalem. Okay, it was destroyed and built, so there's really
My
two
whole life
temples.
is a feed
But to
camp.
call, for example, your building temple, Emmanuel,
My whole
means
life
this
is
our
a
home
feed camp.
right here in Berlin. And so they took a principled stance opposing Zionism. Weiss, however, disagreed with that and promoted Zionism, even though it went against the opinions of classical reform. Oh, and by the way, most Reform rabbis later came to Weiss's position as well. So the Reform movement did shift along with Weiss. But even here in Miami, I understand that I think it was Temple Israel for a long time. They had classical reform where there were these kinds of attitudes back in the 50, 60 years ago. But I'm not sure. I probably shouldn't say that. Please, Elliot, please take that part out because I'm not sure about it. But I make lots of mistakes. There's a lot of things you can cut out. But at any rate, he founded the New York Federation of Zionist Societies in 1897. That's a really early date. The World Zionist Congress was founded that same year. So we're talking about quite early on in the Zionist movement. He worked hand in hand with Herzl. Herzl dies in 1904. And so the last very productive years of Herzl's life were conducted with Weiss at his side as his primary representative to the strong and growing American Jewish population. He represented American Jewry in the World Zionist Congress in Basel. That would be the year after it was founded. And as I mentioned earlier, he was also very much involved in helping draft the text that ultimately would be issued by the British government as the Balfour Declaration. Now, let's just look here a little bit about how that sort of thinking was played out by American Jewry. And I want to jump ahead a little bit to say how American Jews really were absorbing the kind of values that Weiss himself extolled. I'm not sure that he is the primary factor involved, but nevertheless we see his thinking quite prominent. And I know that this is pretty much very well known to most of you in this room, but to all the undergraduates I have who are going to be watching this on the web, who are younger than 25, this is going to be surprising, shocking even for them. And the first thing is that the vast majority of Jews historically voted Democrat. That's something that especially Orthodox Jews will say, what? All my friends are Republican. I only know Republicans. But it's something that's a little bit of a quirk for Orthodox Jews in the last, say, since Reagan, since the 1980s. But overwhelmingly, Jews voted Democrat. If you look at this chart here, this shows the Jewish vote in presidential elections from 1916 to 2004. I have a little bit later statistics coming up. This shows it's if you all Jews fill up the chart. So up to the top is 100% of Jews. In those elections, you can see that blue is by far the largest chunk. It goes up and down a little bit over the years, depending largely on which candidates are running. But overwhelmingly, with the exception of the 1920 elections, the overwhelming number of Jews, way more than 50%, voted Democrat. Well, we have polling. I'm sorry. Well, they were either answering the polls incorrectly, the exit polls, or it's an anti-Semitic plot. It's one or the other. But yeah, exit polls, sure. Yeah, and they ask you your religion too. Where do you live? And you don't want to answer. You don't want to answer. But this is really good research from Ira Sheskin, a very important Jewish demographer, perhaps the world's greatest Jewish demographer alive, who's actually right here in the University of Miami. And his research is rock solid. And this has not been contested. The vast majority of Jews voted Democrat. However, and let's look at this, for example, I'm sorry I didn't have 2012 election results to show you, but this is a similar kind of material on the 2008 election. So if you look at how people voted by ethnicity, you can see that, and also I tried to figure out how to make these blue and red, but I couldn't figure that out, I'm sorry. So if you look at Caucasians, whites, a little over 50%, let's say about 60% voted for McCain, Republican, and closer to about 35% voted for Obama. Among Hispanics, the number is reversed, where you have many more Hispanics voting for Obama than for McCain. Obviously, Romney experienced something similar in the last election. Among blacks, this is a huge surprise. Only a tiny percent voted for McCain, and overwhelmingly, of course, they supported Obama. And look at Jews here. Jews are voting more like Hispanics than like Caucasians. This is what Norman Podhoretz once said, that Jews make money like Presbyterians, but vote like Puerto Ricans. Meaning that Presbyterians, old-style Mayflower Americans, tend to be wealthier. Wealthier people tend to vote Republican. But the Puerto Ricans, relatively new additions to the American continent politically, with less wealth per capita, they tend to vote Democrat. So Jews, overwhelmingly, let's say 2/3 and higher, tend to vote Democrat, even when they're rising in the socioeconomic scale. And of course, the total population is pretty much 50-50 in the 2008 election, pretty much the same thing in the popular vote in the 2012 election. And now let's look at how denomination makes a difference as well. This is different for Orthodox Jews. So if we break down, again, 2008, the numbers that I've seen anecdotally, I didn't look very hard, but the numbers for anecdotally for 2012 are pretty similar. If you look at Jews overall, you see that most Jews voted for Obama in 2008, but a significant minority, about 38%, maybe a little lower, voted for McCain. When you look at the Orthodox respondents, however, the numbers are reversed. About 75% of Orthodox Jews voted for McCain, and about a quarter, 25%, voted, there it is, 25% voted for Obama. So for reasons that are too complicated for us to go into today, the Orthodox vote tends to be the reverse of the general Jewish vote. General Jewish vote is higher Democrat. The Orthodox vote is higher Republican. And obviously the reasons for this is too much for us today, but I want to emphasize the idea of the liberalism that's closer to the democratic values that is clearly the emphasis of the influence of people like Weiss. Yes, sir.
Could it be the Orthodox voted not for Obama because they thought he was a Muslim?
There can be a lot of reasons. You can look at perceptions of his support of Israel, perceptions of his quote-unquote progressive social values, whereas the Republican candidates seem to want to represent more of a traditional family issue. There are a whole host of issues that you can use to unpack this vote here.
If it wasn't for his being black,
Yeah, well, I think my guess is, and this is like, I'm in the history department, but not in the theoretical history department, but I would guess that the numbers might not be as extreme, but when you look at candidates before Obama, before 2008, this pattern was holding as well. Yeah, Orthodox Jews since Reagan were breaking away from the Democratic trend, and the Republican trend was increasing. I think it has mainly to do with the perception of what is the social agenda. Issues like abortion, gay marriage, things like that, tend to polarize Orthodox voters. And so a lot of those things fold into this. At any rate, so if we take the Orthodox out of the equation, this is all like Stephen Wise's kind of activity. Yes, Joe. So go ahead, Joe, and then I could get one. Yeah, if we have a chart like this on Kennedy. So I don't know if I'll do it this. Maybe I can squeeze it into another lecture. But the point that I want to emphasize here is Wise's influence. Please. Sure, that's true. These are very rough numbers. I think you get a better idea if you look, for example, there's some really good studies done at the local level in New York City. And if you look at neighborhoods, zip codes that are overwhelmingly Orthodox, then Romney is like off the charts. There's like 3% Democratic voters, and it's all Romney. And then you cross over to another zip code where it's more African American, all of a sudden Obama's off the charts. So you get a much more like a scalpel precise view when you look at neighborhoods. These are kind of broad tendencies overall. But valid point. Okay, let's go back to the early 20th century. He's big in international politics. This is a person who really stood on the world stage, and not only for Jewish causes. At the end of World War I, one of the major issues that had to be decided was, what do we do with the ruins of the three empires that previously occupied Europe? The Russian Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and the German Empire, all of which did not exist in 1918 after the war. And so one of the biggest issues was, how do we divide up the territory? Which nationality gets a country? Which nationalities do not get countries? And at the Paris Peace Conferences, and the Versailles one here, a lot of different groups had an opportunity to present their case for statehood. Weiss represented Zionism and the case for Israel there. He was also influential with President Woodrow Wilson, who established the 14 points, a system that was designed to try and create a test for who would get statehood after World War I. So this is a figure. We have a person who was a religious leader, social activist, prominent Zionist, very leftist in many of his views, and he's also active on the world stage. Yes, Mr. Lax. Definitely a spokesman for Herzl. He was a strong ally of Herzl's, absolutely. At the same time, he's writing lots of books. I don't have too much time, so this is just one of about 7 books that he authored. Basically, his speeches, sermons, things like that, which later made it into print. There was the old Austrian spelling that was his father's. They changed it to Wise when they came here. Now, getting to the more controversial point is his life during the Holocaust. I'm going to have to go a little past 9:30 just to finish this. I hope you don't mind. We had to start late. So you can leave in disgust if you like precisely at 9:30. But, well, yeah, my videographer is going to go at 9:30. But I'll go quickly. Okay, so the controversy is, the Holocaust obviously was an existential threat to the Jews of Europe. America at this time was undeniably the world's strongest economic power and had the largest concentration of Jews outside of Europe. And so the question is, how should American Jewish leaders have responded to the ongoing news of impending doom for the Jews of Germany? Weiss started with a very powerful beginning in the 1930s, organizing anti-German boycotts with the rise of Hitler to power in 1933, and generally took a very strident voice against the Nazi anti-Semitic regime. At the same time, however, once World War II formally broke out, and America was engaged in the war, Weiss's rhetoric changed, and there was much more of a deferential attitude towards the leadership of America in the war, particularly, by the way, I should say, after 1941, because America did not enter the war until Pearl Harbor. But once American young men were in Europe fighting for the defeat of Hitler, Weiss's approach was, what more can we actually ask the Americans to do? After all, American men are dying. There are boots on the ground in Europe fighting for a cause which is exactly consonant with what we want, the end of the Holocaust. And so Weiss's approach was one of, let's trust the government to do this. Let us move forward with their plans, respect their military decisions, and so on. Many Jews felt this was what happened to the old Rabbi Weiss? What happened to the strident critic who would stand up and would try Chai V'Kayam to try and get things to change? And they felt that his leadership was quite tepid. This is especially true after the issue of the Regner telegram. So Gerhard Regner was a consular official, I believe he's consular official in Geneva, and he passed on this telegram that was addressed to Stephen Wise. It went through the State Department, and the State Department actually held it back from him, did not give it to Stephen Wise, but it did get to him anyways through a different route from the British Parliament. This telegram, which was dated August 1942, gave real, concrete, and fairly accurate details about the Holocaust. And when I say the Holocaust in this context, I mean the clear determination of the Nazis to massacre every single Jewish civilian in Europe, including the mechanisms for this destruction and so on. Now, this was actually not totally new to America. There had been reports leaking out, but this was the first verified true claim by legitimate channels that was sent directly to the State Department, and the State Department quashed it. They didn't even let him know about it. So what was Wise to do with this text once he found it? Here is the actual text of the Regner telegram. This is the version that was sent through the World Jewish Congress, and it reads, have received through Foreign Office following message from Regner, Geneva, stop. Received alarming report that in Führer's headquarters plan discussed and under consideration all Jews in country should, after deportation and concentration east, at one blow exterminated to resolve once and for all Jewish question in Europe. All true. The number is perhaps 3.5 to 4 million, but the actual plan was decided, we know, on January 22nd, 1942. We know the idea of deportation to the east. We know, of course, of the terrible death camps. Here's the version that actually came through, which was Zyklon B, the chemical that was used to kill the Jews. So here we have, the most prominent American Jewish leader get to a legitimate chain of transmission. What should he do with this? So ultimately what he did was he had a meeting with President Roosevelt. It was scheduled and held in 1943. The meeting lasted approximately 30 minutes. It began with a brief prayer. Stephen Wise presented this information, which of course Roosevelt already knew. It was well known from other sources already by this point. And the majority of the 30 minutes was taken up by Roosevelt speaking about his position on this. And that was basically it. And many Jews felt that this was insufficient, was that, he should have pushed, he should have screamed, he should have organized demonstrations. There are also some very controversial plans, which too much for us to go into today, but especially toward the end of the war, certain elements in the Nazi chaotic bureaucracy were willing to exchange Jews for materiel that they promised they would only use against the Russians, who were, of course, the allies of the Americans. But since the Germans were feeling a lot of pressure on the Eastern Front, they wanted, it was called the Jews for Trucks scheme, where some Jews, especially in Hungary, would be released in favor of accepting American war materiel that could then be used against the Russians. The Americans ultimately rejected the plan. It was kind of a crazy plan from a military military background. Here you are trying to defeat an enemy, and you're giving aid to the enemy to defeat your ally. But it could have saved, potentially, about 500,000 Jews in Hungary. So it's a very controversial thing. Why his position was controversial? The critics is also controversial, and the legacy of this entire period is yet to be determined. So let me just conclude with a few comments. I'll take some questions in a minute. Ultimately, though, with a recap of Weiss's life, we see that in many ways his career as a pulpit rabbi and as an American activist defined for many ways what American Jews, and I'm talking broadly about American Jews, not specifically Orthodox Jews, viewed as the ideal rabbi. Someone who is learned, erudite, leftist, activist, Zionist. These were the kinds of adjectives that were used to describe his life, and that was used to describe the ideal rabbi for many. His legacy is one of tremendous influence on Jewish voting patterns, on Jewish thought. It's somewhat more mixed and controversial when it comes to the difficult period of the Holocaust, but nevertheless, Rabbi Weiss's approach to the problems of the day definitely made a major impact on the way Jews think, even in the 21st century. I'm going to take some questions, but at first I want to thank you very much for your attendance and dismiss you because we're already out of time. So thank you very much for attending. Yeah. Okay. Well, I hope we have enough room on the card. Well, we'll find out soon enough, only. Okay. Good evening, everyone. It's nice to see you again after a long Pesach break. I hope you had an enjoyable holiday. I think the highlight of our holiday was when my 8-year-old son picked up the roasted egg off the Seder plate and said, "How old is this egg?" That's how we used it every year. Anyways, I want to wish a public mazel tov to Rabbi and Rebbetzin Grunstein, and specifically to their daughter Gitti, who was just married a few moments ago. A very nice young man named Mr. Mandel. The traditional blessing is they should have the merit to build a bias Ne'eman b'Yisrael and eternal house in Israel. Mazel tov. Okay. And I'm very happy I managed to get to the chuppah, and with great personal sacrifice, I tore myself away from the Chinese food buffet to be here tonight.
Tonight, I'll invite you to my home.
That's very kind of you. Thank you. But if I have I have to go home and make sure my kids are okay too. All right, let's go to Emmanuel. So tonight's topic is Emanuel Ringelblum, a very, very important, heroic scholar of the Holocaust period. My goal tonight is to tell you a little bit about his life. And, of course, since this is sort of a thinly disguised attempt to offer an undergraduate survey course in Jewish history, we're going to talk about the Holocaust, specifically up until the deportations of 1942, and we're going to focus on the ghettoization period, which is crucial to Emanuel Ringelblum's work. For those of you who are with the college, see, a lot of the students are actually at the wedding, but we have a few of you here as well. I want to let you know, very importantly, we have this new amazing feature called an embedded librarian. If you visit my webpage, you'll find, actually it's on my YouTube page, find a little introduction where we have this great idea. We have a librarian, a professional research librarian. Let go, my daughter is signaling, let go of the microphone. Okay. A professional research librarian who is online in the course right there with you. And she's providing lots of information. It's like having a professional librarian sit right next to you in lectures and hand you little bits of information, say, you should look at this article, check out this video, all kinds of things like that. So definitely make use of Ms. Fernandez. She is great and incredibly helpful. Definitely one of the best research librarians I have ever worked with. And I've had the pleasure of working with some really great ones. So I'll just tell you one cool thing about her. She comes from Cuba, where she was a professional librarian there, and then she came to America, and she retrained. She received her MLS again here. When she was in Cuba, because they have very strict restrictions on who can access the internet, she was one of the few people in the university who was allowed to go out into the internet, and professors would have to come to her and ask her what kind of books are out there, and she couldn't just give them the computer, she had to say, well, what kind of books are you looking for? And she would have to find the materials and filter them to give to the instructors. So she really knows how to dig for information. But let's get to our topic specifically. We're going to look at a great scholar who died in the prime of his career, cut down horribly by the Nazis. He was a young man born at the beginning of the last century, trained specifically in the history of the Jews, specializing in the Jews of Warsaw, proficient in multiple languages, as many scholars from Eastern Europe was, and earned his PhD in 1927 for a dissertation on the Jews of Warsaw, which was later published. But really the thing that makes him stand out head and shoulders above his peers was his activity during the Nazi occupation of Warsaw. Specifically, he created a clandestine group of volunteer scholars, demographers, sociologists, anthropologists. When necessary, he trained them in the basic school tools of the scholarship, and he sent them out with the simple goal of documenting as accurately and as objectively as possible what exactly is happening in the ghetto. An incredible, powerful record of every aspect of life in the ghetto was recorded by this group, which was called Oneg Shabbos, because they met on Saturdays, and that was the time that they all came together to discuss what they were doing. And although he saw immediately after the rebellion, the Warsaw Uprising in 1943, that their work would be halted by the Nazi onslaught, not to mention the deportations that happened earlier, he arranged for the burial of this massive archive. I'll give you a sense of its size shortly, in 3 separate caches underground in Warsaw. 2 of them were discovered after the war. Scholars went back because there were 3 survivors from the group, and they found these archives, and they unearthed 2 of them. There's one that's still missing. We're hoping that one day we will discover it. And it gives us a glimpse into the 9th circle of hell that we would not otherwise be able to understand without the tremendous scholarship of Emanuel Ringelblum. So my goal for tonight is to tell you a little bit about his life in particular, and then to kind of ease back the focus of the lecture to talk about the unfolding of the beginning of World War II, specifically on the creation of the ghettos, and then talk about what his archive tells us about ghetto life, and then we'll speak about his legacy. We will not discuss tonight the second half of the Holocaust, specifically the evolution of the final solution, the Endlösung, that saw the creation of Auschwitz and the death camps. I'm hoping that next week's lecture, when we talk about Evgenia Ginsburg, will use her life to talk a little bit about that aspect of the Holocaust. Okay, so why don't we get started here? Here he is as a younger man. He trained with 2 other remarkable historians whose work also were definitely in the top tier of Jewish scholarship of the early 20th century. Raphael Mahler, who did fantastic work on the evolution of the Haskalah and the Hasidic movement in 19th century Poland, and also Arthur Eisenbach, who did a lot of tremendous work also on the Jews of Poland. He was a non-observant Jew who affiliated with the leftist Zionists, the Poalei Zion, the Workers of Zion Party, which is most famous perhaps for their influential development of the kibbutz movement in Israel. Their leader, Boer Borachov, argued that Israel should be both a Zionist homeland for Jews, a refuge for Jews from all over the world, and at the same time, Borachov argued that it would be inappropriate for Israel to be just another country. If they're going to start from the beginning, they should make it a socialist country. And so the Poalei Zion, very influential in the beginning of the century in Israel, later developed into what we call today the Labor Party. Poalei Zion is really the central core of it. The Poalei Zion, like many of the Jewish parties at the time, had a lot of internal conflict, and at one point it split into a left branch versus a right branch. And the left branch was more closely affiliated with the more radical communist elements in Jewish society, And Ringelblum leaned left as well. He definitely believed in a secular, socialist, messianic vision of Zion. He was also very common for the Poale Zion members of the time, an intense believer in Yiddish, the Mama Lashon, that was the vernacular of the Jews of the day. Although it was a declining language even before the Holocaust, when, of course, the demographic impact of 6 million deaths, and the majority of them in Eastern Europe, virtually doomed Yiddish, although it is having an interesting renaissance. Maybe we'll have an opportunity to discuss it at another time. Many Jews were assimilating out of Yiddish at the time to other linguistic choices, such as the vernacular, be it Polish or German or Russian, in very small instances Ukrainian, or they were being tempted by Hebrew, which was, of course, the language of the Zionists. And Yiddish was regarded as, they actually called it the jargon. It was not considered a real language except for very serious scholars in Lithuania associated with the Yiddish Wissenschaftlicher Institute, or YIVO, which later Ringelblum would associate himself with. But as a Yiddishist, he believed that the language really encapsulated the core values of Jewish culture, that it was a way to express certain things that could not be said in the ancestral tongue of Hebrew, and certainly not in the non-Jewish languages like Polish and Russian and so on. So he was really a believer in writing in Yiddish. He wrote a lot of his scholarship in the Yiddish language, in promoting the formal study of Yiddish through YIVO, which standardized the dialect, for example, and the spelling, things like that. Sort of his philosophical orientation. He joined Warsaw University, and something which kind of pleased me in a way, at the same time he also ended up teaching at a Jewish high school for girls. I know because when I got my PhD and I thought, here I am, I'm a big scholar, I've made it, things like that. And then I discovered what some people say is the most effective form of Jewish birth control, which is day school tuition. That's a joke, thank you. But I'll probably edit that out of the Torah Cafe version. But when I realized how much day school tuition was, then I ended up spending a lot of my time volunteering at local day schools to help offset the tuition of my kids. So it made me feel that I'm in the same family. If Emanuel Ringelblum could do it, well, he's got a PhD at the University of Warsaw, okay, I can also teach day school. As I mentioned, he was very well published, tremendous scholar, very prolific output. He also believed in promoting scholarship as well. He founded several journals, and he founded a circle of younger historians like Arthur Eisenbach and Raphael Malevich, and he associated himself very heavily with this fascinating, spent a lot of time studying with them, YIVO, which was this premier institute of Yiddish language scholarship in Europe. After the war, it was moved to New York City, where I had a place on Fifth Avenue for a long time, right next to the Guggenheim. I had an office there one summer, which was one of the greatest research summers of my career. And now it's in the Center for Jewish History, a little bit further south of Manhattan. One of the most important institutions of Jewish research into Eastern Europe to this day. So now let's back up a little bit and understand what is happening in the larger world and how that affects the Jews specifically in the Holocaust. I'm sure that for many of you this is very basic history, and for some of you it may be very personal history as well. But for the interest of my undergraduate students who will be viewing this for who knows how long on the web, I will just give a little bit of more basic information. So it's important to distinguish between the Holocaust and the Second World War. These were two interrelated phenomena, but they were also quite highly distinct. As one of the greatest biographers of Hitler wrote, Eberhard Jägel, he wrote that Hitler really had two main elements in his Weltanschauung. In fact, that's the title of his book, Hitler's Weltanschauung, Hitler's worldview. There were two things that Hitler wanted to achieve. One was he wanted Lebensraum. He wanted living space. He believed very deeply in the mission of the Germans to colonize all of Europe, specifically Eastern Europe, and he would stop at nothing to be able to conquer the entire continent. We'll see that even more clearly in today's lecture when I show you some maps. At the same time, his other main goal, it was not epiphenomenal, it was central to his personality, was anti-Semitism. He really believed in the total destruction of the Jewish people. There's a lot that we could say if we had more time with regards, maybe we'll discuss a little bit next week, with regards how he came to the idea of ultimately murdering all the Jews of Europe. That was not an automatic and immediate thought even earlier in the war, but nevertheless, he clearly wanted to get rid of the Jews. He wanted this Europe to be dominated by Germany and to be Judenrein, to be free of Jews. He formed an alliance ultimately with several other powers known as the revisionist states. They were so called because they wanted to revise the World War I peace treaties. World War II, as my teacher, Professor Magachi, used to say, World War II is really World War I Part 2. World War II was fought largely because the end of World War I was not sufficiently handled. The Allies went in at the end of World War I and they assessed blame very one-sidedly on the Germans and the Austrians, and they imposed some really harsh treaties, some tremendous changes to the map, huge demographic inversions where, for example, you would have 2/3 of citizens of Austria-Hungary after 1918 are living outside of the boundaries of Austria-Hungary. 2/3 of the people living in Poland are not Polish. The capital of Lithuania was located in another country. There are all kinds of crazy things that they decided at the time, which pleased a lot of the newer nations, but the loser nations of World War I were deeply dissatisfied. And when you couple that with the economic crises of the Great Depression, they wanted to fight again. They wanted to revise the peace treaties, hence they were called revisionists. Not, by the way, to be confused with people who call themselves revisionists today. Usually revisionist is a way of saying Holocaust denier. They call themselves revisionist historians. It's a different phenomenon. So anyways, Hitler joined with several disgruntled states, most notably Germany, and for other reasons, Japan. And, whoops, there was my microphone. And he formed an alliance that ultimately resulted in the war, which broke out in 1939. But it didn't break out immediately. There were a couple of really important territorial changes that preceded it. First was, here's a map of Germany, and one of Hitler's first demands was Austria. Austria really deserved to be part of Germany, he said, because it's a common culture, they speak the same language, they share the same, broadly speaking, historical experience, and Austrians, seeing Hitler's tremendous rise to power and the way he restored pride to Germany, the 1936 Olympics was a huge success, and so on, so Austrians wanted it as well. And so in a move called the Anschluss, Austria joined with Germany. This is memorialized, of course, in a very famous movie that we love at home, The Sound of Music. I often, when I'm in a good mood, try to think of myself as Julie Andrews, and but I don't want to embarrass my daughters who are here listening to this lecture by talking about that. So, anyways, the Anschluss, Austria is joined to Germany in 1938, and then Germany made a lot of noise about the Sudetenland, which are these orange areas here that represent the edge of what became Czechoslovakia. It was heavily populated with Germans, ethnic Germans. And the people living in the Sudetenland, the Germans wanted to join Germany, and Germany wanted to take them back. It's also a significant mountain range, so controlling the heights was really important strategically. And Hitler threw a massive tantrum, saying, I'm going to take this back, or else there is going to be war. And of course, what happened was the Allies, afraid of another war because they'd just gone through this devastating First World War, they followed a disastrously stupid policy of appeasement, in which they said, okay, Hitler, fine, but just, this is it, really. We'll just give you the Sudetenland, this is it, and then you promise, right? You're not going to make any more demands. So Hitler says, of course I promise, and there's a very famous, sad moment when the British Prime Minister, Neville Chamberlain, we have it actually on film. It's one of those things you don't want to have on film anymore, but they made it on YouTube. He lands at the tarmac in England, and he gets off the plane. There are journalists all around him, and he holds up this piece of paper, which was completely worthless, saying, I have here in my hands a piece of paper signed by Herr Hitler, and he promises there will be, quote unquote, peace in our time, or peace for our time. He made a strong, bold statement, and of course Hitler immediately had plans for war. War would bring out in 1939. The way that the last step that Hitler put into place, and this is extremely important now for the Holocaust. Up until now, I've been talking primarily about the war, but the Holocaust is a related phenomenon, interrelated. This was a Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Germany, since it's located in the center of Europe, has one huge strategic weakness, and that is that it cannot fight a two-front war. It can't fight actively at the same time in the West and in the East. And that's not necessarily because of the prowess of its soldiers or its advanced weaponry. It has to do with logistics. You can't get supplies easily from one place to another if the front lines are separated by entire countries. So in order to achieve his goal of conquering all of Europe, Hitler had to make sure that one of those front lines was not going to be a threat, so he'd concentrate on the other one. And that's exactly what he did with Stalin, his erstwhile enemy, because Hitler was so fiercely opposed to communism. He essentially calls up Joseph Stalin. He says, listen, I want to make a deal. I will send my foreign minister. You pull out yours. It happened that their foreign minister at the time was a Jew named Zinoviev, so they had to replace him with a non-Jew named Molotov. And he said, let's just make a deal. Let's agree to not attack each other, a non-aggression pact. And Stalin says, well, what's in it for me? And Hitler says, listen, what about Poland? You want a big chunk of the countries that were carved out of your territory after World War I. Why don't we split the territories that divide us? You get the eastern half, we'll get the western half, we'll be allies forever, and this will be wonderful. And Stalin says, great. So in August of 1939, they signed this secret pact, non-aggression between Germany and the Soviet Union, and that allows Hitler on September 1, 1939, to invade Poland, and the Soviet Union invades at the same time from the east, and Poland is taken off the map within a matter of 3 weeks. Poland is a country at this time very weak compared to Germany. They actually pulled out the cavalry. I mean, mounted horseback soldiers trying to defeat German tanks, German air warfare. There's simply no challenge whatsoever. And Poland was simply erased from the map. Despite a heroic resistance that went on throughout the war, there was no way they could hold back the Nazis. The border was drawn, and I'll show you a map where they separated Poland. The eastern border was secure, and of course France, being an ally of Poland, was upset about what was going on. So then Hitler turned west, and he invaded France, and within the space of a year or so, he was able to conquer Western Europe, with the exception only really of England, and he had just about everything he wanted. France falls almost immediately. The Scandinavian countries go along with him, and so on. And Britain, however, managed to hold out for the entire war, despite an absolutely punishing barrage of bombs known as the Blitz, which had children sleeping in the underground. For those of you who are native to Florida, they actually have trains running underground in many other parts of the world. That's a joke. Okay, I shouldn't joke. And that basically takes us up to the division of Poland. I should say one more thing, and then I'll pause for a couple of questions. So this means that by 1940, that is really 9 months into the war, June 1940, France falls. Hitler has all of Western Europe completely to himself, and Eastern Europe is secured by a peace treaty, and he really could have stopped at that point, and he would have had a tremendous amount of power. However, his goal was specifically to the east. He wanted to colonize the east with Germans, and so what he did was, on June 22nd, 1941, in an act known as Operation Barbarossa, he double-crossed Hitler, and he attacked the Soviet Union. He double-crossed Stalin, and Stalin was completely taken off guard. He really thought that Hitler was his best friend, and he would never attack him like this. And Hitler ended up invading deep into Russia, nearly bringing it to its knees. This is especially important for the Holocaust because this is really the first time that we see mass murder put into place by the Nazis on an organized bureaucratic scale. Again, this is quite late in the war, June 22nd, 1941. Prior to this, we had what are called Einzelaktionen, single actions from time to time. Perhaps the largest of them was Kristallnacht, which less than 300 Jews were killed. It's a terrible thing, but we're still relatively small numbers. With Barbarossa, Hitler sent behind the Wehrmacht, behind the German army, 4 police battalions who were specifically tasked to round up Jews living in the little Städtler, little villages throughout Eastern Europe, take them out to ravines, such as shown here in this photograph, and then machine gun them to death. Estimates between 1.5 and even 2.5 million Jews exist, or there are estimates of as many as 2.5 million Jews killed by these so-called Einsatzgruppen, or mobile killing squads, including my own family in Lithuania, who were killed this way in Elul of 1941. Ultimately, however, the battle would turn against Hitler, as we know, but that was not until 1943. This map here shows you the extent of the Nazi advance in Barbarossa. You recall, Western Europe is all under Hitler's control. So Eastern Europe, this is the boundary that was drawn by Hitler and Stalin. Then when he double-crossed him, he went all the way out here to this shaded line here. He actually, you can't see it on this map here, but he besieged Leningrad. He came within striking distance of Moscow, you can see up here, and it was only after a really telling battle here at Stalingrad that the Red Army finally managed to turn the tide of the war and eventually press the Germans back to Berlin. Okay, so more slides and I'll take questions. I apologize for keeping you on hold. What happened to the Jews with this advance? So I mentioned the Operation Barbarossa, where the Einsatzgruppen would go through and round up all these Jews, communists, homosexuals, Jehovah's Witnesses, other undesirables, and take them out and shoot them. There was a significant movement, however, of Jews to evacuate to the east. Many Jews, once the Germans attacked Eastern Europe, attacked the Soviet Union, many Jews managed to get on trains, on troop cars, and so on, and moved out to Central Asia, where they lived in places like Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and they stayed there really until the end of the war. Perhaps as many as 600,000 Jews avoided the Nazi onslaught by heading all the way out there. So here's a map that kind of summarizes what it looked like, let's say, by the spring of 1942. The green areas here are all under German control, and you can see it goes all the way here from the Atlantic Ocean straight through to Stalingrad here, where they'd be turned around. Also controlled the chunk of North Africa. They controlled the Balkans. Italy was an ally. So really, all of Europe was Hitler's at this point. That's the high tide of his expansion throughout the region. Okay, let me pause now. I'm going to go back to Warsaw, specifically in the ghettos. Let me pause and see if there's any questions about this basic history. Yes?
They say that Hitler and Stalin signed their agreement in 1939, that immediately Stalin knew that he would be attacked by Hitler one day, and started building up his whole military infrastructure at that time. That's why they did have the ability to make so many tanks. They made tremendous amounts of tanks, even though the war was against German tanks, and they made other munitions also that weren't as good, but the amount that they made overwhelmed the German army.
So I think that's very true in terms of Stalin's personal approach to industrialization. He was really big into massive public works. The dams at Dnipropetrovsk, Stakhanov, and the miners, things like that. So Stalin loved to make all kinds of big things for the public. Most historians nowadays, though, believe that this is just part of Stalin's regular trend to big public works construction. It was not, however, in anticipation of an attack by Hitler. We have lots of records that his generals are saying, Comrade Stalin, the Nazis are doing some kind of funny troop movements on the border. Do you think we should be worried about it? And he's saying, nah, don't worry, Hitler's just doing war games, like that. And he's completely caught off guard. It's it was disastrous for the Nazis. Eventually, they were able to turn them back. And the industrial capacity, particularly in Siberia, of the Soviets was especially important to turning that toy. That's also, by the way that America won the war too, because we outproduced them. The sheer amount of munitions that could be made in this country and shipped overseas was, there was no way the Nazis could keep up with it. Yes.
But the real reason is for both sides, for the both of these bandits. But the reason to gaining time, because the Russian battle was ready. But the Russian had a big advantage that time. He cannot come on the railroad. Because the railroad track is different.
Yeah, they have different gauge tracks. Yeah.
They have to come and they're waiting when the winter general comes. Yeah. That was the other reason. And to making the help from the United States, and then they're sending thousands daily. And we make here in the Chrysler Corporation 1,000 tanks daily.
That's amazing.
So,
okay, let me take us back.
But they need that time.
Yeah, that's a possible interpretation as well. Let's move back to Warsaw then. No, please, no, it's a very useful observation. So what's going on in Warsaw at this point? One of the most significant organizations active in Poland at the time is the American Joint Distribution Committee, which is taking a lot of the wealth that's still present, even in the 1930s, in America, and aiding impoverished communities of Jews throughout Europe, really. Ringo Bloom joined the so-called Joint. It was called simply the Joint. And he was working on a whole slew of projects of calculating the number of Jews living in particular places and how much matzah relief they would need during Pesach. A very big project was always providing lots of matzah for the holidays. And so he was well placed, both in terms of his inclination, his training, his experience and contacts, that when war broke out in 1939 in Warsaw, he was naturally placed to be kind of a central figure for the distribution of effort. This would turn out to be especially important for his organizational skills. Now, let's understand what happened in Warsaw at the time. This is what Poland looked like immediately after the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact and the invasion of the region. Poland is this entire colored region here. The pink area was simply taken by the USSR. They had these kind of false elections, and they annexed it, meaning this is now part of the USSR permanently per their declaration. This region here, the Poznan region, or Posen, had a high concentration of ethnic Germans, or so-called Volksdeutsche. So the Nazis simply annexed this and evacuated all Jews here to this green area, which is kind of a mystery for many historians. They use the term general government to describe this territory, which is sort of south-central Poland. They actually used a French term, Generalgouvernement, to refer to it, and it seemed to be some kind of a cipher government. It was not annexed to Germany. It was not called a military district like a Reichskommissariat. And even the leaders of the general government, like Hans Frank and others, weren't sure what they were supposed to do. But one thing was happening. Hitler kept dumping Jews into the general government and then leaving essentially the German administration there to figure something out, do something with them. Contrary to popular opinion, and contrary also in many ways to the military organization, Hitler's leadership was very chaotic. He did not like having formal minutes. He didn't like having formal meetings. He would simply kind of like rule by charisma and sort of influencing people and saying, I like you, go ahead and do this project. And he would just give tremendous reign. So we don't have a lot of real documentation and insight as to how he works out these ideas, specifically vis-a-vis the Jews, but the general pattern is clear. It seems that this was to be a huge holding ground for Jews from all over Europe, and ultimately, when the death camps were constructed, as you can see in this map, Auschwitz, for example, here in Majdanek, they were often in very close proximity to this general groupement, which would facilitate the murder of the Jews. So at the beginning of the war, you already have large concentrations of Jews living in the large cities. Most of these cities, Warsaw, for example, about 30% of the population was Jewish to begin with. And then you have Jews living in the outlying villages, where, again, because of the agrarian nature of the society, the villages are also predominantly Jewish. Sometimes over 50% of the population in a village would be Jewish, but quite often they would hover between 20 and 50% population mark. So there's lots of Jews concentrated in urban and in semi-urban areas. Jews, unfortunately, ironically, in the smaller centers, worried about what was happening in the war, began to gravitate to the large cities, thinking that they would be safer in the large cities. This was ultimately not to prove correct, and it was really in line with what Hitler was thinking of these cities. It took several months, took really until November of 1939, before the Nazis actually worked out a policy of ghettoization. They had not really, they didn't go into Poland knowing exactly what they were going to be doing with the Jews. There were actually, we have records of the arguments among top Nazis over what to do with the Jews. Some argued that ghettoization was a great idea because it would allow the concentration of Jews. They could be accessed for their wealth, for their manpower, and potential insurrection could be quelled much more easily. But there were others who said, no, the degree of concentration required would result in a tremendous spread of typhus and other epidemics, which of course was also true.
Welcome.
Nevertheless, the voices that argued for the creation of formal ghettos won out, and one by one.
I'm looking good, bro.
How'd you find out about me, Future?
Told you a while ago, you tried to put me on with that GTA 6 run.
Okay, very well. Yeah, absolutely. So, did you start doing that?
Yeah, so I'm just working every day, trying to pay off my debt. I'm working 2 jobs, but I should be done by December. That's when I'm going to start my streaming journey.
You know it's 299 days until Grand Theft Auto comes out?
Yeah, like 10 months. You said you was also telling me about slinging dick. You was asking me if I was slinging dick and shit.
Word, dog. How's that been?
You think I should be slinging dick or?
All day, every day. All day, every day, sideline to sideline.
Really?
Word, dog.
That's not going to hinder me? If I want to fuck up my progress?
No, dog, if anything, will help motivate you.
Really?
Word, my friend.
Fucking bitches is a must.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's good for your self-esteem. Absolutely.
I might have to fuck this bitch tomorrow.
Absolutely. What's your name?
Elijah.
It's a girl named Elijah?
No, her name is Shayla.
Shayla, is she DTF?
Hell yeah.
Well, then, yeah, knock her out of the park, dog.
She's going as fuck, too.
Is she a smoke show?
Is she a smoke show? Like, what you mean? Like, you have to smoke her out?
No. Is she hot?
Oh, hell yeah. Never met she a smoke show.
All right, well, get her on your stream.
Oh, shit.
Yo, what's going on, pimp? Kicking and sticking names. About to go to bed. What's new in your neck of the woods?
You gonna roll up on screen, bro? Yo. You rolling up, sir?
Yo, pimp.
You trying to get faded? Let's get faded. Okay.
Future. So 299 days until Grand Theft Auto. Do you have your equipment? All
Have
right.
it all in December.
All right, that's cool.
Are you ready working these 2 jobs? Slaving?
Very
I'll
well.
be up, brother. I'll be ready for that. It's gonna be like the new life. Like you might as well just quit your job.
Facts. Just quit your job.
Yeah, I'm gonna have one job and then I'm gonna make enough time for that shit, bro.
Bro, what's a job?
Nah, just quit every job. You don't need any income.
Yeah, just be like Rabbi, just stay at home all day.
Yeah, just dream all day. Just dream your life.
That's the way.
Think positivity and peace.
Rabbi, are you affiliate?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, bro, you got a lot.
Next up. So you just do this for the love of the game?
Yeah, absolutely. I always get banned because I create so many accounts. Nobody wants to make me an affiliate.
Hey, how do you stay like financially stable?
I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, and I have income from that.
Rabbi's doing that shit, bro.
That's crazy.
How many months you have?
Your trip for that. That's what Chad said.
He's trip for that. You be playing games on Steam?
Yeah, I do play games. Grand Theft Auto 5, Fortnite, those are the big ones. CSGO.
Have you played and had sex with Hitler before?
Dude, no, that's not cool, and I don't want to have those kind of conversations.
It's an actual game.
That's fine. I don't want to do that.
Bro, why are you discriminating, bro? Why are you discriminating? I don't get it.
Yo, pimps, do what you want to do in here, but I'm gonna get some shut eye so you guys can watch me sleep. Enjoy.
One in the major cities of Eastern Europe, ghettos were declared. Quite often they were, and you can see in this picture here, this is a street scene from the Warsaw Ghetto, where most of our photographs will be from, because we're talking about Ringelblum, and they resulted in incredible overcrowding, like unbelievable overcrowding. At one point, Ringelblum calculated that in the average domicile in Warsaw, there were approximately 14 people for every square meter. It's hard to imagine how that could possibly be. A square meter is about a square yard. So how can you squeeze 14 people into that space? It meant obviously a lot of people are living in the streets. You would have stacked up bunk beds. You have all kinds of things where people are living under tremendous privation, particularly through 1941. Some of the headaches associated with the ghettos were, well, where exactly do you put them? The fact is that Jews, being very old residents of many of these places, tended to live in the downtown areas because they have communities that go back literally, things like that. And that means that in Jewish neighborhoods, you tend to have a lot of important infrastructure. Hospitals, train stations, churches, cathedrals, all kinds of things like this. So how do you simply declare an area totally for Jews when you're going to have to rip out all of the other infrastructure that is necessary for non-Jews? This doesn't show up very well, I think, in the projection, but this is a map of the Warsaw Ghetto. And if you just follow my finger, you see that it has all kinds of jogs backwards and forwards. Sometimes over here, it actually has a huge dip in the center, and this represents the Nazis' attempt to create a map of the ghetto that would be acceptable to their administrative needs to contain the Jews, and at the same time appease the non-Jews who were very unhappy to be included in the ghetto or not. You had streets that would run through the ghetto that were not part of the ghetto, streetcars that were sealed whenever they went through the ghetto, things like that. And ironically, most of the ghettos were not even walled. Most of the ghettos remained totally open, and what kept Jews in them was the fear of betrayal by the so-called Schmaltsovniki, or the greasy ones. These were Poles who would hang around outside the ghetto walls and or the ghetto area, and they would wait until Jews tried to escape by going underground. That was the phrase used. I mean, if you had what was called a good appearance, meaning you could pass as a non-Jew, you would just try to slip out of the poorly guarded walls. You shouldn't have in your mind a picture of like a prison camp. The ghettos were not prison camps. Some of them for sure had walls, but most of them had none, and it was just like neighborhoods, which were highly concentrated. But if you are a Jew who tried to slip out on one of the streets into the broader area, and one of these shmaltsovniki would accost you, they would demand a bribe on the spot, and if you could not provide it, they would simply turn you over to a Nazi. They'd grab hold of you, a citizen's arrest kind of thing, and the penalties were incredibly harsh. We're talking about summary execution right there on the street. It was a very, very brutal time, not at all comparable to the ghettos in Western Europe. So really, these shmaltsovniki were extremely effective in keeping the ghettos closed, even when they did not have walls. Well, I'll give you another. Well, actually, we'll talk about that when we talk about smuggling. But the ghetto in Warsaw was sealed in November of 1940. Another extremely important element of the ghetto, and by the way, all of the research that I'm with you now is based heavily on Ringelblum's work. All of the details about how the ghetto was built, about how it was sealed, who was in charge, how life went on despite the Nazis, that's all Ringelblum's work in the Oneg Shabbos archives. The ghetto administration is extremely important to understanding how the Holocaust unfolded, and it's one of the more painful elements, really. Colossal and horrible truths of the Holocaust is that the Nazis would never have been able to have widespread Jewish compliance. If they didn't have a significant number of Jews who just thought they could keep their head down and stay out of trouble, the Nazis did not have the manpower to dominate, let's say, a city of rebels. In fact, when you did finally have a rebellion in Warsaw, it took the Nazis 6 weeks with their entire military might to rout out, really a few handfuls of soldiers, of poorly equipped Jewish soldiers. So essential to the unfolding of the Holocaust is the fact that Jews figured, we'll just go along with this, and then it'll be all over. Just keep quiet until the war ends. Eventually it'll be okay. And that was a disastrous policy. So in the ghettos, it worked like this. The Nazis would use the existing Jewish leadership and communal structure. They would go to the head of the Jewish community, because there was an organization, a Kehillah leadership. We spoke about it in previous classes. Something like the Federation today, but typically much stronger than Federation, because the Kehillah leadership would know all of the names of all the Jews and their addresses, more or less, and things like that. So the Nazis would go into the Kehillah leadership. They would say, we'd like to speak to whoever's in charge. The president, the Parnas, would step forward, and they would say, okay, we want you to, for example, turn over the membership lists of all the synagogues in town. We want the addresses of all the Jews in town. Typically, the Parnas would refuse, and he would be shot on the spot. And then the Nazis would then say, okay, who's the vice Parnas? And the vice president would get up, and this would be repeated sometimes 2, 3, 4 times in a Kehillah leadership, until eventually they settled on someone, some secretary or deputy treasurer, who would say, all right, I'll go along with it. In rare cases, you actually have these Jewish councils. They were called the Judenrat in singular, Judenräte in plural, that were actively trying to promote the resistance against the Nazis, like in Bialystok. But more often than not, the Judenrat were trying to keep the Jewish population alive while complying with the Nazis to the minimum extent possible. Warsaw is an excellent case. The person who ended up becoming the head of the Judenrat there is shown here. His name is Adam Czerniaku, and he left behind a diary which survived the war. And we know a lot about what he thought every single day. He's a very methodical diary keeper. Every day he would record the temperature, the weather outside, and then he would describe what he had to do that day, what the Nazis demanded, Jews coming to him for assistance, trying to figure out, should I comply with this demand? Should I not? How do I get the Nazis to stop? And he went through the entire ghetto period until when he realized that his efforts were all in vain and the Nazis were intending to murder all the Jews of Warsaw, he killed himself with a cyanide capsule. But we know a lot about his own thinking because we happen to have his diary. In other cases, we have Judenrat leaders who are virtually war criminals. There's a lot of controversy over one Chaim Rumkowski of Łódź, who took a different strategy. We'll talk about them in a second. But basically, he lorded over the population of Łódź like he was a messiah figure. He had his face printed on ghetto money. He had himself literally carried about in a bier, meaning like people physically carrying him about town. And he treated his position as some kind of king. They called him King Chaim because of the way he held himself. In Israel, immediately after the war, there was a lot of discussion as to if any of these Judenrat leaders or officials were to survive, should they be tried as war criminals along with the Nazis. Very difficult emotional period. Also important to note, the Judenrat was in charge of recruiting, equipping, and training and maintaining the Jewish police. These were Jews who, like the taskmasters in Egypt, would implement Nazi demands to round up other Jews, take them to the Umschlagplatz, steal their valuables, enforce the rules against smuggling, and so on. Very, very difficult, complex thing. Yes, Mr. Wax. Capo is a complicated term. That one's usually associated with the camps rather than with the ghettos, but they're in the same kind of category. Two main ghetto philosophies are evident from the historical record. It appears, again, the Nazis did not really spell out what they wanted to happen in the ghettos. So some ghettos, like Warsaw, the Nazi leadership seemed to feel, local leadership, that the purpose of the ghetto was to simply hold the Jews and let them die as efficiently as possible, economically as possible. So there were, for example, actual rations allotted to Jews, but the amount of rations were 150 calories per day, which is an incredibly small amount. That an adult male needs something like 2,000 to 3,000 calories a day. To live on 150 calories is impossible. And in fact, that would be played out in the ghetto as well. These were called, the so-called, by historians later, the attritionist ghettos, because it seemed that the model was to have the Jews simply die of attrition. Other ghettos, like the one in Łódź that I mentioned earlier, it seemed that the leadership felt, well, we have the Jews all locked up here, let's do something useful with them. These were so-called productionist ghettos, where the secret to survival, it was believed, it turned out ultimately not to be so, was a cherished work permit. That as long as you had an official permit to work in one of the factories, for example, in Łódź they produced textiles, so they're working on all kinds of like clothing for the German army. As long as you were productive, then you would live. However, as we get to the deportations, even the most productive members of Łódź were to die. In Warsaw, though, specifically looking at of near constant hunger, incredible malnutrition, again related to the tremendously low rations provided by the Nazis, and no normal influx of food into the ghetto other than what the Nazis provided or through smuggling, which we'll talk about in a minute. Malnutrition meant that many Jews succumbed to typhus, a disease borne by fleas, which spread through the ghetto at alarming rates. And there's so many photographs we have. And I've chosen a lot from a place called the Lochamei Ghetto. It's a kibbutz in Israel, the Ghetto Fighters House, where they have one of the largest archives of these photographs, also available through Yad Vashem. And people would simply get tired, lie down in the street, and die there. And there were so many bodies that, according to Ringelblum's research, at one point they were collecting. The public sanitation workers were collecting 150 bodies every single morning from the streets of Warsaw for burial in open pits. In fact, one of the most frightening studies that you have in Ringelblum's work is a study of the activity of the Chevra Kadisha, the burial society, which at the beginning of the war is struggling to keep up with people who were killed in the initial bombings, and then they slowly become overwhelmed, and they simply stop digging individual graves, digging large trenches, not filling them up every night because it's pointless. There's just going to be more in the morning. A lot of terrible things associated specifically with starvation. The other end of the starvation was smuggling. And in fact, Ringelblum, in a very, very powerful passage in one of his books, which he wrote in the ghetto, he says that if he ever had the opportunity to create a memorial for the ghetto, it would be a statue of a little child, because much of the ghetto was sustained by the work of children smugglers who were able to fit through cracks and crannies and quickly evade, schmaltzovniki, jump around them and so on, to bring back rations from outside the ghetto. Here's a picture of the Jewish police arresting a child who will then later be hung. The child can't be older than 6 or 7 years old. How did the smuggling work? The ghetto had an incredibly ingenious industry of recycling. Typically, people would sell their valuables first, their jewels, their cash, their furs, whatever they could get rid of, they would sell it first, and it would be taken out to the outside world because the ghetto walls were extremely permeable. To give you an example, quite often the architecture in Warsaw has these duplexes where you have like a large sort of apartment building with apartments that faced one street and on the other side facing the other street, separate homes. And so one set of houses might be on the Jewish side of the ghetto and the other side would be on the non-Jewish side. So it was a simple matter, since they shared a central wall, they could simply break through the wall inside the building between the Jewish and non-Jewish side, put a big closet in front of it. In Europe, it's much more common not to have built-in closets like in America, but they have like boxes that they move. And by night, that would simply be an open transit route for smugglers. Children would take whatever valuables they had. Sometimes the Jews would actually have little factories going on where they're making especially things like brushes and brooms and recycling things, and they would take it outside of the ghetto, trade it for grain, for foodstuffs, whatever they can, and then bring it into the ghetto, unless they were caught, as shown here, by the Jewish police. Ringelblum records an incredible diversity of Jewish life in the ghetto. In some places, it is incredibly heroic, understanding what the Jews did under these incredible circumstances. Ringelblum included in his archives examples of about a dozen different newspapers written in Hebrew, Yiddish, and in Polish, published in the ghetto. There was apparently a functioning underground Jewish medical school in the ghetto. There was a theater. There was a circulating library. There was an incredible amount of activity where Jews were actually attempting to maintain some kind of normalcy despite the overwhelming tremendum of the Holocaust as a whole. Marriages went on. Here's a photograph of a wedding that happened in the Warsaw ghetto during this horrible time. And perhaps the most powerful story is the attempt to maintain religious life in the ghetto. We actually know a fair bit about that from one scholar in particular. His name is Shimon Huberban. He was one of the observant members of the Oneg Shabbos collective, and he was tasked specifically by Ringelblum to record all aspects of Jewish religious life in the ghetto at the time. And so we have a huge amount of documents from Huberban describing, going to the Hasidic table of Rabbi Kalonimus Kalmish Piaseczna, Kalonimus Kalmish Shapiro, known as the Eish Kodesh, for the writings that he produced that also survived the war. Purim celebrations, the maintenance of mikvaot, and many of these things, by the way, took place in complete defiance of Nazi bans. The Nazis banned the assembly of Jews and the questions they asked. We have records of them because of Huberman and Ringelblum's work. We also know, although it's really a very large topic, resistance was a complex and hotly debated topic in the ghetto, and in fact through much of the Holocaust. It seems like there was, to make it very simplistic, there was a huge generational gap with regards to the question of resistance against the Nazis. The older generation, particularly the rabbinic leadership, the established Parnassa, the established Kehillah leadership, believed in the strategy that had worked for 2,000 years, which was basically fee or flee. Right? You pay your bribes, and the Nazis will leave us alone, or we run away. We find another place to live. In the case of the Holocaust, neither of these strategies were effective. Hitler was not at all interested in bribes, and of course the Jews had less and less places to run. But nevertheless, the established leadership felt that the best thing we could do is to just try and stay out of trouble. We have to also compound this with the fact that the Nazis were very big into collective punishment. It was one of their strategies to quell the incipient rebellion among the Jews. For example, early in the war, I think it was already in November 1940, there was an incident where someone fired shots at a Nazi soldier in a particular street, and then the culprit ran into one of these courtyards that had multiple apartments surrounding it. The Nazis surrounded this, but he was long gone. But they went into this building and they arrested, I think it was 60 men who were living there, and took them away. And they said that they wanted to find out who the culprit was. Everyone in the building said, we have no idea. The courtyard is open. Anyone can run in. Probably ran out the back way. We had nothing to do with it. And in fact, they didn't. They were just at home at the time. And the Nazis demanded a large bribe to release them, something like 500,000 zloty. It was on a Friday, and on Shabbat, the community, of course, overrode Shabbat in order to collect the money. But by the time they delivered it Saturday night, the Nazis had decided to murder all of the men. And by the way, there were young boys in that group as well, as young as 12, simply murder them all, despite the bribe. So this, struck tremendous fear into the population, and the older generation was saying, we cannot stick our heads up. We can't revolt because the Nazis will come down hard on all of us. This ultimately proved to not be a successful strategy either, and the resistance was left to the young and the rebellious who disagreed with the establishment. And ironically, because the resistance that we know, the famous Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, it happened very, very late in the war, after the ghetto was demolished by the Nazis. It was just the remaining few Jews who were living there who said, if we had done this a year ago, maybe we would have had a chance. Now it's purely symbolic, but nevertheless, they did make a huge impact on world thinking. Oh, the Latin, the Mafia, thanks for reminding me. And again, Ringelblum doesn't provide us with a kind of like a fairy tale version of these heroic Jews who are trying to make the best of life. There was also a very active, functioning Jewish mafia in the ghetto. There was a very lively trade in prostitution, of alcohol. There were nightclubs in the ghetto for people who were able to somehow amass a huge amount of money through these ill-gotten gains. And so there was also a dark, underbelly to the ghetto at the same time. Obviously, highly hated individuals, but nevertheless they profited off the misery of fellow Jews, even in the ghetto. And these are the details that we get from Ringelblum's highly nuanced studies of the ghetto. To turn back to a wider focus again, the ghettos essentially existed from 1939, fall of 1939, until the spring and summer of 1942. And that's primarily because Hitler decided to work on a different strategy for eliminating the Jewish population that we have clearly articulated in January 1942 at a famous event called the Wannsee Conference. Up until this point, if you'll recall, the Jews were being murdered by mobile killing squads in the east, the Einsatzgruppen, and slowly in the attritionist environment of ghettos like Warsaw, but this was insufficiently rapid for Hitler. And so he directed his henchmen to devise more efficient means of killing the Jews of Europe. An experimental camp called Treblinka was set up in the fall of 1941 to see if gas poisonings would be more effective. And in a report that was presented to Hitler at the end of that year, it seemed that that was going to be the option that he chose. So several high-level Nazis got together at a resort north of Berlin called Wannsee in January of 1942 to sit down and say, all right, what are we going to do to solve the Jewish problem, so to speak? And this is the first clear documentation we have of Hitler's plans to murder all the Jews of Europe. This is a page from the minutes of that meeting, which includes Hitler's plans even to round up to 200 Jews in Albania. There are probably more than 200 Jews on this block right now. So you can imagine Hitler's focus was so minute that he would find even those Jews. And also included the 330,000 Jews living in England that Hitler had not yet conquered. But he, in total, planned at least to murder, it's actually cut off here, but it's 11 million Jews of Europe in totality. And the way that they would do it was through deporting the Jews from the ghettos to 6 specially constructed camps known in the German lexicon as Vernichtungslager, or destruction camps, sometimes translated as the term death camps. These include, of course, the notorious Auschwitz, Treblinka, already mentioned, Majdanek, Belzec, Sobibor, horrible places. And many of the other camps, which were better than Belsen, to have similar functions. But this represents the end of the ghettos, because what happens at this time is Hitler orders the massive removal of Jews from the ghettos by train to the death camps. It begins in the spring of 1942 and extends throughout the summer. The beginning of the decree of the expulsion of Jews from Warsaw occurred on Tisha B'Av in the late summer of 1942. And that represents the eventual destruction of the entire camp. So Oneg Shabbos is active through this entire period. Oneg Shabbos also has reports on the uprising that occurred. Actually, no, it doesn't. Some of the survivors lived a little bit longer, but the archive was closed in February of 1943, several months before the uprising. And as I mentioned, it was buried underground. It was buried in a few of these tin milk containers. These were like, industrial-sized milk containers that would be used then to fill up smaller jugs, I imagine, at people's homes, and in several metal boxes that were unearthed that cover perhaps, maybe 10 or 12 of these tables worth a tremendous amount of materials. Lots of not only analyses, like monographs and things like that, but also diaries, artwork, children's drawings, the newspapers, incredible amounts of data, raw data that tells about the actual functioning of this highly abnormal society. And many of them are available online for your perusal. I strongly urge you to look at them. Ringo Blum's end, he was taken for forced labor to a camp called Travniki, not one of the death camps, but a labor camp near Warsaw. He managed to escape after 4 months in August of 1943. This is already after the resistance has mounted that huge uprising. He realized that anyone living in the ghetto is doomed. So he took his son, Uri, shown here, and his wife Yehudis, and they got together with 34 other people and moved into an underground bunker that had been constructed secretly. They lived in incredibly close circumstances for several months, but under these incredibly difficult circumstances, he also managed to finish his last monograph, which was on Polish-Jewish relations during the war. It is now available in English translation as well. He was, however, betrayed. We're not sure exactly who betrayed him, to the Nazis, and the bunker was discovered. He and his wife and his young son were killed. After the war, 3 members of the Oneg Shabbos collective survived, they reported that there was this incredible organization, and they were able to identify 2 of the caches. Here you can see the unearthing of one of them with the huge treasure trove of documents. So to conclude, here's Ringelblum with his young son, martyred to the Holocaust. Ringelblum's activity represents a kind of spiritual resistance. It represents what Yehuda Bauer, the great scholar of the Holocaust, calls a, well, I'm not exactly sure what phrase he used, but it's a kind of spiritual heroism. It's a resistance, it's a refusal to die at the hands of the cruel Nazi oppressors. Ringelblum wanted to describe what actually happened in the ghetto for future generations, and ultimately he was successful in that very important scholarly endeavor, and as a result of his work, we know more about what it must have been like to live in that horrible time. I thank you very much for your attention and your indulgence, and I look forward to talking to you next week. We're good to go? Okay, so this is the last class before the Passover break. We'll take a few weeks off until I think April 10th is our next meeting, and we're going to be picking up with Emanuel Ringelblum. We're going to be just touching on the Holocaust a little bit today, but we're going to concentrate on it more after we return from the Pesach break. But in today's context, the joke goes like this. There's this mobster in New York City, and one of his employees steals $250,000 and flees to Colombia. And the mob sends a few enforcers to Colombia to try and catch up with this person who stole the money. And they also have this Jewish bookkeeper, and he speaks Spanish, so they send the Jewish bookkeeper down with them. This is another one of those mildly anti-Semitic jokes I really probably shouldn't say, but maybe within context is acceptable. I don't know. Maybe I'll edit it out. I never edited anything out. No, I just like tick for it. Anyways, the joke goes like this. So they go down to Colombia. They find the guy who stole the money, and they take him to a wooded area. And the mobsters from New York say to the Spanish-speaking guy, tell him that we need to know where the money is. And so he translates, and the guy says, I'm not telling you where it is. So the Jewish guy translates it back. The mobsters shoot him in one of his kneecaps. So the mobsters say, tell him now he should tell us where he hid the money. And he translates, and the guy says, I'm not going to tell you where I hid the money. And the Jewish bookkeeper translates, and so they shoot him in the other kneecap. Then they take their gun and they point it at the guy's head, and they tell the Jewish guy, tell him that he should reveal where he hid the money, or we're going to kill him right now and bury him in the woods. And so the Jewish guy says that to him, and the thief says, okay, I'll tell you where I hid it. It's under the spare tire in the back of my car. And so the mob say, what did he say? And the Jewish guy says, he says he's not afraid to die. Okay. Probably. I don't know if I should say those jokes. But where it is. Anyways, it's too late. We're going to have a break soon. Okay, here we are. Tonight we have another problem. We should always have this problem, but it happens that I know a lot about the topic that we'll be discussing because my dissertation was really on the first few years of this period, and I spent a lot of time studying in the Soviet Union and working in archives there. Normally, I know about 15 minutes worth, and I just sort of speak slowly and add in filler and take questions until we make it up to 60 minutes. But tonight, I could actually probably speak for 3 or 4 hours without stopping, and I've got to condense it into 60 minutes. So it's going to be one of those classes where I'm going to give you, God willing, a lot of background on the social movements, the major political events of the period 1917 through 1948, with a little bit of material specifically on Shlomo Michoels and his life. I hope that it'll be an entertaining and useful lecture for you. Why don't we just start right away? So, his years, 1890 to 1948, he's most famous as the director of the Moscow Jewish Art Theater, an extremely important venue for Jewish cultural expression in the Soviet period. Specifically, he happened to have the rare combination of good talent and good fortune in that his particular expertise in drama was so well suited to the moment of that particular period. During the years 1918 until 1930, there was a remarkable renaissance of Jewish culture in the Soviet Union, so much so that many American Jews actually immigrated to Russia during that first decade of this what looked like a great promising state in order to more fully actualize Jewish culture. And Shlomo Michaels was like one of the greatest exemplars of the heights that Jewish culture could take during this period. This period and the policy was known as Korenizatsiya, which we will explore in greater detail. But for now, it basically means, it's hard to translate, indigenization. The word koren in Russian means root. So rootification, going back to the roots of Jewish culture. Later, when this was shut down by Stalin in the 1930s, Michaels didn't do too much because, he was under kind of close scrutiny during the Stalinist period. But in the context of World War II, he had another major heyday because once Hitler double-crossed Stalin and invaded the Soviet Union, all of a sudden Stalin felt it would be appropriate to get the aid and assistance of these various nationalities living in the Soviet Union, as well as their diaspora communities. So he allowed for more expansive nationalist expression in the period after 1941, meaning Ukrainians could be free to express their Ukrainian identity a little more, Jews were free to express their Jewish identity a little more, and he hoped to use people like Shlomo Michaels to enlist the support of Jews around the world. And as a world-famous figure, he did in fact create a lot of this kind of movement for the Soviet Union, but that was short-lived. After World War II, Stalin's paranoia returned, and he survived the notorious doctor's plot that we hope to discuss towards the end of the hour, only to be murdered later by Stalin and then run over by a car to try to make it look like an accident. He died a martyr, literally, for Jewish art and activism during this period. So we'll look at his life, and we're going to spend a lot of time talking about this Soviet policy in general. First of all, let's get to the revolutionary period. So you'll recall last week we talked about the end of the the end of the Tsarist Empire, when the corrupt, corpulent, bureaucratic, top-heavy Tsarist Empire fell in the context of a riot on International Women's Day in 1917. Shortly after that period, when the Tsar fell, a new provisional government was put in place, led by a man named Alexander Kerensky. I don't want to miss that. It's very important. And Kerensky had this ideal sort of idealistic image of how to create a new political entity out of the rubble of the Tsarist Empire. He felt that it should be really democratic, everyone should have a say, and nothing radical should be changed until everyone could come into agreement on it. And he spent a ridiculous amount of time preparing for a democratically elected constituent assembly. And the problem was, this fledgling provisional government was faced with some tremendous challenges, such as the fact that, they had widespread starvation, a very, very dissatisfied population who were looking to movements to overthrow even the provisional government. They had a reactionary wing that wanted to return the Tsar to power, and they're in the middle of fighting World War I. I mean, it was 1917, World War I was still going on, so Kerensky's very liberal attitude of trying to wait until we can decide these things democratically was actually the downfall of the provisional government, because he kept on putting off major leadership decisions, while his opponents, and in particular the Soviet movement under Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, could gather force and eventually take over the country. This happened in October or November by the Western calendar of 1917. You'll recall that the Russians were literally, I think it was 11 days behind the rest of the world because they were still using the old Julian calendar. So in the Soviet Union, they call it the October Revolution, even though it occurred in November. And managed to amass a lot of support, particularly in the urban centers, working with the proletariat, the factory workers, and Soviet soldiers, or Bolshevik soldiers as they were known then, marched into the Constituent Assembly when it was first finally convened, and they, with arms, disbanded it and proclaimed all power to the Soviets, meaning they would create a new entity, the first communist society in the world, in the leftover remains of the provisional government. They were never able to recover. This is a propaganda poster from the period. This is kind of cool. I can use this here. Here you have a capitalist, with the traditional top hat and the tails, and on his stomach is written Capital. He's overweight, indicating that he's, really gorging himself on excess income, and he's standing on top of a worker here, and essentially says that, this is, if all power is given to the capitalists and death to the workers and the peasants. But over here you have the opposite, which is the heroic Soviet peasant, very muscular, tall, and he's got it says in his sign, "Long live the workers, peasants, and Soviet power," and this is with the death of capitalism underneath. There's a huge inversion of the political order with now, theoretically at least, the working masses, both urban proletariat and peasants, joined together to create this ideal new society. He came of age during this tumultuous period. You recall he was born in 1890, so he was 17 and 18 during the years of the revolution. He was born in Divinsk originally, Latvia, and his family name was actually Vodsi. He changed it later to Michoels, which is just a little bit more Yiddish sounding. Vodsi is kind of a strange name even for Jews. He dropped out of law school in order to join the theater. That was his dream, and he rapidly advanced through theater in St. Petersburg to Moscow, and then a few years later was appointed the director of that theater. Note that this was a Yiddish language theater. You have to recall that in 1897, when the Russians took their last census, fully 97% of Jews in the Russian Empire spoke Yiddish as their mother tongue. That was the language that everyone used first. There was a huge shift towards Russian in the 20th century, as well as a small but significant movement towards Hebrew. But in reality, Dimama Russian, Yiddish, was overwhelmingly popular. And the idea of creating literature in Yiddish was, just hitting its stride, because figures such as Shalom Aleichem, Mendele Mocher Sforim, and others had already been publishing for about 20 years, and so people were really getting enthusiastic about using the Jewish vernacular in theater. Yiddish happens to be, in my humble opinion, an extremely funny language. I mean, it has a remarkable range of expression, particularly in shades of humor. As Billy Crystal likes to say, Yiddish is basically German with phlegm, but it is a language that has a tremendous ability of borrowing from many other languages to create a unique level of expression. There's so many special words in Yiddish that you just can't say in any other language. I was telling there are two people in this Kehillah that I teach Yiddish to. Not that I'm such amazing in Yiddish, but I know a little bit. One is a person who's undergoing conversion to Judaism, and therefore he has no Yiddish skills. And the other one is a very, very highly educated scribe, but he's from Yemen. So he also knows no Yiddish. And between the two of them, we have this hilarious class. What is a class? We stand in the hallway for 10 minutes. And one of the words I gave them last week was, this is a beautiful Yiddish word, Sitzfleisch. So what does Sitzfleisch mean? Literally, it is the flesh upon which you sit. And it means patience. Right? You have to have a lot of padding to be able to sit in a chair for a very long time. So to be studious means to have, a well-proportioned derrière. Is really what the Yiddish expression. Sitzfleisch means patience, diligence, and so on. So that's the kind of nature of Yiddish, and it's a shameless borrower. It will take words from any language. If it's a cool word, it will borrow it. I have a dictionary that was published in 1905 in New York City that has the Yiddish word in it, sonofagon. Erest Vipa, son of Agon, right? Son of Agon. But it was a good word, say son of Agon. Right, okay. He was married twice with two daughters by, I can't recall which marriage. First he was married to a Jewish woman, later he married a Russian woman. Now, back to the general history of the period. It was not at all a smooth transition to the Soviet period. There was a very, very brutal period of civil war that lasted really until 1922. That had a very negative effect on the Jews living in the former Pale of Settlement of the Tsarist Empire. There are many, many different forces which were active in Russian territory during this time. There were, just to give them by colors, the notorious Whites. These are also known as the White Russians, not to be confused with White Russia or Belarus, which is a territory. The Whites wanted to bring back the Tsar, or the Tsarevich. They wanted the young son, not knowing that he had been assassinated at this point, but they wanted to bring him back to the throne, and they were fighting against the communists. They put out posters like this really nasty picture. This is in Polish, because they fought in Polish territory as well, and it reads, Bolshevik freedom. Like, what is freedom by the Bolsheviks? And their very common theme was, here's Trotsky, the famous Jewish leader of the Soviet Red Army, and here he is, incongruously but frequently in these propaganda posters, portrayed in the nude and red-skinned, like some kind of devil, and he's got like a gun and a knife here, and he's sitting on a pile of skulls, and the angel of death is whispering in his ear while his minions murder more presumably Polish pro-Russian soldiers. So these are the Whites, and I can have propaganda from all of the various forces, but this is only for a sample. You also have the Reds, that is the Soviet army, although as we shall see, they perpetrated only a tiny minority of the atrocities against Jews, which was very significant for Jewish attitudes to them after the war. The Greens, perhaps the most awful, the anarchists, people like Nestor Makhno and others, who terrorized Jews, but they especially attacked the Mennonites. There's a large Mennonite community living. I'm just going to get the phone if you don't mind, or maybe I'll just shut the door. A large Mennonite community living in the Dnipro River region, and they've been living there for a couple hundred years, and they were avowed pacifists. They had taken special oaths never to commit acts of violence. And so the anarchists like Makhno and Grigoriev and others, they literally moved into the homes of these Mennonite families, raping the wives, abusing the children, taking whatever they wanted, and no one would fight against them. And those Mennonites that decided to break their vows and try to defend themselves were later, met with opprobrium from their co-religionists because they had abandoned their cherished beliefs. So it's a very, very difficult time. And finally, the blue-yellows, these are the Ukrainian forces, and as we discussed last week, one of the great ironies of the period is that 40% of the recorded pogroms were perpetrated by the same armies or the same troops that technically were loyal to the government that had granted autonomism to the Jews, which indicates, as Ms. Abramson indicated last week, a huge divide between the dark masses, the peasantry, and the enlightened leadership, perhaps in Kiev. By the end of it, Jews figured out how dangerous it was during this period. A lot of towns were attacked multiple times, literally 16, 17, 18 times over 2 or 3 years, especially those towns near railroad lines. And they understood that the troops that were most likely to impose order and not abuse civilian populations were the Soviets. The Soviets were the most disciplined, and they could be trusted to a much higher degree than the other troops. And so not surprisingly, there was a huge groundswell of popular support among Jews for the Soviet Red Army. Led by a Jew itself, Leon Trotsky, many Jews said, well, that's it, we're going to join the Soviet Army. So much so that the great scholar of this period, Zvi Gitelman, a senior colleague of mine, describes how they actually had to set up a special division of the Soviet army to train yeshiva boys, because these guys would come straight out of yeshiva, earlocks flying, never held a pistol in their life, and they wanted to simply get in there and wreak revenge for what had happened to their families and their communities. So just a few moments to try to understand more about this groundswell of support for communism in the Jewish street, to use the Russian idiom of the day. We should not forget that there's a big difference between Jews in socialism and Jewish socialism. Although Jews were remarkably prominent in the leadership of the Soviet movement, particularly in the first decade of its existence, comprising at some point even 30 or 50% of the Central Committee, nevertheless, they represented only a tiny minority of Jews overall in the period. And as we discussed briefly last week, when they did have elections in Ukraine, the most popular political position was Zionism, with about 40%, and then the religious parties with about another 13%, and only after that you have splinter groups of Soviet or pro-communist or pro-socialist parties. So the vast majority of Jews were not communist, but those Jews who were drawn to communism were doing so at a number disproportionate to the population of Jews in the overall Soviet Empire, and also reaching leadership positions with great rapidity. In fact, so much so that the Central Committee was called at the time, I think it was Rossiyski Centralny Komitet, which the abbreviation in Russian was VITSIK, and the Jews used to joke that VITSIK actually stood for not all Russian Central Committee, but where 10 Jews are in charge. Vutsen Eden Kommandieren. That was a joke because there were so many Jews at top levels. Why was it? Well, communism had a tremendous utopian appeal. You know, Marx's ideas put into practice promised that this would be the beginning of a secular messianism with the end of all national hatreds. Once economic inegalities were addressed, then everyone would be free to pursue their aspirations, to each according to their needs, from each according to their abilities. The concept of druzhba narodov, the friendship of peoples, the end of anti-Semitism, the end of sexism, the end of all kinds of discriminations would come about through this new communist movement. And Jews in large numbers bought it hook, line, and sinker. Very, very prominent numbers in favor of the new Soviet movement. This is especially true in the early Red Army, for reasons that we discussed. For reasons that are difficult, though, many Jews also were attracted to the notorious Cheka, the secret police, that would later become known as the NKVD and the KGB, and now, in fact, as a new incarnation, I forget what the letters are, but it's the dreaded, essentially the Gestapo of the Soviet Union. Now, we don't have really good numbers as to how many Jews actually joined the Cheka, but anecdotal evidence indicates, for example, that there may be as many as 75% of the Cheka in Kiev in 1920 were Jews. That's an amazing number. That would mean that if you got a knock on the door at 4:30 in the morning and someone got taken away and never seen again, chances are it was a Jew knocking at the door during those early years. Now, in the mid-20s, there was the first of many purges where the Soviet leadership tried to get rid of a lot of different people that were undesirable, and the Jewish participation not only in the Cheka but also in the overall leadership declined precipitously, but the image in the popular... Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started? I have a brand new opening joke. So this is one that I heard on a I was going to...
He didn't have to do that. But dude, come on. I don't understand. All this is avoidable if you just follow instructions.
Say a tape, but I don't think that's... what do you call it? I guess it's a digital recording. I heard this on a digital recording. A tape sounds better, but my daughter brought it back from Israel. There's a very, very intelligent, humorous rabbi named Rabbi ROTHSCHILD who gives a really amazing presentation. So he tells this joke. It goes like this. Young couple just got married. They're not quite used to the rules of married life yet. They don't know exactly how to relate to each other. And one of the things they're just starting out and they don't have a lot of money. So it's Friday morning. The wife says to the husband, "Listen, honey, we're a little bit, our budget's a little bit slim this week. So whatever you do, when you go to shul this Friday night, don't bring anyone home because we just have enough for the two of us tonight. You shouldn't bring anyone home." So Shlomi goes to shul. He says, "Yeah, of course, actually." He goes to shul, and of course he brings back his chavrusa Yanko. He brings back and Esty says, "Shlomi, I told you we don't have enough for everyone tonight. You brought He says, "Oh, you're right. I forgot totally." She says, "Okay, don't worry about it. Haknasas orchim. We have to give some hospitality. I'll cut up the food very fine, but just please, one thing for sure." Don't offer seconds, okay? Because we don't have enough to go around. It's just three of us. So they sit down. He makes kiddush. She brings out the gefilte fish, and they're just not quite the right size servings, but they serve them. And then after the gefilte fish, so Shlomi says, "So Yanko, what do you think of my wife's gefilte fish?" And Yanko says, "It was absolutely fantastic." And Shlomi says, "Would you like another piece?" And Shlomi says, so Yanko says, "No." So he says, "Okay, all right." So they go, and she brings out the soup, and again, the bowl's not quite half full because the three of them, they taste it, and then Shlomi says, "That's geschmack." Yanko, what do you think of the soup? The soup was excellent, really superb. And he says, "Would you like some more?" And Yanko says, "No." So Shlomi says, "Fine, sure." Then they go through the meal like this, and finally, Esty says, "Shlomi, can I see you in the kitchen for a second?" They go into the kitchen, and she says, "What are you doing? I told you we don't have enough for seconds. I only made enough for the two of us. How come you keep offering seconds?" And Shlomi says, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I keep forgetting. Why didn't you signal me that I shouldn't offer seconds?" And she says, "Well, I kept kicking you under the table." And he says, "I didn't feel anything." I told that wrong. Okay, I told that. Okay, I was enjoying it though, but I told it wrong. Okay, Rabbi ROTHSCHILD says it's very funny, right? Yeah. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, this one they're going to cut this one out of Torah Cafe version for sure. So let's go straight to our topic tonight, which is, unlike most weeks, this is actually something I really know a lot about because I wrote a book on this topic, not on Shimon Dubno personally, but on the general period that we'll be talking about. Specifically, I wrote a book on the Jews of Ukraine during the revolution of 1917 through 1920. If you're curious, you can go onto the website or you can look on Amazon, look up my name, and you'll find that book there. It got some pretty good reviews, and I'm kind of proud of it. Now, who was Shimon Dubno in a word? He was an extremely important historian, very influential thinker, specifically in the area of Jewish politics. During his lifetime, his own particular vision of Jewish national survival in a multinational context was not especially popular, although several states did try to implement some version of it. However, long after his death, his ideology of how Jews could exist in a non-Jewish environment ultimately was the principal ideological foundation of the Federation movement that we, of course, benefit from today. So even though during his lifetime his political ideology was not especially successful, it was a very brutal and difficult era, the interwar period in the 20th century, but long afterwards the legacy of his thought continues to live. So at the same time as he was a historian, this historical research was inextricably intertwined with his activism and his promotion of a particular secular ideal for Jewish communal existence. That's principally how he is remembered. In terms of his sort of like the great arc of his life, he was a maskil, meaning he was one of the adherents of the Haskalah. He came originally, as do many of the maskilim, he came from a very traditionalist background. His grandfather was the rabbi of Mr. Slavel, and the young man, Shimon, was himself regarded as something of an Ilui, meaning a genius of Talmudic study. But at the age of 14, he ended up becoming exposed to secular thought in a crown school that he begged his father to let him send him to. It exposed him to a larger world of ideas, and in many ways he simply left traditional Judaism with a certain amount of vengeance and maybe even spite. only to come back to a more moderate position vis-a-vis Jewish religiosity later on in his life. So let's explore his life, and specifically, we're going to spend a lot of time talking about the general political events of this era, because it is an extremely complex and important era, and we are going to cover a fair bit of time. The region we're looking at is known as the Pale of Settlement, which is this, I can use the clicker from, there we go. There we go, see? So that way, if I want to point to Minsk like this, you can see where I'm pointing, because I can use this. There we go. Okay, so this is the Pale of Settlement. What is the Pale of Settlement? Well, in a word, Russia was Judenrein since 1479. That is, Jews were forbidden to live in Russia, right? This area over here. Here's Moscow and St. Petersburg would be up here. And they remained that way for a good 300 years until the country known as Poland, which was primarily this big chunk here and a good chunk of this southern region here, which would also later be Ukraine, was swallowed up in 3 partitions by its neighbors. We talked about this briefly a few weeks ago. Prussia took some of it, Austria-Hungary took some of it, and Russia took a very large chunk of Poland, which meant that under the reign of Catherine II, known as Catherine the Great, Russia all of a sudden became home to the world's largest community of Jews anywhere in the world. And so Catherine had to make a decision. What am I going to do with all these Jews? Because we had forbidden them to live in Russia for so long, and what do I do with them at this point? Many of her advisors urged her to take on some kind of anti-Semitic approach to drive them out of the Pale of Settlement, or, well, that's what she would ultimately call it, or to, in some way, kind of like discourage them strongly from continuing to live in this region, expelling them to the west. But at the same time, there were many Russian merchants who wanted the Jews to live in the region because they were really quite effective at spurring the economy and facilitating trade and so on. So Catherine the Great created a compromise position, which was actually very beneficial for the Jews, where she would not allow the Jews to live in Russia proper. They could not extend past the boundaries of what was originally the Russian frontier with Poland, but she did give them right of residence in the region which was known in English as the Pale of Settlement. It's a strange term. I don't know why we use this term pale. It may come from Scottish usage, pale meaning like kind of a borderland. In Russian, it simply is region of settlement. It doesn't mean anything else. So the Jews were allowed to live in this quite large area from the Baltic Sea down to the Black Sea. It was expanded a couple of times. And although they were subject to a lot of restrictions, especially economic restrictions, they nevertheless had the right to live there. It was not a residency right that went along with citizenship. They still had the negative status in their passports that indicated that they were inozemnik, or foreigners living there for however many years, but they nevertheless had some security, and they had the right, for example, to manage their own affairs. They could be elected as municipal authorities, mayors even, and since the Jews were concentrated in villages, Städtler, quite often they were the majority, and they essentially ran the town basically according to the way they saw fit. It was not so bad for much of the early 19th century, but it begins to go downhill under Nicholas I, as we shall see in a second. There were a couple of islands in the region, like the city of Kiev, for example, which was officially not part of the Pale of Settlement, but by 1917 there were 60,000 Jews living there illegally anyways, because the Russian government was simply not able to really enforce the boundaries so effectively. Lots more to say about this, but I'm going to go on here. So, looking at the 19th century, and we're going to zip through the first, say, 3/4 before we get up to Dubno for our talk today. Looking at the concentrations of population here, you can see that Central and Western Europe, between 1650 up to this larger circle, which is 1880, grows significantly, but Eastern Europe grows even much larger. And the great mass of the Jewish people in the world lived in the Pale of Settlement and in surrounding regions like Romania and Hungary. We have a distinguished professor from Hungary who's here with us today. And you better watch out, because you know how those Hungarian Jews are. Pretty soon they're going to cover all the furniture with plastics. You got to make sure, lower the chandeliers, right? Things like, I'm just joking. I hope you don't mind. That sounds like an ethnic slur. I have to be careful about these things. Down here, and you see that the Jews Near East and North Africa are much smaller by size. So looking at the Jews in Eastern Europe, perhaps the most significant thing to bear in mind as kind of the precursor to the life of Shimon Dubno is the horrible period that the Jews experienced. How's our sound check? Do we still have the mic going there? Okay. All right. It's a rugged microphone given to us by the TorahCafe.com people. They sent me an email, by the way. They said the Jaguar, they would if they could. So I'm hoping that that'll come through eventually. Let's sponsor their video. Right. So under Tsar Nicholas I, who reigned from 1825 to 1855, the Jews experienced a rather intense and prolonged period of official state persecution, which was aimed explicitly at assimilating them to a Russian way of life. Nicholas I was a very military individual, fascinated with parades and soldiers and so on. He was traumatized by the fact that his own father was killed in an abortive coup in December of 1825, and he felt that in order to be an effective member of the Russian political unit, of the Russian state, you had to belong to three things. You had to belong to Russian Orthodoxy, meaning you had to be Christian of the Orthodox variety. You had to believe in autocracy, meaning that the Tsar has absolute authority. And thirdly, you had to participate in the Narod, which means people. Narodnost means like peopleness. And for Nicholas, that meant, for example, speaking Russian. It meant valuing Russian culture. It meant, feeling completely at ease in everything that was Russian. And the Jews didn't fit. They were Orthodox, but the wrong kind of Orthodox for sure. They had very little to say about Russian autocracy. As you know, the bracha that Tevye says for the Tsar, or actually it's the Rabbi says, may God bless and keep the Tsar far away from us, right? And then finally, the Narodnost, here's a group of people who speak Yiddish, more about that later, don't speak Russian very well, dress differently, hold themselves differently, regard themselves. So he put in place two nefarious policies which dramatically altered the experience of Jews in Russia, as it had been under his predecessor, not immediate predecessor, but Catherine II, who had a much more liberal view. First of all, he established the notorious canton. Many governments in Europe at that time, service in the army was something that was elected. You could volunteer to serve in the army. Conscription was not a really large part of the way in which they would muster troops under regular service. However, it was really a career decision, because to join the Tsar's army meant you serve for 25 years. It was really a lifetime decision. And typically, Russia were, let's say, third sons. The first son would get land. The second son, might go into small trades or something like that, but the third son really would not have that kind of inheritance, so they would typically choose either the priesthood or the army, things like that. Jews, as they did for centuries in most European countries, simply paid a double tax and were exempted from conscription. And that was fine by the government, because Jews did not make especially good soldiers in this, part of the world. They were not familiar with the language of command. They were not invested in the same patriotic ideals, etc., etc. So what Nicholas I did, he said, okay, that's it. Jews must serve in the army like everyone else, right? Because he viewed it as an assimilationist tool. Once a person is in the army, he has to learn a language for sure. He develops a kind of bond with the people he faces death with, things like that. It all makes sense. And then because he realized that by the time Jews reached the age of 18, which was the age of conscription, they're really committed to Judaism and a Jewish lifestyle. They're probably married. They may have children already. It's quite likely they've tasted Chinese food. I mean, they're not going back. So therefore, he lowered the age of conscription to 12 and said that 12-year-old boys would be conscripted, would serve 6 years in these reform schools, military schools called cantons, referring to the region from which they were taken, and then they would serve their 25-year sentence in the Tsar's army. And that basically meant that when a Jewish child was taken into the army, they never came back again. Although there are some really fascinating stories about Jews who retained their Jewish identity throughout the entire period, and when they were finally demobilized from the army, since they were veterans, they had special privileges, and they often moved to places like Estonia, which was outside of the Pale of Settlement, and they established some really interesting Jewish communities there based on veterans. At any rate, the Tsar imposed this on the Jewish community specifically to try and accelerate assimilation, and he coupled this stick with what appeared to be a carrot, the so-called crown schools. These were Russian government schools that were put in place. I think he's going to be locked out unless you... Okay, well, Russian government schools, which were openly conversionist. They had priests working there specifically with the purpose of getting Jewish children to convert to Russian Orthodoxy. And so parents, but, I forgot to mention, if a parent enrolled a child in a crown school, they were exempt from conscription. They were exempt from conscription. These crown schools, these are like Russian government schools, not Chadara, not unofficial schools, but so you basically, if you were a parent, you had a choice. You could either put your child in a Jewish cheder and teach him the traditional curriculum, but then he might be sent to the army, or you could put your kid in a Russian government school where he's certainly going to be exposed to Christian missionary influences, and he'll learn, the Russian language, things like that. But you risk his spiritual life thereby. It's a very, very difficult time. This especially had a very corrosive impact on the leadership, because the Tsar, with his typically weak bureaucracy, said, okay, I can't figure out exactly how many Jews live in each shtetl, so I want the leadership of the Kahal, the leadership of each Jewish municipality, to choose who's going to the army when we come through next October. And so he put the Jews themselves in charge of selecting the candidates, which was absolutely horrible, because as you can imagine, it's such a terrible decree to lose your child for like 36 odd years. The children of the wealthy and the connected and the powerful typically did not get selected, but the children of orphans, the children who were orphans, the children of the poor, they typically were pushed forward to go into the cantonishment. And in a few really notorious cases, the Kahal even employed professional kidnappers called chappers, from the Yiddish verb to chap, right, to take, that would literally take children, often much younger than 12, from their beds and deliver them the next morning to the Tsar's offices. This led to a wide-scale rebellion and disgust with the Jewish leadership that essentially began to crumble the whole structure from within. And it's not surprising that when you look in, one generation later, the 1880s, you have a massive, widespread dissatisfaction with traditional Jewish leadership. And we'll talk about the implications in a moment. Yes, Ms. Abramson. They did not pay the double tax. There are plenty of other taxes, but the double tax was removed, correct. This was his plan to assimilate the Jews into Russian society. Yes, you're right. And it is a violation of the Abramson rule, so I'll have to think about it a little deeper to see if it's actually true. But that was it. Yes, one more question, then we got so much I have to go on. Coppers were professional kidnappers. The Kehila, if you're a rich guy and you've got an only son, and the last thing you want is your son to be set up, So you might, God forbid, you might pay some, shloimi to go and get the child of the widow and make sure he gets off to the army. It was a tremendous shanda. And there are Yiddish folk songs that speak about the lament of the widows when they lose their children in this manner. It was a very dark period in Jewish history. But meanwhile, Jews are for complex reasons, they're having a population boom. So it's like working against Nicholas I's plans. Jews are multiplying at a dramatic rate. Everyone is having a population boom in the 19th century, partially, for example, as a result of wide-scale inoculation against smallpox, which Catherine II really pushed forward in Russia. And so all of a sudden, infant mortality goes down. Infant mortality among Jews goes even lower because of some sociological connections. So even more Jews are crowding the Pale of Settlement. By the time you get to the late 19th century, Jews begin to view the Pale of Settlement not as kind of like a haven, they were allowed to live. They view it as a large jail, where they're constricted. They're not allowed to live within 5 kilometers of rivers or borders and all kinds of crazy things like that. And they're frustrated by the Pale of Settlement, which is clearly an anachronism compared to the rest of Europe at the time. Okay, handy clicker. Things come to a head in 1881 with a massive pogrom wave that lasts for 3 years. And it begins when Tsar Alexander II is assassinated by a bomb thrown by a small socialist group called Narodnya Volya, the People's Will, one member of whom was actually a pregnant Jewish woman who was later hung for her participation. Maybe I should get the phone with that. The camera's going the wrong way there. No, everyone knows, but the people online are saying, where is he? What did he do? Where did he go? I can hear him. I can't see him. Oh, there he is. Okay. All right, back to this. I don't know. I'm tired. So what happens is this rumor circulated through Russia after the assassination of Alexander II that the new Tsar, Alexander III, had given the people permission to beat the Jews for 3 days. And this rumor just went widespread throughout the entire Pale of Settlement. And there's a huge number of pogroms throughout the region. As you can see here, these are just the larger ones. There are a lot of, 1881 through 1884. There's a lot of other factors. If I had more time, I would speak about them. There's a lot of relationship to industrialization. We know a lot more about who the pogromists were, how they used the rail lines to communicate, but we're just going to leave this for now. The main thing I want to toss out there, though, is that for a long time, partially as a result of films like Tevye's, Fiddler on the Roof, it was believed that the new Tsar was complicit in the violence and somehow organized the violence. Historical research has shown conclusively that they weren't. They were certainly anti-Semitic, and they may have committed acts of omission, but the government was simply too weak to effectively control the violence. And in fact, the violence was bad for the government because anarchy meant the collapse of the traditional police bureaucracy and could lead to revolution, which in fact it would happen a few decades later. So the official anti-Semitism during this period, though, really, by the way, there are exceptions to that rule. There are certain pogroms that we see clear government influence, but during the 1880s, no. At this time, the Russian government is kind of like especially under Nicholas II, the last Tsar, they're kind of like not sure what to do about all the various directions that society is moving in, the new political movements, revolutionary insurgent movements, and one of the intellectual refuges that they look for is anti-Semitism. And this is perhaps the nadir of anti-Semitism in the pre-Nazi era is the notorious Baylis affair, in which a Jewish handyman named Mendel Baylis was accused of murdering a small boy and drinking his blood in connection with supposed Jewish ritual. And, we've talked about this in previous classes, but to say that in the 20th century, even during my own grandmother, Alaa Shalom's lifetime, there could be something like this is completely absurd. And moreover, what makes it even weirder is that the Russian government prosecuted Mendel Baylis on those grounds, hiring crazy experts to try to prove that it was true, that Jews drank those blood and things like that. And they were the laughingstock of Europe, that the Russian government would actually promote this. It was kind of a huge conspiracy theory. And in the end, after 2 years of trial, they could not even convince a jury of 12 Ukrainian peasants that Bayless was guilty, and he was let go. Yes. Oh yeah. The rest of the world complained, but no one was really ready to do anything significant about it. There are much worse things. I hope next year to speak about terrible case of Eduard Mortara and others, but for tonight we've got to stick with Russia. And in this connection, you have this nasty book, the so-called Protocols of the Elders of Zion, which was a forgery written by this man, a Russian monk named Sergei Nilus. He claimed to have found the secret document that proves that the Jews were locked in a world conspiracy to spread Chinese food all over the world, dominate the economy, and so on. I don't know why I'm thinking of Chinese food. It was a complete forgery. He made it up. He cribbed sources from different places, but it became incredibly popular since its first publication in a serial form in a Russian journal at the end of the century. I'm just going to show you a few slides to give you a sense of its popularity. This is an early Russian language one published in exile in Paris in the 1920s. Here's a Mexican version, 1930, the Invisible World Government, the Jewish program to subjugate the world. Right, you get the theme here. It's not too subtle. These are a couple Nazi examples. This is, you see the spider like encompassing the globe and things like that. Here's a Polish version, also published by the Nazis, of the Jews sitting on the pile of corpses. I mean, the imagery tends to get a little tedious. Here's a 1977 English language version published in London, and a 1994 Russian edition as well. So it was a book with tremendous popularity. It's been published in 2 separate Japanese translations. I mean, can you imagine? The Japanese need 2 examples of it, and there are precisely 14 Jews living in Japan anyways, so you have to, okay, a little more than 2, okay. Now, as a result of the 1881 pogroms, Jews turned to 5 new narratives of Jewish history, 5 new strategies to try to cope with what it meant to have the collapse of Russia as a Rechtsstaat. To try and understand how are we supposed to deal with this new reality. Please recall that already in the 1840s, they had a lot less confidence in their traditional rabbinic leadership. And by the 1880s, you have a lot of revolutionary movements. And a lot of Jews are saying, what future is there for us under this current status quo? So the 5 strategies, which we'll look at very quickly, and the last one is going to be Shimon Dubno, so don't worry, we're coming back to that. Let's look at them quickly. The first strategy is, you know what? We just got to leave. And so a massive number of Jews simply leave the Pale of Settlement, which is shown in this map here. You can see the red area is the Pale of Settlement. And between 1881 and 1917, you have, which is the date of the revolution, you have 1.750 million Jews coming to the United States, over 100,000 coming to South America. You have 250,000 to England, 70,000 going for national health insurance, 45,000 in South Africa, and 5,000 in Australia. Note that there's only 45,000 going to Israel as well. But this is a very traditionalist response. It's getting too difficult for us to live in Russia. We simply have to leave and go to America. The second strategy was, no. We can't repeat this pattern over and over again. It's bad for us now in Russia, so we'll go to America, and then what? How long will it be good for us in America? Halavai, it should be good for centuries and centuries, but, there's no sense that there'll be an end to this. So many Jews said, let us finish this cycle, let us end it formally by moving for the last time to Zion, to Israel. And that's a topic that we will explore in much greater detail in later classes in this series, but that's one of the big plans. This is, by the way, a Jewish farmer from the early Bilu movements from the 1880s moving to Israel. Thirdly, socialism. There are many Jews who said, you know what? Why should we move? Why should we be going from place to place? And what difference is it with Zionism, especially if you were an atheist Jew, which was very common at this time? So many Jews said, instead of moving to a different place, let us change this place. Let us fundamentally alter the political, social, and economic foundations of this country, and then it will be egalitarian, and it will be, free of racism, free of anti-Semitism, How does it go? To each according to their needs, from each according to their ability. That was like this kind of utopian idea. This is a picture of Leon Trotsky after his arrest in the 1905 revolution. It's not widely known, but one of the major reasons for the widespread dissatisfaction with the early or the late Tsarist Empire was that it was virtually impossible to get a good haircut anywhere in the Pale of Settlement. I think I took too long to tell that joke, but okay. You can't tell because I'm wearing the microphone, but there's a huge wave of laughter as I tell these jokes. Fourth, renewed traditionalism. And this is an interesting strategy that's still present today. All of these are all still present in one way or another. This was kind of like a back to religion sort of movement that gained tremendous strength, particularly in the first 2 decades of the 20th century, saying that no, we were wrong. We should never have strayed. We played with foreign ideals like socialism and Zionism. We should Zionism is also considered as a foreign ideal, a kind of a nationalism. Let us get back to the Torah and so on, and let us go back to our Gedolim. And certain movements like the Agudat Yisrael were formed specifically to try and defend the traditional understanding of the meaning of Jewish history. What was unique, though, about these new movements is that organizations like Agudat Yisrael used the modern political platform to advance that agenda. So they participated in elections. There were many Agudat Yisrael members, for example, in the Polish Sejm, in the Hungarian government as well. I believe you had the Agudat Yisrael represented. So this was like very traditionalist rabbis using very modern mass politics to achieve their ends. So even this was somewhat different. And finally, autonomism. And this is Shimon Dubnov's movement. That brings us back to our main topic. Autonomism was this idea, also known as diaspora nationalism, saying, wait a second. We Jews have gone through so much in our history. We have had a state, we have lost the state, we've regained the state. Then we've lived for 2,000 years as minorities and maintained our national identity, maintained the integrity of our peoplehood. Perhaps this is a greater evolution of our identity, and to create a state would mean going backwards. We have learned, say the autonomists under Dubno, to exist as a minority, as a cultural kind of like conglomerate that exists freely within a democratic state. Why should we go back? Why don't we learn to establish our credentials as participating members in the various societies that we live, and at the same time pursue. So to give you one example of it, and we will talk more about it shortly, this is from the brief-lived Ukrainian state that existed between the fall of the Tsar and the rise of the Soviet Union. And here on the front side of the bill, it's a 100 Karbovantsiv bill. It's all in Ukrainian. It says Ukrainian National Republic. Here on the obverse, it has the 3 official languages of Ukraine. Ukrainian is, of course, the main language. And the 3 other recognized languages are Russian, which is slightly different from Ukrainian, Polish, and under here you can see 100 Karbovantsiv. Yiddish was also an official language of Ukraine. It was very difficult to place a collect call in Yiddish because there's a shortage of operators, but otherwise it was actually an official language, and we'll discuss that in Shibno's context. Okay, pausing for questions. Does anyone have any questions? Yes, please.
What was the 4th one?
Well, it was Ukrainian, Russian, Polish, and Yiddish. Okay, nobody can wait. We got to go straight to it. Okay, so as we mentioned, Dubno was born in 1860 in Mstislavo. That as soon as the Soviets took over, they changed the spelling to Frank. It was much easier than Mstislavo. I thought that was funny, but no one apparently got that, so we'll just go straight on. As I mentioned, he excelled in Talmudic studies. In the age of 14, he begged his parents, after his bar mitzvah, he wanted to go to the Crown School, which had its benefits, as we discussed earlier, primarily because he wanted to learn more secular studies. He wanted to learn the Russian language, and he was immediately exposed to the intellectual currents of the day. A very, very quick study and a lifelong autodidact. He read very widely, very impressed with a lot of the same literature, by the way, that really impressed guys like Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. For example, he was fascinated with Chernyshevsky, who wrote a very influential, very bizarre book called Что делать, or What is to be Done, which talked about this character who learned to toughen himself in every way through putting himself through all kinds of ascetic regimen, like, for example, to toughen his digestive tract. He regularly ate ground glass. To learn not to enjoy physical comforts, he slept on nails. I mean, all kinds of crazy things like that. It's really hard to read this book, but it had an amazing influence on a lot of thinkers at the end of the 19th century. Lenin wrote his major political tract and titled it after this particular book. So young people were thinking, my gosh, we can change the entire world. We can change the way we live in every way if only we will be disciplined about it. He married and he became a free thinker at this point, meaning he abandoned his Judaism, and when he came back to Mstislavo, he gained quite a reputation as being the grandfather, the grandson of the rabbi who would stay home and smoke cigarettes on Yom Kippur and work in his office rather than go to shul. I mean, he was notorious for completely abandoning all Jewish practice. This was a short-lived element of his youth, but he nevertheless would remain secular for the rest of his life. During the pogroms of 1881, he's already a young man. He's living illegally in St. Petersburg and working there as a journalist. And when he saw the horrible violence of that period and the fact that the Russian government was powerless to actually bring it to a conclusion, he advocated some really wide-scale reforms of Judaism. He said the problem is all with the rabbis, and we have to get rid of this traditional Talmudic approach. We have to read a lot more of the Western thinkers. We have to adapt ourselves to modernity, and he advocated a very radical and rigorous way of changing Judaism. But his ideas, although not out of sync with what was being said in Western Europe, did not find much of an audience beyond the very narrow population of Jews who read these Russian Jewish literary journals, and he ended up feeling extreme despair at the end of the 19th century. He didn't think that any of his ideas would turn out to work at all. It was at this time that he began to kind of shift his own personal pendulum back to center. And rather than seeing religion as the enemy of the Jewish people, as some kind of artificial power that was holding the Jewish people back and preventing them from succeeding in the outside world, he began to see Judaism as a natural expression of the Jewish psyche with tremendous value. And although he himself could not participate in the belief structure, he thought, you know what, there is still a lot of value to the religion as it is inextricably connected with culture. And he wrote a very significant series of essays that were later published under the title Essays on Old and New Jewry, where he articulated a model for the future that would later be expressed as autonomism. Basically, he looked at the Council of Four Lands, which we spoke about a couple of weeks ago, and he said, you know, why can't we just go back to that? Why can't we just go back to Jews organizing themselves in their municipalities, and then those municipalities connecting with one another, so we have an umbrella state, literally a state within a state, not as an insurrectionist model, but rather a kind of a parallel government that represents specifically Jewish interests. Now, he viewed this idea as something that would be connected with the state government. So if you imagine this, for example, in America, it would be like, let's say, all the Jewish communities of Florida would get together and we would elect a representative to a state Jewish government in Florida. And then that state Jewish government in Florida would elect a representative to go to Washington to join with all the other state representatives of Jewish communities in all their states. And that they would elect, and they would have like a parliament there, sort of like a Congress of Jewish representatives. And then the head of that let's call it a federation, why not? The head of that federation would be a cabinet minister in the president's cabinet, a minister in charge of Jewish affairs. And that would be our formal, integral, close liaison with the actual top of the American government. And in turn, they would represent the Jewish people. They would be the official voice, the unified voice of the Jewish people. The benefits of it were huge. The Jews could use this organization, for example, to negotiate, let's say, vouchers for day school education. They could get subsidies for specific Jewish needs, like the construction of mikvaot or the maintenance of Jewish cemeteries or whatever. Jews, however, all over would pay a special Jewish tax to their Jewish government. And that's basically how we would do it. Now, the big difference between his model and what we actually do is significant. For example, obviously, when you're familiar with the Federation movement, we have this kind of structure. Except the head of Federation, although he may have close connections with many senators and congresspeople, he doesn't necessarily have the ability to sit in on cabinet meetings with the president all the time. Furthermore, the idea of a mandatory Jewish tax placed on every Jew to pay to Federation, it's unlikely. Federation is a voluntaristic organization, whereas Dubno imagined it as mandatory. It is true that if you get on the Federation mailing list, the only way to get off is through the FBI Witness Protection Program, but otherwise it remains a voluntary organization. Yes, Judith?
Just one thing though, well, in the United States we have, of course, blue police, especially in the
Right.
Constitution. We do have something very similar to this in Europe.
England and France has some things.
Italy.
Right.
And so that there seems to, and what I don't know about special tax, I do know that they have concepts.
Right, Chief Rabbi, that kind of thing. Right. And so this is basically Dubno's thought. Dubno imagined this. Yes.
In 1880s, you have a tremendous industrialization that's taking place within the Russian Empire. Mainly driven by number one Rothschild money, number two my German money, number three my French. The railroads beginning to get constructed. The Trans-Siberian is finished. The Trans-Caucasus is finished. The Leningrad, Moscow main line is finished, which is a tremendous iron and steel mills in the Ukraine, particularly in the Donetsk basin, where the steel is mined. And there is a tremendous GDP per growth rate coming forward, something like 7-8% GDP per capita, which is unheard of in that part of Europe.
Yeah, even more 20th century.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a tremendous industrial
push. They're trying to catch up to Western Europe. Yeah.
And how much of that is influenced by Jews, and how much of it is taken part by Jews? That's my question to you.
That's an excellent question. I don't have a really good answer for it. Right. Because
they don't have hundreds of millions of dollars.
Jewish participation in the great industrialization of Russia really spikes in the 1920s. There is some participation, particularly in the oil fields, in the Galician region and things like that. But that's also not necessarily in the Russian Empire. That's in the Galician, in the Austro-Hungarian Empire. So I don't have a good answer for it. It's a sophisticated question. We'll have to save it for the PhD course afterwards. But let's go back to Dubno, because I only have like 12 minutes left, so I don't want to get too far. He begins a period of feverish writing, where he completes a tremendous amount of work, a path-breaking study of Hasidism, and what would eventually be, as Jonathan Frankel put it, he's the last of a dying breed, maybe already a dead breed, the great monolithic Jewish historians who write the history of everything. The historians like Heinrich Gretz in Germany in the 1880s, Salo Baron here in America, a professor at Columbia, wrote this massive 16-volume social and religious history of the Jews, and Dubno wrote this huge 10-volume history of the Jews that is still being cited today. It's a very important work. It eventually appeared in European languages from I believe it was a Russian manuscript first translated to German, but it eventually appeared in the 1950s in English translation as well. Very, very path-breaking, sociologically oriented historical research. Now, the last really big chapter that we should explore in Dubnow's life is in the context of the fall of the Russian Empire, because that's when his ideas are first put into actual practice, and although they were a failure initially, they would find existence in other contexts on a more significant level. The Romanov dynasty, the last Tsar, Nicholas II, falls in February of 1917. That's February by the Russian calendar, which they had insisted on remaining on the Julian calendar when the rest of Europe switched to the Gregorian about 1,000 years earlier. So quite literally, Russia was 11 days behind the rest of the world because they used an older calendar. This is very confusing when you refer to the February Revolution, the March Revolution, but let's say it was in early 1917, the Tsar falls, and a new provisional government is put in place. The reasons for his fall are complex. Basically, a lot of war weariness, right? This is the third year of the World War I. There's a lot of hunger. The soldiers are going unfed. They're told that they can only have one bullet for each of their guns, so they should use their bayonets first. And it's actually in the context of a International Women's Day march in St. Petersburg, when a woman takes a brick and throws it through the window of a bakery, and a small food riot starts because people are starving, and that expands. Eventually, it takes over the entire city, and people are kind of surprised when this massive, huge empire collapses within a very short period of time. The provisional government that's put in place is very liberal. The very first decree they put in place is they demolish the Pale of Settlement, and they say that any Jew can live anywhere they want in the Russian Empire, but they are plagued by indecision, and they make a couple of key strategic mistakes that eventually allow them to be outflanked by one movement led by Lenin, the so-called Bolsheviks, later called communists, who ultimately take over the provisional government when it first brings together its constituent assembly in late 1917. And then the whole region falls into tremendous chaos with a period of civil war between those who want to bring back the Tsar, those who want to bring back the provisional government, those who want to establish the Soviet Union, and a whole host of other forces intent on creating anarchy in this large region. And unfortunately, anarchy is the worst enemy of the Jews, even worse perhaps than organized anti-Semitism, although it's hard to say that looking back in the 20th century. But as the line in Pirkei Avos says, "Hevi mispalo b'shlema shel malchut she'il mole mora ish et reo chaim balao," that pray for the welfare of the government, because if it were not for the fear thereof, everyone would swallow his fellow alive. That is, by the way, the title of my exceptionally interesting book, Prayer for the Government, Ukrainians and Jews in Revolutionary Times, 1917-1920, Harvard University Press. So the point of it is that available on Amazon right now. So the point of it is, though, that when the Russian government is gone, provisional government is gone, who knows what warlord is controlling your territory, pogroms happen. And the pogroms of 1917 to 1921 dwarf the 1881-84 pogroms. They made them look like small potatoes. There were an estimated 50,000 Jews killed, roughly the same number as the Khmelnytsky pogroms we talked about a few weeks ago. It's absolutely horrible. One of the interesting political experiments, again discussed in my book, is what happened in Ukraine. So Ukraine was a very large territory in the southwest of Russia. In terms of its agriculture, very, very wealthy. They had the black soil that was really productive, and it was also the heartland of medieval Russian culture as well. But the Ukrainians, in the vast majority of the population, were not well disposed to continued Russian domination, and they wanted to establish their own state. However, they were very, very weakly represented in the cities because they were an overwhelmingly agrarian population. Their literacy rates were extremely low, and they had no real foothold in the cities, which were crucial to trying to establish a modern government. So they reached out to the minorities, the Russians and the Poles and the Jews, and they found very little support among Russians and Poles, but the Jews actually looked at the Ukrainian offer of some kind of liaison with favor. Specifically, what the Jews could offer the Ukrainians is that urbanized, intellectual, literary cadre of workers that could begin to organize a new government. And what the Ukrainians could offer in return was Shimon Dubno's autonomism. The Ukrainians would say to them, hey, you know what, you're a minority, but if you join with us, we'll make Yiddish a state language. We will allow you to create a Jewish parliament, and you will have a minister of Jewish affairs. We will devote a certain amount of tax dollars to Jewish causes, and basically you'll have the right to run your own affairs, like Shimon Dubno said. And the Jews said, great. And for a very brief period of time, primarily late 1917, early 1918, it looked like it was actually going to fly. It looked like this newfound relationship, especially since such old antagonisms had existed between Jews and Ukrainians. It was like a brief-lived flourishing of a newfound rapprochement. Hang on one second, Elisa. I want to say a little bit more about this. Well, I'm going to have to go through this really fast. So I'll take your question, please, Ms. Abramson. Excellent question. Excellent question. That was a brilliant question. You can come to my college anytime. Well, you have to get your diploma first. But the thing is, and this is a problem for the Ukrainians as well as the Jews, who's representing whom? There's no elections yet. This is just a bunch of intellectuals in Kiev sitting around a table saying, hey, I'd like to be prime minister. And the others say, no, I want to be prime minister. And then they kind of have a vote with whatever, 100 people. So do they represent the broad mass of society? And the same thing with the Jews. You have Jews organized in political parties. They were illegal political parties since 1905 revolution, but nevertheless, you have some leadership organizations. And so they basically pick the top guys from every party, and they're all guys. There's no women involved, really, maybe a handful of women. And they just, they said, okay, we'll talk to you guys. You represent the entire Jewish people, right? And they said, yeah, sure we do. But there's no way to prove it. What is fascinating about the period is they did manage, despite the chaos, to run a Ukraine-wide Jewish election where Jews cast votes for this potential parliament that never came to pass. And it's fascinating to see what Jews voted for, because we don't really know otherwise. The results were that the Zionist movement, incidentally, was the most popular, with about 40% of Jewish votes. Another 20%, more or less, went to the religious parties. And then the remaining 40% were divided among the various Jewish socialist parties. They were fragmented. So the bloc between the Zionists and the religious parties formed the largest segment of organized Jewish activity at the time. Okay, but let's jump ahead. I have a lot more material here, but I'll probably have to come back to this next week. One of the big issues is language politics. Which language will we speak? So we'll skip past this for now. Now, what ended up happening for this wonderful sounding experiment is it ended as a colossal failure. Primarily because this small group of intellectual political activists in Kiev, primarily, they were beset with organizational problems and strategic military problems right away. Don't forget, they essentially declared statehood in 1918, and then they're in war with the much larger and better armed Red Army from the north. And at one point, the whole government was reduced to existing on a set of railroad cars. And they kept on moving these railroad cars in a small triangle of three little cities in western Ukraine, trying to get away from the various military forces that are attacking them. And the pogroms were absolutely horrific, perpetrated by the White Army. These are the Russians who wanted to bring back the Tsar, essentially, or at least the provisional government. The Greens, these are like the various anarchist parties, and Nestor Makhno and others. A very small number by the Red Army, almost negligible by the Soviets, which is one reason why so many Jews flocked to the Soviet Union and supported the Red Army, is because they were much more disciplined and much less likely to attack Jews. And unfortunately, the largest single chunk, I believe about 40%, were perpetrated by the Ukrainians themselves, under the leadership of this man, Simon Petliura, who was the brief-lived head of the government. Now, to be fair to Petliura, it's most likely he did not order his troops to make these pogroms. He was simply incapable of controlling it. And during a brief period of time in the spring of 1919, when he could have at least said something, at least made a proclamation, he failed to do so. Later on in 1926, he would be shot dead in a Paris street by a Jewish assassin named Shalom Schwarzbard, who would claim that he had killed Petliura out of revenge for these pogroms of that era. But that's another story. At any rate, with the pogroms, Jewish support for this Ukrainian experiment completely fell apart. We don't know exactly how much Ukrainian support there was from the beginning anyways, and even though it had these beautiful ideas, the Minister of Jewish Affairs in the government, they actually had 3 ministers of Jewish Affairs over time, it all fell apart. Dubno's idea and the country itself fell apart when the Soviet Union finally took over the entire region in 1920 and 1921. Still, Dubno's ideas were also tried out in the same way in the Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, and even to some degree in Poland, where they looked at Dubno's ideas as a workable model for dealing with this large minority in these multinational states. And as we've discussed, the Federation essentially operates on Dubno's model, with the major difference in that it's a voluntary organization. Dubno understood that Federation membership would be mandatory for all Jews, and they would have a much greater connection to the government, but it simply would not work that way for reasons like the Constitution, as Judith mentioned. So after the war, Dubno moved to Western Europe briefly and then headed back to Riga. He did a lot more research and so on. I'm going to skip over much of the events of that time, not only because we are out of time, but also because I want to cover it more next week with the early Soviet Union. But his legacy, in conclusion, was the creation of this model of political Jewish identity that actually functioned in the 20th century and continues to function in America. He was never wealthy as a scholar. He always ran from job to job, but his dedication to his discipline was incredible, and his output was phenomenal. His days ended in the Riga ghetto when he was shot by the Nazis, and as he was people went to his side, he managed, his last words were "Schreib und Verschreib," write and record, which has become the unofficial motto of Jewish historians of the second half of the 20th century, remembering Dubno's legacy. So with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention. I hope you have a fantastic week, and look forward to seeing you next Wednesday.
And so I decided not to really press him on it. He was very much affected by it, sure. And he did feel that there was some polarization going on. I guess Victor is really the only one who can tell us exactly what the attitude was, but there was some feeling that maybe this alien was not so friendly to us, so...
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started? The bad news is I don't have an opening joke for tonight. The good news is I don't have an opening joke for tonight. So but I did think of something. I'm not sure it's so funny, but I always say that. So this is today we're going to be speaking about Eastern Europe, specifically Ukraine in the 17th century. So I have kind of like a late Tsarist period, late 19th century joke. It goes like this: there's a there's a Jew who gets on a train. He's traveling from Minsk to Pinsk, and sitting in these compartments with these wooden chairs and so on, and he has his lunch packed with him, and he's sitting and he's eating some herring, and bursts into the room a kind of a rowdy peasant with obviously been drinking quite a bit, and sees the opportunity to sit and talk to a Jew. So he sits down and says, "Hey, Jew, what is it that makes you people so smart?" It's very difficult for this small peddler to avoid the attentions of this peasant in the room with him. So he doesn't know quite what to say. He says, "Well, we have a special diet, and it's what we eat that contributes to our intelligence." So the peasant seems satisfied with that answer for a few minutes, and he says, "So Jew, what exactly do you eat that makes you so smart?" And the Jew, he doesn't know what to say, so he says, "Well, for example, we have this herring that we eat, and the herring, it really contributes to our overall intelligence." So the peasant thinks for a minute and says, "Jew, how much would you accept for a piece of that herring you're eating? This is the herring you're eating right now, isn't it? How much you accept?" And the Jew says, No, I can't. It's my lunch and so on. So I'll give you a ruble. I'll give you 5 rubles. I'll give you 10 rubles for a piece of herring. Finally, the Jew says, okay, fine. So he gives him the herring for 10 rubles, and the peasant, immediately begins eating it, and he's eating it, and he says, "Wait a second. This isn't special herring. This tastes just like regular herring. It's not going to make me smarter." And the Jew says, "You see, it's working already." Okay. It's not such a funny joke, but, I appreciate it. I don't know. That's a joke that's easily to tell with an ethnic slur, so I'm trying very hard to de-ethnicize it. The peasant in the story, for example, is Jewish as well, but no, they can't say that. But we'll edit this out of the final version, I'm sure. Okay, today's discussion is not it's not a very happy topic. We're going to look specifically at the horrible massacres of the mid-17th century, the Khmelnytsky rebellion, and the horrific pogroms that occurred in that context of the Ukrainian revolution against their Polish overlords. So we're going to have a lot of discussion about the nature of this kind of communal violence that has its roots in the kind of antipathy that I outlined in this small humorous episode. And it's not necessarily a happy story, but nevertheless, I'm not a rabbi. This is not a sermon, so I'm just discussing some of the aspects of Jewish history, whether it is positive or not. I would like to mention to you that I'm trying a little bit of an experiment with how I communicate with my students. As many of you know, there are several thousand people who watch this class every week around the world, which is kind of a strange feeling because we have, a small intimate group here, but there's a huge internet audience out there. And I'm going to discontinue for the time being my direct emails because I'm not sure they really do what I need to. If you would like to receive word about upcoming classes and just stay on top of what's happening, find out when the classes get posted to the web, please go to my website, jewishhistorylectures.org. You can also Google my name, and you'll probably find me that way. And then on the top right of the screen, there's a little box that says, follow this blog via email. Put your email address in there. It'll send you a little confirmation note. You click yes, and you'll get 1 or 2 emails a week that are mildly irritating. You can forward them to your former friends, and they'll just let you know what's happening with class. If you prefer, I'm also using Twitter and Facebook as ways to broadcast the class. So if you prefer those means of staying in touch, they're also available on the homepage. And it's easy, unsubscribe as well. There's no commitments. If you feel that there's too much spam and you just want to get off, then you just go straight to place. If you don't have a computer, then we post the lecture dates on the flyer. We have some flyers at the back of the room. Where's my assistant, Ms. Abramson? Could you please bring up a few flyers? Thank you, Ms. Abramson. I appreciate that. So there is the flyers.
To get any letter or tape from the...
I don't know. I don't have the means to do it in another way, like with cassettes or something. Well, I hope to publish a book on last week's lecture, but that will be several months from now, God willing. Also, as many of you know, my father's health is kind of precarious. And last semester, I had to cancel a class. Thank you, Elisa. I had to cancel a class at the last minute. And email is only one of the only ways that I can really, broadcast a message out there to let you know there is not going to be a class, and so on. Okay, enough preliminaries. Let's go to the topic at hand. We're going to look at the life briefly of Nathan of Hanover, a rabbi who, as the name implies, has his origins in Germany, but his most significant contribution to Jewish history is a book he wrote in the context of the 17th century upheaval in Eastern Europe. In reality, this class is about that upheaval and less about Nathan of Hanover. But since it is the derech, the approach of this class to have a biographical kind of hook to the story, so therefore we're going to look at Nathan of Hanover specifically. As we mentioned last class, a surname that is geographic in origin is often misleading. And I wonder if one of my undergraduates would know why that is true. How about Ms. Edry? Do you know why a surname with a geographic location is misleading? That's a tough question. Don't make eye contact then, because it's always a killer. Okay, all right. Anyone else want to have a shot? Yes, Ms. Abramson, not an undergraduate, but nevertheless quite a scintillating intellect. My parents are from Canada, correct? Then I moved to Surfside. Right. Brilliant and absolutely precise. Thank you, Ms. Abramson, for that contribution. So let me repeat that again. Basically, you only get a surname with a place among Jews at any rate. It's common among other non-Jews as well. But you only get a surname that's a place long after you've left there, because people will refer to you by your origin only if it's unusual. No one would call you Moshe, Surfside if you live in Surfside. They would call you Moshe Canada if you came from Canada to Surfside. So Nathan of Hanover lived in Ukraine. That's where most of his activity was. And he was most likely born he was actually born in Ostry, or Ostrog, Ukraine. But he was called of Hanover. Just as a small kind of note, my grandmother, Aleh Shalom, she used to tell me all kinds of stories about the bizarre nicknames that Jews in her shtetl would have. And my favorite nickname, it was a Yiddish culture to give everybody a nickname. My favorite was a guy whose name was Moshe Chayes. Moshe Chayes. That was Moshe, the one who belonged to Chaya. I mean, there were so many Moshes in town that there was Moshe der Schuster, Moshe der Handler. Moshe Chayes means Moshe, the one married to Chaya. So Moshe, who was of Chaya. Okay, so anyway, he was born in Ostry, Ukraine. Ukraine, as you can see in this map here, let's just locate this. It's in southwestern Russian Empire. The Ukrainians are a distinct nationality. They're Slavic. They have a language which is very closely related to Russian. It's written in Cyrillic, but with a different Cyrillic alphabet. There are several letters that are distinct between Russian and Ukrainian. And there has been a fairly long history of Russians wanting to try and assimilate Ukrainians to a larger Russian ethnicity. The Russians call themselves the Veliki Rossiani, the big Russians, and they are the Malo Rossiani, the small Russians, like the younger brothers, so to speak. Ukrainians, not surprisingly, tend to resist this and want to maintain their identity as separate from the Russians as a whole. Another major difference that's going to be relevant for our discussion today is that Russia is Eastern Orthodox in its Christian orientation. That means that they do not recognize the Pope. They recognize very big differences from Catholics. The most significant might include a married clergy, for example. Russian Orthodox priests can marry, and then there are a whole bunch of other doctrinal differences. Poles, on the other hand, are Catholics, recognizing the papacy in Rome and all of the rituals and beliefs associated with that. Ukraine, located between Poland and Russia, is split. The eastern half, a little bit more than the eastern half, is Orthodox. The western half is Catholic. And it's a fissure in Ukrainian society that contributes to a lot of the internal dynamic of displeasure that occasionally results in weakened statehood. Because the more Russified Ukrainians to the east want to join in some sense with Russia, the more Polonized Ukrainians to the west see Poland as their kind of center of orbit. And so it's a fractured country along the Dnipro River right over here, or Dnieper River in English. So that's where it is. It's also an exceptionally fertile area. It's known as the breadbasket of Europe because it has the Chernozem, the black soil that's extremely productive, and so it's fought over by many of the surrounding countries. We'll talk a little bit about Jews who come in there, but to return to our topic of Nathan of Hanover, although he was rather prolific, his most significant contribution to Jewish literature, and our reason for speaking about him today, is a very moving and sophisticated chronicle called Yevon Metsula, which means it's translated fairly well into English as The Abyss of Despair. And it's a very powerful historical account of the Khmelnytsky rebellion and the pogroms. It's written with a remarkably high degree of sophistication for the 17th century. And although obviously it is a martyrology that describes the tremendous suffering the Jews went through, it does not spare the Jews in its assessment of their culpability for creating the scenario that would ultimately result in violence. So it's a rather even-handed account, surprisingly so, of the upheavals of that time. Okay, so why don't we take a step back here and understand how the Jews came to Ukraine. It was a very, very large population. If you look at the 20th century, it is, and looking at ethno-linguistic Ukraine, because Ukraine was not a country with its own state until really the Soviets took it over, and even then it was kind of a puppet state of Moscow. Ukraine had basically the second largest concentration of Jews in the world. There's a massive population of Jews living there. Most Jews who call themselves Russian Jews, if you probe a little further, they're really Ukrainian Jews. They come from the region of Kiev or Western Ukraine, Zhytomyr, places like that. Although they may identify themselves as Russian, typically they are actually Ukrainian. So there are two reasons why Jews moved to Ukraine in large numbers from the 12th until the 17th centuries. And they're moving primarily from the Rhineland, from traditional Ashkenaz, and you've got significant populations moving from the south as well, from Austria and Hungary, until you have this massive concentration of Jews. Here's the Dnipro River that I showed you earlier that bisects Ukraine, and what was called right bank Ukraine, because when you're facing the flow of the Dnieper, it's on the right-hand side. Right bank Ukraine is heavily Jewish. This is the Polish side, and it has huge populations here. To the left side, left bank Ukraine, this had very, very few Jews living there because the Russian government had banned Jews from settling in those regions from 1479. It's an unusual episode, worth mentioning as a kind of a footnote. Jews were allowed to live in Russia up until the 15th century, when there was a scandal in the Russian imperial court involving a surprise conversion of a princess to Judaism. There was a Jewish doctor in the court whose name was Raphael, ironically, because Raphael means one who heals. And this was known in Russian as a shanda for the Yidden, I guess. So what they did was the emperor said, that's it, no more Jews, and Russia, the Russian Empire, was declared officially Judenrein, free of Jews, banned to Jews, until Catherine the Great in the 18th century ended up conquering militarily this territory, and suddenly inheriting the world's largest Jewish population, even though up until the 18th century no Jews were allowed there. So she gradually her successors gradually allowed Jews to settle to the the east, places like Kharkov, also known as Kharkiv, or Yekaterinoslav, known as today as Dnipropetrovsk. People found that Yekaterinoslav was too hard to pronounce, so they switched it to Dnipropetrovsk. So, and now you have significant populations of Jews out there as well, but that's for another lecture when we get to the 20th century. Just relax. So, just avoid those body motions because. Go ahead, please.
Could you possibly indicate what area was White Russia?
Mm-hmm. White Russia. Now, it's a confusing term because, White Russia is known in Russian as Belarus. Biela means like white. And it is to the north of Ukraine and to the east of Poland. It is Gesundheit. It's even less well-defined political entity than Ukraine. And the Belarusians have difficulty as a people kind of defining where they live, who they are, how they're distinct from Poles, Ukrainians, and Russians. And so they tend to have the weakest kind of national identity. Their nationalism developed later than most of the other peoples in the region. So it's to the north of Ukraine and to the east of Poland. Yes, Mark.
The actual political governments of areas like Ukraine and Belarus. I believe Ukraine at one time was subject to Poland.
Correct. That's going to be our period today.
Was there ever a time before the 20th century when Ukraine was independent?
Well, there was a time going back to the very early medieval period, like the 8th, 9th, 10th centuries, where Kiev was the center of a medieval polity, which is called Kiev and Rus. But to call that a state in modern terms would really be anachronistic. But they definitely had. Kiev was developed centuries before Moscow. It's called, Russians regard Kiev as the heartland of their state. But until the 20th century, really until the 19th century, no one's really thinking we're Ukrainians distinct as separate from all the other peoples. We're related and so on. But let's go on. So I mentioned there are two reasons why Jews came to Ukraine. The first is because there is a dramatic rise in anti-Semitism in Western Europe. This is a picture that we discussed in the lecture on peppercorn, the infamous Judensaal picture. This happens to be an 18th century rendition, but the image goes back to the 15th century with Jews suckling from pigs associated with the devil, torturing children, and so on. Jews were finding it harder and harder to just exercise normal commerce and live in Western European regions. From the 11th century on, you have the Crusades, the blood libel, ritual murder charges, frequent expulsions, increasing competition even in areas that had been reserved to them through the law of Gratian, such as money lending, and it's getting harder and harder for them to maintain a consistent existence in Western Europe from the 11th century onward. And so in France, for example, they're actually expelled, I think I mentioned last week, 3 times in 1 century. You know, the debts owed to Jewish moneylenders become too onerous, and so the local authorities simply find it expedient to expel them and wipe out the debts. But when they expel the Jews, then they totally lose their economic system and the whole institution of credit. So they have to invite the Jews back again. They invite the Jews 20 years later. There's too much of a debt load, and therefore they simply expel the Jews again, and the cycle repeated itself 3 times in France, just to give one example. So Jews are finding it far less hospitable to be in Western Europe, and as that door is closing, they're looking for an open door, which happens to fall in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. So this is a rather interesting country. Oh, Ms. Abramson, a question. I interrupt right away as soon as I see her hand. Well, the question is, why would the Jews go back if they were expelled beforehand?
Why not?
You know, well, I think it's a good question. Why not? I mean, you were expelled once, you could be expelled again. I guess it's kind of like it's like a bad marital relationship. Why does she keep going back to him? He's going to do the same thing over and over again. Not a very good answer, I guess, but I'm going to skip over next time you ask a question. We're going to go. So,
German Jews, they never like to live in Ukraine. They were always German. To have a chance to go back, they're going back. That's very
okay. We'll see what's going on here. So the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth is rather unusual territory. It's so called because of a dynastic linkage between the royal homes of Poland and Lithuania. And through this marriage, it created literally the largest country in Europe. This massive country extending from the Baltic Sea almost down to the Black Sea here, encompassing all of what we would call today Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Belarus, and most of right bank Ukraine under this massive country that was nominally Catholic with Polish as the dominant language. It had an incredibly weak, primitive economy with tremendous freedoms for anyone who could come in and could start the economy moving. And so Jews were attracted to the potential of being there and working in that context. They were working as vintners and given tremendous freedom to act there. And they also had a strange kind of political system that allowed for high levels of diversity in society. I don't have time to go into it in great detail. It was ironically the great tolerance of diversity that led to the destruction of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, because their tolerance of dissent was to such a high level that they were literally paralyzed when faced with very serious threats. And when you get to the 18th century, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth is simply removed from the map by its far more powerful and autocratic neighbors. It becomes, however, a haven for Jews from the 13th century onward, with an especially large wave of Jews moving in from Germany in the 16th and 17th centuries. And they like to refer to Poland at this time by the Hebrew acronym POLIN, which means here we will rest. Poland was considered the place where finally the Jews can breathe a little bit. The levels of anti-Semitism that they experienced in Western Europe were nothing like this in Poland, and they had remarkable rights and freedoms and privileges. There were no ghettos in Poland. There were no restricted areas. Jews had tremendous power and ability to organize their lives according to Talmudic principles and so on. I'll mention just one small example of this. A rather amazing thing. We'll come back to this when we talk about Shimon Dubnov, a 20th century historian later on in this course, was the so-called Vad Arba Aratzot, the Council of Four Lands. Because Jews would typically set up these little municipalities called kehilot. We use this word today too, as a kehila means a congregation. And they would set up their own judiciary, the Beit Din. They would set up their own executive branch, the Parnasim. They would have their own board of the city, the Tuvei Ayir, and they earned the right from the Polish-Lithuanian kings to judge themselves by Talmudic law exclusively. And in many cases, even when they were in disputes with non-Jews, they earned the right to have their disputes adjudicated by Talmudic law. Now, that in itself is not so exceptional, because that's happened many times in Jewish history. What was unusual about the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth is that all of the municipalities in this massive region, about 5 times the size of France, simply decided that they would all agree and work together and create literally a state within a state, a Jewish government that ruled over all the Jews living in the entire Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. They met 2 times a year in Lublin, and they adjudicated all kinds of disputes. They worked to take care of agunot, like women who were trapped in marriages after being abandoned by their husbands. They worked to effectively create copyright law, all kinds of fascinating things. And it was really a high point of Jewish civilization up until the 18th century. The collapse of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, however, also meant the collapse of the Council of Four Lands, and it came down in a rather dramatic way. So why were the Jews invited there in the first place? So primarily, they were invited because of the stratified nature of Polish society. the southern regions, which would be Ukraine, right bank Ukraine, had these massive farms called latifundia. And they were owned by the Polish noblemen who had won them through conquest, a long time earlier. And the Polish noblemen were living in the larger cities of Warsaw, places like that, and they were not especially inclined to take care of these huge land holdings. And so the Jews were invited to act as leaseholders. The Jews were invited to come and manage these massive tracts of land, which would include, as we discussed with Abravano, tax farming, where the nobleman would say, okay, here's my tract of land, you Jewish community leaders, bring your people in and bring me X amount of zloty every year. And whatever the Jews were able to collect on top of that figure was theirs to keep in the community. In order to attract the Jews, they often gave them something that was called in medieval times Magdeburgrecht. Magdeburg is the name of a town in Germany. Recht, of course, is law. And these were charters that defined for the Jews what their rights and privileges were in a given town. And the Jews would literally, as an entire community, let's say living in Hanover, they would get an invitation to settle in Ostri, let's say, and the leaders of the community would negotiate. And they would say, okay, if you want us to live in Ostri, we're prepared to pick up and move. But one thing for sure, we want to have the right, for example, to say who is allowed to practice as a shoemaker in our town. And they could win that right. They would have the right to regulate commerce. They could say, we want to have the right, for example, to be judged only by Talmudic law. We want the right, for example, to build a wall around our town, which, the walls were usually built not to keep the Jews in, but to keep attackers out. And they could arrange all kinds of privileges through Magdeburgrecht, and the Poles were only too happy to give it to them because they wanted the Jews to move in and help out this nascent economy get started. So with these two things happening, the push of anti-Semitism from Western Europe, driving the Jews out, and the economy vacuum in Poland, sucking the Jews in, it was like really a beautiful thing for Jews. And for 300 years, they made a series of ladder migrations deep into Ukrainian territory. This is, for example, by the way, this is an early 16th century Christian manuscript that has a little drawing of a wooden synagogue in the background. Oh, I should show you some wooden synagogues. I'll show you another time, but okay, yes.
I have to mention Poland has a lot of resources in very, very rich countries, so they didn't know what to do. They invited the Jews, they established all around all the industry, from textile to the iron, everything.
Right.
They lift up unbelievable value for Poland.
So I'm going to get specifically to that now.
Now they confess it.
Yeah. I'm going to try and move along because I have to get to Khmelnytsky. That's right. I want to go to Khmelnytsky. Yeah, last question, and we better move on right away.
I believe one of the Polish kings invited the Jews.
Yes. Casimir, also Boleslaw. We have repeated requests from the Jews. There's all kinds of interesting legends about their association with Jews and so on. Yeah. Now, the backbone of the Jewish economy was something called the arenda, and this will be very significant for understanding the upheaval of the 18th century. The arenda is the name for the system of leaseholding of these large landed properties, where you have the ethnicities are important here. You have a Polish nobleman who is the owner, and he literally owns everything. He owns the streets, he owns the orchards, he owns the mills, like the mills for grain, he owns the water wheels, he owns the fields, he owns the ponds for fishing, the hunting grounds. It all belongs to him, and he can do whatever he wants with it. He has peasants who he also owns. The institution of serfdom was well entrenched. Serfdom is not exactly like slavery, because serfs are technically free. The only thing is that freedom is seriously compromised. They may not leave. They may not marry without the owner's permission. And they are required to do a certain amount of work for the Lord, which can either be something called korveh, which is a certain amount of forced labor. So, for example, if you have a 6-day work week, they may be required to go to the farms belonging to the Lord, and they'll have to work 2 days a week on the Lord's farms, and they'll rotate that out. And the other 4 days will be theirs to work on their own field. Or later they to switch to something called ROTHSCHILD, where they would actually pay a fixed rent for the privilege of living on the land. But it's not exactly the same as slavery, where they're watched every minute and things like that. Still, it's not a nice situation at all. The Jew and those peasants are overwhelmingly Ukrainian. You have the Polish lord, the Ukrainian peasant, and the Jew is the one who's negotiating between these two groups. As I mentioned, tax farming was the backbone of the arenda, where the nobleman would say, I want my farm to produce so much money per year, collect it any way you see fit, and I will support you in your efforts. The means that Jews devised to collect that tax was often quite onerous. Obviously, there's a tax on agricultural produce, but also the Jews would impose taxes on tolls, crossing bridges, traveling through roads, for example, using the mill or the press. If you wanted to press grapes, if you wanted to grind your wheat, you would have to pay a tax for that. And a portion of that tax would go to the Jew, and the rest would be for the Lord. Hunting or fishing, it would be poaching, unless you paid the Jew for your catch and so on. And according to some really controversial passages, which have been confirmed in a small minority of cases by recent research done at Hebrew University, Jews even sometimes held the keys to churches. And so if you wanted to have your child baptized, or if you wanted to have a wedding, you would have to go get the key from the Jew, which often required a payment. Now, the number of times this happened is probably very, very minimal, because you can imagine the level of antipathy that could be developed when you have to go to the Jew to get the keys to the church. But it looms very large in Ukrainian consciousness. At this point, the Ukrainians are basically illiterate. They do have a long-standing literary tradition from the ancient period, or the late medieval period, where they have important books like the Povest Vremennych Let, the tale of bygone years, which is not really in Russian, it's in Church Slavonic, which reminds me of a funny story. I actually know a funny story about Church Slavonic, but I'll have to tell it when I'm off mic. It's a little dirty. But I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, but they're basically illiterate at this point. What they have as a literary tradition are oral stories sung by these blind guitarists called banduristen, who would wander from town to town. It's an old motif. Homer was like that in the Greek song. And they would tell these long, complicated poems set to music that were the histories of the Ukrainians. And they're called dume, these songs. And over again, Jews figure as these wicked people who are denying families the rights to use their own churches. So even though it may be only a tiny minority of times that this actually occurred, it nevertheless was a big part of the Ukrainian perception of the Jew. So you can imagine this is not necessarily a way to make friends in your new neighborhood. Add to that another industry that was very popular for Jews. It's called propinatia, which I may have mentioned in an earlier class. Propinatia refers to the monopoly assigned to the Jews by the noblemen for the production, distribution, and sale of alcohol. Jews have a long history with this industry. A lot of the big distillers today and distributors today are Jews. I don't know, and certainly not a majority, but significantly. Like, for example, is that guy, what's his name? Glenn Levitt, I think. No, okay, that's a joke, but okay. No, anyways, not so funny. But so the Jews would be given the right to have the exclusive privilege of producing alcohol and selling alcohol. And you got to remember that the vast majority, close to 98% of Ukrainians are farmers, peasants. And the figure is just about reversed for Jews. Only about 2% of Jews are farmers. Most of them are living in the northern Hungarian region of Sziget, Maramuresh, and they're primarily dairymen too. Like Tevi was a dairyman. Jews are just not big into farming for lots of reasons that I won't go into right now. But one big industry for Jews was maintaining inns. You know, you travel along the road, stop at an inn on your way home from the fields, and you'd have a few drinks. And the bartender would be Jewish, and the alcohol is produced by Jews. So every encounter you have with this perhaps less salient aspect of modern society would be Jewish. You combine that with the fact that you could often run up a tab where during the years when you're farming, but all your produce is still in the ground, so you say, I'll pay you in harvest season, and the bartender can say, sure, I'll put it on your tab. Then when you get to the end of the season and you get your harvest, and all of a sudden you realize you drank a good portion of your harvest through the work year, that's certainly going to generate another higher level of animosity as well. That's not to say that Jews were only involved in these nasty kind of trades. These are the trades that, were perhaps largest in the Ukrainian imagination, but Jews were engaged in all kinds of small-level commerce. And in fact, when you get to the end of the 19th century, Jews in this region were heavily impoverished as well. Very reliable demographic studies indicate that as close to 20% of the population of Jews were so-called Luftmenschen, which means they lived on air, that they had no discernible means of support, and somehow they're just living off tzedakah, off charity that's somehow coming their way. So we're not talking about a hugely wealthy population. We're talking about, well, let's not go there. So Jews were involved very heavily in all kinds of crafts as well. Silversmithing was very big. Typically, small kinds of trades that Jews could peddle from farmstead to farmstead. Spoons, cutlery, shoes. Later in the 19th century, textiles would become a huge Jewish industry, especially with the advent of industrialization and the availability of sewing machines. You remember the scene in Fiddler on the Roof where the tailor Muttel Kamzoil gets a sewing machine, and that represents a huge breakthrough for his family economically. It really was like that. So Jews very big into a lot of crafts. Another fascinating area of Jewish work is music. Again, you have to think about what we're dealing with in terms of the lifestyle of these people. The Ukrainian peasants, dawn, they're out, they got to be in the fields, back-breaking work, weeding, hoeing, plowing, sowing. Sun starts to go down. They don't have the energy for intellectual activities. They barely have energy for any kind of cultural activities. So the music of this region is overwhelmingly Jewish. Specifically, a style of music called klezmer, which comes from the Hebrew terms klei zemer, vessels of song or instruments of song. And the klezmer musicians, typically, they're only playing with instruments that can be carried, because very hard to run with a piano. But, violins, snare drums, clarinets, woodwinds, things like that. Later on, bass, guitar, things like that. And they're essentially taking a lot of folk Ukrainian melodies, transferring them through typically a minor key into a Jewish sort of mindset, and this becomes Eastern European music. It's a beautiful genre that crosses many ethnicities. One of the most amazing klezmer musicians in the world, my colleague Aaron Kula, his brother actually lives here in Surfside, and he puts on this concert every year at Florida Atlantic University for 3,000 people, and it's sold out months in advance. Beautiful modern klezmer. But at any rate, this is also a Jewish occupation. Let us turn, however, to the upheaval, which is, of course, the main topic that we're getting to 45 minutes into it. It's important to understand that this particular region, because of its ethnic complexity, typically involves triangular conflicts. It's never the Ukrainians versus the Jews, or the Poles versus the Jews, or the Russians versus the Jews. Although the versus the Jews part is pretty much common, the fact is there's usually more than one ethnicity involved, and it's a complicated conflict that can only be understood when you look at the dynamics of the whole picture. In the period that we're looking at right now, the nature of the Arenda system placed the Jews as the leading edge of the hammer with which the Poles beat the Ukrainians. The Jews did not create the system, but they definitely were part of the system. And when the Ukrainians ultimately rose up in rebellion, as they did, with tremendous ferocity and brutality in the middle of the 17th century, the Jews felt the brunt of that anger even more than the Poles. If you'll consider by analogy, if you remember the riots in Los Angeles over the beating of Rodney King, and that was, horrible. Los Angeles was burning for days and days as blacks were, understandably upset with this instance of police brutality. The people who hurt the most were the Koreans, who were the only ethnicity that was willing to set up shops in these, more dangerous, perhaps, areas of South Central Los Angeles. And so although the rage of the African-American population was really directed at the white establishment, the Koreans were much closer and much easier to attack. So, too, we find in Ukraine that when the Ukrainians, want to throw off what they see as Polish oppression, the Jews are close by. And the Jews are the instrument of that oppression that they can reach easily, and of course the Jews suffer terribly. This pattern will be repeated throughout the next few centuries, including even in the Nazi period, which we will discuss, God willing, later on this year. So this culminates in what is known in Hebrew historiography as Gzeras Tach V'Tat. Gzera means evil decree, and Tach V'Tat are the Hebrew acronyms of the years 1648 and 1649, which is when the pogroms were at their worst. Ironically, many Kabbalists believe that 1648 would actually be the year of the arrival of the Messiah. We see that as a recurring theme in Jewish history, and they could not be much further away from the truth. The revolt, when it happened, as you can imagine, had several key factors. The first was economic. The Ukrainians were tired of several centuries of increasingly exorbitant taxes they had to pay to the the Polish nobility. They were also cultural, because the main source of this rebellion came from eastern Ukraine, the southern region of the Dnieper River, where the Ukrainians were much more Orthodox, and they viewed the Poles as trying to Polonize them, to pull them away from the Russian orbit that they felt much closer to. Poles are also a Slavic people, but as I mentioned, they're Catholic, and they write their language with the Roman alphabet. The Ukrainians in the region where this rebellion started were Orthodox, writing with the Cyrillic alphabet, even though the languages are very closely related. Usually, Ukrainians can sort of understand Polish and vice versa. I remember one of the best compliments I ever got when I was studying in Ukraine many years ago is I went to buy something at an outdoor market, and this old peasant woman looked at me funny and she said, "You have an accent. You're not from around here. Where are you from? Poland?" I thought, wow, that's great. Okay. So the Jews, though, were essentially, and they're finally religious, because the Poles really wanted the Ukrainians become Catholic. And they put great pressure on the Orthodox Poles to convert to Catholicism. And in fact, a new church was created called the Uniate Church, which still exists to this day, and is very popular among Ukrainians in America, primarily because that's where the migration came to in this country, which was a Catholic church, which the Pope recognized as having primarily Orthodox ritual. So they look like Orthodox, they have similar kind of communion and things like that, and they even are allowed, under some circumstances, to marry, but they owe their allegiance to Rome rather than to the Patriarchate in Moscow. So the Ukrainians rose up under the leadership of a man named Bogdan Khmelnytsky. Here's how you may see his name spelled in a lot of English language work, and it's also another very difficult one to spell. Chmielnicki, it's completely wrong. This is just the way it's written in Polish, And if you understand Polish phonetics, you'll know that it's pronounced Khmelnytsky, which is also not so easy to pronounce, but that's not our job at any rate. Khmelnytsky brought together a band of outliers in Ukrainian society, the so-called Kozake or Cossacks. These were people who were like runaway serfs. They were living as bandits, mainly attacking Turkish ports on the Black Sea, living outside the boundaries of official society. They were not typically part of any given noble landholding, latifundia, and they were like outlaws. They were, in the Ukrainian mind, like cowboys of the Wild West, living on their own, and it's ironic, it is strange that, when you get into the Ukrainian Weltanschauung, the Ukrainian worldview, the Cossacks are like the heroes. They're like bold, independent spirits. They're, freedom fighters. The Cossacks are quite literally heroes to the Ukrainians. And for Jews, they are like anathema. They're horrible villains. And one of the reasons why Ukrainians and Jews often have difficulty communicating with each other is because they don't even have the same vocabulary to describe how they feel about these groups. But we won't say more about that. Here's a picture by the famous artist Ilya Repin, who shows the Cossacks in their home base, the Sich, which was located in the rapids of the Dnieper River, and you can see that they wear these Turkish-style haircuts with the top knot and the long drooping mustache. That was kind of like the style, and they're laughing at a letter that they're writing to the Tsar. They're kind of like devil-may-care, recognize no authority kind of people. So when they finally rose up under Khmelnytsky against the Polish landholdings, they essentially moved their way from shtetl to shtetl, making their way up to the northwest and northwest, up to the Polish, the main area of Polish settlement, and along the way committing absolutely horrific atrocities along the way. At this point, I'll pause to speak about what these atrocities were, but we have a little bit of time, so I can take a question or two. Nobody has a question, so maybe I'll drink a little bit of coffee. Okay, so what is a pogrom? The term pogrom is of Russian origin, and it's unclear exactly what the root of this term means. It indicates a quasi-military attack on a civilian population. Although it was not used exclusively for Jews in the first few hundred years of its existence, and it was used interchangeably with terms like riot and insurrection, by the time you get to the 20th century, and especially the horrible pogroms of 1919, this becomes basically a Jewish word. Jews suffer pogroms. There were definitely other populations that suffered pogroms as well, but it's kind of like the word Holocaust that is specifically directed at Jews, and that's how people understand it now. The Jews uprising, which, by the way, was only one of 7 major uprisings that occurred in Europe in this terrible century, the Jews saw their allies as the Poles. They saw the Poles as their employers, and typically, historically, the Poles had supported them whenever they had any minor dispute with the Ukrainian peasantry, and so they went to the Poles hoping to receive some succor, and some often than not, the Poles would betray them to the Ukrainians, hoping that the Ukrainians would vent their anger on the Jews rather than express their violence against the Poles. And they literally marched from shtetl to shtetl. We have to remember that the Jews are living in really well-defined, discrete numbers in villages, easily found, easily attacked, not like farmsteads way out in the middle of nowhere. They're on the main roads. They have really no place to go, no escape whatsoever. I'm not going to tell you some of the horrific stories that Hanover writes of in Yevon Metsula, but they are really very, very chilling graphic displays of specific massacres that are confirmed by other accounts of the region as well. One area, though, that does deserve a little more attention is the scope of these massacres. Hanover's figures are undoubtedly inflated. And it gets even worse when you go to the 20th century. And many historians have estimated as many as 250,000 Jews dying in these pogroms. That number is certainly far larger than the reality. It's probably closer to 50 or 60,000 deaths, which is a huge number for the 17th century. If you look by comparison, the infamous pogroms of the 1880s that ultimately brought down the Russian Empire, ultimately created a huge wave of immigration to America. Only 84 Jews were killed in 4 years of pogroms during the 1880s, and those loom large in the Jewish memory. So 50,000 is a huge number. However, very good demographic analysis indicates that there probably weren't anywhere close to 250,000 Jews living there at the time of the pogroms. And then if you look at the bounce back of the demographics after the pogroms, the Jews replaced themselves so rapidly that the numbers are most likely inflated. Nevertheless, it had a huge impact on the Jewish mind and Jewish memory, figures in the Tisha B'Av liturgy, and so on. To give you, let me just say one more thing about this picture. This is a picture from, actually, this is in Kiev. Ploshchad Nezhalezhnyst, which is the Independence Square now. Right in the center of it, they have here, this is a statue of Khmelnytsky, and he's riding on this horse that's raised up, and he's facing towards Moscow, because ultimately what happens to Khmelnytsky is he defeats the Poles, and then he immediately joins Moscow, which made him very unpopular with some later Ukrainians who felt that he defaulted by giving up Ukrainian statehood when they were, just about to grab it. But at any rate, in the original bronze casting of this statue, it had a Jew under the hoof of the horse. Even the Tsar felt that was in poor taste, so when they put up this heroic statue of Khmelnytsky, they decided to remove the downtrodden Jew. Now, what is the result of Khmelnytsky rebellion? Well, it definitely had a colossal impact on Jewish thinking, comparable to the Spanish expulsion. One might say comparable even to the Holocaust in how Jews thought of the reality of living in the diaspora. We see it show up in the Tisha B'Av liturgy, in the liturgy of the 3 weeks, and really up until the 20th century, there were communities in Eastern Europe who had fast days that were put in their calendar remembering massacres from the 17th century. And many historians, beginning with Heinrich Gretz in the 19th century, argue that the huge disappointment, the anticipation of the Messianic period, which was then replaced by these horrible pogroms, created a kind of a lassitude and an intellectual despair among Eastern European Jewry that later resulted in the widespread enthusiasm for Shabbatai Tzvi, the false Messiah. And there's some good argument for that. Shabbatai Tzvi, so it's it's 10 years after the pogroms. Some would say that, like Gretz, for example, who felt that Hasidism was a primitive superstitious movement, he felt that Hasidism really was a result of Khmelnytsky rebellion because Jews were just so full of despair that they latched onto Kabbalah and mysticism as a solace for understanding their problems. Other historians disagree and say that the connections between these events are highly tendentious, but there's no question that Khmelnytsky and the rebellion looms large in the Jewish imagination. We should return, by way of conclusion, to Nathan of Hanover, who had survived, of course, the pogroms and went on to collect a large number of other chronicles that were prepared by other survivors and put them together in this book, Yevon Metsula, which is available in English, a very fine translation by Abraham Nish. As I mentioned, the title is Abyss of Despair. His father was murdered in, I believe it was 1649, and so he began a period of wandering where he engaged in various rabbinic positions, first in Germany, then Holland, Italy, and finally Moravia. He was really quite prolific. Perhaps his most famous religious work is called Shari Tzion, which is a Kabbalistic prayer book, still in use today in many congregations, and an interesting book called the Safa Barura, which was very, very useful for the Jewish refugees, which was a quadrilingual dictionary. Using basic dictionary vocabulary with words in Hebrew and their translations into Yiddish, Italian, and Latin. Later, after his death, it was updated to include French as well. Very, very valuable book because it allowed Jews who were traveling or were displaced to find a way to communicate. Ultimately, in the context of the Turkish-Austrian War, he got caught up in the violence of that war, and he died as a result of a riot in 1683. But his key work, the Yevon Metsula, is something that really gives us a very powerful and gripping account of the Khmelnytsky Rebellion, and is a rather even-handed and remarkably sophisticated work of historiography for the 17th century. Okay, with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and endurance. And next week, we're going to Western Europe. We'll talk about Moses Mendelssohn, the beginnings of the Reform movement, the Haskalah, and so on. Thank you once again.
They were also very concerned with
Your psychological profile.
Yeah, they were concerned with how I handle stress. In fact, I remember one of the questions was, have you ever thrown tools around in the lab or anything to that effect? And I had these are very strange questions for what we were talking about. But in either case, I got the job and wound up there. But
I'm really scraping the bottom of the barrel for these jokes. I tried these out on my daughter, Elisa. She gave just a very, this one got a nod just by a very narrow margin. The joke was like this. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the, I'm sure many of you are familiar with the almost mythic town of Tel, which is renowned in Jewish metaphor as the city where, all of the, let's say, less than average intelligence Jews used to live. The story is, we say this about Count, but it's not at all true. Count had an amazing yeshiva, and perhaps this was kind of a way of subverting the reputation by Count by speaking about it in less than complimentary terms. So at any rate, all of the Count jokes are basically the same. They run the same thing of being, like a joke is like this. One morning, the family in town, and they are sitting on the table having breakfast, and the father is buttering a slice of bread that his wife had baked the other day, and she's looking forward to eating it, and then something just distracts him for a minute, and he drops his bread. And, besides, he looks down at the ground, and he sees it landed butter-sided. Amazed. What is this? He calls his wife over. He doesn't want to touch it. He's not sure what to do. He calls the children. Everyone's completely inspired. They're all, what does this mean? They start asking around, and someone says, we should go to the rabbi. We should ask the rabbi what this means. So they go to the rabbi, and the rabbi says, are you sure? He sends over someone who's volume to go and actually look and verify. In fact, it did land butter side up. The rabbi has to go and consult all the great story, and he goes up the Talmud, he's looking back and forth. Everyone's sitting, waiting already. A crowd is gathered outside the rabbi's house. They don't know how this will happen. And then finally, after the whole morning, as Stephen already knows the punchline, the rabbi says, I have the answer. You buttered the wrong side. So the joke was kind of funny because it expresses a certain level of black humor, perhaps. And of course, it's naturally we're lying butter side around. In many ways, that's very expressive of the topic that we're going to be discussing today, which is the Maharab of Rothenburg. Very important rabbi on many levels. So where's our PowerPoint?
Imagine
It's making noises, but it's not switching.
that the people working on it are really safe. Well, that
This
in one hand,
computer, I think, came from town, perhaps. I need to figure out what's going on. Maybe I'll. Here we go. Yeah, didn't like my job. Let me try this again. Okay, and then I'll push play. Yes, it is. Okay. We're going to be looking at Mayor Ben Baruch of Rothenburg. Very important 13th century rabbi. He's significant in many different areas. We're going to focus on two of them. We're going to focus on his activity as a jurist, as a linguist, as a member of the venerated professional Talmudist, because in many ways he's really took areas that were fairly great in Talmudic thought, in particular the role of local custom, the role of non-Jewish custom, and gave us some very definitive ideas about how to incorporate or reject those ideas in our own jurisprudence. And the kind of theoretical work that he did in Halacha was of signal importance in describing the way in which Jews would exist in the diaspora for the next 700 years. In many ways, he articulated a vision of how Jews could exist as a minority with our own independent legal system, but at the same time, that legal system could interface with very, very different legal systems all over the European continent. And he became world famous, really, well, at least within the European Ashkenazi world, famous for making these very valid decisions that shaped our world to this time. The second area that I'd like to really focus on is his activity as a communal leader, because it's not just his Talmudic scholarship that came to the fore that described his activity. It was really his sense of vision and his political intuition that said a lot about how Jews could survive in very hostile environments, and he personally and heroically made decisions that were disastrous for himself in particular. He did so knowingly and consistently for years in order to protect the Jewish people from much greater harm. And so these two aspects, his work as a jurist and secondly his work as a community leader, will be the focus of our discussion tonight. And we should just get started right away. This is probably one of the only roughly period pictures we have of Maharam, as it is known. Maharam is a strange kind of way of shortening his name, Mayor Ben Baruch of Rothenburg, and so that's how he's usually cited as the Maharam. This is one of the earliest artistic renditions of the author of this image probably never got to meet the Maharam in Rothenburg, but because after all we're talking the 13th century, but I chose some Roman Vishniak pictures that are probably roughly the same. Here we go. Roman Vishniak, famous photographer of pre-war. So he came from a very distinguished and illustrious family in Ashkenaz. Came from the city of Worms. You'll recall we've spoken many times about the three cities known by the acronym SHUM, Speyer, Worms, and Mainz, in the upper Rhineland, very important part of central Ashkenaz. His father was a Rosh Yeshiva there. The yeshivas at that time were quite different from what we call the yeshivas today. They tended to be much more casual. They did not have a very fixed curriculum. They typically employed very few actual teachers. It was more like a discipleship. A group of students would be gathered around a particular individual, but nevertheless, his father was extremely significant in that regard. Maharam can count in his father's generation 12 rabbis, a very significant number within one generation alone among his uncles and cousins. The Maharam received a tremendous amount of training at his father's need, and then later he traveled around to the other cities in Ashkenaz and further south to Provence, where he studied under some extremely important rabbis, whose names I won't bore you with tonight. If you're very familiar with Talmudic literature, you would recognize his teachers as being extremely prominent. A turning point in his life occurred in 1240. And he was witness to the infamous disputation of the Talmud, which occurred in Paris. You may recall, we spoke about this a little bit last year, Nicholas Donin was an apostate, a Jewish convert to Christianity, who, as many did in the 13th century, he sought to advance his own personal cause by declaiming the evils of Judaism and in particular the Talmud to the Catholic Church. The 13th century, we'll talk about the century as a whole in a few minutes, was a very important time when the church was ascendant, and the church was especially interested in, as they say in Latin, ROTHSCHILD, what are the Jews up to? And they were very interested for the first time really in the Talmud as a text. One of the basic ideas that developed, largely as a result of Nicholas Donin's activity, was the idea that the reason why the Jews stubbornly refused to convert to Christianity some 1,300 years after the life and activity of their Savior, the reason why the Jews stubbornly refused to convert was because the Talmud ruined them. And since they were studying the Talmud from a young age, it must contain all kinds of things that inoculated Jewish youth against the attractions of being part of the majority, and in fact it did contain many arguments and discussions of Christianity and Jesus in particular. So under Nicholas Donin's pioneering work, the church decided to get involved in the Talmud, to look at what the Talmud says, and ultimately to try to destroy the Talmud with the thought that by destroying the Talmud, pause and everybody's listening to the cell phone. So we should. The idea was by attacking the Talmud, they thought they would uproot Judaism from the very beginning. Donin, spoke about the contents of the Talmud to the Pope, Innocent III, and so the Pope said, "Okay, fine, let's have a formal disputation. Let's have the Jews attempt to defend their Talmud," and they invited Rabbi of Paris, who was the former teacher of Nicholas Donin, and the two of them sat down and they had a major public disputation in an attempt to undermine the validity of the Talmud and to make its publication and study illegal. The disputation began in the year 1239 when the Pope ordered, as kind of like a prophylactic measure, the seizure of all the Talmuds in Paris. Actually, the Pope called for the seizure of Talmuds all over Europe, but only the Louis IX of Paris complied and actually gathered up all of these texts. And so with these texts kind of held in escrow, they invited the coerced Rabbi and Nicholas Donin to dispute. These pictures, by the way, are all characteristic of the period. The color was added later, but this is the original woodcut. You can see here's a Christian prelate pointing to the biblical text, and the Jew shown here because he's wearing this unique hat called the Guinness. The Guinness was a conical hat that was imposed on the Jews after the Fourth Lateran Council of 1215. I'll talk about it again in a moment, but very good for historians because whenever you have this kind of woodcuts and other types of art, you can always identify who is the Jew. It's also interesting to note that the use later evolved, according to many art historians, into two other kinds of hats. Originally, it was associated solely with Jews, but over the next few centuries, it was associated with witches. Of course, witches wear the same kind of conical hat, and not so much in my generation, but certainly in my father's generation, the dunce cap. You have to wear that round hat and sit in the corner. It was meant to be a ridiculous-looking hat that was designed to set a Jew apart and to prevent them from assimilating into society because they were, you could see immediately that this was a Jew and not a member of the large society. The women did not have to wear hats, but there was something called a later, and it was a round badge that was supposed to represent the 30 silver pieces that Jews received to portray Jesus, and Jews had to wear it either on their breast or on their shoulder blades, and women were required to wear this as well. The reality of this, though, that in many cases, maybe in most cases, Jews got around it by bribing local officials. You can negotiate, and people ignored it, especially when you talk about small villages. Let's forget about London and Paris, but small villages where there are maybe 5,000, maybe 10,000 people. Everybody knows who's a Jew. You're not trying to not feeling anybody with the well or the transistor. There's not a big difference. Yes, it arrived, but there's not a big difference. The charges against the Talmud were 35 separate accusations made. One was that the Talmud was too religious, meaning that the Bible was the basis of Judaism, just as it is for Christianity, and the Talmud sought to replace it. You didn't need the Bible, you could go straight to the Talmud. The charge was that the Jews would be more religious if only they got through the Talmud. Secondly, it was idolatrous, primarily because the Talmud has a lot of anthropomorphisms, referring to God in human terms, like waking up in the middle of the night and screaming like a lion, God's hand, God's anger, God's jealousy, all kinds of things like this, which also exist in the Bible, but the charge was that the Talmud was idolatrous. The Talmud was obscene, because the Talmud is definitely, for those of you who had the opportunity to study the Talmud, there is no subject which is not part of the Talmud. It's sex, drugs, rock and roll, everything is in the Talmud. Nothing is, forbidden for discussion. And so it was easy to find all kinds of discussions there that seemed to be the mind. I would say it might be obscene to many 20th century readers as well. 21st, I don't know. Finally, it was blasphemous, filled with lots of anti-Christian sentiments. And this was actually true. There were a lot of, I wouldn't say a lot. I mean, the Talmud is concerned with all kinds of things. The whole gamut of human existence, from ritual law to civil law, criminal law, philosophy, ethics, biographies, recipes, remedies, you name it. There are all kinds of things in the Talmud. And every now and then, if you're talking about religion or about other religions, some rabbi will make some kind of demeaning remark about, for example, Jesus' parentage or things like that. Because the rabbis of the Talmud imply the Immaculate Conception and things like this, so therefore there are all kinds of standard remarks here and there. And so it was not hard to find these things. Nicholas Adonin, of course, knew where to look for them. And so these 35 charges were brought before Paris. The Maharam of Rosenberg was there as a young man when this disputation occurred. Ultimately, as you would admit, that you would expect, Rabbi Field did not win the dispute. It was preordained that he could not win this argument, and therefore, once these charges were considered to be true, then the king of were kept in escrow, and they were all publicly burned in the year 1242. The records that we have at that time, both Jewish and Christian, describe the incident, and some 24 territories, which represented 10,000 handwritten manuscripts, absolutely incalculable value, were burnt publicly in Paris. The Maharam, again, in his youth, composed a kina, which means it's a liturgical poem of sadness, an elegy, which is actually part of the Tisha B'Av liturgy to this day, based on this particular burning of and that was kind of a formative turning point in his life. He's going to return to Rothenburg now, where he will really begin his career as a talmudist. That's kind of taking up to his youth and the things that influenced his thought. What I'd like to do is kind of step back now and look a little bit at the 13th century in general, and what's important for Jews. Let me pause and take some questions. This is a detail. Lisa, do you want to turn off the lights for a second? The problem with this kind of presentation is if I leave it bright, then you can see me and everyone stays awake. If I make it dark, then you can see the images a little better. But this is a detail of an artistic description of the burning of the Talmud. This is actually not the burning from 1242. This is the burning from the 15th century, if I remember correctly, in Germany, but you get the same idea. The Talmud was burned several times in Europe. Do you like the lights better or the no lights? Okay, let's go with lights. I just realized I had not figured that out months before I started this lecture. I was thinking, I hope no one will ask how they got that. It's as if they removed the name. His name was Mayer. It was Boris Ben Mayer. So it's Boris Ben Mayer. And where's the B? Mayer Ben Boris. Good. So where's? So I think it's Maharon, be Moreno Arab Mayer. Oh, here, Moreno, our teacher, Arab, the rabbi, and Arab in this 13th century was a term that was reserved for Rosh Yeshiva. So our teacher, head of the yeshiva, Mayor. Yeah, I did. Okay. Yes.
When was the burning? What year is it?
1242.
So it's like right around Rambam's mission toward him.
Excellent observation, because it was burned 10 years, the town was burned 10 years to the day after Maimonides burning, the manuscripts were also burned in the same spot in Paris. When the Dominicans got the taste of how funny
Wasn't that the origin of Jews?
right?
And they kind of got it started and they got the time.
Exactly. It's burning our own books. No, I didn't. Okay, I have two more slides. Let's talk about two more slides about his life. Then I want to. So his rise to fame was he went back to Rothenburg and he ended up establishing his yeshiva and attracted students from all over Europe as far away as Spain. And this is really quite an impressive thing in the 13th century. This was the era of the Tosafos, which is the grandchildren of Rashi and many other dozens of scholars who all contributed analytical comments to the Talmud, which were later recorded and published alongside the Talmud. His home was the yeshiva itself. It was provided by the community. It was quite large. We know it had 21 rooms, including a Beit Midrash, a study hall, and even a kind of primitive dormitory for students, the traveling students who live there. We also know, however, that Maharam largely followed Maimonides' dikta in that he would not accept fee for his learning. He didn't teach for money. It was kind of like one of the greatest yeshivas in the world today is one here, which is over 180 years old and still does not charge tuition. An amazing thought. We think of elite institutions not charging tuition. Of course, money has to come from somewhere, but it does not come from the students who, at that stage in their life, are least likely to be able to pay for it. He was a businessman and quite successful, and he lived entirely off the proceeds of his businesses. But he was recognized primarily as the superior posek of his generation, meaning a posek is someone who is a decisor in Jewish law, and the word sak, which means to cut. You know, when you have a complicated situation, someone cuts it and says, this is exactly what we're going to do and no more. He was a posek that was renowned as the Gadol Hador, the great one of the generation. In a generation where there were many great rabbis. Now, his response, and we have over 1,000 of the way Jewish law worked then, is, and it's still today as well, is that people would have a specific question, and they would go to their local rabbi, saying, Rabbi, you know, I dropped the bread and it landed butter side up. What does it mean? And if the local rabbi is stumped, then he would pass that question on to a still greater rabbi. So the Maharam was kind of where all of the questions stopped. And he answered them. So we have the records of his answers, which constitute precedents and are used later, cited later in Jewish law. We have over 1,000 of them, and we really get a sense of his personality from the extent of his writings. For example, he was not kind of like cold and distant. He was really quite deeply involved in the problems. And you can often hear his emotion coming through in his decisions. He was often outraged when he hears of very heinous crimes, and you can read in the text his anger that he feels that such a crime happened to him. And he's also easily irritated with frivolous lawsuits. something had been asked and answered in the past, and nevertheless this case was brought to him and forced him to convene his Beit Din. He expressed impatience quite readily in his writings. He also, showed a lot of compassion in his writings, including one really terrible response where a heartbroken man had killed his entire family, fearing that they were going to be captured by Christian mobs and potentially converted to Christianity or tortured or killed. And he felt that it would be better to kill his own family rather than allow them to be captured. This may be indicative of a man with a severe mental illness, or if his assessment of the situation was correct, perhaps he was thinking to the Crusades, which were really only a century before, where this was a common occurrence among Ashkenazi Jews, where they literally killed entire congregations, would draw lots and kill each other rather than be handed over to the Christian Crusaders. And so in such a case, this particular man was completely heartbroken. He begged to be forgiven and to be somehow allowed to, incorporate himself back into the community, which wanted to ostracize him. And the Maharam ruled that in fact he should be accepted as a Jew in good standing in the he argued that he committed this crime because he felt it was somehow justified, and his heartbreak at losing his family was sufficient punishment for him under these circumstances. Rashi, who we've spoken about before, forgave those Jews who did similar things in the hands of the Crusaders, how much more so he get a sense also of the nature of life, the very precarious nature of life, and the eccentric. Perhaps more significantly, though, for his role as a jurist, was a pretty consistent theme that ran through most of his responsa, indicating respect for local custom. Many questions came to him saying, wait a minute, it says in the Talmud this, but we forever have been doing something different. Or it says in the Talmud this, but if we actually keep what it says in the Talmud, it would be very difficult for us to make a living. We'll find that we are at variance with local customs with regards to things like, just off the top of my head, the concept of the just price, the idea that how much markup are you allowed to put on retail goods. So without getting into the complexities of it, the Talmud basically says you are only really allowed to mark things up 1/6 of their original value. So something I'm not going to talk about. 1/6 markup, 15%. Thank you. So that's a pretty low markup. Some industries like groceries or something have a low markup like that. But most industries have more like a 50 to 100% markup. And in many places, the Jews are saying, we just can't manage this sort of Talmud dictum, and nobody else is doing it. And so we're simply going to become, impoverished if we obey it. The Maharam very often in these kinds of situations, not necessarily the just price, but he argued that Jews could follow prevailing economic practices, even if in some ways they were not perfectly in line with what the Talmud proposed. And finally, very importantly, we argued that communal decisions must be made democratically. This was a theme that pervaded most of his work. He was not a theocrat, if that's a real word. Like believing that the rabbi should be in charge, a theocrat. He believed that the community should have the right to essentially determine their own destiny. Obviously, they're not allowed to vote to obviate a mitzvah in the Torah, they're not allowed to vote to say something which is forbidden is not permitted, or vice versa. But in the area of how they manage their affairs, the democratic consensus should be adhered to. Very, very significant thing in Talmudic law, because much of the Talmud was written already in exile, and Jews did not have necessarily that kind of control over their lives. He was really pioneering these essential questions about how Jews would govern their own lives. It's not completely democratic. For example, one very important element of society were completely disenfranchised, those were the women, absolutely. So it's not really correct. Women did not have a vote. Another very significant element of the community was disenfranchised besides women. Children, okay, I don't care. Besides Elisa, she's already out there. The property list. You had to have a certain amount of wealth to have a say. The more wealth, the more of a say. So it's not democratic in perfect sense, but if you had wealth and you were male, then you had a say.
Without actually traveling, you're not moving.
If I'm visualizing this correctly, it's kind of like the other mode, except far more intense, and you're constantly moving toward this support, with this support, but I don't know which way to throw it.
So this is really important because he really set the rules for how Jewish communities govern themselves. And there's some evidence to indicate that a lot of his thinking led over into the Christian world. The Christian municipalities were also developing at this time, and they looked to the Jews who were highly urbanized for models of their own leadership structures. The Maharam may have had a signal impact on all of Europe, not just the Jewish minority per se. So now, let's finally go to the 13th century to speak a little bit broader here. 13th century was an extremely important time. Oh, by the way, here's a couple of pictures of Jews wearing well. These are obviously 17th century renditions. They're quite a bit later, but it shows you how long these things lasted. Right? Well, here, I do not know why she's so gravitational field. Time essentially slowed down. 13th century was extremely. I'm sorry. She's taking this one. So the 13th century was an extremely important time when the church and the secular powers, the temporal powers, really began to duke it out and decide who is really going to be in charge of Europe. The kings, nobles, they traditionally had held power. Don't forget that some of these areas were not Christian for that long. Maybe a few hundred years earlier they adopted Christianity. Many of those nations adopted forms of Christianity which were later declared heretical, and so then they had to re-Christianize Catholics. So it was still a very evolving area for the church as a whole. And as the church was ascending in the 13th century, the church began to assert its authority and say that ideally, all secular rulers should be subjugated to the church. The temporal authorities, the kings and so on, they rebelled at this notion, and the 13th century was kind of a proving ground when the church was winning for some time. Later on, of course, the secular powers would begin to get the upper hand, and ultimately you would have the Reformation, which would really take down the church. But at this time, the church was beginning to relax. When the church had authority, they had doctrinal concerns about the Jews. What do you do with the Jews in Europe? On a kind of theoretical level, the church had a difficult way of trying to accommodate the reality of Jews in Europe. They had this doctrine that was first articulated by St. Augustine called the doctrine of witness, later confirmed by Pope Gregory the Great in the 7th century, that said that basically you can't kill all the Jews. You may want to, but you can't kill all the Jews. You have to let them live. Why? Because when Jesus comes back for the second time, the second coming, the Jews will be a witness to his divinity. Because they, as a people, were originally there, then they are the only people who can really validate that he is in fact the Messiah. It's kind of a strange argument. It's sort of like, if you imagine that there's this cholent recipe that has been in the family for generations, and everyone's been making cholent exactly the same way. And then suddenly along comes, someone, let's say her name is Shayna, she goes to college, she comes back for Pesach, and she tells her family, I have this fantastic recipe where you put peanut butter in the cholent. And you say, peanut butter? That's ridiculous. But she makes the peanut butter cholent. They taste it, they say it's okay, but it's not even sweet. There's a point to this story. And the fight gets worse and worse, and for generations and generations, Sally's daughters and their daughters are always making the children peanut butter, but they can't get any of the rest of the family to admit that the peanut butter children is better. The only time they'll ever win, feel really secure about themselves, is when one of the members of the traditional children family tastes the peanut butter children and says, Taka, this is better, then they'll be proven right. So this is exactly, I'm sure the metaphor is perfectly clear. This is why the Jews had to be maintained alive, because they had to be present for when Jesus came back and said that it's better with the people. That's the whole thing. They could be persecuted, however. The Jews were not supposed to kind of stand out as being prosperous and successful and happy, because that would also undermine the whole idea of the doctrine of witness, part of which implied that Jews had to live in a degraded state until the second coming. So the church had to kind of keep them down in that difficult place where they're not succeeding, they're not flourishing, but they're still present, allowed to be present. And in fact, they were occasionally useful for some things. Like, for example, it was at this time when you have the big transubstantiation controversy, where the church, the Catholic Church, is trying to advance this notion that many peasants were very skeptical of, that the wafer actually, not symbolically, but actually became the body of Jesus. This is something that many Christians of the 13th century had a very difficult time accepting. And one of the best ways they had to prove it, the church to prove this, is they said, well, you don't believe us. Look, the Jews themselves want to capture the host, that's what they call the wafer, and desecrate it. If it wasn't holy, why would the Jews bother trying to do this horrible thing to the host? And of course, Jews just want to stay away from the wafers. They don't want to get involved. We'll talk about it more next week when we look at varieties of anti-Semitism in the Middle Ages. But at any rate, this is the kind of pressure that the church exerted upon the Jews. On the other hand, when the state had its way, they had economic concerns. They wanted the Jews to be a source of income for the king in particular. And they wanted the church to keep their hands off the Jews, let the Jews become as prosperous as possible, because the more they prosper, the more they can be taxed. And so the king was often at odds with the Pope, trying to say, please leave my Jews alone. They're doing a great job with all their economic activities. Let them bring in the gold. I will take my share, and we'll be fine. Sell them on the soil, so to speak. But so the church and the king often had a lot of conflicting opinions as to what to do with the Jews. It's very important to understand that one of the most fundamental elements of the medieval period, which separates that period from the modern period that we live in, is this notion of a corporate society, where, unlike today, where we form voluntary groups, we may choose to belong to a synagogue or a church or the JCC or whatever, but fundamentally, the modern citizen-based governments that we have today, all the way from the French Revolution onward, they deal with each of us as citizens. We have a social security number. All of our data is recorded and associated with that number. And the president himself could go to his desktop computer and could right there and start look up everything about it. Because, as it were, we deal directly with the government. We may have some levels of representative government, but ultimately we all have to be treated as individuals. This was not true of the medieval period. The medieval period was feudal in nature, which meant that you belonged to a particular group in society, which was a socio-economic and perhaps religious group, and you couldn't get out of that group. It was difficult to cross boundaries, as you might think, in 19th century India with the caste system. If you were a peasant, you were required to do peasant duties. You were required to remain attached to the land. You could not marry without the Lord's permission. You could not move. You could not decide you wanted to be a ballet artist or a shoemaker. You were a peasant. You had to farm. And there were several groups like this in medieval society that were quite hierarchical in nature. And the Jews were similarly within their own little bubble. The Jews constituted a group that were unlike all of the others, and they had to submit to some authority in this pyramid-like society. The problem was, where exactly do you put the Jews? We were not farmers. We were overwhelmingly involved in commerce, especially small-scale commerce. And at the same time, we were not burghers, meaning we were not officially recognized merchants in the villages. We were often not allowed into the artisans' guilds. We certainly weren't allowed into the nobility. The only group that we were really close to in many ways, kind of like comparing the way we lived, was the clergy. The villages were filled with Jews and priests. And there was a strange kind of neighborly relationship. Because the vast majority of people lived in the farms, and they came into the villages twice a week to conduct their business. And the Jews had this weird spot. Who did they report to? And when they generate wealth, who gets a share of that wealth? This was a major debate that was fought in the 13th century, and the Maharam was right at the center of it. One last detail about the corporate nature of society. So if we all lived in regular bubbles, and there was a Jewish bubble, the Jews had a tremendous system of self-government, which was really inherited from Babylonian times and reached its peak when it got to the 16th century in Poland. But this structure, known as the Kehillah structure, the word Kehillah is derived from the Hebrew word kahal, which means to congregate. It's basically the model that we use for most modern synagogues today as well. It's a very, very useful model, and it provided the Jews with the means to create a social safety net that was cradle to grave and allowed the Jews to care for themselves as a community, a very self-reliant structure. Here's how it worked. You have to realize that in the Middle Ages, there was no social services. There were no public hospitals. There were no public orphanages. If you didn't work, you didn't eat. It was basically very sad. You could throw yourself on the mercy of the church, perhaps, and a beggar or a highwayman. But there was no system to help people who are disadvantaged, really, except in the Jewish world with the Kehillah structure. And it looked like this. At the top of the Kehillah was a group called the Tuvei Ha'ir, the good people of the city. They're roughly equivalent to what most synagogues would call their board of directors. Membership in the Tuvei Ha'ir was exclusively male and exclusively the wealthy. It was a privilege to belong to the Tuvei Ha'ir, which was usually 5 to 7 members on the Tuvei Ha'ir, and membership in this group carried a kind of a price tag. Since you were appointed as a jury leader, you were expected to also help defray the costs of those messages. So you had to give up parnasa, but you got instead kavod. You had to give up wealth, but instead you got honor. The Tuvei Ha'ir would appoint on a regular basis 2 major institutions. They would appoint a parnas. The word is probably related to the English word president. It means the provider. Like you'll say parnas, right? And this, he would be, again, it's always here, he would be in charge of the executive wing, and he would run the community. He would make sure that what needed to be done was in fact done, including the collection of mandatory taxes, the assessment of taxes from the Jews, the collection and then distribution of those taxes. In order to do that, he had a group of individuals called Gabayim. Gabayis, the word Gabayim literally means collectors, and these were essentially policemen, or strong term, but these were the court-appointed authorities who made sure that you paid your taxes that you were assessed, made sure that if you divorced your wife, you gave her a gift. And all these things were done by the Gabayim. The Gabayim also would report to the Beit Din, or the Jewish court, the judiciary. And whenever there was and these two groups kind of balanced each other out to a certain degree, because if the parnas overstepped his authority, then the Beit Din was able to address that indicated that it was not being done in accordance with Jewish law. However, the Beit Din was also in a appointed position, and paid for by the Climate Summit to that year. So occasionally, the Beit Din would be thrown out, and the head of the Beit Din would be replaced. So if you think this is a little bit like a synagogue arrangement where you have, this is the board of directors, this will be the president of the shul, this is the rabbi of the shul. And the rabbi has a tremendous amount of authority, but if the rabbi oversteps that authority, then he may get replaced. So the president certainly has a time limit, he can be replaced as well. The same structure. The rabbi in the shul, of course, they have really just a shadow of the form of power they used to have. They just decide who gets the first aliyah, the second aliyah, things like who governs from the onward. It's not really as powerful a position as it used to be. That's essentially what it is. Now, the real work of the community was conducted down here by a whole series of groups, like chapters or associations. And if this was a business chart, we called them committees. And unlike the rest of the positions, these were often predominantly staffed by women. So the actual work of the community was often done by the women who were leading the chevra, for example, to collect Tamei Shabbos, supporting people who had difficulty making Shabbos properly, or anesthetic, making sure that travelers had a place to sleep when they came to town, or the chevra, the chevra Kadisha, that's the most important element. In fact, in many ways, the chevra Kadisha, even though it's here, it really had more power than anybody. The chevra Kadisha is the Area Society, and one of the most feared punishments that the Tuba made out to a person is to say, if you don't pay the taxes we assessed, then the chevra Kadisha will not bury you. And that was a terrifying thing to me. He thought that the body was being tossed in the communal pits that the cities used. That was terrifying. So the chevra Kadisha is reserved only for the most really well-respected senior members of the committee. The beautiful thing about Jewish ethics is that the people who deal with the dead are considered the most respected of all. But that's basically how the Jews organize themselves within the corporate structure. And it was a structure that was vastly superior to anything that the peasants had, or the burghers, or even the artisans with their guilds. They didn't have anything really as extensive or as pervasive as this way of taking care of themselves.
I had nothing other than what I had said.
Typically, the chevras were not paid. You're in a volunteer position, right? When a lot of volunteer work, Jewish communities built on volunteer work. One of the interesting analyses that's coming out of the impact of feminism on the Jewish world is that as women go into careers, all of a sudden there's a vacuum in those crucial volunteer positions. My mother wouldn't be well. She also works in the store and things like that, but she was always Rebecca and classes and all kinds of things like that. How many women of my generation or my daughter's generation do that? I don't know. What does that mean for those organizations? It's a really rapid change that's happening in 50 years. So these were typically unpaid positions. The Tehillah actually goes all the way back to Babylon. It's a very old system, but it was refined over centuries of the diaspora. It really existed right up until the 19th century as a viable municipal organization. It was finally destroyed in 1844 by Tsar Nicholas I. But the idea of it was maintained at least on a voluntaristic basis with synagogues. The thing that really makes it work, though, is not really placed on the chart, and that is there's no exit. You can't leave. The only way out of the Tehillah is to convert to Christianity. And so, if you didn't like your Parnas and you didn't like the taxes you were assessed, well, you could go to a Beit Din and complain there, and maybe you get some practice. Or you just
there is video to support your claim as well.
you could go to a different community, but your transgression will follow you to the next one. Especially when you have developed something called the Council of Lands, where all of the Tehillah, an amazing thing, they developed this network that extended from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea, where And you simply were part of a huge, literally Jewish state within a state. So it was, what made it work was the coercive power that, coercion on the one hand, it irks us as Marxists and as Americans, but on the other hand, it's great for maintaining a minority in the diaspora. Because everybody is marching more or less in lockstep. It's only when the possibility of a secular Jewish identity emerges in the 18th century that the particular structure will lose its power. Okay, so let's go back to the Maharam. The tragic part of his life, the last year of his life, came when the German Emperor Rudolf I, in an attempt to assert the power of the king over the power of the church that we discussed earlier, he made a decree that Jews would formally be placed in the feudal structure as so-called servi camera, which means servants of the royal chamber. In other words, if you saw like knights and nobility and so on, where do you put the Jews? Are they below the nobility, but above the knights? Where do you put them? So he wanted to say, from now on, the Jews were put directly and exclusively to the king. They do not distribute, as they had in many communities, their taxes to the local nobility. So let's say you live, I don't know, in the Bavarian region, and you're a Jew, and you're a money lender to put the pressure for Jews back then, and you made X amount of crowns. You would have to pay, let's say, 10% of those crowns a year to the local duke, and your taxes would go to the official who was more or less in charge of your town. Rudolf I said, no, this has to stop. From now on, the Jews belong to me. They are the king's Jews, and all taxes that are accrued from their activity come directly to the king. So what this meant, it was kind of a double-edged sword. On the one hand, and actually, ultimately, this would be the reality of the next 100 years in New York. The reality is it meant that the Jews were claiming the protection of the crown itself. They were threatened, they could say, hey, we report directly to the king. You mess with us, and you're ultimately messing with the king. And that was a bit of a protection. But on the other hand, it essentially reduced their function to those of slaves. It says something about their personal status in the medieval feudal environment. And the Maharam felt that this was very, very dangerous for the Jews. And so as a result, in 1286, the Maharam led a massive exodus of Jews from Germany. They said, we can't live here anymore. The king is really going to do this to us, and we're going to move, let's say, to France. It's not so far away. And so he gathered up all of his followers, or a large number of followers, and they said, we left Germany. They made it to Lombardy, and there he was recognized by a Jewish convert to Christianity, and was betrayed to the local authorities, and he was arrested. Arrested on grounds of offending the king and of attempting to avoid taxes. So he was placed in prison, and he lived there for 7 years until his death. He was never released after that moment. He was not the worst type of prison experience because he was allowed access to his books and a considerable number of visitors, but nevertheless his freedom of movement was curtailed and impeded. The strange thing is that Rudolf was willing to release him upon the payment of a tax of £23,000 of silver. The Jewish community, and they were willing to pay it. But the Maharam refused to allow the Jews to buy him out of jail. He refused to allow them to give the money to the king. He said it would be more important that I stay in jail than you give up all of that. So what was his reasoning? Why didn't he want to release yourself. Basically, yes, two major issues. The first issue was that he would only allow them to pay it if it was explicitly called a ransom. He was kidnapped from a neighbor, but he refused to allow it to be portrayed in any way as a tax, engaging in tax evasion. They had made this rule that they had to pay the taxes, and they refused to pay it, and now they pay it up. This is not to pay the taxes that you owe them. But that would also mean that the Jews acquiesced to becoming Sedui Tamar. And Abraham did not want to give the notion that in fact that would be legitimate. So he'd rather stay in jail than have them pay out. The other major issue is the precedent of, what does it mean if you can kidnap a rabbi and get paid £23,000 in silver? That would place the entire European continent for the rabbis at grave risk. And so he didn't want to be released on such a high ransom because he didn't want to escalate the cost of kidnapping. Here in our community, we have so many Jews from Latin America, and I know myself personally people who have been kidnapped when they were living in Latin America, and I have a friend whose brother-in-law was killed when he was kidnapped after they paid the ransom. They tell me that one of the worst things that happened to a person is if the kidnappers learn that you hold kidnapping insurance. As soon as they know that you have insurance, they become more of a target for kidnapping because they know the money is going to be available. So the Maharam refused to allow them to pay such a large amount because they felt that this would just be more of a incentive for kidnapping. He died in 1293, and the king continued to bring his body. It was only in 1307 ultimately was able to negotiate the release of the body. It also involved money as well. And when Maharam was finally interred in the barrack, the graveyard in Burlington, this is his grave. And after the rescue of his body died, he was buried.
Well, that's interesting because that's a long time ago. Now, all of a sudden, President Bush is saying we are going to begin moving toward a hydrogen economy.
Jewish custom. The pictures that I've seen look kind of there's a lot of scraps of paper. Maybe it's a custom there to write a little bit of prayer and read
Here's the question. I talked to a lot of people about this, Bob.
So we wrap up by analyzing the legacy of this unique
they'll use fossil fuels to put the hydrogen.
The man who paid for the release of his body. In many cemeteries, they have a custom of not burying the next to his body. It's a way of keeping the peace. No, it is, you do see that every now and then. It's not really a custom in America, but you often see it where customs are always. At least an extension, right? Okay. I don't know as much about his family. So the legacy of the Maharam, he's a major figure in the establishment of Ashkenazic practice. Many of the customs we have today, like for example, off the top of my head, do we consider the 2 days of Rosh Hashanah two separate days, two separate holidays, or one long day? So we will consider it one long day, but nevertheless we say the Shacharyana bracha on the second night, and we also, wear a new article of clothing, food and take or something like that to mark it. Thousands and thousands of Jewish ritual practices come from the decisions of the Maharam. Secondly, perhaps more significantly than ritual practice, is jurisprudence on specific focus on how to run a community. How do you make decisions? Do you have an autocratic leader? Do you have a rabbi in charge? Who's in charge? We argue for practice of democracy, albeit a limited democracy, but nevertheless the idea that there should be a consensus in the community. That was extremely important. Temporarily, ultimately he failed in this regard, but he temporarily held on the imposition of the Soviet Samurai status to Jews in Europe. The economic forces were so great, however,
itself could be
hold it on back. But nevertheless, his willingness to uproot from Germany really sent a strong signal to all the Jews of Ashkenaz, and one can credit the beginning of the ultimately huge exodus of Jews to Poland and Lithuania to the position of the Maharam. So with that, I'm going to conclude. Thank you very much for your attention and your indulgence. We have 3 more weeks left in this series for the fall. We'll be God willing on the 26th, January 2nd, and January 9th. And then we're going to have a very short break this intercession we follow the Torah college calendar, where there are a lot of really exciting Shabbotanim planned, and young Israel, you're welcome to very good speakers. And God willing, after those 3 weeks are over and then the break is up, we'll begin again with lectures in February. Thank you.
But with a couple minor modifications, any car can run on it. And
Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to have a seat. Let's get started. I'm very grateful to all of you for coming today. After all, it is
Well, when you say a little, how much real difference in performance?
People getting ready for Thanksgiving, as they say. And I was just trying to think to myself, you know, there's no yeshiva joke, and you probably heard it. The joke is kind of witticism. You know, when the Jews first came to this country, they didn't know exactly what to make of the turkey, because not to make the turkey out, but they didn't know, is it chicken? Is it kosher? What exactly is it? There are in fact some Jews today who don't even eat turkey because it doesn't conform to the traditional medicine. They ended up calling it, the Hebrew term for turkey was Tarnagal Kozu, right? Literally the chicken of India. Kozu is India, because these were called the Indies, right? They thought they were Indies, they called it chicken of India. But it's just interesting and funny because it must mean that Thanksgiving is in the Torah, because the word Hodu is vocalized as they praise, they thank, right? So it's the chicken of thanking. You see that? So anyways, here's the joke. That was not the joke, that was just a thought. So the joke goes like this. Thank you. So the joke goes like this. They're having in Scotland the annual games to determine the greatest of the Scotsmen. And they have the theme throwing event, and they have the bagpipes, and of course they have the lumber cutting event. And they have all these lumberjacks from all around the world descending on these villages north of Edinburgh to determine who in fact is the greatest lumberjack ever. You know, the French Canadians and Scots and Northern Germans and everyone's there. And they're all trying to cut down these trees, and they have various levels of success. And finally, this little old Jew from Brooklyn, long black caputta, a little bit bent over, looks like he weighs about 110 pounds. The accent, and they don't want to let him compete. So he says, please, you know, you got to let him compete. So they say, all right, fine. And they point out to one of these massive Scottish trees, like a big sequoia kind of tree, and he looks at it, and he just takes one-handed, mighty swing of his axe, and he slices it. And the judges are totally astounded. He completely beat out all of the kids and all the stuff. And they went out to him and they said, that's amazing. How did you do that? Where did you learn to cut down trees like that? He says to them, have you ever heard of the Sahara Forest? And they said, no. He says, no, it's a Sahara Desert. Kind of lost it. Did you get that one as well? Wasn't so funny. I'm actually a little bit sick today, so please forgive me. Okay, today we have an unusual topic. It's a topic of little relevance in the grand scope of Jewish history. It's kind of like an unusual 200 or 300 footnote and the Jewish history is so long that we can afford 200 or 300 years for a footnote. But it's an unusual event, an unusual theme in medieval Jewish history that by its absence, by its lack of continuity with the rest of Jewish history, also indicates what are the dominant trends of Jewish history. In other words, the fact that this movement, the Hasidic Ashkenaz, were largely rejected by the main body politic of the Jewish people, indicates what Jewish people believed to be central to their faith and what things were not central. So we look at this exception, which will help us prove the rule of the development of Judaism in the medieval period. Specifically, this group, known as the Hasidic Ashkenaz, were so-called German pietists. The word Hasid in Hebrew is associated most prominently today with the 18th century Hasidim, such as Chabad, Satmar, these various groups that are still very much alive today. And the word originally means pious, or someone who goes beyond the letter of the law, someone who does more than is expected. There are a lot of examples we can use for this. The word goes back to the biblical period, obviously. David refers to himself in one passage in Tehillim as a chassid. It's related to the chesed and kindness and so on. Ashkenaz is, of course, German. So these group of Jews in 13th century Germany were known as the pious ones of Germany, but they're not at all related to the pious ones, the Hasidim of Poland in the 18th century. The only thing they share is the name Hasidim. So we should get that straight to begin with. They are an interesting and unusual movement, and we'll look a little bit later at the work of Rabbi Chaim Soloveitchik, Dr. Chaim Soloveitchik, a noted historian of Jewish topics, who separates three main groups. There is piety, there's the general idea of piety. There's pietism, which refers to a specific set of practices associated with piety. And then there is German pietism, which is the English translation of the Hasidic Ashkenaz movement that we're going to look at today. Where is Ashkenaz? Of course, Germany, that's primarily the upper Rhineland region, the towns of Speyer, Worms, and Mainz that have come up so often in the last 3 or 4 weeks, and also the city of Regensburg is quite significant as well as the center of this movement. We're going to look in particular at the work of perhaps the most prominent of the Hasidic Ashkenaz, a man known as Yehuda HaChassid. His approximate dates are about 1150 to 1217 year of his death. His activity was principally in the town of Speyer, in the upper Rhineland, and then in Regensburg. In some cases, he's known as Yehuda of Regensburg rather than Yehuda the Chassid. And there are all kinds of legends and stories about him. He's very famous for an overwhelming degree of humility. Look at the ethical standards that he maintained in his life, and also a lot of miracles are associated with him. A lot of fantastic stories and legends and so on have grouped around his life. He is most well known because he left behind a significant literary legacy, big, thick 2-volume Sefer Hasidim, the Book of the Pious, which is a classic 13th century thought. This is a brand new edition that just came out, a critical edition with lots of commentary and so on. And I think we'll read about 2/3 of it today. I think we might have a little bit over it. He wrote several other works, Sefer HaKavod and so on, most of which are completely lost. But the thing that he is perhaps most known for is not this huge work of Sefer Hasidim, which we will see is possible he didn't write most of it actually. He's famous for his unusual will. He left behind a will, the Tzava of Rabbi Yehuda HaChassid, that was primarily intended for his students, and it has it's not a typical will, it's an ethical will, it's a hortatory will in which he indicates to his children the kind of behaviors that he would like them to emulate in the future. It's not a will like, I want Shlomi to have my baseball card collection, and Carola, you can have my clothes, whatever. This is a will in which he instructs his children as how he wants them to behave. it's a
What is human endurance?
genre of Hebrew literature that's really quite fascinating. We have hundreds of these wills that are written throughout the medieval period, and you get a sense of what Jews really value and how they communicated it to their own children. I can share with you that in my own family, we have a custom. A daughter here who can testify to this. Testify, will, get it? Okay. Definitely not feeling that. Where every year on Arab Yom Kippur, my wife and I give a distinct will to each one of our children. And it's an ethical will like this. It's a law in which we tell them how much we love them, most of them anyways, and the characteristics that we really are happy to see they have, and then you really stick to us with the things we want them to change about themselves as soon as possible, or they don't get the keys to the factory. So it's really an initiated genre. Now I'll tell you one little hint as to where we're going to conclude tonight's lecture. It is in the will of Rabbi HaChassid, something which has become near universal in Jewish practice. Hasidim, Ashkenazim, Sephardim. It's hard to find a Jew who will not take this as one of the strictest laws in the Torah. Never to marry a person with the same name as your parents. It's a very, a parent. If a man marries a man with the same name as his father, we have probably more basic problems that need to be addressed. But so it's always going to be right. So a man cannot marry a woman with the same name as his mother, and a woman should not marry a man with the same name as his father. So that's what we do is, the girl will take on a new name. She'll be Sarachaya, Miriam Basha, whatever. She'll add something, a little bit. So it's not exactly the same name, but nevertheless, it comes from the Tzavot of Rabbi HaChassid. No other source anywhere in the Torah. It just appears by magic. And there's a lot of other things in there that we'll talk about at the end of tonight's class. Okay, so why don't we go on a little bit? My voice is failing me, so I'm maybe speaking a little faster. Rabbi HaChassid came from a very distinguished family background. The Kabbalist family are well known in particular for their work on Kabbalah and specifically in the Hasidic Ashkenaz movement. According to legend, this family came originally from Italy with Charlemagne to central Germany, and that would have given them about 200 or 300 years of history in Germany before we get to here to get our their work, especially when they committed it to writing, and we have quite a few examples of these, heavily influenced by the biblical commentator Ibn Ezra, who if you haven't studied much about him, but he's a rough contemporary of Rashi's, and very, very profound and moving biblical commentary that places emphasis on painstaking attention to grammar, and make sure we understand the version correctly, and a somewhat pessimistic worldview. He tends to have a very dark and cynical view of the world. He lived himself in great poverty, wandering from place to place. It is a work of surpassing beauty, however, and had a very significant influence on the Shalom family, many of whom authored works that showed themselves as intellectual heirs to and the family students, most of these people all authored works of relevance. Shmuel ben HaChassid, and then his son, of course, is the one we're focusing on, Yehuda HaChassid. The term HaChassid is, of course, not a surname, it is a honorific. It means the pious one. So Yehuda, the pious one. There are very few people in Jewish history who get that honorific. Who else gets the honorific HaChassid? The only person I can think of is Shmuel. Is it the second one? The Vilna Gaon. No, they do call it the frontispiece to many of his books. It does say Eliyahu ben his name, and Gaon ben Chassid. We call him the Gaon, the pride, and the Chassid. But as an honorific like this, you don't see that. Okay, Moshe Hadarshat Otherwise, Moshe ben Elazar. So he's got like 4 or 5 generations of literary greatness, and these are really the core members of the Hasidic Ashkenaz. Several other really important disciples. The author of the ROTHSCHILD, and a very important, really prolific source. Or Shavua, Yitzchak, and Moshe, they all fall within this group of Hasidic Ashkenaz. If you're not really conversant with all of these major names, it won't mean anything, but if you do study much halakha, many of these names come up quite frequently. The region, as I mentioned earlier, is here in the Upper Rhineland, central Germany. These are the 3 towns, Speyer, Worms, and Mainz here. Regensburg just a little bit to the east. This rather confusing map just gives you a sense of where the Ashkenazim moved. I don't really like the arrows because it tends to imply that the size of the migration is different. But the reality is that many of these Jews from Baltic moved to Eastern Europe, which was really vastly outnumbered the central Rhineland region by the 19th century. And then you have not so much from Germany, but a small migration in the 1840s from Germany, but a much larger migration from the former Russian Empire in the late 19th century. If you ignore the arrows, we get a sense of where these Jews moved from central Germany into Eastern Europe, and later many of them off to America, some down as well to Israel, and so on. Okay, so the Hasidic Ashkenaz, among the many things that are interesting about this movement is they are very, very heavily influenced by the Christian world as well. This is a general principle in Jewish history. It's absolutely clear, without a shadow of a doubt, that Jews living as minorities are heavily influenced by the societies in which they live. Sometimes it is reactionary, but quite often it is one of Jews will assimilate into their practice things that they absorb from the outside world. There's an expression in Yiddish, I'm sure many of you heard it, as es Chrisselt sich, es Yiddelt sich. As the Christians behave, the Jews also behave. In Yiddish it means to, Chrisselt sich means to Christianize yourself. So the Jews also Judaize themselves. They also absorb what the Christians are doing and incorporate it. That's no longer true today, of course. We don't have anything like that. You've probably never seen something like a Hanukkah bush, for example. But it's, I remember that from participation. But it's very common that we will observe things from the outside world. Sometimes, we can even transform things. There are, a certain number of very much beloved cantorial tunes that really date to like mid-18th century German drinking songs. Jews on Shabbos walking past the Brauhaus and they hear the Germans in there singing these songs. They say, it's really good for Musaf. And so it gets incorporated into Musaf. And maybe they forget the German drinking song, but we keep it in Musaf and so on. So these things happen. So there's clearly among the Hasidic Ashkenaz some strong trends of Christian pietist movements, meaning the tenor of the age is one in which self-mortification, self-flagellation, self-abnegation is very popular among Christians, and the Hasidic Ashkenaz also absorb many of those ideas. The idea that, for example, we are fundamentally evil, a strong influence on the notion of original sin, Christian notion of original sin, the strong notion of the role of Satan in the world, a distinctly Christian notion in which Satan is an overpowering and evil entity rebelling against God at every turn, and people can be allied to his negative cause and so on. These have very shallow roots in Judaism, but in Hasidim Ashkenaz, they found fertile soil, and so many of these ideas are well represented in here. Also, at this time, we should remember that the Hasidic Ashkenaz had just a century before gone through the drama of the Crusades, which we've spoken about in a couple of classes. But this was really like For the Ashkenazim, it's comparable to the way the Sephardim felt about the expulsion, the way, in many ways, the Jews of the late 20th century felt about the Holocaust. Very strong parallels there because it represented such a huge break from the traditions of the past, such a huge rift in the fundamental belief in the justness of society and so on. And so this kind of internal negativity, this pessimism, combined with the idea that we have to rectify our sins through flagellation or through other kinds of penance, you see very much in the sorcery and witchcraft also goes with the idea of the role of Satan. All these things come together.
Is this the theory that embraces virtually folding space so that you and I can jump from point to point?
Yes. So that's an excellent question. Okay, I'll rephrase it. There is a prohibition in Judaism, a very strong prohibition to not go in the ways of the Gentiles, sometimes called Darkei Amore, which means the paths of the Amorites, or Goyim, the decrees of the non-Jews. So we're not supposed to be however, you only measure that when it comes to actual practice. Like, for example, that the Jewish law describes the wearing of a certain color shoelace on a particular day as Darkei Amore. Or you might want to say wearing green on St. Patrick's Day. No offense if you like to do that. But maybe that's a non-Jewish custom wearing green on St. Patrick's Day, especially if it's the St. Patrick, right? That sounds sort of religious. So that might be in the category of belief and practice that can be measured that the rabbis can legislate against. But when it comes to the realm of ideas, of ways of thinking, it's very hard to say that thinking this way is outright prohibited. In general, in my limited understanding of Judaism, there's very few prohibitions on how to think. Lots on how to behave, but very few on how to think. So in other words, if you want to say that, we're being punished for our sins, think of the Crusades that happened just a couple generations ago, we're being punished for our sins, we have to do penance for our sins, we have to atone for them. The way we atone for them is through, for example, repeated fasts, then that's what we should be doing. What happens is that the Christians are also fasting a lot. We're not actually imitating them, we're just thinking it through ourselves. So, I think you could make a good argument for it, but giving Marcus actually persisted right up into the 19th century. It happens even in domestic circumstances, even today. I should get off that. No, but not that we're practicing it, but I believe that there is witchcraft where we invented that. And we have that earlier in the Torah, that you should not allow a witch to live, things like that. That has very, very old roots in Judaism. It's just that for the most part we ignored it because it didn't seem very relevant. You won't find many 10th century, 9th century sources talking about witches and worry about. Well, actually, I might take it back. The idea of the Ayin Hara, very big in the Talmud, and you see that quite a bit here. But the Hasidic Ashkenazis have obviously it's much richer in their literature than most of the other strands of Jewish literature. Exactly. It's the same idea. But they don't like. I think where the prohibition would be is causing yourself to bleed, actually wound. That's what I'm mentioning. But making yourself uncomfortable. We're good at that. Yes. Well, I don't know if I would be comfortable saying
Going to space, going to God.
I think there's a a lot of ways to approach that question. But there's no, I would agree that Rabbi Gershom Meir said, you know what, we're living in a monogamous society. It's very difficult for us to maintain polygamy in a society in which it's frowned upon. And then he's gone to come from there. It's not so much, I think, as imitating the Christians, he's saying it's very uncomfortable and difficult for business and economic reasons as well. Yeah. Okay, Ms. Abramson. That's a good question. The question comes back to the house is, the answer I have to tell you is I don't know. But the question is, when Gershom Meir made the ban on polygamy, did he grandfather in all those existing polygamous relationships? Simply, probably would. It'd be hard to. Oh, very good. Yes, last question.
You say which parents are reconciled, it's very much grandparents, so beliefs. But when people go ahead and trust Paris, the chicken, isn't that transferring their sins into that poor chicken? Isn't that sort of the same thing?
That's a good question. I'm going to dodge it right now because it fits in a little better when we talk about something else. Hang on to it. Okay, so what do they have in right literature? What's the special literature? One is a strong ethical tendency to write a lot of moralistic works, like Sefer Hasidim, at least the first half of Sefer Hasidim, which show a very strong emphasis of Maimonidean thought. Maimonides' classic formulation of morality is one which he adapted from Aristotle, which basically says that for every character trait, for every midah, there is an excess and there is a deficiency. So, for example, we may have talked about this last year when we talked about Maimonides. There is the attribute or character trait of courage, and it's possible, for example, to have too much courage and excess, like most 15-year-old males, for example, way too much courage. They're all, crazy to do stupid things because they have not moderated with too much courage in them. On the other hand, you can have too little deficiency, which we call cowardice, where you're afraid to take even the smallest risk. So true courage for the Rambam is the Shvil HaZahav, the golden mean, the golden middle, which is like somehow balance between those things. And so on with every kind of character trait, with love, with mercy, with hatred, with cruelty, with all kinds of ways in which you find the golden mean. Very, very strong influence in the thought of the Ashkenaz, following straight from Rambam, and then follows through into, among other books, the ROTHSCHILD borrows from the Hasidic Ashkenaz books one strong trend in literature. The second trend is Kabbalistic literature, which goes very much along with the richness of the spiritual world. And by the way, when I say sorcery and witchcraft, it's not promoting sorcery and witchcraft. It's rather more affirming that there is a supernatural world that we live in. And there are a lot of legitimate Jewish sources that support this idea. And there's in the Hasidic literature of the time, a lot of discussions of people coming back from the dead, or dreams, or reincarnated as animals, or all kinds of Genie, Loki, which are local spirits, all kinds of things like that, which are very profound in the just reminded me for a second about a fleeting thought. Remember that thought because it's a good point. Got it. So they use Sa'ad Yagon very heavily. However, they did read Arabic. These are Ashkenazic. They were reading Yiddish and Hebrew. And the translation they had of Sa'ad Yagon was not the famous Ibn Tibbon translation, but one that was credited on flowers. And although I think Sa'ad Yagon would be personally offended to be called a mystic, Kabbalist, was possible to read in this very flowery translation. Kind of Mr. Pence, so they sort of changed Sadia Gaon's ideas as the basis of their plot. Okay, there's probably something to do
There are places to go beyond belief. That, Doctor, was what Neil Armstrong said, and
In terms of the ethical literature, the Hasidic Ashkenaz believed that there were two main standards that the Jew has to be concerned with. The one was the so-called law of the Torah, and the other was a far more stringent law of heaven. And in this regard, they are borrowing from standards that are set in the Torah. There is such a concept, you see it especially in the Talmud, that you can be Yotzei Yudei B'nei Adam, which means you can fulfill your obligation to human beings. Or you can be Yotzei Yudei Shammai, you can fulfill your obligation to God. So I'll give you an example from Bava Metzia, one tractate of Talmud, $100 from someone. And then after some time goes by, he decides he wants to make amends, he wants to do tshuva, and he wants to go into Yom Kippur clean of his sin. So there are two things that are required. First, he has to go through his own process of teshuvah, which will, involves confession and abandoning the sin and so on. And the second thing is, he has to pay back the money. So maybe the first thing should be pay back the money. But, okay. So he has to pay back the money. You can't do tshuva completely. You can't get kapara unless you right the wrong. See, the problem is, though, there were 5 people he could have stolen from, and he does not remember which one he stole from. So the Gemara says he brings all 5 people together, and he says, listen, I'm really sorry, back in 1956, I stole $100 from one of you guys, and I want to return it right now. And each of the 5 guys says, it was me, right? So now he's stuck. He's got $100 to give back, but he still doesn't know which one to give it to because each one of the 5 guys says, give from me. So the halacha, which is the baseline, is what he can do is he can put the $100 on the table and say, here, and then just walk away. And they'll fight over it. And maybe like I would have and he will be Yotzei B'yadei Adam. He will have fulfilled the baseline requirement of paying back his debt. However, says Rabbi Akiva, that's really not good enough. A person should try to be Yotzei B'yadei Shammai, fulfill your obligation vis-a-vis heaven. And what he should do is he should take out $500 and give each one of them $900. So this teaches you one very important thing. I was going to say, you keep out of word records. You got to remember who you steal from, because otherwise it would be very difficult to keep the money. So this is the kind of idea that's reinforcement to see the Ashkenaz. Okay, there's a bottom line standard that every Jew has to uphold, but we're striving for a much higher standard in which we're trying to be completely exempt from even the slightest tinge of wrongdoing. In fact, the Talmud says, very close to that same passage, that the temple was destroyed because people observed the Torah. And the rabbi said, what are you talking about? The temple was destroyed because they observed the Torah? And the Talmud clarifies, yes, it was destroyed because people only observed the Torah. In other words, they walk around and say, what's the minimum I need to do to be from obligation? And that's all I want to do. Nobody would step beyond the line and spend a little more money to be righteous. Yes, that's right. Exactly. Because he doesn't know. You're right. 4 of those guys are thieves. But nevertheless, he's going to give $500 because he'd rather give away the money and make it possible that the person he stole from would not get repaid. And that's a much higher standard. Keep good records. Yes.
First mission involving the sea is which one?
So the first Mishnah, two guys struggling about creating house. The fact is, actually, one of the things that the Talmud would discuss is, hey, why isn't this like the case in the first mission of Metzia? And if you're familiar with the Tosfos there's even a better example with the boat that's moored in the middle of the lake, and nobody knows whose it is, and so the Talmud says, just pray God in Yah. This is, what we're doing Talmud stuff, not to discuss these extra things. And I don't think I'm really qualified to talk about it. So let's go on. By the way, I like this picture of Charlton Heston here. I hope you enjoy it. I like it because a lot of my students say I have a striking resemblance. Is he that old? I need to turn on the lights to see Charlton Heston. Okay, now here's something that is so that element of the thought of the Hasidic Ashkenaz has very strong roots in the Jewish tradition and so on. Many Talmudic stories. There's another element, however, which the Hasidic Ashkenaz reveled in and had a significant impact for quite some time, even to the present day. This idea of what's called Tshuvat HaMishkal, translated perhaps as commensurate repentance, or more literally, the repentance of weighing. What is Tshuvat HaMishkal? It's like when you, it is a way of doing teshuvah, of repenting, that tries to take in the totality of the impact that your wrongdoing had on the world, and repenting for all of it, which is a very high standard. Like in the example I gave, so let's say you stole $100 from 1 in 5 people, and then you gave back $500. So certainly on a monetary level, you have paid back the money. However, with that $100 that you stole, think about what really went on. First of all, there's the anguish that the person who lost the money felt. Maybe that money would have gone to, let's say, pay the tutors for the children of that man who lost the money. And as a result, those children missed out on some lessons. And as a result, they fell behind in classes. And as a result, they maybe were not able to get as high quality a match later on in life. And as a result, people go on and on and on with the ramifications of what that person suffered as a result of losing $100. And from your perspective, you got $100. What did you get from it? So because of this, you paid the tutors to teach your children not to steal. And your children got the better shooting. And your children, went on into business and made more money. And they were better fed. And all kinds of things like this as a result of it. So Tshuvat HaMishkal, you try to calculate all of the ramifications of that wrongdoing, and you do tshuva for the whole thing, which is much, much harder than just measuring in terms of $100 in and out. Even if you want to adjust it for inflation, it's a lot harder. So, for example, if I were to eat a cheeseburger, and then I were to repent of it, and I would say, oh my gosh, so I ate a cheeseburger, so the cheeseburger weighed a quarter pound, let's say. I think they call it a quarter pound. And that means I derived 1/4 pound of forbidden energy. With that quarter pound of forbidden energy, I went to work and I used that energy for, let's say, 3 hours of work, for which I was paid, I don't know, $75 or $100 for whatever I get paid. And then, because of that energy, I had more time to breathe and enjoy life and so on. I put all that stuff together, and then when I do teshuvah from eating that cheeseburger, it's a much bigger deal. It's a lot more to pay for. And I can't pay the money. I can't give a donation to heaven. The only thing I can do is I can take it on my own time. If I got a quarter pound worth of energy, I have to fast and lose a quarter pound. This would be a very popular kind of teshuvah watchers for Weight Watchers. But I would have to fast, or I would have to flagellate myself, or I would have to endure some other kind of pain in order to alleviate the energy that I had gained through the teshuva. And it include things like the self-mortification rituals, self-abnegation rituals, all kinds of things that are far more than normally required. In addition, both us tzaddikim that we have in the back here, actually, it's the common translation, which, since it's influenced by it isn't and it's also in, by the way, Mesilat Yesharim, an 18th century work. There was a discussion of how to do this, and there's actually a warning printed at the back of the book by Rabbi Moshe Feinstein saying, kids, don't try this at home. This is really, you can mess yourself up by thinking your sins this way, and it's only for people at an extremely high level to actually consider doing it. But it was a deep occupation of the Hasidic Ashkenaz, a very strong emphasis on the rituals of self-modification. One last detail, and I see your question. The Hasidic Ashkenaz also believe that many of these atonements will be effected after death. So, especially in association with the Tahara process, the rituals associated with burial. The Hasidic Ashkenaz would say things like, for example, I want my body placed in a coffin, and then I want it dragged through the streets to my grave. Meaning that the dragging, the suffering that my body endured, and the humiliation that it endured through that ritual should help to atone for all the sins I did in my life. And a lot of really kind of nasty, even after death rituals that the Hasidim has. There's some very interesting shuvos written. I'm sorry? Well, at this time, yes. Later on, there's some interesting questions where I believe I saw one teshuva that went, maybe it was the Pnei Yehoshua who answered this, but there was someone who asked for this kind of thing after death, that he wanted his body to be dropped on the floor in the entire process. And the Pnei Yehoshua, if I remember correctly, I have to look it up, he instructed the Chevra Kadisha not to do it, to ignore that request. Well, not on purpose. Placing them on the floor. Oh, that's right. They do that. They actually put the body on the floor temporarily, sometimes triangles around the body. I never thought of that, but that's probably coming from the scripture. That's a very good observation. Yes.
Next to the head, bang it into the living floor.
The angel of death, that's amazing. But today, most people have, if they pass away in hospitals, so it's a totally different thing. When the Kaddish gets the mace, they're already wrapped up in the sheets and stuff. You're asking a great question, and I think this is really taking us to what happens later. What ends up happening is most Jews, although they observe this with some interest, and there are some elements that carry over, for the most part, nobody else picks this up. you recall I began this lecture by saying it's kind of a footnote in Jewish history. So their impact was not felt in the area of self-mortification. I think it'd be hard to say it's forbidden in the Torah to, fast or to whip yourself lightly without causing bruises, but it's talking not really Jewish, is what it's really saying. Yeah, right. He calls himself to bleed and all that. All right, Judith, and then I think we should go on.
Also, in this model, has to be a long distance away from the camera. When you're looking parallel to the horizon, you're basically attention to the moon. You're trying straight up. On Earth, we notice from our experience, and most of us did where you were, so we have
You're not to cause a delusion, not to harm yourself in any initial behavior.
If you're looking through a long air path, a lot of air, I think a 600 miles is the tangent path before you get out into space where there's no air. That's why moonrises and sunrises are distorted. That's why you have interesting effects at sunrise and sunrise. And you don't have that high thing. You're looking through a lot of air. On the moon, if we're looking through very, 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 very ancient interior.
Yes. There's also, the Roman river,
which is the model here. By St. Domes, people think Tower Hall. It's much more ragged and deteriorated than that. And the best chance of seeing that kind of structure would be horizontally, where you're looking through a long pathway of a lot of stuff accumulating and light scattering over many, many, many miles of course. You have the range of out in space where there's different stuff.
Sure. Well, they were also they were ascetic. They also believed in celibacy, so they had to do recruitment drives every so often. But these guys were not celibate. They didn't do that. So let's look at Sefer Chassidim for a few minutes. Okay, this is the big book I brought. Now, it's traditionally considered to be a work of Yehuda HaChassid as the sole author, but scholarship from the last century has pretty conclusively demonstrated that it's the work of multiple authors, at least two, perhaps Rabbi Yehuda HaChassid's father, Shmuel, and perhaps a disciple, Eliezer of Worms. But there's internal contradictions in the text. For example, in one place there's a very strong prohibition against spells, which would be in the first part. And later on, there's lots of discussions of using spells without that strange combination, strong combination. In one part, there's no mention whatsoever of gematria, numerology. And in the second section, hundreds of references to numerology and its internals. The language, the diction, the syntax, all very different between the sections. So most scholars today conclude it's really two books, almost completely divided in half. If you look at this edition, which is not published by the University Press, but by a traditional religious publisher, it's almost exactly in half. It's just one actual paragraph is on the wrong side. Now, when we compare, what also makes this more difficult is the fact that we have multiple copies of the original manuscript. It was copied over many, many times, and we have today extant many copies with really thousands of variant readings. So trying to compare all these multiple copies and determine what's the authentic reading and how many authors are there has been a bit of a mess. But for sure we can identify two principal groups of authors. One was most likely Yehuda HaChassid writing the first part, and the second part perhaps one of the disciples or even his father. In this context, we see a huge divide between what is the context of both of those sections. The first section, which goes up to section 152, is your basic Maimonidean ethical treatise. No discussion of gematria, no real emphasis on asceticism. In fact, at one point it says that a person should not fast more than 1 day a month. There's nothing in the Torah that says you're not allowed to fast. In fact, under certain circumstances, you're supposed to fast even on Shabbat. But the first half of Sefer Chassidim says, one day a month is taka more is enough for everyone. The second section, however, is very different. The second section has all kinds of discussions of demonology, of shadim, of various types of supernatural beings, their noxious impact on the world, how to manipulate them, how to avoid them, where they hang out, all kinds of discussions of really folk beliefs. I don't want to use the word superstition, that's a little strong perhaps, but folk beliefs that are not really present in the first part, which is much more rationalistic kind of thing. A lot of stories about miracles, and a very, very deep reflection of specific incidents in German Jewish life. So it feels very different as you read. There are all kinds of descriptions of it happened to a certain family in Regensburg. A certain thing happened, and this demon showed up, and they got this rabbi, and this rabbi said this, and they took care of the demon. It feels like a totally different work than the first part of Sefer Chassidim. And it reflects really the two main ideas that are extant at the same time within this movement. The high level of piety in the sense of ethical imperatives, and at the same time, this belief in the rich supernatural world and the impact of demons and things like that at the same time. Well, we don't know exactly. They definitely come within, let's say, 2 centuries. Let's say from 1050, let's say 1150 to maybe 1300. Right, this book has lots of stuff in here as well. Possession, demonic possessions, and what probably happened is it had a great title, Sefer Chassidim, the Book of the Pious, and other people would just glom extra things onto it, like appendices, perhaps a big chunk from one author, that kind of thing. That's a much larger work than we have today. So, Rabbi Soloveitchik shown here is one of the principal scholars who's worked on this in recent times. And what he remarks on is that the second half, the part that really focuses on the magical world and things, and the asceticism as well, he says it has little to no cultural resonance. As I think we've explored in our own discussion here, it's very difficult for us in the 21st century to identify with a lot of the things that are going on with the self-flagellation and things like that. It takes a great stretch of imagination. It just didn't stick. It didn't work for Jews. They looked at it, they said, wow, that's really weird. Those Germans, those Ashkenazim, I don't know what to make of them. And then they just left it as it worked. And that's what makes it a footnote in Jewish history, that element of self-flagellation just kind of stayed in the 13th century and did not move forward. One significant exception, however, is this idea of Shrivat HaMishkal, commensurate repentance, which perhaps because of its internal logic of the quote-unquote wages of sin, the idea of the ramification of transgression, that did take hold in the literary tradition, and we have it certainly up. My last reference would be the Mesilat Yesharim, in which it is actually a chapter in the Mesilat Yesharim, a very important 18th century work. And that's the only element that really stuck. Yes, I'm sorry. No, please.
Literally has the parking lot that had these photos. And when we got back here, we later from the original that Josh had given me, and from the copies that Tyson given me that's 30 years younger, and the same general features above the horizon north of you putting in the TV camera are present on both sets of images. Well, that is confirming to me that we're looking at experience and not something that we're doing in the computer or something that crept into the lab in one batch. It's kind of checking if you want to make sure you're looking at it.
Sure. That's a very valid observation. And I think that maybe the way we can imagine this is that for a while, Jewish religious thought and Christian religious thought intersected and borrowed some tradition from each other. But after 150, during years, the Jews kind of said, well, enough of this stuff. We're talking about it. I imagine against particularly Catholicism. But it's outside my own expertise. Okay, so let's go now to the really fun document. It's in the first volume, and it's right at the beginning here. It's 78 sons. It's not clear if he intended these 78 demands to be. It's not clear if he intended these demands to be only for his children and their descendants, or if he was writing a document that was for the world at large. It can easily be read as something personal. Like, for example, when he says to his sons, whatever you do, don't marry a woman with the same name as your mother. You know why? Because I married you. I know. Anyone married to a person named. Yeah, that makes funny. But it could be that he meant it specifically like that. We simply don't know. We only have a document. It is, however, a fascinating document because it's not only about how he hopes they will be in business. There's all kinds of fascinating discussions. It starts with burial. In other words, he's writing this before his death, presumably not too far before his death, and he has a lot of discussion of how he wants to be buried. And while he's talking about that, he says, listen, there's some other things you should know about burial. For example, never bury two enemies next to each other. That's just, it makes sense. But why does it make sense? Obviously, only if you have this larger spiritual imagination of the spirits of the deceased fighting. He also has some very difficult situations. Like, it sounds like a very strong quote. For example, never a man who kisses his deceased son will bury his other children. Really scary kind of things. Terrifying stuff. You don't necessarily want to hold with them. Then he goes on to marriage, happy topics, and there's a lot more here about marriage than just about not marrying a woman with the same name as your wife. Let me see if I can hit on just about the top of my head here. A person should not pull on his shoes on the day that he has the intention to go on the road. So what does that mean? A person should not sit in a wagon that is standing in a boat, like a ferry, I guess, and ride onto the ferry, get out of your car. A person should not slaughter geese in the month of Shvat. And there are those families who forbid it also in the month of Tevet. And really, Shvat isn't here. Like, weird things are in this. Sorry? No sources, nothing. It's just saying the geese. Geese, it says masculine, but it's plural, so it could be female too. A person should not write on his book, this is my book. Rather, he should write just his name. In other words, I put my name in here, just put NBA percent, hello, and that's it. I should not write, this is my book. Don't do that. Why does he say that? I don't know. Here it is. Look at this. A person should not get a haircut, nor trim his beard on Rosh Chodesh. And similarly, should not cut his nails. Some things I think would have logic, but a lot of them just seem to fall out of the sky. And there's no sources whatsoever and no discussion. So that's where we get them. But nevertheless, never marry a woman with the same name as your mother because it's in the same category. So I'm going to tell this is the last joke. This is the part shown here is the grave of the incomparable Hutzker. The Hutzker, 19th century Hasidic rabbi, brilliant and absolutely devastating wit. He was especially good at cutting down people who thought more of themselves than they deserved. And just thinking about the Hutzker, I have to adjust my time because it's really something special. So the Hutzker once said about this will of Rabbeinu Yehuda Chassid. As we said, there's all kinds of weird things in here. Don't sit on the wagon, it's on top of the boat, and things like no sources whatsoever. And yet people hold to it like it's Torah Misina, that it is like the holiest of holy. So what the Hutzker once said is that if Yehuda HaChassid had known how seriously people would read it in his will, he would have included the Ten Commandments. Okay, so with that, let's just think about his legacy and we'll conclude for the day. Summarizing, the birthright nature of Sefer Hasidim is complex. So the two basic trends in the literature as a whole, seen especially in the work of Sefer Hasidim. The traditional pietism, right, the idea of the ethical demands, the higher standards, humility, things like that, popular stayed in the Jewish tradition as a resources, but it continues on through. The self-mortification elements, however, did not make it. Self-mortification elements simply got dropped by the Jewish body politic didn't have a lot of staying power. But the work as a whole gives us an absolutely fascinating glimpse into the rich spiritual world of German Jews. Thank you very much for your attention.
What I said was that it has to be a very low density so that the odds against running into it are very low. Otherwise, you guys wouldn't survive.
Okay, we're starting again. Yeah, I went to a bris today. It's a huge, very exciting thing for a little bris. And, the bris was called for 11 a.m. and of course I'm there at 10:55 ready to go. And, nobody was there. All alone. Finally got started at 12:05 when this happened. But I realized that was not in my usual kind of show. So since we are here, we're starting right on time at 8:30. Let me tell you the opening joke. It goes like this. It's a joke I haven't told in a long time. So you probably haven't heard it. I actually heard this joke when I was doing my research in the former Soviet Union. So it's an authentic Russian Jewish joke, and it goes like this. There's, if you have any familiarity with the Soviet Union at its close in the late 1980s when things were falling apart, there was this phenomenon that you would have a queue, what they call a chekhat, wherever you went. Any store that had anything for sale, there would be a massive line that could take hours to get through. I mean, it was almost like Floridian democracy, all these lineups everywhere to vote or to buy something. And so there's this joke, there's this huge lineup outside of a cucumber store. And they're all standing in line. Okay, so they're all standing in line outside the cucumber store. And they're waiting. And finally, the shopkeeper opens up the shutters. And he says, "We've just learned that we're expecting a much smaller shipment of cucumbers today. So therefore, all Jews must leave the line." So what can they do? Get up, they leave the line, they walk. Then a little while later, he opens up the shutters again. He says, "We've just learned that one of the cucumber delivery trucks has broken down en route. It will not arrive here today, and therefore all Uzbeks, Tatars, and Lithuanians must leave the line." And all these various, the Russian Empire, the Soviet Union is filled with many nationalities, so all these people with various internal passports had to leave the line. And this goes on and on all day until finally we're left with a line that's pure Soviet citizens of, unadulterated ethnic stock, going all the way back to Vladimir the Great and so on. They're standing in line waiting. And he opens up the door, it's already in the dark out, and he says, "We've just learned the last cucumber truck has been hijacked by the mafia. It will not be arriving. No cucumbers are coming today. Everybody go home." So Ivan turns to Petro and says, "You see, the Jews get all the breaks." Okay. So tonight's class is fun. We're going to talk about Rashi, one of the most important figures in medieval Jewish history, really in all of Jewish intellectual history, a towering figure who is known to some by the acronym of his name. Where's my slide? Moving along here. If we dim the lights, I find that people sleep in the back row. So, meanwhile, I'm trying to just get my computer to react here. Here we go. Here we go. Rashi is an acronym for Rabbi Shlomo ben Yitzchak, or Rabbi Shlomo Yitzchaki. Shlomo, the son of Yitzchak. His years are 1040 to 1105, and he was born and raised in Europe, mainly in the Ashkenazi Persian. We'll have some time to talk about his travels and various parts of Europe that he visited. Not nearly as much as last week's Benjamin Tudela, but nevertheless very significant. His primary contribution to Jewish history was that he was a commentator of unsurpassed genius. He was a commentator principally on the entire Tanakh, the entire Hebrew Bible, and virtually the entire Talmud as well. A massive lifetime achievement, and not as a commentary of stunning clarity and insight that really presents the material in a very clear and lucid fashion that young children and aged scholars can equally share in his brilliance and gain new insights into the text. I'd like to spend some time talking to you a little bit about how he wrote his commentaries and the quality of his commentaries, what makes Rashi so much different from many of his peers, and there were many other commentators in these centuries, and he nevertheless rises to the top and has retained that position really to the 21st century. There are some who say that in order to learn Torah, you must learn it with two fingers, and this is a kind of compliment to Rashi, because the traditional way to study Torah is always to have one finger in the text itself, either the Chumash or the Gemara, the Talmud, and the other text is always firmly placed in Rashi's commentary, printed on the same page, and so you learn the text through the eyes of Rashi. More than any other commentator in our entire millennial tradition, Rashi holds that pride of place of being the first person that Jews turn to understand the text. He is the lens through which we understand the vast majority of our textual documents. There are many commentators who disagree with Rashi's position, including, and perhaps most vociferously, his own children and grandchildren, who often, that's not surprising perhaps, but they often take odds with their father and grandfather's comments and disagree with them significantly, but nevertheless, Rashi is the first stop in any path to understanding the Judaic tradition. Okay. Okay, so let's place Rashi in the periodization first of the Jewish intellectual history. It's a very important point to understand, especially if we were to delve into the nature of how halacha is decided. One of the basic theological points of view held by traditional Judaism, and today very much an important part of Orthodox Judaism. There are some debates about it in other interpretations of the Judaic tradition, but let's stick with the traditional for the time being. There's this concept of Yeridat Hadorot, the decline of the generations. The notion that the further back in time you go, the closer you get to the revelatory moment at Sinai, the holier those generations become. They are not necessarily more intelligent, not necessarily more or better versed in the text, but they somehow have an intrinsically stronger connection to the meaning of the Torah, to the sensitivities required for interpersonal relationships and in their relationship to God. This is the concept of the decline of the generations, that the further on you go in time, the worse it gets. Like my father, he should live and be well, he likes to say, Henry, it only gets worse. That's the kind of concept that it just goes downhill. And the reason why this is significant is because when it comes to impasses in decision-making processes, A later authority may not overrule an earlier authority without the support of another earlier authority. In other words, if two grandchildren are having an argument, and one of them goes to the grandmother for a decision, then whatever the grandmother says is for sure going to be the accepted position. Unless the other grandchild goes to the grandfather, and they're of the same generation, in which case the grandmother would also win, because the wife always wins in such arguments. I can tell you, with my children, probably wouldn't take this out of the YouTube right, but with my children, the funny thing is, especially when they're young, they always, if they're not sure if they can do something, they go to me first, and I say yes, and then they go to my wife. Because I'm just a trial balloon, I'm just a seed, maybe it will fly. If I say no, there's no point talking to my wife. But if I say yes, maybe it's possible. Okay, so here are the major generations from the post-biblical period, and each of these large chunks of generations constitute like one unit of sort of intellectual inquiry, and they're like their grandparents to the succeeding generation. The first are the so-called Tanaim, who are the teachers, the reciters, and these are the sages of the Mishnah. We spoke a couple of weeks ago about Yehuda Hanasi, and that was his generation. Also, that's when Yochanan ben Zakkai, I think we spoke about it a while ago, also that's the period of the Mishnah, and it dates from the close of the Second Temple, the First Temple period primarily up to the 3rd century. Following the era of the Tanaim, you have the era of the Amoraim, the satyrs, so to speak, and these are the sages of the Talmud. So in other words, working with the metaphor I gave you earlier, the grandparents would have easily two Amoraim arguing, but neither of them can overrule a Tana. Tana has superiority over an Amora, and the only way they can maintain their argument is if they both had two different Tanas that would support disparate positions. Probably something like modern precedent. That's correct. It's the opposite. That's interesting, but I think maybe I didn't explain myself well, because we do have this principle also in halakha. It's called halacha k'basrar. The law follows the latter opinion, which sounds like what you're describing. The latest opinion is the one that we go by. However, when it comes to like new laws that have not been introduced, they're trying to find a theoretical precedent, so it's like going back to the Constitution. If you find something rooted in the Constitution, it's hard to overrule an amendment to the Constitution or something like that. Maybe that's a long thing. So the Amoraim are basically from the 2nd to the 6th century. Correct? Then you have a brief period known as the Geonim, and this is a period that is characteristic of during the period of Anan ben David that we talked about a few weeks ago, when the yeshivas were firmly planted in Babylonian soil between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, and so the Geonim tribes as well the generation. And then we get to the period we're talking about today, the so-called Rishonim, the first ones. And one of the most important of the Rishonim was Rashi, and his children and grandchildren established a school called Tosafot, another very famous group of Rishonim, and they constitute an entire generational unit that spans about 500 years. Maimonides is in this category, and so on. They're all within that group. And finally, beginning more or less with the Code of Jewish Law written by Rabbi Yosef Karo, then you have the Acharonim, or the latter ones, the latter authorities, and they go basically up to the 19th century. I have not yet seen a good term for authorities who live after the 19th century. I don't think we've actually, in my humble opinion, I don't think we've really coined a term for them. We call them by their names, like Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, for example, or the ROTHSCHILD, sorry. Rav Soloveitchik would be in this later category that you put down here. But great, maybe we call them posting authorities, but sometimes that term is used beforehand as well. Eventually, it may take us a couple hundred years, but we've got a lot of time to find a word for our generation writ large. Nevertheless, each one of these kind of major steps and levels has a huge impact on the way Jewish law is decided. Rashi, as I've stated, is firmly in the Rishon category. And I look for a picture here that has something to do with Rashi. I'm coming up with this. It's just a side point, but worth mentioning. This is a table of so-called Rashi script. It's actually a misnomer. There is no such thing as Rashi script. Rashi probably wrote in a cursive handwriting that's not terribly dissimilar from what we use today and what our children and grandchildren learn in day school as well. It's so-called Rashi script, however, because it's basically an italicized form of the regular block print called the Saba Sharit, the Assyrian script, and it was a manuscript. If you had multiple texts on one page, one text, usually the central text, would be printed in block script. And the secondary text will be printed in a form of italics to distinguish it from the main script. Since Rashi was one of the most important of those secondary texts, the scribes and later publishers chose to use this particular italicized script, and that's how it came to be known as Rashi script. But actually, it has no specific connection with Rashi himself. It's very intimidating for people who have never learned Rashi script, but it really is not that bad. There are only about 5 letters which are significantly different. You remember those 5 letters, then you're good to go. For example, the Aleph here looks sort of like a head with a flag on the top, and the Shin looks kind of like this 2 flags on a flagpole, which are exactly very different. The rest of them are actually quite similar. Yes, Sadi is often used with Lamed. Sadi leans over, Lamed is straight up. Also, the Samad is often used with Mem Sophit, which is not written here. The final Mem is just a circle. The Samad, which is a circle, and the regular script has a little foot on it. But it's a really simple thing. I should have probably logged one of my books where I have a whole section on how to read Rashi script. You can go online and you'll find a book called Reading the Talmud, where actually the Sea of Talmud also has that page here. Any questions about this material? Clear as the sun. So, what is it about the Rishonim? What makes this group hold together as a cohesive unit of intellectual inquiry? So, there's 5 basic things that were the principal concerns and activities of the Rishonim, the kind of things that characterized their thought, which was distinct from earlier and later thought. Perhaps the most significant adjective I could use to describe the Rishonim is that they were very interested in getting the text exactly right and then systematizing it. So first of all, one of the big problems we have in the literary tradition, to a certain degree with the Torah, but especially with texts like the Talmud, is scribal error. We're talking about a huge manuscript that's almost impossible to decipher without specialized training. And scribes who may not really be following what they're doing, writing these things down by hand, and they often miss words, misspell words, write the same line twice. All kinds of errors creep into these manuscripts. And so, when you get to the time of the Rishonim, it's a good 400 or 500 years before printing is established with large standardized print runs. The Rishonim are very concerned with let's collect up all these rare manuscripts and let's make sure we have the words right. Never mind what they mean for now, let's just make sure we have the right words on the page and not interpolations of the scribes or errors of the scribes. Many of the great Rishonim really put all of their energies into just making sure that we have an authentic text. Extremely important scholastic activity that really lays the foundation for future scholarship. I have a very dedicated young woman who's one of my students at Toronto College. I mentioned her name is Jessica Sandbrand. She may see this video later. She's not in the room, I'm waiting for the camera. And I'm working on a 16th century manuscript right now. It's actually a printed book, printed in 1588. And there's a few passages in the modern editions that just seem weird to me. It just doesn't make sense. So I've asked you to go back. I actually got the Editio Princeps, the first printed edition, downloaded from JTS for the copying, and I asked her to painstakingly go through word by word and compare what's in that first printed copy and the copies that circulate today. And she's finding about 10 mistakes per page. Overwhelming the kind of mistakes that freaking this is even printed with. And she's going to kill me because there's about, 100 pages that she has to go through, but she's doing a great job finding all those errors. But anyway, that's the first thing that they did. Perhaps the most significant Rishon to be involved in this is Rabbi Hananel, very much involved in correcting the text of the Talmud, but we have many others who engaged in this. Secondly, again, because they want to get the text right, there are a lot of grammarians in the period of the Rishon, and Nash and others who try to figure out how does the Hebrew language actually work. There were no written grammars of the Hebrew language before the 9th century, with Saadia Gaon as one of the first authors. One is Paul from last year, and people just sort of translated Hebrew on the fly. And they didn't have like a clear sense. Even Rashi himself did not, because he didn't read Arabic, he did not have the triglossal consonant model of Hebrew, which is now standard. The idea that every Hebrew word is based on a 3-letter root. And so he will derive words from 2-letter and single-letter roots, which was highly unusual. So many of the Rishonim were just sitting down saying, well, what exactly does it mean? Are we talking about something in the future tense, the past tense? Is it the intensive, the passive voice, active voice? Just getting straight on what does the root say? How do we translate it? Third, massive amount of cataloging. Just trying to collect all this information and organize it. Maimonides is the first, the classic organizer, which is 14-volume Yad HaChazaka, which encapsulates the entirety of Jewish law. We have others like the Siman, for example, who was one of the first to actually write down all of the 613 commandments. We have this number that we throw around. There are Taryag Mitzvot, 613 commandments, but no one had actually tried to count them and measure them and identify their source in the Torah until the period of Rishonim, and that's when they started doing this. Maimonides also wrote that, and so on. Finally, systemization, the Rambam, that's the one I mentioned earlier, trying to organize all of this material and rearrange it in a Western fashion, meaning with chapter headings, numbered paragraphs, and so you can find things in an index, which was not at all characteristic of traditional Jewish law. And then finally, one of the last things that happens in the Rishonim, and this is characteristic primarily of later authorities, that once we have all this material laid out, we have the correct text, we know what the translation is, then we say, wait a second, what do we do with all of these hundreds and thousands of apparent contradictions? And so that's where you see the school of Tosafot really engaging in. Now that we have an authoritative text, how come it doesn't make sense? And so that's the major engine of activity in the last few centuries, and it crosses over into the period of the Acharonim. So these are the 5 main things that the Rishonim are involved in, and Rashi is involved in several of those. Questions? Arguments? Yes, Judith. That's a good question. I'm not sure, but I would argue that it happened considerably earlier. Rashi definitely, for example, never quotes by chapter and verse. The actual numbering of chapters the way we have them today, and the numbering verses, that's a Christian innovation that was later added on. Rashi only refers to them by their parshas, by their names. And he assumes, of course, you know the entire Torah by heart. If he gives you which parsha is in, you know how to find that particular verse. So I would guess, however, that the names of the parshas, which are almost always taken from the first verse of that parsha, probably goes back to the period of the Geonim, when the cycle, the human cycle, was finalized. It may go back even further, perhaps the Talmudic era. The Jews of Jerusalem had a different custom than the Jews of Babylon about how they broke up the Torah. We follow the Babylonian precedent. So I would hazard a guess it's from the Geonim period, maybe some earlier. Suggestions? Oh, excellent. It's actually very scary. If we could talk about, early 20th century Ukrainian Jewish history, I would know it whole. Because this course is a little bit more expensive than often straight to early places that I don't know a lot about. Do I see another hand up? Yes. So we're now reading the verses. I don't believe so. I believe it comes much later. Yeah, I think it comes perhaps from the Roman translation. So that would be about 7th or 8th century, something like that. Rashi does not seem familiar with it. Although mentioning translation is significant, that Rashi is so, I didn't include this in lecture, he's so huge a commentator that learned Christians, especially in the 13th century, they start going to Rashi in a very good way to try and understand the Hebrew scriptures. So Rashi had a huge influence on Christian scholarship as well. Okay, let's go on. Now, where Rashi's activity is, he's the classic Ashkenaz figure of Ashkenazi. The term Ashkenaz is biblical in origin. It's a place name described in the book of Genesis. We don't have a specific location associated with it, and as the Jews match place names from the Bible to the localities that they visited, there's no apparent reason why one place would be Ashkenaz, another place would be Canaan, another place would be Sarfat or Sepharad, and so on. But Ashkenaz is associated especially with the upper Rhineland region here in central Germany. And that's the heartland of Ashkenazi Jewish tradition. As you can see from this slide here, it shows you the major migrations of Jews from Germany eastward, which is a phenomenon that begins in the 12th century and accelerates through the 17th century until the massive locus of Ashkenazi Jews is no longer in Germany, but is in Eastern Europe, Poland, Russia, Ukraine, Lithuania, places like that. So that's why most Jews who call themselves Ashkenazi don't even come from Germany back 5, 6, 7 generations. The Jews who actually come from Germany tend to call themselves Yekids, which is not a very nice term, but that's what it is. So the Jews who come from here call themselves German Jews, even though they come from Germany. No, I should say Earth. What do they call themselves? German Jews, okay. As opposed to the Most right? Yeah, that's right. The Most call them Yekids, with usually with an adjective in front. Okay, so Ashkenaz as a Jewish center emerges quite late. We don't have many Jews living in the Rhineland, or even in France, until about the 9th century. Primarily, Jews are still living in North Africa and in Spain. Slowly, they make their way across the Pyrenees Mountains. They make their way into England quite early, and you only have the real incipient beginnings of the Ashkenazi Jewish community quite late. Like the 900s is really when it starts to go along. Scholars aren't sure exactly why this is. There are some indications that there may have been a global climatic change around the shift of the first millennium that allowed a lot of these regions to become much more arable than they had been before. I'm not very well versed in the scholarship, but there's no question that there's a significant population Jewish boom that begins around the year 1000 that affects non-Jews far more than Jews, but attracts Jews into these regions as well. Think about the dual forces that drove the Jews to the east. On the one hand, there's a lot of negative pressure with the intensification of a rather virulent form of anti-Semitism in Germany that expanded significantly through the High Middle Ages. At the same time, there was an economic vacuum in Eastern Europe where the local rulers here were begging to have Jews to come in and to set up rudimentary economic functions such as minting coins, providing circulation of credit, even small commerce, things like that. So Rashi is right at the beginning of this Ashkenazic growth, and his years are spent either in southern France or in Germany. His early years, he was born in 1040 in southern France, a city known as Troyes. It was actually Provence at the time. There are a lot of really beautiful and fascinating legends associated with his birth. Elisa Price should have told us something cold water. This is great. Normally she's off the clock once the lecture starts, but there are a lot of beautiful legends. Now, usually I try in these lectures to stay away from the kind of fantastic and amazing guided materials because they're difficult to get your hands on and to verify by resources and so on. But some of these lectures, these legends are so beautiful. For example, the story is that, and here's a children's book by Beryl Wine, who was actually coming to South Florida. Beryl Wine was coming to South Florida in February. I hope you'll have a chance to hear him speak. A children's book he wrote. Obviously, a great scholar. He's written many adult books as well. I should say as well. He wrote them principally, visually as well. So some of the legends are that Rashi and Rashi's father, Yitzchak, and his wife, whose name we simply can't know, they were childless for a very long time. Rashi's father was a jewel merchant, and he once had an incredibly valuable sale. He found an incredibly beautiful whole jewel, and he received a commission to sell us. He was on some kind of ship, if I remember correctly. The legend goes that we learned that the ruler was buying this jewel in order to adorn an idol. Rashi's father felt that he could not participate, he could not profit from the idolatry of this particular king, so he threw the jewel into the river, and it was lost forever. And as the story goes, a divine voice went out and said, you have given up this simple thing, and God will give you a true jewel, and that, of course, is the birth of his son. His mother, as one of the story goes, at one point, she was in an alleyway when she was pregnant with Rashi. So she was pregnant with him, and she was about to be crushed by, if I remember correctly, I think it was a wild camel. These animals are quite common in Michigan, crazy camels. Gamal Meshuga, and she was going to be crushed by this raging camel. She pressed herself against the wall, and as the legend goes, the wall, as it were, provided an indentation. The stones moved so that she could be protected from Gamal Meshuga. I remember the story correctly. There are all these kind of fantastic stories. They're very beautiful. So you think about that Rashi definitely lived up to those predictions. His primary education as a young man was in commerce, and his father ensured that he received really quite a broad education. He had familiarity with metalworking, his father, of course, being a jewel business. He also had significant familiarity with horticulture and animal husbandry. Later, he would have a successful business as a builder, making wine. He also understood the textile trade and was personally trained in embroidery and in fabrics of all types and so on. And he really, until the age of 25, spent a lot of time just getting a basic, solid, secular education in business primarily. the same time, he was receiving education locally in Troyes, but things really took off for him after he got married and he moved to the Rhineland. So then he moved to the center of the Jewish world at the time in Ashkenaz, which was these three cities known as Shul, which is not known for the German cities Speyer, Worms, and Mainz. And he was educated primarily in Mainz and Worms, where he had several prominent teachers, really quite famous, who had written books as well during this time, and he imbibed all of their wisdom and brought it back to Troyes with him. These three cities in particular, Shum, were completely devastated by the Crusades of 1096 that we spoke about just last week, maybe 2 weeks ago. One was following the First Crusade, and this was very, very hard on Rashi. Towards the end of his life, this occupied much of his intellectual and activity. But when he came back after marriage, with all of this tradition, he maintained significant contact with the main center of Jewish activity, writing to his teachers often and occasionally visiting them. He actually ended up establishing his own school in Troyes, which eclipsed that of his teachers. And it's hard to even imagine what it was like studying the Talmud before Rashi. The Talmud itself is such a difficult text to enter without someone holding your hand and explaining literally every second or third word what is going on. There's so many ellipsi, omitted materials, so much material that is simply understood and you have to memorize, so much material that is an allusion to something else, and without the basic apparatus to guide you through the text, it's amazing that anyone can make their way through. It would be a feat of prodigious intelligence to work through a page of Talmud without Rashi in those days. Rashi, of course, saw the huge lacuna in the scholarship that there was no one who informed this nation, and that's what he dedicated his principal activity to. The characteristics of Rishonim was a way of just explaining to his audience what the Aramaic text of the Torah actually meant. Literally, every word or 3 words, there is a comment that might only take as many as 2 or 3 words themselves. It just clarifies the text as you go along. Rashi is kind of like, when you have a lawn and there's like a curving walkway up to the front door of the house, and after nightfall, you may be able to pick out the stones on the way out to the front door. But how much nicer is it when they have those little umbrella lights, about a foot off the ground, that just show you, the path curves over here, it goes back over here. That's what Rashi is. He's like those little umbrella lights all the way through the entire Talmud that guides you to your destination. It's very hard to imagine what it would be like to study without Rashi. His family tree, he was married to a woman named Mrs. Rashi. He had 3 and possibly 4 daughters. For some reason, over a 4th daughter that may have died very young, and there's some passing kind of elliptical references in his writings that may allude to that. His daughters were Yocheved, Miriam, and Rachel. Each of them married very significant scholars in their own right, and those scholars went on, and especially their grandchildren. And amazingly, when you look at the incidence of the success rate of his grandchildren, Yitzchak, Shmuel, and Yaakov all formed Talmudic schools of their own, known collectively as the Tosafot, or the additions to Rashi. And these schools literally encompassed tens of rabbis from England all the way to Russia, where all this activity, and then principally in Ashkenaz. Rashbam, for example, completed many leftover manuscripts that Rashi had not finished. So occasionally, there's certain tractates in the Talmud where you don't have Rashi himself. We have his grandson, Rashbam, who is also a commentator of a phenomenal note, using much of Rashi's style and his similar genius. So he was able to really communicate in his own genetic heritage that same genius and love of Torah and skills at executing it. As I mentioned earlier, that certainly did not stop his grandchildren from pointedly disagreeing with his interpretations, and they put it so in writing with respect and never go wrong, and they should read it differently. Great level of intellectual integrity. So we don't know much about his wife at all. His three daughters were apparently quite exceptionally learned. There are passing references to his daughters in various passages in his text. It appears that one of them may actually have acted as his personal secretary and even scribe. It's not clear if any of them made any halachic decisions on their own, but nevertheless, Rashi does express gratitude for their help with the transcribing of his documents, and to be able to do that with these very sensitive and difficult to fitting texts tends to indicate that they must have been quite exceptional. They are the subjects of three modern works of fiction, very successful and well-received works of fiction by Maggie Anton. This is book 3 of Rashi's Daughters. Is the title of this series. She's also gone on to write a new series that's about the daughters of ROTHSCHILD, another important rabbi. I regret to say I haven't read any of them, but I've heard from people that they are really quite entertaining. Now, there is a widespread legend that Rashi's daughters were together, where a widespread notion that has no roots in any text that lend any credence to this. This would not necessarily be, strictly speaking, not be a forbidden activity, but highly uncharacteristic, particularly for the 11th century, for women to wear his grandson, Rabbi actually wrote of women that did perform this mitzvah, and he indicated that if they do, they should say the blessing on it. And included the reference there. That's where he says it. But it is, there's no source whatsoever that says that Rashi's daughters did this. Furthermore, there's another myth that there are several texts that have Rashi's name on them, but anyone familiar with his style, it's very clear that Rashi did not author them. This is a very common phenomenon in the Middle Ages where someone would write a book and in order to garner greater circulation for that book, they would put someone else's name on it, a famous person's name, on their own work. Nowadays, we do the opposite. We write something we take something that someone else wrote and we put our own name on it. That's called plagiarism. But this is kind of the reverse plagiarism that was very common really up to the Middle Ages. So a lot of books that circulated in the Middle Ages, they have been attributed to everyone from King Solomon to so it's very unlikely that his daughters were the authors of those pseudo-Rashi commentaries. Arguments. Very quiet crowd. Yes. That's I've seen it. It's in the next book series. Yeah, I haven't had the opportunity to read Yeah, it's amazing. It's 1,000 years old. Yes. Well, again, you're assuming that it's true that they did. We know that Rabbi Tam would have said nothing. We just simply don't know what Rashi would have said. But still, it's a highly politically charged issue. There is a fascinating Psak halacha from Moshe Feinstein, for example, on the question of women wearing a tallis, which is very common in non-Orthodox synagogues, highly uncommon in Orthodox synagogues where women wear a tallis. But she asked Moshe, she said, am I allowed to wear tzitzit, talit gadol, like that? And Reb Moshe Psak is very interesting. This is a Psak that comes from the 1970s. He said, sure. He said, he says to this woman, if you feel motivated, elevated by the love of God and the love of the Torah, and you want to fulfill this mitzvah, that's fine. He had with a bracha, but he had two stipulations. He said, one, it has to clearly look like a feminine garment, so you avoid, because now since it's so overwhelmingly a male article of clothing, specifically in the Orthodox world, for a woman to wear it, it could be like beggar ish, which is a separate prohibition. So it should have, I don't know, big or something like that, indicate it's clearly female. And the second thing, he said much more seriously, he said that it's really important, though, that you're true, as if you're doing it for a political purpose or to advance a political agenda, then it will be a travesty of the mitzvah itself. But the idea of wearing a tallit itself, it's not actually forbidden. Again, I'm not a rabbi. Spoiler alert, I'm not a card-carrying member of the rabbinical establishment, and I have no authority whatsoever to make any pronouncements on a halachic level. And I'm a guest in this synagogue. I'm very happy to Rabbi Goldstein for allowing me the space to give these lectures, but he's the Maradas, or I'm just theoretically about it. Yes, Mr. Rock. Primarily, he was a successful businessman working with, in fact, I think I have a slide on that coming up next. A little bit. Primarily, he was a successful businessman running his wine business and several other ventures, but his major energies were to his studies. He was not like, some of the Sephardic greats who were like working 10 hours a day, in their business, and then 10 hours a day on Torah. He was working primarily in Torah, and he had set up his business running along nicely without him, or with minimal involvement in the text, and he really poured all of his energies into these phenomenal achievements of the commentary on Torah. So let me take about 2 minutes to talk about those two main commentaries, because they are huge and extremely important. So, the commentary on the Torah, he wrote it on the entire Torah. I'm talking about the Hebrew Bible, the first 5 books of Moses, which is extremely well studied, and all the way through Kings and Chronicles and so on. There are a few texts that it's believed he did not author them, but they were authored by his students based on his teachings. So it's possible that not every word in a few of the books, Job, for example, actually belong to Rashi, but there are texts, like, for example, the Opek, which is a new manuscript commentary that's called Talmid Shel Rashi, a student of Rashi, which reads very much in the style of Rashi himself, although we can't attribute to Rashi personally. So his ideas definitely percolated through the entire Hebrew Bible. Now, what is the most wonderful and special thing about it that really puts it head and shoulders above all the other commentaries of this age is that his commentary essentially links the oral Torah to the written Torah. I'm speaking now primarily about the Chumash, the first 5 books of Moses, which is very difficult to learn without a good grasp of all the relevant midrashim that speak to the text. And what Rashi did was he took this massive body of information, the oral Torah, and he chose very carefully which sections to present to the reader, and then he put them right there on the same page for you to read. So in other words, the two-finger model is extremely important for Rashi because he allows the reader, for the first time really, to follow the written Torah with the interpretation of the oral Torah. There's a tremendous amount of humility in his scholarship because he personally steps back from it. You don't hear his voice very loudly in the text. He simply acts as a facilitator, presenting, anthologizing, carefully meditating, and synthesizing this material, boiling it down, putting it in very simple vocabulary so that he allows you to discover the richness of the the world's work. It's an act of great scholarly humility and erudition at the same time. His style in writing is anything but verbose. He loves the very short but clear declarative sentence. He doesn't strive for poetry with complex language that has to be unpacked. He just likes to speak in a very clear and straightforward manner without any kind of ambiguities in his language. Studying the specific choice of words of Rashi is actually a major scholarly enterprise, just as it is with Maimonides, but it's a work of great brilliance that you really appreciate when you go to the original sources that he took his commentary from and see how well he edited it into these works. This has become so significant that in the halakhic literature written after Rashi, there's a very strong imperative. It's not quite a commandment, a very strong imperative that not only should every Jew review the Parsha twice every week in Hebrew, and once with the Aramaic translation once for this, they should also study it with the commentary of Rashi. Meaning that most of the halakhic disciples strongly urge all Jews to study Rashi on a weekly basis, something that no other commentary reached that level of prominence. Another way to measure his greatness is to look at the number of super commentaries that are written on Rashi. Remember, Rashi is a commentary on the Torah. Now you have a commentary on Rashi known as a super commentary. And some of the greats of the last 1,000 years have authored super commentaries on Rashi's works. Right. How was his manuscript circulated? I love those kinds of questions. They're very tactile oriented. Like, how did this idea get out? So they used to call him Pirush HaPutras, which means the notebook commentary. And so he would himself author the commentary. We know that he went through, by the way, several revisions. We have different layers of his own commentary where he tweaked every word. And then he would have his students write it out. And so they would spend a large amount of their time actually copying out his manuscript and generating, who knows, maybe, it's hard for me to measure, but I would guess maybe generating one copy of the entire Torah commentary, maybe every 2 or 3 months, and then providing it for sale or for donation to the city. Highly revised manuscript. Later on, we started to print them. We started to write them out next to the Torah itself, so you could buy, a handwritten Torah, not a scroll, but a handwritten Torah that would be bound. And finally, when we get to the 15th century, then there's the invention of printing, and it just takes off. And it was rare to find a Chumash printed at that point without Rashi on the side. In fact, if I could just walk off screen for a minute, or just do it facing forward. Here's the tradition of the Chumash. This is a Hebrew English version because that's the closest one I had in hand. But they're almost always printed something like this. So you know the English side of the page. You always have the Torah commentary in large print. You have Onkelos, which is the Aramaic translation on the side that's mandatory study, and you have Rashi below. And these 3 texts are pretty much ubiquitous on Chumash for 500 years afterwards. So the Gemara is different. Yeah, that's the next slide. But this is Chumash is the commentary on Torah that's like that. Absolutely, this commerce accelerated it. These things work together, as commercial networks, but the genius of the commentary was apparent to all. So he was actually famous in his own lifetime.
Attended the University of Hawaii. graduated U.S. Institute of Technology with DS in Aeronautical
Yes, he had a
Engineering.
yeshiva.
He has 11 years of graduate level training in
Beit
space
Rashi. It was
technology,
a school, not a yeshiva like we have in the 19th century,
geology,
but he attracted
spacecraft
students right
design,
after he came
and flight
from
testing
Belgian mines.
with
He actually developed a
also
small
a graduate of
institution with a small number of
USAF
students,
Jet
many of
Pilot
them were his
School,
own children and grandchildren.
USAF
And he
Experimental
taught
Test
for
Pilot
60
School,
years.
USAF Jet Engine
So
and
he's
Rebuilding
really
School,
involved, not so much in
United
business,
States
although
Navy
that's
Water
happening
Demolition
very
Unit
nicely
and
for him,
USAF
but he's deeply
Helicopter
involved
School.
in his
It's a lot of school. Sir,
not
as
the one that we
experimental
have today.
flight test
You should
project
look back then,
manager,
it
test
was
pilot
more
at
like
Edwards Air Force
discipleships,
Base.
where there would be small circles of students gathered around a single master, maybe a dozen
As
at
a
a time.
Mercury astronaut in
Not
1959,
200 students
one
in
of
the dorm
four
or cafeteria.
surviving spaceflight entries from the days when there was indeed a pretty good possibility
Than the
of
first big
cataclysmic
yeshivas
nuclear
in
failure or
Germany
even being stranded in space. Today, Gordon Cooper lives in Ventura, California. He's president of MSC Inc.,
Excellent.
a
I
highly
like the way it sounds.
experienced
Like
engineering design group and engaged in the general modification of existing
This
aircraft
is a full service lecture. Look at this. I'll change it right here on the spot.
on the drive for these partly
You know what? I don't have like a
with
spell check.
you
So let's,
and boats
hang on.
is
If
a
I,
design for
okay, hang on. Let's try spelling.
2000. A vertical lift
This
crest
is,
with
everybody here is
saucer-shaped wings.
Let's check spelling. It doesn't like the word posting, but it does like the word extricate. All right, well, I don't have any. Let's go by to anyways. So, commentary time. Let's do the Talmud commentary is much larger. We're talking about a document that takes a document cycle of 7.5 years to study the entire text. And he went through the entire document. They get a few mistakes, tractates that he may not have authored, but the vast majority of them are under his name. And the same kind of approach as you have in the Chumash, but there's distinction since the Talmud is oral Torah itself, he did not have to anthologize written Torah to insert in there. Instead, his task was more like holding your hand and guiding you through the text step by step. In modern times, he was only in a very small way challenged for that supremacy by, let's say, Rabbi Steinsaltz, who wrote Rashi-like commentary in the 20th century. And in fact, many people found that very controversial because, how could you somehow rewrite Rashi? It's only been 1,000 years. I mean, come on, we don't need a new version yet. But nevertheless, his style is monumental for its clarity and simplicity, and above all, accessibility. I forgot to mention, in terms of his humility, in the Chumash, some of those beautiful passages in Rashi are those passages where he admits ignorance. And he simply says, I don't know what this means. The assurance to Rashi, knowing everything, and helping you with all these bizarre things, that when he finds it necessary to tell you, I don't know this, he could have just omitted it, and you feel stupid for not knowing it. How come Rashi's helping me? But he says, don't feel bad, I don't know this either. It's an amazing thing for someone to say. But going back to this, so we have the same kind of thing that's going on in the Talmud, although less with the oral Torah, the Talmud itself is oral Torah, more in terms of the handling through the text. Again, exceptionally valuable commentary to help you work through the text. His final years, unfortunately, were periods of great tumult because as an older man, he had to deal with the devastation of the Crusades in Firebombs and massive dislocation of Jews. It was something like, if that was the center of Ashkenazi Jewry, they were so devastated. He's essentially living in far-off suburbs, living way out of town, to use that New York expression. And here in New York, Lahavdil, was being devastated. It was a very difficult thing for all of Ashkenaz to do. Besides the tremendous loss of life, there was the demographic displacement, with families broken up, wandering throughout the region. There was the very difficult theological question and halachic question related to many Jews who chose to take their own life rather than submit to baptism by the crusading forces. And then later, they had to decide, they had to find their way back to the Jewish community. And many of the communities that they wanted to go back to were not so welcoming to Jews who had escaped the sword by choosing the cross. Rashi universally defended, however, those opinions that sought to bring those Jews back into the community, and he always took a very lenient position with regards to Jews who converted to avoid death and wished to join the community as a whole. And this was the principal activity that he was involved in the later years of his life. He died in the year 1105, still quite active as a scholar, still working on his commentary. According to tradition, on Tractate Marco, page 19b, the last word he wrote was the word tahor, meaning pure, associated with a person who dies full life. Yes, sorry. So he's born in 1040, died in 1105, so 65. His legacy, of course, is us. We are overwhelmingly the product of Rashi's activity. He virtually single-handedly made the Torah and the Talmud relevant for a large percentage of the literate Jewish population, and virtually single-handedly made it possible for Jews to access these central texts of our tradition. We are deeply indebted to his scholarship, even though he himself tried to stay behind the scenes and not present his own personal ideas, except when it came to the situation where Jews needed intervention, such as the Crusades. And it was this humility combined with his erudition that allowed him to make such a lasting mark on the Jewish people and their intellectual heritage. Thank you, as always, for your attention and your support. I look forward to seeing you next week.
Was it a tough thing to do? In other words, manual reentry. The astronauts today, of course, all rely on computers and backups to that. But is it a pretty narrow window? In other words, do you have to do it very carefully lest you burn up?
Well, you have a fairly narrow window to it. You can't come in Tuesday, but you can't go in a big shell. So it's a fairly narrow window.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get
So,
started?
what instruments do you watch?
I apologize
Re-entering that keep you within this narrow
for the late start. We had a couple of unexpected technical difficulties with the beginning lecture of the series. I don't want to keep you late, so I'll just speak about 3 minutes faster than normal, so we'll be able to end right on time. Anyways, I am so delighted that so many of you have come back to enjoy another season of lectures here. Tonight we're going to be starting with an absolutely fantastic topic, one that I thought of early on last year as being essential for us, which was looking at the incomparable figure of Hillel HaZaken, Hillel the Elder, one of the most important rabbis of the Jewish tradition, truly a foundational character who shaped Jewish culture literally for millennia. So let's just talk a little bit, for those of you who are totally new, talk a little bit about the series. Even about my beard.
The funny thing is,
And I'll tell you a little bit about myself. I know for many of you this is redundant, but
the fact of the matter is,
my name is Henry Abramson. I publish under the name Henry. My Hebrew name is Hillel, eponymous with the topic we're talking about tonight. He is perhaps some distant namesake. I very much like the Rick show. I'm a Canadian from Northern Ontario, educated at the University of Toronto, where I received my PhD in history in 1995. I spent a lot of time at some of the greatest universities in the world. I was very privileged to be a postdoc at Oxford, Cornell, Harvard a couple of times. Harvard also published my first book, my dissertation. And then I went into a regular career in academia, teaching at Florida Atlantic University, which is just up the road in Boca Raton. I taught there for 9 years, and then Dr. Lander, although Shalom, the founder of Turtle College, which is a college under Jewish sponsorship in New York, wanted to start a campus here in Florida. So, school vice president, Rabbi Senior, I was headhunted to be the founding academic team, and I am totally delighted to be in this position where I have the opportunity to bring together my academic aspirations with my cultural affinities, and I really feel like even though the school is very small, it's a small liberal arts college, I really have the opportunity to make an impact on the lives of our youth, and hopefully shape them or misshape them for the future as we do. Now I live in Surfside with my family. My daughter Elisa Shoshana is our official greeter. You all met her at the back of Elisa. She's a high school student at Sharidina Torah Academy for Girls. She just came back from a fantastic program where she was a Tikva fellow at Yale University. So she's really quite a sharp tack. I've got a couple other daughters who are away. One who is here temporarily working in the election campaign, another one who's studying in Israel, and 3 younger sons who are in various stages of adolescent angst. I think that's about it. Let me tell you a little bit about the course. So this is actually a regular undergraduate course, which is called History 155, History of the Jewish People 1. And we do have a few undergraduate students mixed into the audience who are taking this course for credit. This is also a course, by the way, if you are a SAGE teacher, you can get Greater Miami Board of License credit for this to maintain your licensure. Just come to speak to me afterwards so I can take your attendance and forward that information to the authorities at SAGE. And at the same time, I had this idea. I really enjoyed the possibility of lecturing to the public. So Rabbi Greenstein very generously allowed me this forum here to present these lectures to the wider population. The hook with these lectures, what makes them a little bit different than your standard university survey course, is that I use biography as the starting point for history. The goal is to talk about the larger trends and tangents and detours of Jewish history, but we will be using the lives of famous, sometimes infamous, sometimes spurious individuals as the fulcrum for the larger discussion. Tonight, of course, Hillel is himself history. He is, by definition, Jewish culture, as you shall see. So that certainly won't be too much of a dichotomy, but in other classes, there will be a little bit more of a stretch to maintain this discipline. After we did this last year, some of you who were here from the very beginning when we started this in the fall, we met with a lot of success and a lot of popular response, so we decided to take it to the next level, and we videotape the lectures now, and we put them on the web, on YouTube, on our website called JewishHistoryLectures.org, and there you can watch all of the previous lectures from last spring and ongoing forward. I'm proud to say that about 6,000 people worldwide have been watching these lectures, and one of the cool features of YouTube is I can actually see which countries have people who are watching the lectures. And I checked with Elisa last night, I think I have like 23 friends in the Philippines. Shout out there. I've got like 7 in Russia. Africa's doing cool. I think there's only about a dozen all told in Africa. If you would exclude the northern coast and South Africa, there's virtually no one in Central Africa. I don't know why. It must be anti-Semitism. I don't know. That was a joke. But it's great because it has garnered kind of a following. People pick up the videos, they put them in blogs, they circulate around. And my goal in a larger sense is to make this kind of event sort of like a Floridian 92nd Street walk. But my image is that, Young Israel Bell Harbor, God willing, when we have our beautiful new building, which will be constructed both up and very soon. This will be kind of a focal point, our focal point of adult education and intellectual activity for South Florida. I'm hoping these lecture series will be a small contribution I hope that you will pick up the flyer at the back that has the lecture series, titles and dates on the back, and really welcome you to attend all of it. Okay, any questions or arguments before we begin? Okay, one last piece of very important housekeeping is Ein Kemach, Ein Torah. These lectures are generally sponsored by the Young Israel. They purchase a lot of equipment, about $2,000 for camera and projector and screen and things like that. It was really nice of them. And in return, it's very nice if those of you who want to participate by sponsoring the lecture. The money goes straight to Young Israel to defray some of these costs and hopefully to help later with the building expenses. The shul is asking $200 for sponsorship per lecture. Break these up however you like, but your participation is a sponsorship in itself. So I very much encourage those of you who have a means and initiative and desire to do so. Please just send me an email and sponsor a lecture. That would be great. But I really am glad that you're physically here. That's really a tremendous thing for me. So tonight's lecture has been sponsored by donor wishes to remain. Okay, so with that, let's talk about Hillel. Hillel is certainly one of the most famous figures in rabbinic history. There are a few areas in his life which have tremendous lacunae. We don't know very much about these aspects of his life because that is the proclivity of the sources that we're working with to omit key facts like, who was his wife, what kind of family life did he have. Although we have a few snippets of detail here, basically that's the way the sources work for the period. And much of the medieval period, I forgot to mention one important thing. You'll notice in the list of lectures that there is, in my humble opinion, a kind of heroic attempt here to try and include the voices of women in ancient and medieval history. Tried very hard to look for the biographies of women and to use those biographies to illuminate the experience of half of the human race that has gone long unnoticed. You'll see there's I think about 40% of the individuals featured in the list are women, and I'm hoping to maintain that trend throughout the years that we give this book. Anyways, his years are roughly straddling the turn of the millennium. He was born sometime in the 1st century before the Common Era, and he died early in the 1st century of the Common Era. Did I say that right, Eliza? Before year 0 and then after year 0. It must have been a huge New Year's Eve party. So it's going to be the year 0. We're going to party like it's year 0. But we'll have a better look at his dates. They will be significant later on in the class. His political position was he was the Nasi, which is roughly translated as prince. This is the supreme political leader of a beleaguered and oppressed minority under Roman rule. And he was accompanied in that rule by the Avestin, which would be the famous Shammai. The two of them, Hillel and Shammai, are often mentioned in the same book. We'll spend some time talking about him. But more than his political leadership of the Jewish people, important was his spiritual leadership. The example he set of what it meant to be a Jew, what the religion ultimately stood for, particularly what did it stand for when the Jewish polity was laboring under the oppressive policies of the Herodian government that were really off. Because Hillel, in many ways, became the paradigm of the ultimate Jew, the ultimate Hebrew Jew that set the tone.
Would you rather find that with the meteorite that they just found with saline water inside of it?
It's funny that you should ask that because anyone seen this book called Strengths Finder? So it's a kind of a book, Strengths Finder. It's a book where they you take this test and you plug it into the computer and you spit back your personality profile. And one of the things they said about me is that I really like unusual words. And I will get a lot of pleasure in using them. I think there's a little bit of jig there because it makes me feel smarter if maybe people don't know those words. But then what happens is I pronounce them. wrong.
There's been a lot of controversy about
Lacuna is the plural of lacuna, which is an African word meaning everything's going to be okay, as in lacuna matata. Lacuna is a Latin word for hole, something missing. Lacuna is the plural. So things that are missing, lacuna. Next time you want to impress your friends with Bella, just say, oh, no, there's such a lacuna in this sofa, I can sit on it. All right, so let's go through the first thing we should say off the bat is we have a little bit of a problem identifying which Hillel we are talking about, because there were many Hillels. He himself was a member of a scion. He was a member of a dynasty of rabbis that continued for about 400 years in leadership positions after him, and they tended to repeat their names. Specifically, the names Gamliel, Yehuda, Shimon, and of course Hillel are repeated one after another. So at least every 2 or 3 generations, you have another Rabbi Hillel. And so when the Talmud mentions Hillel says, sometimes it's not clear which Hillel are we talking about. And there is a tendency to conflate all of these Hillels into one personage, even though in reality it could be that we're speaking about Hillels that were separated by as much as 200 or 300 years. It's created a small industry of rabbinic scholars trying to tease out which Hillel is which, and I'm not going to even try to untangle that for this audience. For the most part, we're going to be restricting our remarks to the Hillel that is dominant in the classic text, which was that morality Pirkei Avot. We'll cite from Pirkei Avot a few times tonight, God willing. And most of the sayings that I'll be making about Hillel tonight are most likely applying to that same Hillel that lived at this time. Although, as a kind of a disclaimer at the beginning, this is a matter of scholarly debate, which Hillel do you refer to. Yes. They were Tanaim. Yes, they're all Tanaim, which the question refers to what generation of scholars did they occupy, which, and the period of Tanaim basically extends from about the year 200 before the Common Era to about the year 300 or 400 of the Common Era. And so you have 500-600 years of scholars that are all in that category of Tanaim. After that comes a period known as the period of the Amoraim. We'll return to this at the very end of the lecture. So here's a couple of passages. Here's one passage that you probably will have heard of because it is arguably one of Hillel's most famous sayings. It exists in Pirkei Avot, the very first chapter. He used to say, "If I am not for myself, who will be for me?" We can find that in all kinds of interpretations. The Hebrew, of course, is more beautiful when you understand Hebrew. Very good. It's poetic, right? And then the next clause, though, is if I am only for myself, what am I? The first clause says, the first statement says, if I don't take care of him or I don't know, who's going to do that? I really have to put myself first. But on the other hand, if I'm always putting myself first, what could happen? I'm so selfish, it's all about me. And then third, if not now, when? I got to decide this right now. Am I going to be only for myself, only for the world? How am I going to balance these things? It's a huge statement. I often tell my children that I wish they could memorize the entire text of Pirkei Avot and just keep it in front of them at all times, because it's such a phenomenal treasure trove of Jewish text. I will tell you that I get a lot of these images off the internet, and I just look around for inspiration that make sense. And I made the mistake instead of typing in Hebrew in right? The Hebrew phrase, and it appears that this is a very popular tattoo in Israel. And I saw all these pictures of, I turned off the almost immediately, where they have all these pictures. Nobody puts the other part. It's only the first part. I was thinking about it. It's sort of like whoever's getting these things tattooed, they're saying, I have to take care of myself. I'm number one. They forget about what happens to two. If I'm only for myself, who am I? It's the first one that's really important. But the third one is essential. Being the right? So that's Hillel's arguably his most famous statement. Let's understand a little bit of the historical context of his life. Hillel expands the two greatest centers of Jewish population at the turn of the millennium. That is specifically the land of Israel and the area of Babylon, specifically the southern Euphrates and Tigris rivers, which would be today the nation known as Iraq, and also Kuwait. At the time of the destruction of the first temple, much of the Jewish population was exiled from Israel. That's in the 6th century before the Common Era. They traveled up through the Fertile Crescent along the Euphrates River and then followed downwards. The rivers flowed this way, and more of Babylonian civilization was built up itself, and they set up several major centers that lasted really until the 20th century in southern Babylon or in southern Iraq. That was the major center of Jewish creative energy. If you want to think a little bit like, let's say, before the establishment of the State of Israel in the 1920s, comparing Israel in the 1920s to New York City in the 1920s. Israel is, of course, the beating spiritual heart of the Jewish people, but New York City is where you get good Chinese food. So Babylon, now Lisa, you have to laugh in the back to promote. Babylon was really where most things were happening, and this would continue all the way through the 6th century in particular, when the Babylonian Talmud was written. So Hillel, the rabbi, is also known as Hillel HaBavli, Hillel the Babylonian, because he was born in Babylon, and then he made his way back to Israel, where he achieved fame and fortune. The historical context is this is the waning period of the dynasty of the Hashmonaim, the dynasty. These are the Jewish kings who, for a couple of hundred years, were able to wrest control of the land of Israel from their Hellenistic overlords. That began with the revolt of Hanukkah in the early 2nd century before the Common Era. But various things happened to the dynasty of the Hashmonaim, and they slowly lost ground. As Rome expanded into the region, they ultimately displaced the Hashmonaim, and they put in their place the Emperor Herod, the Emperor King Herod, who was of Idumean stock, who had converted to Judaism, and his ancestors had converted to Judaism. And he was essentially running a puppet state for Rome. He was a client king of Rome, much feared by the rabbis because he viewed them correctly as a rival power base and massacred them mercilessly. Hillel fortuitously escaped those massacres, but that's the period in which Hillel came to power. Herod is also famous for having rebuilt the temple. It was ironically under his rule that he recreated the great temple in Jerusalem as a way perhaps of improving his popularity. He was certainly a legacy hunter. We'll speak about him in much greater detail in 2 weeks, God willing, when we talk about Queen Salome, another topic. Yes, sir. Let's save that question till later. It's a little bit complicated because his ancestors were converted forcibly, and as a result, so we'll speak about that when we get to the lecture on Salome. I'm going to put aside much of Herod's biography, but it is significant that Hillel's life and his career coincided with Herod's quite important rule in Israel. He ruled, by the way, from the year 37 before the Common Era to the year 4 of the Common Era. Now, let's try and figure out with a little bit more precision exactly when Hillel lived. there will be some significance to this. So we have a couple of few Talmudic statements, most of which cannot be taken literally. They must be taken seriously, but not necessarily literally. They may have been meant to be poetic thing. So, for example, in a section of the Talmud that describes many people who lived 120 years, of course, you're familiar with the Jewish saying, you know, it's not sick, lived to 120, you know, it's a blessing for one life. The Talmud lists a few figures who lived 120 years, Hillel is 40 years in Babylon, and then 40 years as a student in Israel, and then 40 years he reigned as Nasi until he died. We also have a couple other passages that connect his rule as Nasi with the appointment of Herod as king, which again was year 37 before the common era. That would mean he was made Nasi literally about the year 33 of the common era. And if you take that year 120, it means that, according to these star calculations, he was born sometime around the year 116 before the Common Era, and he died in year 4 of the Common Era. So even if this number is a loose mark, it's an exaggeration, clearly his years overlap in an extremely important period of Jewish history with Herod and also with Jesus, which is very significant. His youth, he was apparently a wooded chopper. And he's used as an example of Mesirat Nefesh, or the kind of self-sacrifice that a person should undertake to study Torah. I'm going to quote to you from one of the recent books on Hillel's life. This is Yitzhak Butzbaum's The Life and Teachings of Hillel. Also recently appeared a very wonderful book by Joseph Telushkin called If Not Now When. It's a biography of Hillel as well. And I'm just going to quote from this because it's handy to have the translations written. So here's a story from the Talmud, a very famous story about Hillel. It'll give you a sense of the penury that he endured in order to study Torah and his tremendous dedication to the study of Torah. When I asked my daughter Elisa what she knows about Hillel on my way up here, this is one of the stories that she knows about Hillel. So it's a famous one. Forgive me if you've heard it before. Our rabbis taught, says the Talmud, when a poor man who had neglected the Torah shall appear before the divine judgment, he will be asked, why did you not occupy yourself with Torah study? If he answers, I was poor and overwhelmed with the need to earn a living, he will say to him, was you then poorer than Hillel? Notice the Jewish intonation. What's the story? Because when Hillel the elder was a young man, he went out to work every day and earned just one tarpik coin, a very small amount. Half of it he gave to the doorkeeper of the house of study for the admission fee. And with the other half, he supported himself and his family. We'll get back to the idea that apparently to get into the yeshiva, you had to pay a coin. You had to go in. Nowadays, we don't bother with that at all. We have tuition. Another story, but apparently you have to pay the guards the door. By the way, when Hillel became Nasi, one of his first acts was to do away with the guards and hold a policy of admission to the study hall. They became public study. Anyway, here it is. Once, being unable to find work for the day, he had no money and the doorkeeper would not allow him to enter. So he climbed up onto the roof and swung himself over to the skylight, where he sat down to the words of the living God from the mouths of Shemaiah and Avtalion. Those were his teachers. This happened on a Friday before the Shabbat and during the winter month of Tevet. That would be around January. Snow started to fall, very rare occurrence in Jerusalem. But Hillel was so absorbed in what he was hearing that he did not even notice. Before long, though, he was covered over with a blanket of snow and lost consciousness. He lay there all through the night. On Shabbos morning, when learning resumed in the house of study, Shemaiah said to Avtalion, brother, every day the hall is well lit by this time. Why is it still dark? Is it such a cloudy day today? They raised their eyes and saw the figure of a man on the skyline. When they went up, they found him covered with a layer of snow fully 4 feet thick. Jerusalem, so that's a pretty amazing story. After removing the snow, they took him down, washed him, and rubbed him over with oil, and placed him before a fire. All of these things are discussed, by the way, in the context of are you allowed to violate the Sabbath to save your life? When they became aware of what had happened and why Hillel was truly worthy, that Shabbat violated for his sake. Very famous story. It says a lot about Hillel's dedication to study. Now, if we work with those dates that we had before, this is a 40-year-old man who's on the roof. It doesn't sound as Rabbi Buxman says, it doesn't sound like the story of a 40-year-old man. It sounds like a very impetuous, 21-year-old man, something like that. So those dates may not be right, but nevertheless, you get a sense of Hillel's character and his regard of Torah. And he had gone specifically to study under these great rabbis, Shmaya and Tanya, one of them. We don't know anything about his parents, although there is a tradition that he is a direct descendant of King David. We know that he had a brother named Shebna who went into business and succeeded tremendously. Shebna later approached Hillel, who was again a wood chopper, and said, "Listen, Hillel, why don't we go into what's known as a Yisachar-Zebulun relationship, in which these two leaders of the tribes of Israel, Yisachar was very interested in learning, but not so much in making a living. Zebulun was an excellent merchant of the seas, and Zebulun said, I'll tell you what, with my business, I don't have time to sit and learn so much. You are focused on your learning, you don't have time to go out and make money, so how about I pay you for your learning, and I get a share of the merit for your learning." Hillel certainly could have used that financial assistance, but ultimately he refused it, and he preferred to just learn without any loss to his own merit. The Talmud discusses this as a kind of avas toli, a love sickness, that he was so totally dedicated to the love of God and the study of the Torah that he simply could not sacrifice even a bit of it, even spiritually, even in some kind of legal fiction relationship of this nature. So he rejected Shebna's offer, and he continued to learn in poverty until he was eventually appointed as the prince. Now, the appointment of Hillel to the princehood is actually kind of an interesting story as well. It says a little bit about these two communities. The story goes like this. On the I'll just summarize very quickly. The Hillel at this time had been studying with the two great scholars, Shemaiah and Avtalia, for many, many years. And the B'nai B'Tera were the people who were in charge of the institution of the sea. They were looking for someone who could take over this position. And one of the problems that they had was they came about a situation where the holiday of Passover fell on Shabbat. And even though this happens on a regular basis, about once every, I think, about 8 years, it happens. It's 2014, I can't remember exactly how often. It happened last year, I believe. They forgot a very basic halacha about what do you do when Passover falls on Shabbat. Specifically, it had to do with one of the sacrifices. Do you offer the sacrifice if it falls on Shabbat or not? Do you violate the laws of Shabbat to offer the Passover sacrifice? Nobody knew the answer, so Hillel steps up and he says, have we only one Passover in the year that overrides the Shabbat? There are more 200 Passovers a year that override the Shabbat. And what he meant was that there are all kinds of other offerings that of course override Shabbat. So of course the Passover offering should override this one. The B'nai B'Tera were impressed with this logical argument, and according to one version, that is in the Babylonian Talmud, they say right there and there, a smart guy like this we can use and make him Nasi. Now, in the Jerusalem Talmud, there are two distinct texts here, and the lecture I can tie up what those are. The story ends a little different. The B'nai B'Tera are not willing to accept that argument. They say, no way you're talking about it. We have this counter argument, that counter argument. Logic is not enough for them. Until finally, those two, they say to him, they say, why are we asking that? How can you expect anything from a Babylonian? And they diss the Babylonian. They said, this guy, he isn't even from around here. He's even from Jerusalem. You're asking him this question? Forget about it. Then he finally responds and he says, I swear to you, may heaven punish me if I did not also receive this halakha as a tradition from Shemaiah and Avtalion. So as soon as he said, I heard this from Shemaiah and Avtalion, meaning he invokes a mesorah, a tradition, and he says it's not logic. I heard this from my teachers. They say, oh, that's different. Okay. You mentioned
apparently,
Shemaiah and Avtalion, for sure you're going to be the
which is producing among many other
you've
things,
received the mesorah,
something
you've
called
received the
Appendix
tradition.
2000.
And so they appoint him as Nasi. It's two different versions as to what exactly happened. Yes, Ms. Abrams.
Why do you think it says here that you think the saucer shape is the way we should have been going with aircraft design for a long time?
Excellent question. We presume that they had a lot of candidates who were eliminated because they weren't, up to snuff. And he was one of the finalists. I'd like to think so. It's either that or it's the electoral college. Yes. I heard it first and then give the argument. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to deal with that. That would get us a little bit too. It would bring us to a too granular a level, I think, for the text that I'm working on. What is relevant, though, is that he got a little bit divergent afterwards. One of the rare moments when Hillel showed arrogance, and almost immediately a situation arose where he forgot a basic halacha. It's really concluded in the very same Gemara right afterwards. He disses them for giving him a hard time to become Nasi, and then all of a sudden, one of the questions comes up: if Rosh Hashanah falls on Shabbat, are you allowed to carry the shofar to shul? And Hillel says, "Oh my gosh, I forgot." The forgetting was a punishment for his arrogance. You see that over and over again in many of the traditional texts that arrogance causes forgetfulness. So they say to him, "What are you going to do? You're the Nasi. What are we supposed to do?" He says, "You know what? Let's go out and see what the people do." Go out and see what the people do, because the people, the Jewish people as a whole, if they are not prophets themselves, they are the children of prophets. Or one translation would be, as Xavier mentioned in back to school night, they are the students of prophets. The Jewish people will somehow know what to do. Sure enough, they went out and they saw that someone had forgotten the shofar, and what they had done is they had put the shofar in the thick wool of a sheep's neck, and they walked the sheep to shul, and then the sheep ended up bringing the shofar there. Azoi. Okay. So anyways, that's the story of his appointment. There's a lot of Talmudic discussion about how this illustrates a distinction between the Babylonians and the Jerusalem rabbis and their approach to logic versus tradition. Now back briefly to Herod, and again we'll return to him in much greater detail in a couple of weeks when we talk about Solomon. He was in a difficult position in many ways because he had very, very pure Jewish very pure status as a Jew, because he came from the Judeans who were enshrined. The Jews had earlier generations forcibly Judaism. There were questions about his Jewish status. He was also a puppet of the Romans. He had a lot of policies that were antagonistic to the traditional Jewish community. In particular, he was generally not a popular guy, and he spent much of his career trying to become more popular. One of his more cruel measures was a wide-scale massacre of Jewish leaders, rabbis in particular. And it happened that when he had instituted this, fortuitously, Hillel had taken a trip back to Babylon for some years. We don't know exactly why he went, but it happened to be perfect timing, because he managed to escape the worst of the Herodian massacres. When he came back, the decree had been lifted, and Hillel adopted a modus vivendi with the secular powers that really set the tone for much of the Jewish diaspora, which was basically to leave them alone, to try not to get involved in the affairs of the government, as Pirkei Avot says, and Hillel says that, do not become known to the government. Just keep your head down. Just don't let them be involved with their Narishkeit. We'll concentrate on Jews and so on. This is essentially a Jewish quietistic political attitude that pertained right up until, let's say, the French Revolution, when Jews began to become involved once again in the mass politics. We have no reference to Hillel in Josephus, although we do have references to his teachers, Shammai and Avtalia. And there's some interesting interpretation here in Rabbi Buxbaum's book that perhaps this is what Hillel meant in the famous passage again in Pirkei Avot, when he sees a skull floating on the waters. Remember that? The skull floating on the waters, which is a hard image. I always think that a skull should float, the skull should sink. But he picks up the skull and he looks at it and he says, Mr. Farkas, I think he was alas, poor Doric. I know, he looks at the skull and he says, because you drowned others, you were drowned. Those who drowned you will one day also be drowned. Which is a complex way of saying what goes around comes around. And I think it's also a very pithy way of encapsulating the traditional diaspora thinking of Jews vis-a-vis the state as a whole. Hillel tried to create that modus vivendi with those knowledge. As I mentioned earlier, Hillel is always mentioned in the same breath with his alter ego Shammai, who was the second in command of the Jewish community of Beit-Din, or the father of the court, and the head of the court. Hillel had a quasi-political position. Again, there was no official recognition of Hillel's power. He had no armies. He had no institutions. He only had moral authority. And the same goes with Shammai. Nevertheless, they were looked to by the Jewish people for hundreds and hundreds of years as incredible leaders. This is actually a piece of art I found on the web, and can we get? You'll have to just. Unfortunately, it got cut off, but the website for it is laurenwellsart.com, and it looks so great. I actually wrote to him and asked if I could download it for this class and and this shows Shammai versus Hillel. It's based in rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. And Shammai has 3 points here. Hillel has something like 50 points on the side. Hillel and Shammai opposed each other regularly, frequently, on almost every topic, and Hillel almost always wins the argument. Almost always. The rabbis told him to get Hillel against Shammai, or after towards the end of their careers, after their death, it was the house of Hillel, the school of thought founded by Hillel, versus the house of Shammai that also extended for many hundreds of years, and they quite often would debate each other. Almost always the house of Hillel wins the debates, and in terms of Jewish law, we follow Hillel rather than Shammai. There are several exceptions to that rule, but that is a general rule. And they have very, very different personalities. Hillel is known for his incomparable humility, which is a difficult term to translate in the context of his life. It's often translated better as patience. The word in Hebrew is anav, humble. And I'll read you here one famous story about the patience of Hillel. This is sort of like one of the bedtime stories I used to tell my kids when they were young, and they really enjoyed it. I hope you enjoyed it too. So the rabbis taught. This is also a passage from Shabbat, Tractate Shabbat. A person should always be humble like Hillel. 2 men once made a bet of 400 shoes. Do you know how much 400 shoes are worth, Jerry? How much is 2 shoes worth? One small goat, right? So 400 shoes is worth 100 small goats. A lot of goats, right? So he once made an event on 400 Jews about whether one of them could make Hillel lose his temper. The one who said he could do it then went off to try. He worked out his plan and went to Hillel's house in the late afternoon on Friday before the Sabbath, when everyone was busiest in preparation for the holy day of rest. When he arrived at the door, Hillel was washing his hair. Hillel's in the shower. And as people customarily bathe and clean themselves thoroughly in honor of the a man banged on the door and called out, "Is Hillel here? Is Hillel here?" Rashi comments there that he doesn't say, "Is Rabbi Hillel here? Is Master?" He just says Hillel. It's kind of a disrespectful way to call him. Hillel gets out of the shower, wraps himself in his cloak, and came out to him. "My son," he said, "how can I help? I have a question to ask." Ask my son. He said, "I want to know," he said, "why are the heads of the Babylonians so round?" Which is meant to be a Drake question. Maybe the audience play, what are you talking about? A question like that. You pull me out of the shower Friday afternoon and ask me, "Why are your heads so round?" "My son," says Hillel, "that is a very important question." Good educating, good pedagogy. He validates the question right away. The reason is that in Babylon they don't have well-trained midwives. The man went away and waited for a while till Hillel returned to his hair washing. And then he came back and called out again, "Rabbi, is Hillel here? Is Hillel here?" This also, by the way, indicates that Hillel had a lot of hair. Because for me, I would have been done. Hillel again wrapped his cloak and turned around and came out to speak. "My son, how can I help you? I have a question to ask," he said. "Ask, my son, ask. Why are the people of Tabor, which is in Syria, so weak-eyed? You've asked a very important question, my son," said Hillel. "The reason is they live in such a sandy country, the sand gets in their eyes." He goes away, goes back and forth. He does this like 3 or 4 times. And then finally, he says, "I have a question to ask," the man replied, "but I'm afraid you may become angry with me." Hillel drew his cloak around him, sat down before him, and said, "All the questions that you want to ask, please ask." Seeing that his plan was frustrated, the man cried out, "Are you the Hillel that everyone calls Nas?" "See?" "Yes," answered Hillel. "If so," the other blurted out and expressed exasperation, "then may there not be many like you in all of this." "That, my son," said Hillel, "because if you," said the man, "I've just lost a bet, 400 Jews, thinking that I could get you angry." Hillel concludes by saying, "Calm yourself. It is better that you lose 400 Jews and even another 400 Jews than I should lose my time." So you see a phenomenal story about Hillel's patience, dragged out of the shower 3, 4 times, never lost his cool, and that says something about Hillel, that personality really runs as a common theme throughout his teachings. On the other hand, Shammai is known as being very particular, the opposite. He's a cutdown. He's demanding, he has standards, everything has to be just so. As we'll see in a few moments, a person comes to Shammai, actually, should I say it right here? Should I say it right here? Just see how I schedule this. Yeah, no, I'll read you one more famous story. I apologize. These are so good. These are like, foundational stories. This shows you a little bit more about Shammai. A Gentile once came to Shammai and said, "Rabbi, how many Torahs are there?" "We have 2, said Shammai, the written Torah and the oral Torah, which is handed down. The Gentile then said, "I can believe in a written Torah, but I can't accept the oral Torah. Make me a Jew, convert me, but on the condition that you only teach me the written Torah. I only want to be Jewish, so the written Torah, I'm not interested in the Talmud, etc." So what did Shammai do? Shammai spoke to him sharply and told him to leave. This is not really a right. Another condition, I'll just skip ahead. There's actually more stories here. But another non-Jew came to Shammai and said, "I'm ready to convert, but only if you can teach me the whole Torah while I'm standing on one foot." Famous passage, the expression to stand on one foot in Hebrew is now proverbial for like very quickly. I don't have time for more. Just standing on one foot. We talk about the instant gratification generation. I think it's always Shammai, hearing this outlandish condition, chased him out of the door with the builder's measuring stick he had in his hand. The Maharsha explains when he had a yardstick because he says, look, there are measurements. This means something. I can't teach you the entire Torah standing on foot. Just asking is an insult. And so Shammai, because he is a kaptan, takes a stick and chases him out. Hillel, on the other hand, the man went to Hillel, who converted him, and fulfilling his condition taught him, what is hateful to you, don't do to your fellow man. That is the entire Torah, and the rest is just commentary. Now go and study. Very fascinating passage. Like the sequence is interesting. He converts him first, and then he teaches him. He makes the Torah very small, and he takes the challenge of standing on one foot. But ultimately, that statement, the golden rule that what is hateful to someone else, just don't do to them. That's the entire story. That's the Ganze Megillah, the entire Torah. Everything else is just Pirushim, just explanations. That's an amazing statement from a brilliant Rabbi. But in many ways encapsulated what is Judaism. Now, another example of this, one of my favorites, passage in the second Kedushin, maybe it's Pesukas, I forgot offhand. There's a great chapter there called Ketzad Meraktim, How Do You Dance? And it's about how you perform the very important mitzvah of dancing at a wedding. You're supposed to dance to gladden the hearts of bride and groom. That's why, in traditional weddings, there's a tremendous amount of shtick. I once saw at a wedding, some guys put on these big black hats and then fill the wells with lighter fluid and set them on fire while they dance. I was thinking it's a good thing it was a really big wedding hall, because otherwise the sprinklers would have gone on and they were awful. But that's the idea, is to make the groom and the bride happy at their wedding. So they asked the question, now, what are you supposed to say to the bride? What are you supposed to say to her? And Hillel says, what are you talking about? You say, Kala Na'av Chasuda, a beautiful and gracious bride. You see the bride, you say, oh, she's so beautiful. And Shammai says, what if she's not so beautiful? What if she's like this or like that? She could lose it a little bit. And Shammai says, Kamosh Shehi, say it like it is. Say to her, you can lose a few pounds. Who bought you that dress? Whatever Shammai says, it's got to be the way it is. Don't lie. It says, Midvar Sheker Tircha. Stay away from a false report. Luckily, he followed the halacha according to Hillel, because otherwise I think the birth rate would plummet. But the idea is that you say, Kala na b'chasuda, doesn't matter what she looks like, you praise a woman at the wedding. But that particular story illustrates the difference between Hillel and Shammai. Lastly here, in contrast between these two figures, this is actually not Hillel and Shammai themselves, but their schools. In a very bizarre passage in the third page of Tractate Eruvin, the schools of Shammai and the schools of Hillel debate whether or not it is good that humanity was created. One school, Hillel, presumably, although not so named, says that, look, people, they make mistakes, but ultimately they do good things. The world is a better place for the existence of humanity. Shammai says, no, we have done worse things for the universe than we have done good. It's a pessimistic view, kind of a reverse environmentalist view, saying we've ruined the environment we're born. They debated for 2.5 years until finally they put it to a vote. Shammai won the vote. So whatever it means in Jewish philosophy, we have a vote that says we've done more harm to the universe than good. And the debate went on and on until finally a divine voice rang out. This is also another context where God says, as it were, Elu ve'elu divrei Elokim chaim. These and these, meaning the words of Beis Shammai, the words of Beis Hillel, are the words of the living God. Even though they are diametrically opposed and there is an excluding middle, you can't have a moderate position between a yes and a no, there is no maybe. Nevertheless, both positions are extremely valid. And according to the tradition, even though we follow the views of Beit Hillel,
extraordinarily confident because
Most of our halakha in this world, the tradition is that in the next world, perhaps where it's easier to live astringencies, we will follow the opinion of Beit Shammai. And they'll go for better. But you get a sense of how Hillel compares to Shammai in many ways. One other, maybe I'll pause for a couple of questions because I've talked to Blue Street now. I did lecture all summer, so I built up all this stuff. Here's a little known teaching that I never learned before I prepared this class, but I thought it was quite fascinating and illustrative of one other aspect of Hillel's philosophy. Listen to this rather cryptic and, as Rabbi Bookstrom points out, really Taoistic sounding and body. Hillel the Elder said, "Do not be seen naked, do not be seen dressed, do not be seen standing, do not be seen sitting, do not be seen laughing, do not be seen weeping. As it is said, a time to laugh and a time to weep, a time to embrace and a time to refrain from embracing." That's from the Tosefta Brachot, 224. What could that possibly mean? It sounds like a statement to agoraphobia or something in public. Don't be seen dressed, don't be seen undressed. So, in his interpretation, it refers to Hillel's idea that you have to be me'udav im habria. You have to be mixed in with other people. It's a value in Judaism to be part of the collective, not to stand out. When other people are dressed, don't be undressed. When other people are undressed, I guess they shouldn't be dressed. That's a weird statement to make, I should say. We'll wind over that before. But the idea is don't stand out. Don't try to be the exceptional one. Try to fit in with others. And in many ways, Hillel said that that's an ideal, that we have our greatest strength when we pull together and we respect the centripetal forces of Jewish energy and come together as a community. And this is a trend that goes through much of his teachings as well. One halachic ruling that proved to be extremely important in Hillel's work, and again, there are thousands and thousands of halachot that are attributed to Hillel, was the institution of a legal device called a closed board, which had long-lasting ramifications for the Jewish world. Just mentioning this as one of literally hundreds of examples. According to biblical law, the Torah itself, if a person secures a loan against property, at the end of the sabbatical year, every 7 years, that property reverts to the owner, regardless of whether or not the loan has been repaid. And so what that means is, if you have Reuven with a lot of cash, and Shimon, who has very little cash but he has some land, he goes to Reuven and he says, "Listen, let me borrow some cash, and I'll use my property as a collateral." Then if it's 1 year before the sabbatical year, Reuven might say, "No way, I am not going to give you that loan, because your loan is only secured for 1 year. If you don't pay me back within 1 year, I get nothing. I don't get paid, you get your land back." And so therefore, Hillel instituted this device called a closed board, in which a person could essentially hand over this loan to the care of the Beit Din, of the court, which would be allowed through devices that he describes there to circumvent this law, to supersede it, and therefore the loan would be valid even though the collateral went through the sabbatical year. The collateral would still be held in advance. The Jubilee year, not the sabbatical year. I don't know. So it could be those of you who are watching in the Philippines, look it up. It's either Shemitah every 7 or every 50 years. At any rate, maybe I'll look it up. I'll post it on at any rate, this was an extremely important device because it allowed the economy to continue functioning. It did not, so to speak, close the door to loaning money to the poor, because people who have means would no longer fear that they were risking their wealth by lending, and kept the flow of currency going as a result.
It's important to note, perhaps in one small, and we've got so much stuff to talk about. Let's go straight to the Pharisee teaching. Now, again, this is a topic we will return to. We'll talk about Herod as well. I want to come back to this. Yes, Ms. Davis.
Is apparently going down.
Yes, absolutely.
Extraordinarily dry.
Yeah, every single state is a second.
Not water vapor or nitrogen.
Maybe that's right. Maybe they're both true. One's on land, one's on
Carbon dioxide.
All right, and let me ask this, Richard. What is creating the difference in temperature as the artifacts you claim you found from the proof? Technically, how you're confident about these images?
also make a disclaimer for everybody, and also for those who are in the audience, that contrary to my experience, I'm not a rabbi. So I'm a part-time member of the establishment, and I often make, it's a good thing to get away with saying doing a lot of things, but I'm just a regular guy, and so a very important thing here that we're just going to have to mention passing because the hour is late, but Hillel was clearly among the group known as the Christian, or the English, the Pharisees. The Pharisees get a lot of bad play in Western culture because they were frequently opposed to Jesus. And Jesus has many debates with the Pharisees in which they come across as being specifically hypocritical. In fact, in much usage, the term Pharisee is identical with the word hypocrite because of this New Testament interpretation. But Hillel clearly was in that group, and Jesus, who lived at the same time, we're talking about Hillel dying maybe around the year 10, Jesus was a young man back then. Jesus borrows heavily from Hillel's teachings, often without active reason. Which is a problem because of Torah college. That's only one of the many problems I have. One of them would be plagiarism because he's quoting from Hillel without necessarily saying it gets from Hillel. But the influence of Hillel on the entire Christian tradition is also marked. He was certainly the prime spiritual figure of the day that influenced Jesus. Okay. Now, I would have liked to have spent a little more time talking about his connection specifically to the literary heritage. I'll have to try and discuss that in a later lecture. Let's just conclude with one discussion of his legacy. There's a beautiful passage in Tractate Sanhedrin. Yud Aleph was actually the last page I ever learned with what he was taken from this book. And there's an amazing discussion there of the importance of not embarrassing other people. Very, very powerful discussion. And in this context, there are a whole bunch of rabbis and study all the hermetic only. And in that room, a divine voice goes out and says, there is among you one who has the ability to have divine presence rest upon him as it did on Moses, our teachers. The divine voice called out to there's someone in this room who is as holy as Moses, but the generation is unworthy of him. He could not accept that because the generation was not up to his part. And the rabbis all look around the room, and then they all turn their eyes simultaneously to Hillel Hazan. All the rabbis of the generation agreed that it had to be someone like Hillel, who died shortly thereafter. And in his eulogy, they said three things about him. They said, hey, blessed. They said, oh, what a chassid, what a pious individual. Hey, Amma, what a humble individual. Who was as humble as Hillel? And they said, Talmid Ezra HaSofer, the student of Ezra the scribe. Why specifically Ezra the scribe? Hillel, like Ezra, is extremely influential in taking the Jews through a transitional period where the statehood was in question. Shortly after Hillel died, the temple was destroyed, the Jewish clothing was ripped apart, everything was left under Herod, and they were scattered throughout the world. Just like Ezra, who brought the Jews back from Babylon and reestablished Judaism back in its home territory after a very difficult diaspora, Hillel created the foundations for rabbinic culture to survive in a very hostile and diverse environment. In so many ways, it truly was not only a chassid, not only a Hanav, but also a Talmud Ezra, extremely important for the duration of Jewish. Thank you all for coming. I show great patience, like Hillel.
Back in 1989, Art, with the same kind of thermal infrared camera system, they found something. And they published their data.
Somebody
And no one believes them.
fast blasting me from Arizona says, come on, BS. Thermal infrared energy can see through more than about
Tonight
100
is
microns.
Yom HaAtzmaut, so it's how appropriate. I'm grateful we have the opportunity to.
All right. How are you? Is there any way that you can technically
learn together on a
look through that
night
much even light
of
dust?
such auspicity? That was a word. It's very auspicious. And if I had thought about this a little more in advance, I probably would have put more of an Israeli lecture together tonight. But in the absence of that, at least I'll tell you an Israeli joke. Now, I apologize once again those of you who come to all my lectures have heard this joke before. And I apologize that I do have to recycle jokes every now and then. But if you have the joke before, I will gladly read from your entire entrance to this lecture. Alright, here's a joke. Chazara is a Jewish life. So the joke goes like this. The Hadassah Women's Group in Margate raises a phenomenal amount of money to buy an F-10 fighter from the United States Air Force and donate it to the U.S. to the Israeli Air Force. It's a tremendous achievement. They worked for so many years to collect this amount of money to get this amazing piece of war machinery to Israel to assist it in its defense needs. And they have a big ceremony at Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport, where they have the bleachers set up on the tarmac, and all these women and other dignitaries are there, big donors, and they're going to watch the F-10 make its maiden voyage to the Holy Land where it will join the Israeli Air Force. And so the Israeli Air Force captain, that's coming on his arm, he salutes to the donors who have been so generously to make this happen, gets into the cockpit of the plane, and pulls down the cowling, and then he fires up the engines, big jet engine floor, and takes off down the runway, and then he stops. So he takes down the runway and he stops. And then he turns the plane around, and he fires up the engine, and he flies down the runway, and again he stops. And he does this 3 or 4 times until finally he comes taxiing up to the bleachers in front of all the dignitaries, and he opens up the cowling, he gets out of the cockpit, he walks up to the president of the Hadassah Women's Group, and he says, "The plane will not take off. I'm afraid we're going to have to remove at least some of the plaques." The laughter is much louder. That's why the Israeli theme joke. So tonight's lecture is sponsored by the Young Israel Bell Harbor. We're grateful to have this place where we can meet and learn Jewish history together. And I'm grateful to have so many of you here. Let's go straight to the material. Unlike most weeks, this is actually a week when I know a little bit of what I'm talking about. My PhD dissertation is actually on the period of the Russian Revolution, 1917-1920, and although I focus primarily on events in Ukraine, which we will cover in some detail tonight, I learned a little bit about Leon Trotsky, a famous socialist, perhaps the most famous Jewish socialist, with the possible exception of Karl Marx himself, who we'll discuss in a moment. He was, among other things, a firebrand orator, a very prolific author, the leader of the Red Army, rather unprecedented, amazing thing that a Jew could lead an army in Russia, a victorious army in Russia at that. Unfortunately, he made some very powerful enemies, and ultimately was assassinated by his rival, Joseph Stalin. chronicle the main events of his life, but as is the nature of this particular class, we're going to look at the broader picture of Jews in the late Russian Empire and the early Soviet period and try to understand the broader social forces, intellectual, political, and values, and so on, as they pertain to the Jews of Eastern Europe. One little known fact about Leon Trotsky and the Jews of Eastern Europe, as you can see from this photograph, which is his mugshot when he was arrested in 1905. One of the reasons why Jews were so dissatisfied with the horribly corrupt Russian Empire was because it was virtually impossible to get a decent haircut anywhere. My jokes are getting predictable, but we're going to have a break soon. Just a few more weeks. I did. I'm running out of jokes. I only have 12 jokes. Okay, let's just take a couple of slides to talk about Karl Marx and socialism. Here's the sphere. Let's talk a little bit about Karl Marx and socialism. Let's get just an understanding of what this political theory refers to. And then we're going to look and see how this was integrated into Trotsky's life, first as a Narodnik and later as a social democrat, and then we'll proceed to more elements of his life. So first of all, I realize this is very basic information for many of you who have lived with socialism in some ways or have at least studied it and have experienced its effects in the world. Socialism as a political philosophy was begun by Karl Marx, a very important 19th century German thinker shown here. He was actually of Jewish background. His parents were German Jews, like many of that generation who recalled the lecture we had on Rabbi Braunhagen. That was a period of time when it was very, very popular, perhaps overwhelmingly popular for German Jews to convert to Lutheranism in order to advance their political and social careers. Marx's parents did so, and they also baptized him at age 6, a fact which led to his later writings perhaps a very strong anti-Jewish bias. He was a phenomenal anti-Semite or self-hating Jew, and much of the dispassionate political and social analysis that he will devote to the German proletariat is no such singular charity for the Jewish proletariat. And in many ways, he was really one of the most negative Jewish thinkers of the 19th century, despite his phenomenal achievements in affecting world politics. Oh, it's not this one here. This is one of my favorites. This is a great book title. Das Kapital, 1867, his major work. It translates as money. That's the name of the book, Money, or call money if you want. He wrote perhaps more before Das Kapital. He and his colleague and longtime supporter, Friedrich Engels, who was ironically the son of a major German industrialist, and it was only through the huge profits that this gross exploiter of the proletariat could generate that Marx was able to write his socialist writings in the first place. At any rate, the principal element of Marxism that I want to just convey briefly before we get to Trotsky is the concept of how to define the principal struggle in life. For much of 19th century thought, it was primarily a national struggle. Right? Since the French Revolution in particular, nations are developing their own identities and they're identifying them in contrast to neighboring countries and so on. They're developing self-determination. Later we'll see Wilson's 14 points, that kind of thing. And many people thought that their principal identity was in terms of their nation. French, as opposed to German, as opposed to British, or Jewish, or Russian, or what have you. Marx's principal contribution is to say, no, that's the wrong way to look at things. Rather than look at people as divided by their national status, look at them as divided by their class status. The proletariat, the lumpen proletariat, the working masses are fundamentally the same in England and Berlin and Paris. They have far more concerns in common with each other's classes than they do with their compatriots of the nation. And above them you have the bourgeoisie, the middle class, and the petty upper class, and so on, all the way up. And Marx's idea was, rather than persist in these often unhelpful national distinctions, we should rather bring all of the proletariat in particular together, let them realize that their class communalities are far more prevalent and pertinent than their national divisions, and they should join together and overthrow their true class enemies, creating a kind of ideal secular paradise where everyone would share wealth equally, to each according to their ability, to each according to his need, and so on. And it's a rather utopian kind of vision in which there is no more national hatred, no more anti-Semitism in particular, and this will be achieved by the proletariat uniting. If you're familiar with the motto of the Soviet Union, it is proletariat of the world unite, working classes of the world unite, or Arbeiter von aller Länder vereinigt sich, right? Workers of all lands unite, and then overthrow the class enemies, take control of the means of production by nationalizing industries, and then create effectively what is the dictatorship of the proletariat. That's Marxism in 30 seconds. This idea was incredibly popular with many thinkers in late 19th century Europe, and of course it was translated into many countries, practically speaking, on a very significant way, particularly in the Soviet Union and in its successor states, its client states like Cuba. We also see it implemented perhaps most successfully globally in the kibbutz movement, which had a much higher rate of success with pure socialism than in these other countries, primarily because, as I like to think, this idea of socialism has some wonderful elements to it, but it only really works if everyone believes in it. And that means you can only do it with a very small population, like 5,000 kibbutzniks of one generation of like mind. As soon as you get larger than that, it just gets out of hand. Corruption is endemic, and it's just as bad as fascism in terms of its implementation. But that's enough for the political summarizing. Let's talk about Leon Trotsky. So here he is at age 6. He was born as Leon Davidovich Bronstein, the fifth of 8 children of a moderately observant Jewish farmer. And the word that probably stands out there is farmer. When we talk about farmers, hardly any Jews were farmers in the 19th century. In the 1897 census of Russian Empire, only 3% of Jews listed farming as their principal occupation. The vast majority of Jews in Russia at this time were primarily engaged in commerce and manufacturing, small manufacturing, tinsmiths, silversmiths, the needle trades, and so on. And you had about 30%, about 20% were Luftmenschen. That was the second largest category. Luftmenschen is a Yiddish term meaning people who live on air. People with no clearly definable means of support. They keep on living, but how they put food on the table, nobody really understands. They're usually heavily dependent on charitable means. Perhaps they're existing in the gray or black markets in one way or another, but it's a sizable chunk of Jews in the Russian Empire. And then you have a small portion of Jews who are professionals. Doctors, lawyers, major industrialists as well. But there's 3% of Jews who are farmers, a tiny number, primarily because the Russian government, already from the mid-19th century, are trying to encourage Jews to get out of their traditional occupations, trying to disperse them into other occupations. So they gave land grants in the Poltava region of Ukraine in particular to Jews who would engage in farming. Bronstein's father was one of those Jews, and he turned out to be actually quite successful as a farmer. He emerged as a medium-sized landlord, parlaying his local success, leveraging the buyouts of farmers around. And Trotsky's childhood was really one of watching his father do business with these landholders. There are some interesting stories that he relays in his autobiography about seeing made a big difference to Trotsky in his sympathy for the communists. He received a traditional education as a youth, but he had a very pugnacious nature that his earliest years. As it says, little pumpkins, big pumpkins. The way he was as a child, he was like that for his entire life. And he tended to be inquisitive to the nth degree, to be extremely demanding of his instructors. He did not brook even the slightest amount of hypocrisy on the part of his rebbe, and he was actually asked to leave several primary schools until finally his father gave up and simply sent him to a secular gymnasium. He didn't do much better there, although he was highly intelligent, and he was, like many Jews of that generation, an autodidact. He was able to teach himself phenomenal material. He still was an extremely challenging student. I'm speaking as an educator here. A student who will simply not let you go, will continually ask you questions. So if anyone has any questions now, let's just go straight up to it. Okay. But here's a picture of him at age 6. It was in his late teens that he discovered socialism. And the type of socialism, this is age 18, this particular photograph here. This is just about when he was first arrested and sent to Siberia 1 year later. So he was a little bit younger when he first developed an interest in it. He was attracted to a movement that was already going out of style, the so-called ROTHSCHILD movement. This is something that began in the 1860s and had its heyday already in the late 1860s and early 1870s. The word narod in Russian means people. And one of the basics of Russian socialist thought at the time was that you had to go back to the authentic peasantry to discover true socialism. Russians believed that the traditional communal organization of the village farms was something that was a special Russian kind of socialism. And one of the problems that the socialist movement had, according to these members, was that it was too divorced from the common Russian man. It was something that happened in the cities and the universities, and it was these intellectuals, and they had no connection to the earth itself. So the Narodniki were people who dressed up as peasants, and they went out into the countryside, especially on breaks between semesters, and they tried to propagandize the peasants into the thought of Karl Marx, explaining to them their true enemies are their class enemies, and that they should unite with the other farmers who are not necessarily Russian, and so on and so forth. The peasants reacted to this information by immediately informing on all of the Narodniki to the secret police, saying there's some crazy city slicker walking around here trying to talk to us about some Jewish guy from Germany. And the Mafrana would come out and they would pick up these university students and they would typically ship them back to their cities because they were just nuisances. It was a failed movement because the peasants did not take these people seriously. But at this time, Trotsky was first involved in his activism, and he developed an extreme skill at pamphleteering. He was able to write very, very sharp and well-reasoned, brief arguments. He had a flair for the dramatic turn of phrase. He was a gifted orator, and he